Dee 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 dee. Dee dee dee. Dee dee dee. Dee dee dee. Wait, hold up, chat, one sec. Okay. Okay, I am back. I am back. Oh my god. We have a fucking fatty one today. We have a fatty one. Chat, I don't know what happened, but today I woke up again and my lip was swollen. Do you see it a little bit still? It was fucking this. It was this big. I took a photo of it. Maybe I can show you. Wait. Actually, do I want to show you? It's gonna look kind of. It's gonna look kind of bad. Look at the size of my lips. Do you see that? Look at the size of it. I said to my mom, I said, Mom, it's the 3rd day in a row. My lips are fucking massive. Can you help me? Like, should I go to the doctor? Wait, let me increase the mic volume. Oh, there we go. Bro, they were massive. Like this. And you know what I think it is? I think I bought a new toothpaste and I'm allergic to the toothpaste. That's what I think it is. I'm allergic to the new toothpaste. It's a horror. It's a horror. Happened to me as well. Oh my god. Well, maybe now you know in your future life, one day, if your lips get fucking swollen up and you got a new toothpaste, it was your toothpaste. It was your toothpaste. Chat, how we doing? How we doing? 6 is good, 9 is bad. I didn't have my coffee today yet, but I got my coffee. I was watching Taylor Fritz. I was watching the tennis. Taylor won. Taylor's kind of frying. I don't know if you guys know him, but he's now top 16 at Wimbledon. Damn. Damn. He's top 16, right? He's a WoW gamer. Yeah, he's a WoW gamer. If he wins in 2 days, he's top 8. Big fucking W, Taylor. Alright. Sinner will win it all. Just call it a day. Chat, I never watched tennis before I watched Taylor Fritz. The only person I used to watch when I was a kid was Andy Murray. Andy Murray. Alright, what's happening in the world? Today's gonna be a slow start. I'm a little bit tired, but I have my coffee now. Big fatty coffee. One pop that. Coffee with milk. Coffee with milk, because coffee without milk is just disgusting. A big fat coffee. Coffee without milk is just... It's just one of those things where it's like, why? That's like saying, I'm gonna go up the stairs and instead of taking the elevator. Bro, just fucking get in the elevator and shut up. What is this?
Yes. Hey yo, we got Byron's Car Wash live from Coney Island.
What
Are
is
you
this?
vaccinated? Yes, sir.
I was feeling thirsty. Your mom gave me a gallon of Henny to quench that, you heard?
It's no snow on the floor. He's really skiing to Coney Island on a hard top. What we do in Coney Island, Khalid? Real, son. We keep it real.
Fuck your life. Bing bang.
He had too many shots. You want a shot?
Hey, yo, Ariana Grande, what's up, mama? I'll come to Coney Island, take a spin on the Cyclone. I miss you.
Let's see that flip,
What
boy.
the fuck is this?
Yeah. With the yellow foams on.
I have 7 female wives. Go to my Instagram.
What do you want to tell Joe Byron right now?
What's up, baby? Take me out to dinner.
Hey, yo. This is the Kim and Kanye of Coney Island.
That Kim ain't got shit on me.
Yo, he got his phone in his balls. Steve Jobs did not die for this.
If you see these dogs in your front yard, just know upstairs I'm going hard. Bing bang.
Bro, what did I just watch? What is Coney Island? What is Coney Island? What even is that? What the fuck is Coney Island? It's a place in New York. Are these real people? Like, or are they paid actors? Like, what the fuck was that? Why is he on the middle of the road with a ski shoe on? Like, these people are fucking crazy.
Fuck your life. Bing bang.
He had too many shots.
Like, what is he doing? This looks like some GTA 6 kind of thing. Can't you see I'm walking here? Like, what the fuck? Bro, Harry Mack went on Ari at home stream.
You snuck up behind me. I was like, I thought I was hallucinating.
Bro, Harry Mack goes crazy.
These cats doesn't eat was for the snakes.
Bro, I fucking love Ari at home streams. Just walks around and gives people mics.
Tommy's for the jakes. Can't hold water, we leave your body in the lake. Wait now, fine in the towns. You probably find me in the A with a bad little mommy who keep a shotty in the cake.
Harry Mack is crazy, no?
Off top, spitting bars in the zone. H-Mac live, connecting with Ari at home. Put the work and make the effort, then we get in the reward. Looping up the bass tone and adding the keyboard. It's H-Mac, I'm kicking lyrics off my damn brain. I need some of that pork and them plantains. Hey yo, I run the campaign. My name about to bubble like champagne out the glass. I'm a smash, always up to the task. Grip the mic, spit the fluid, improvise all the bars while they improvise the music. Yeah. And y'all know that my lyrics sound colder. Find another producer with their whole rig on their shoulders. He's a champ, top tier. Y'all know we take it.
Damn.
And if they wasn't aware, we making them aware. When I spit it, it's unflawed. I do it in a raw way. What's that on your t-shirt? We be bumping classic Sade. He's getting the close shot. My flow's hot. Anytime that mic is in his palm, that can really goes off. He'll create
Like, Harry Mack's the guy that, like, he's really good at rhyming words together, right? Like, he's just really good at knowing what rhymes with what and then making it into a rhyme. Maybe his lyrics aren't that deep, but he like, goes crazy when it's, there's one word. What the fuck is this? Dear NA, I apologize in advance for the absolute fisting the G2 are about to give you. Listen, EU fans, you should stay up for this series, but I don't know if you're gonna be able to go to sleep happy. Because I think FlyQuest is gonna fist G2. I can just see it. Faker almost walked into CFO's team room after game 4. Oh my god, he almost did as well, yeah. Where's he? He even saw Doran going into his room. DPM record was broken by Doran. He's the first top player in MSI history to exceed 1300 DPM in one game. It's funny how all these champs are Rumble. Wait, how the fuck is there a Rammus up here on 1k DPM? Who the fuck is Xantins? 1k DPM Rammus? Bro, he wins. Give him the record. T1 Doran the night before the big game. What the fuck? I mean, Shanks almost did pentakill G2 in their series, so I mean, I guess 4-5 behind. It would be so fucking funny if Shanks did get a pentakill against G2 before this was filmed. Oh my god, they didn't play. Fuck, who am I thinking of? I remember seeing a post about how LPL mids got quadra kills versus both Western teams. He got a quadra versus Fly. Or was it Chovy who got a quadra against G2 or Ignite? Something like this. I remember seeing that both Western teams got one game. They got quadra killed by the enemy mid. Or something. And then some other shit. Chat. This much coffee is in the cup. Okay, my brain is functioning on this % right now. Chill out. When this shit gets one popped, I will know your future. That's how many brain cells will be activated. That's how many brain cells. I almost died, you bastard. When cavemen discover fire for the first time.
M-Player just trying to buy some almost just gets one shot there.
What? Bro, why are you even posting that? Shut up. That's fucking stupid.
You never.
That is stupid. 70 quid haircut got by Gwen. Bro, you fucking drew this? You fucking drew this? What? LEC spot, bow special, the shy. What? My fraud. LR. 1647. Wait, that's insane. And no chat, that's not AI. My hair's looking kind of good there, no? It's got like a gleam. It's got like a fucking glow to it. Yo, Big W art. Much love. Thank you, Comrade Doggo, for the art. I don't know what the Crux did to him, but it awakened him, yeah. T1 Doran, get on our bus. It'll take you to the International Championship. Doran's seat on the bus. He's the driver. What the fuck? Guria. Hello? What is that sign? Unlock your final form, Doran. Left arm to be on, right leg is forgot. This is stupid as fuck. This is stupid as fuck. Bro, the art, some of the art here is crazy. Some of the art here is criminal and crazy at the same time. Crimes are being committed. T1 after questionable drafts and inting fights come back to series. Are you not entertained? Caedrel bowling in his room.
Dude, I feel like I'm in an abusive relationship. I feel like if I miss one CS, I'm gonna get yelled at. I know I'm ass. I know I can do better. I'm fucking bronze, man. But you can't point it out every time and say, why aren't you doing this? Why aren't you doing that? Because I'm ass. And you have to accept you're playing with someone who's ass. And then roll with the punches. You didn't date a bad bitch. You dated a shitter. And that's your life now. Accept it.
Baron POV when it's 1 HP and Guma's in the game. Doran gets a 9.4 for the game against T1. What the fuck? Against T1? Doran, brother Faker. I'm a bit lost. Faker, imagine the opponent as 5 Zeuses. Doran, piece of cake. Krug Lord strikes again. Yeah, Doran popped the fuck off. Best KDA so far in the tournament. Knight 6.25. He has the most games played as well, probably, right? Alright. What is this? Someone draw Caedrel as Swain with this image, please. What the fuck? What are we doing? You can't just turn me into every champion in the game. You can't turn me into every champion in the game.
Welcome back to the Elite Average Games. Another year, even more highlights.
No, she's not. Okay, so in 15 minutes, we're going to play Arena with Yamato for an hour until MSI starts. We're going to chill playing some Arena. Not that deep, not much else to do while we're waiting for MSI to start. So if you have any links, link it. I feel like the...
What I like to do...
I feel like the... What was I going to say? The arenas are kind of fun. They're kind of fun. They're kind of chill. Until MSI starts, let the coffees kick in. What is this?
People actually search this? Who's been searching this, huh? Are you serious?
What is this?
It's from the Garen clip, I think. Sorry, I thought that was it.
Yeah, new Lost Ratones content out if you guys want to watch it. It's Bows and Reckless Google auto-complete into you. If you want to check it out.
Does the Bows...
Okay, we speed it up.
have autism?
Wait,
Okay.
people actually search this?
Who's been searching this, huh? Are you serious?
It's from the Garen clip.
Chat, you want to watch it? Okay, we can watch it.
Hello and welcome to the Bows of and Reckless Google questions. Basically what we're gonna be doing, me and Reckless, today is we're going to be answering Google's most asked questions about us.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Reckless holds the iPad and I'll answer the questions. The Bows FFS height. Ooh.
Ooh.
Yo, can we cut this? This is not sure about my height. I'm pretty sure on the passport, but of course I took this passport many years ago, so I'm pretty sure I've grown since then.
Why is that edit?
I took this passport many years ago, so I'm pretty sure I've grown
Hang on a second. That is a fucking scam down there, bro. Bro. Huh?
Since then, on my passport it says 174 centimeters, but for sure I'm taller than that. Hopefully.
Hopefully.
The Bowser vs Volibear build. Okay. We're getting straight to League of Legends here. I guess I innovated the AP Volibear build. Not really innovated, I'm not the first one to do that, of course. Basically what I do with Volibear, there's 3 good stats on the Volibear. It's AP, there's health, there's CDR. So you just get any item in the game that gives AP,
watch the guide,
health, and CDR. That's Cosmic Drive, Rocket Belt, and like, I guess Bloodletter these days, and Riftmaker. And that was my Volibear build. The Bowser vs accounts. Ooh, I guess League accounts. I have a few. You know, what I like to do is make a new account that makes me feel better about myself, stomping noobs. Probably noobs like you guys watching right now, stuck in silver. Because when you make an account...
Didn't he call out people for smurfing the other day? Rat.
You can smurf and make me feel a lot better about myself. No, not really. The idea is I use many accounts because I want to feel like when I'm playing on my main, the Bowser vs, because I have a very unique playstyle, it feels like if I play on my main account, people will like play differently accordingly. It just feels like I'm getting ganked more often when they see the Bowser vs enemy top laner. So
You are playing viewer games when you queue up on your main.
yeah, that's true as well.
Bro,
Switch.
EUS
Do I
Master
get
is
the
Bowser
panel?
FS
Alright.
viewer games.
Age. Ooh, skip.
Getting a little bit old.
So I am turning 29 this year. I guess for League I'm getting old.
29.
Kind of for League.
No,
But
don't
I think
so.
for life I am still in my youth, and I kind of realized this when I moved back to Sweden, because a lot of my friends and people around me have kids now and are married and live like a completely different lifestyle to me. So I still feel like I'm in my youth. I'm like traveling the world, doing whatever. I think I shouldn't feel stressed about anything. Just enjoy it while I can. And
Man, chat, I get the opposite. I swear, people get married and kids. I'm like, oh fuck, am I missing the boat? Like, am I? Look at me. Like, honestly, am I missing the boat? Like, this is what my latest fucking achievement was. It was a Reddit post.
Just trying to buy some
Like, illness.
once it's my turn to live the family life, I guess I will do my best to
Is
enjoy
that something
too.
you feel like you would want to do one day?
No, not
in the
really.
future?
No.
Ah.
The thing is, my sister has 2 kids,
Yeah.
and I don't really want kids myself. Like, her having kids is enough for me, because I get that feeling during Christmas and other family, what do you call it? Family högtider.
Chat,
You
do
know
you want to
what I
have
mean?
kids one day?
Holidays, yeah.
Yeah.
So like Easter and Christmas, when there's no kids in the picture, it's like a family dinner. You're hanging out with.
Because when I was
people
younger, I was like, hell
But now
no.
that there's kids,
And
all
now
of a
as I'm getting
sudden,
older, I'm
Santa
like,
Claus is exciting, and the Easter Bunny, and I think I should enjoy this time while I can. I shouldn't feel stressed to like enter that lifestyle. You know
Yeah,
what
you
I mean?
shouldn't.
I'm only 29. if you look at it that way,
I mean, you are 29. It's
Almost,
time's ticking, you know.
yeah, I guess it depends on how you look at it.
No, it's kidding.
For League, it is very much like that. I'm only 29,
Yeah,
or
yeah.
only 28, turning 29. Anyway,
Moving on.
moving on. OPGG. I realized when I swapped role to support that quantity is better than quality right now, because I'm learning a new role and new champs. I think just spamming the game as much as possible is more important than having high quality games.
Facts.
Like, let's say, like I've never played.
Was
Pipe,
same for me when role swap
But when I
happened.
played AD carry, there was no champion I haven't played. You know what I mean? No matter what, I would have 1,000 or 2,000 games on that champion, so it wouldn't be new. But now it's like, oh, I've never played that champ. I'm learning it for the first
We
time.
might be going off topic here, but do you feel like ADC champions is like when a new one got released? Do you feel like it was like similar and easier to learn because ADCs are more similar as champions than support? Because in
For
support,
sure,
you're like one is melee, one is range, one is skill shot, one is engage, whatever.
Yeah, for
Whereas
sure.
ADC is like auto attacks.
That's why I'm
Auto
impressed
attacks.
with solo laners, because you play the same role, but you play different classes. You know what I mean? You can play a tank or a booster or an assassin. It's completely different play style.
Damn, this
So
is
now
the Lost
I really
Tones. We have
understand
very
that
deep
it's not
questions
so
to each
easy
other.
to be like a solo laner or a jungler, because the champions can differentiate so much. And I think same for support, yeah. But AD carry, it's always like, I'm ranged, I'm squishy, I did a lot of damage, I need time. So it was
Fair enough.
easier to pick up champions as they came because it was almost always the same. Net worth. Oh, I have no idea.
Net worth.
What is that anyway? It's like how much I'm worth as a human being, or
he's
it's
priceless.
Like, how good of a human being are you?
How good of a human being are you?
Maybe you should answer that question.
No, I think it's like. I mean, I would never answer this, right? Because
but how do you even know?
In Sweden, we don't talk about this, right?
But how do you even know? Or is that how much money I have?
It's basically how much money you have in the bank account. If you own a house or a car or something, that gets added to it, pretty much. So in Sweden, we don't really talk about salaries even.
Yeah.
We're
it's
very
like taboo to ask that. Yeah.
Yeah, we're very private with this stuff. But I mean, go. You can.
In Sweden, in
I think as a
Sweden.
support, I am a little bit less net worth. In Korea, I was a little bit higher.
In
But
Sweden.
we're getting there. I would say my curve is going up. So hopefully one day I can be like same net worth as when I was 80.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's move on. Twitter. I don't really use it anymore. Since it turned to X, I lost interest. I don't know why. Do you use Twitter?
No.
Or well, I
Twitter
guess
is
it was X these
trash.
days, but back when it was Twitter, I found it like a little bit interesting. I was kind of staying away from it, or social media in general. I never really liked, but back when it was Twitter, I felt like it had some kind of interest to it. Like it was interesting to hear about the Twitter drama and whatever. But now when it's X, I feel like it's just ads. It's like what Facebook turned into. Did you use Facebook back in the day when it was new?
Way back, yeah.
And you'd actually go there and you'd check your newsfeed and you'd get information about what your friends were doing and your family were doing, and people would post stuff there. Now, if you go there, it's literally just ads,
or it's rage bait.
They don't call
it's
it
ads,
shorts, they
rage
call it,
bait,
like,
or it's like what's it called when everyone you try and make people
Do you use any social media?
scare people into thinking
Instagram,
World War
a
III
little
is happening
bit,
or
but it's
something.
just because I feel like my
Or bots.
For you page becomes like
I don't know.
what I'm
Sometimes
watching.
some of the posts are
And
like
I really enjoy watching CS. So my
Doom-
entire For
Doom
You
posting,
page is CS. It's football and a little bit of music. I enjoy watching like DJs or something that's playing at a cool event and it's like super hype. When I use like the actual part of Instagram where you follow your friends and stuff, no. It's just.
I feel like Twitter is a place where everyone just wants to argue about everything and anything. Smallest of things, they will just argue.
Like the For You page is cool.
It's
because you
just
can
a
get,
place
like,
where
the
you
same
want to
over and
go
over.
to
So I'm really
argue with
interested in following
anyone
football. I feel like it's an easy
or
way
everyone.
to keep up because the more I look at football,
It's
the more it gives
crazy.
me football.
Yeah.
And then I keep up with everything. Do you use
I
anything?
disagree.
I use like Twitter.
Twitter.
But it's what you said, like it used to be better, I think. Like I don't know what happened to Twitter. I saw like a person die the other day. Like I
don't
went
think
on
you do.
Twitter. Like I don't want to see that, right? I go on Twitter and like I see the most absurd stuff ever. I don't
It used to be like that, right?
No,
It's
of course
new,
not.
like
It's
that.
new.
Sure,
I mean,
whatever
I
else.
post maybe like a tweet once in a while, but it's not anything clever.
Switch
Oh,
again.
we're switching again.
Oh.
More questions.
More questions.
There are lots.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I thought that was it.
Does the boss
Okay, we speed it up.
have autism?
Wait,
Okay.
people actually search this?
Who's been searching this, huh? Are you serious?
It's from the Garen clip, I think.
I remember.
Yes, it is.
I do not have autism, what I know of. I haven't really tested myself for anything, right? But I haven't really shown any signs of autism.
How autistic do you consider yourself?
Justice! But I haven't really shown any signs from what I know. So, but if you guys think, maybe I should...
W editor.
Maybe I should look it up, you know? Does the boss of West Dad work at Riot? This is a little joke that started happening. I don't know if you even know this
No,
or...
I've never heard this.
So basically what happened is I die a lot, right?
Yeah.
And then people saw it. I started getting banned for feeding. How I saw it is that Riot changed the penalty system. So it was easier to get banned for feeding.
Yeah.
I started getting banned left and right, and then I sent like a message to a Riot employee and be like, hey, I got banned on my account, can you please look at the game and see if I really deserve to beat? And then they looked at the game and they saw, oh, okay, he's not actually griefing.
Yeah.
Right? So then I got unbanned, and then I got banned again, and then I did the same unbanned. So this became a joke that I have my dad working at Riot who keeps unbanning me every time I get banned, I guess.
But nowadays you don't get banned anymore, do you?
I do not. Maybe I've
Yeah, because he has Riot employees on
Does
speed
the
dial.
boss of us have Instagram? No, I do not. No Instagram here. I have X and Twitter, the X and Twitch and YouTube. That's the social medias I have. Where does the boss of us live? You want the exact address? I can show it. I live in Sweden, more specifically, I guess Stockholm, and that's all you're gonna get from me. What does the Bowser Vest mean? I came up with this name season 2 when I started playing League.
Did you have a name before, actually?
I played World of Warcraft, and I named myself like Giant Gnome or something. It was like a
Giant Gnome.
So that was the OG name.
Giant Gnome.
I guess so, yeah.
He could be called Giant Gnome.
And then
that is criminal.
I came to League, and I was like 12 years old or something. So I was like, when I'm in game, I want people to like respect me. I want it to be like, damn, this guy. And I want like the Bowser FFS.
And FFS means for fuck's sake?
Yeah. So I was like, this is cool. But to be fair, it was cool back then. Because I
Shut
don't
up.
remember.
Shut up.
Like, back in the days, Call of Duty,
Yeah.
people would have like their name and then like WTF or
Yep.
XX,
Yep.
cool guy, and then their name. Something like that, right?
Yeah.
So this was actually the meta back then. How does the Bowser FFS win? League of Legends games. I guess people see my KDA and they're like, okay, how did this guy win? He's 0-10. And how do I win? I mean, I usually just hit the Nexus, and that's usually how you win League of Legends games. Long story short, I make enemy tilted by chasing me around the map, and then my team wins the game for me, because everybody's chasing me. Moving on. These are your questions now.
Yeah, I think we're swapping. Why Reckless? Join T1.
Why Reckless join T1?
Well, I always wanted to play in Korea. That one was like on my bingo card, so to speak.
Yeah.
When I have been going through the years, I always thought playing in Korea would be like the coolest of the cool things to do. So when I got the chance, it was a no-brainer to say no to everything else and just go. Of course, I wish I could stay longer or that it happened earlier. I think those two are kind of connected. If this happened earlier in my life, like let's say I was in my early 20s, I think I'd just stay in Korea forever. Nothing to lose. But I went there when I was 27, so it felt a bit late to commit
Imagine
my
staying in
life
Korea
completely.
forever.
I was kind of burned out at this point, and I thought more so that I'll go for as long as I can, but I won't push it because I don't want to destroy myself for this.
Yeah.
And after a year's time, I had the Lost Rotones offer, and it just sort of like lined up with where I was in my life. Thought 1 year was cool, but saying no to Lost Rotones would be like a mistake, perhaps.
Then you would never meet me.
Exactly. Well,
Lost
before, but
Rotones.
Getting to play from home, Lost Rotones is gonna be like a really cool opportunity, which it has shown to be. I mean, we're living the good life, I would say. Why Reckless switch to support? So this one is a bit more complicated because even though I've always thought about playing support and had in my mind that I would be a good support, it was more so the fact that I didn't have successful years for 2021.
Oh, the coffee's kicking in.
I'm
powering up.
I will not get more chances in the LEC as an AD carry, especially because we had such a bad year in 2023. I was like,
what team were you on then?
I played in Fnatic for half that year before I got benched.
Oh.
And since I got benched in G2 as well, and the year before the Fnatic year, I played in K-Corp, which was our level, ERL level.
Right.
I feel like people had like counted me out as AD carry. They didn't believe that I had it anymore. And regardless if that's true or not, once you get like that stamp on you that you're not good enough, it's hard to remove that.
Yeah,
no matter how good I am, how much I grind the game, because people have this idea in their mind that I'm not good anymore, it will be like almost impossible for me to prove them wrong. So I thought, since I always wanted to swap to support, maybe now's the correct time. Instead of like battling against this narrative for forever and ever, I just say, fuck the narrative, I'm gonna go support and try it out.
Are you happy with this decision? Do you ever feel like, oh, I want to go back to playing ADC?
I have been thinking that maybe I want to end my career as AD carry for the good old days, so to speak.
That would be banger.
But I haven't thought twice about swapping, like if the decision was correct or not, because once I swapped, I got T1 offer, and then I got the Lost Rotones offer. So my resume as support is T1 in Korea and Lost Rotones, which is like two of the coolest opportunities I've had in my career.
07 crowny.
So I actually think the opposite nowadays. If I didn't swap, I would have missed out on this. Probably I wouldn't have been here today, and I would definitely not have been in Korea, right? So I think swapping was a really good choice. Now I have like the, how to say, the proof of it.
Reckless Severe.
So happy. Why Reckless has bodyguards? Oh, that was in Paris, yeah. Because the thing is, I'm a bit scared of people in general. Like if you're in a place with a lot of people, you start like panicking.
you feel like closed in.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's not really being claustrophobic, it's something else, but similar feeling, I would say. So when we were in Paris, there was a lot of people, and the French people are much more like close going than the Swedish people. If I met a bunch of Swedish people, no one would come in my vicinity, because that's how Swedish people work. If we're on a bus together, no one's gonna sit next to me unless they really, really have to. And maybe even in that case, they might just skip that seat and stand up instead. But French people are much more close going, and it's like a culture.
It's true. I learned this in like France and Spain and Italy. It's like a Mediterranean thing, I think, where people are like, hey! And you go like, hey! And you like sit next to each other, you're like, hey! Whereas in like Scandinavia and England, people are like, they walk in and then they just kind of don't look at each other unless they really have to interact, you know? Like, I feel like the Mediterranean countries have like this friendship, hominess, socializing thing.
They are used to things being they're used to things being this way, and as a Swedish person, I'm used to things being the other way. And with my diagnosis on top of that, I panic a little bit when I'm in a place like the Paris event was. So I just asked for people to help me give my circle of space. And yeah, after that was easy. So it was more about like getting my bubble of space. I like my bubble. I don't want people to come too close.
Yeah. I'll always be your bodyguard. Every time you want me, I got you. All right, moving on to the next question. Is the boss Vivez a pro player? well, I'm here, aren't I? Yeah, I became pro player earlier this year.
Damn.
This is my first ever split as an actual pro player. I've been part of teams back in days like the 2019 G2 run. I was technically a substitute for a team, but I didn't actually play any games, right? So this is, yes, I am a pro player, and this is my first ever year.
And he's a two-time EMEA Masters winner, MSI winner, two-time NLC winner, and
I think the idea that I have to
he's an NNO Cup winner and MVP finalist.
Because I play League of Legends for fun. I've always played League of Legends to have fun. For me, it's a game. It's not. A lot of pro players see it as a job and they see it as like competition. I've always played League of Legends to have fun, and you know, if I need to learn a certain champion and meta or whatever, and then I go on my free time, I have to play solo queue, and I'm forced into learning something that kind of takes away the fun of it.
Yep.
I think Laser Tones, Caedrel, how he's made everything happen, and all my teammates, they make up for it a million times, because I'm really having a good time being in the team and being a pro player right now. So
that's nice.
There are some negatives, but positives outweigh them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is the boss of best? Good. Yeah. I'm the best.
Yeah, he's
I'm the best. There's no one like me, okay?
There actually isn't.
There actually isn't.
You're one of a kind, and you started your first pro game with Solo Killing Faker and being T1. No one is ever gonna be able to say that.
Who has first ever professional game solo killed Faker?
True.
And 100% win rate so far, winning everything you touched.
Yeah.
Like actually, I don't know if there's anyone that has done this, or ever will be anyone that's done this. No matter how hard they try. I don't think it's possible. I think it's just you, yeah. GG.
Thanks to you as well. Thanks to my
Best
teammates.
pro played career debut
That's
ever.
German. I'm not German, I'm Swedish, like Reckless. At the start of my streaming career, there was a lot of, there was some Twitch streamers that were big. Special shout out to No Way For You. We're gonna be playing you hopefully in the finals. They saw me in solo queue and they were like, oh, this is the boss of SK, he's really good and stuff. So at the start of my streaming career, I think 90% of my viewer base were Germans, because in the German community I got a lot of love from a few special streamers. So shout out to the German community, but I'm Swedish. Final one.
Yeah. Us, Reckless, speak Korean. Chogum Hangul.
Is that a little bit?
Yeah, a little bit Korean. I practiced almost every day when I was living there, because I wasn't sure yet if I was gonna move back or if I was gonna stay forever. But either way, I thought it would be like the minimum for me if I moved to another part of the world to try to learn their culture and language. I did the same when I moved to France back with K Corp. I just feel like it's a responsibility as a foreigner to try to understand people, how they behave and how they're talking and everything. I think it's like a part of the job, so to speak. For me, it was a no-brainer when I went to Korea to actually learn the language.
His Korean's actually pretty crazy.
No, I don't. I don't think I would want one anyway, because it's weird for me to say that I won Worlds and have it like forever in a skin. I think I'd rather wait and maybe one day win Worlds myself and get a skin that way. That would feel more like, this is my skin, I deserve that. I don't know if I would feel, I think I'd feel a bit weird if I had a skin actually.
When you didn't play?
Yeah. But I'm getting a ring, and the ring is like only for me, right? Like
He's
no
getting
one's
a
ever gonna
ring?
see that. That's just for me, and that I'm happy for, because I did actually spend a whole year in Korea, and I was with them at Worlds and did whatever I could to help them, right? So getting some kind of token to show that I was there and won it with them is gonna be nice, but I wouldn't want it to be a skin. I think a ring is perfect.
If you got a skin, what champion?
Probably Senna, I think. Because Senna is AD carry and support, so it fits like where I'm at. Played AD carry, now I'm support. Senna plays both roles. I'm probably the best Senna in the world as well. So
True.
Yeah, hard, Does Reckless have kids? No, I don't, and I don't want either. But my sister has two, and that's nice. I'm godfather, so it's like kind of my. I mean, it's not my kids, right? But I'm a part of their life, and whenever they see me, they're happy. I think that for me is enough. When they see me, they know my name, and they're really happy to see me. And when I left, they always tell my sister like, "Oh, I look forward to next time I see Martin." Then I know I'm doing a good job as the godfather, because they look forward to see me and they enjoy their time with me.
But that's the best. You get to be there in like happy moments, but you don't have to change like
Skip
diaper.
everything else, skip everything else.
We're gonna play arena chat with Yamato.
Does Reckless get a ring? Well, I just answered that. I will get a ring, yes. Does Reckless have a wife? No, I don't. Well, unless... Or?
Oh! What?
I mean,
What?
I mean...
If you're asking.
Waifu?
Yeah, I can be your waifu.
Thank you for all the questions.
Thank you so much
Oh,
for
W content.
Googling about us.
Yeah, thank you for Googling about us. It was a pleasure to answer these. And
It was all fun.
we'll see you in the next video, yeah?
W content.
Let's see what me and the waifu can cook up in the next video.
Thank you so much, guys. That's all for us. Have a good rest of the night.
There's a video chat if you want to link it, like it, or subscribe to Lost Red Tones YouTube. Check it out. W content. I hope you guys enjoyed the Lost Tones content. I'm gonna try and get loads more out. I'm gonna do bootcamp stuff like that. It's very hard to do it when you're all remote.
Hello, beautiful.
Oh, Yamato.
You sound handsome today. What did you do?
Actually, my lips were swollen this morning. I looked like Kylie Jenner on steroids.
Damn.
So maybe that's just the difference maker. Maybe the fillers would work.
Maybe. So we get a Swoody.
Yeah, hit the Soraka. I'm literally ruler.
The Soraka then.
Oh, yeah, we cooked.
How the fuck do I E-flash on this champ? We are just cooking. Yeah, the goats.
They're doing damage. I'm not doing damage.
We are not doing damage.
I'm ruler from fucking Waitrose. Where's the damage?
We didn't use our vouchers, bro. Look at us.
I know, I'm briefing correctly. Yeah.
We didn't use vouchers. Cookie, please. I'm playing arena, please, Cookie.
Cookie, bro. Cookie, don't do that.
Cookie is blocking my screen.
Cookie.
Okay.
Would you surprise prismatic anvils?
We do reforge.
Sacrifice health, finish. Yeah, reforge.
Reforge. How the fuck do I E-flash? Oh, I do there. I flash early. Okay, okay.
Wait, what did we get? Oh.
I think we are so weak. I'm gonna go for gold, bro. Our champs are so useless. I'm going gold. Or are we going for broke?
I went for broke, bro.
Alright. I will carry the early game. I max W on my champ.
Ooh, what should I get? 25% crit, 17% armor pen, or 22% move speed? Maybe the crit is best.
Cookie, please. I can't play the game.
Oh wait, it's crit damage. It's not crit. Oh my god. Cookie, bro, you're really gonna make us lose this.
Alright. I got him out.
Okay. He's AFK, kill him.
Right. Stack your
I
sword.
got his IP, I got his IP. Why do you flash? Big damage. Yeah.
That's so good, that's so good. That's I'm practicing.
Yeah. He's rezzing the Hui, by the way.
I know. Intentional. It's Xerxes. Slice.
Boom, boom, boom. That's you and me, baby.
That's you and me, bro. That's me and you.
That's you and me. Me and you.
It is more polite to put yourself last, right? When you speak British.
Oh, you would say you and I.
You and I. In it.
In it, bruv. Oh.
What you got, bro? But why didn't I get high noon Urgot? Match with you, man.
Wait, I got a max win, I think.
Anita?
Yeah,
Ooh,
I got
that's
Anita
OP,
max
bro.
win.
Nice.
Yeah, chat saying it's broken.
It's really OP, bro. That's what I had on Olaf yesterday. When I did way more damage than you.
Yeah.
On Olaf.
Oh yeah, when I carried you through the early game.
Oh, yes. Sure, man. Actually, my Urgot is so good on the best map, no? How do you like me now? Alright, do we let them res? Boop. Buffoon. I'm in KDA.
No, we kill his ass. Does it actually give you more stuff if you let them res?
Not really. I think they nerfed it. Maybe. But we exert dominance.
Domination. Holy fuck, we're gonna win this, by the way.
For sure. We are win streaking, by the way. Rest of MSI, we are win streaking. Promise.
You might not win MSI, but we will win every arena game.
Yes, yes. To be fair, we will always win MSI. Because we are going to be there at the finals. Till the end.
Till the end. Till death do us part. What's a good
legendary
item on
fighter
Ash?
item? I don't know what the Reaper stole. You probably just want to stack attack speed.
Maybe
It's
like
like
Terminus?
Ginzo.
Yeah,
So you get way more attack speed from sources. Custodian.
Maybe I'll get Yuntal, yeah. What are we against? Jinx, Tryndamere? Maybe I'll go Terminus.
Is Hydra OP on this champ? I think it is, right? I think so.
What's that?
And stop using me as a vehicle to ask Caedrel questions. Oh shit, bro. I'm getting cooked. Right movement. Like a one-shot, bro.
But Jinx outranges me with scope on or what? Fucking bullshit.
That was very rude from them. But you want Terminus over Ginzu's?
Yeah, I'm dumb as fuck.
It's okay, it's okay.
I should
You probably have an
I don't
idea.
know why the fuck I bought Terminus?
You probably have an idea, bro. It's okay.
Should I just do one?
My chat is spamming me about a MSI ticket giveaway, bro.
What? MSI thing you away?
Are you giving away MSI tickets?
Yeah. To the grand finale.
Ooh.
I think I have enough attack speed now.
Okay, let's cook him.
Oh my god.
Ooh, the Typhoon is OP, bro.
I'm out of here.
Nice. Alright. The turret. I have to target the plant with my champ, bro.
Oh, flip him.
How do I target the plant? I do not target the plant with Aragon, bro. Ah.
Fucking hell, man.
Bro, I don't know how to target the plant. How do I target the plant?
My chat is telling me that I should have auto-spaced Kane there. Yes. He's on top of me and I should have just auto-spaced him when he has no spells. Like, what are you doing about that? Am I the dumb one? How the fuck am I gonna space that there?
Ooh, bro, should I go Callisto ult? Or... Actually, I'm going this, bro. This is good shit. I got Hourglass for the both of us.
Man, I feel like I need some kind of... What the fuck do I build? I feel like Echo's gonna E, Q, auto attack me and I'm dead.
E.
Is there like an OP prismatic item that can carry me?
It's like, there is the crit item, what's it called? The Sword of Divine. Oh shit.
Oh my god. I'm getting fucking clapped.
Plants.
I think this plant is up here. He's gonna res.
Check this out.
Oh!
No
close,
way!
so
I
close.
can't Hourglass during my ult!
So close, man. So close. W try.
Warm up. Warm up. Warm up. I couldn't use my static during the ult when I'm like, you know? The vacuum.
Yeah. Static. Well. We win this and we're chilling.
100%.
I'm gonna scale a bit here.
How are you, baby mama Juju? Nice.
Big.
Humongous. Beautiful. Fantastic.
If I arrow here, does it go on their map?
Looking?
No.
Ooh. Did you poof now?
Poof?
Are you poofing?
Poofing. Oh my god, the LeBlanc one would be insane for me. Or what do you
Let's
think?
take it. Yeah, let's take it. For you, bro.
What about...
X gives
Actually,
us
maybe
night.
Wild Rush is good. If you just insta-ult them. We go
Yeah,
Wild
that is
Rush.
true.
I think LeBlanc against Echo maybe is gonna be fucking hot. Like Tryndamere invisible.
You know, with Wild Rush, if we take it, right?
Yeah.
Look at you, bro.
Chose me.
Lucky
I'm the
man.
chosen one. I'm the chosen one.
if we buy elixirs, I think they are refunded if it happens. So I don't want to risk it.
Ooh, I could sell and buy an item here.
I don't know what I'm rerolling for, but I am rerolling. Alright, it's killing time.
Why can't I buy... Oh, yeah.
Alright. You gotta land it, okay?
Oh, wait, I don't even need to sell.
Aim it
oh
on
my
his
god,
fingers.
I'm completely trolling. We need to
Land
like,
it.
wait a bit for the...
They hit me, bro. I'm going on Ash. I mean the little insect. What's her name? Okay.
I'm trolling.
Did we die?
Yeah,
We have life, right?
Yeah, they have infinite healing, man.
It's a healing reduction time beat. Do we skip? We skip, bro. Look at us. Who would have thought? Can you check? Can't open it yet. I don't want to eat now. Prismatic.
Hamstring, is that a good item?
The what? Repeat, bro.
No, sorry, I'm just talking to myself. Fuck, I need gold. I need to sell Terminus, actually. Is it worth it to sell Terminus and get something better? Yeah, I think I should. Let me see.
Bro, just full attack speed with your build, please. Full. Like, you're so broken. You need Ginzu, man.
Why?
You are like beast. You are legit beast.
Beast? Beast?
Beast. Best in slot, bro. Beast.
And beast.
You
Yeah, but what
beast.
item is beasting me up? What, you want me to buy green cell?
You need Ginzu, bro. Look, total attack speed is calculated as a multiplier of your bonus attack speed. At 5 attacks per second, you can break the sound barrier, son.
But yeah, how am I supposed to ramp up, bro?
You just need attack speed. You know how fast you ramp up, bro.
So you want me to go
It's-
green cell right now? Are you sure?
Yeah. Just full attack speed. You know how OP you are, bro. Hit the damn dummy.
Yeah, but
You're gonna give it.
am I not going too crazy on attack speed? I should just go crit.
No, bro. You can legit right-click them to death. I swear.
Okay.
You don't need to be fancy. Look, hit the dummy. Look, hit the damn dummy. You're gonna go sicko mode.
Let's see it. I mean, I don't know how to space with this much attack speed, but I'll just click them.
This IE is an eyesore, my man. But it's okay. Is that normally? You look at you.
Yeah, I guess attack speed is kind of OP or what? What
Sell
the
IE,
heck?
bro. Get more attack speed. Get more attack speed, bro. Give him some pepper, man.
I can't afford.
You can also... Dude, can you afford Kappa Juice?
Okay, we need to like
Because-
one-shot Varus.
Okay. We got you.
Okay, I missed. I can get it again.
Okay, get it again. Oh, I'm going for the bottom plant. Alright. Maybe Soraka kill?
I mean, I clicked him, but he clicked me, you know?
Bro. Hit the damn Soraki, bro.
Yeah, well, I'm not really locked in yet. I'm not really that locked in, okay?
Come on now.
Well, I'm not really locked in. I'm not really
now.
that locked in. I'm not really locked in.
We lost, bro. You were so...
Yeah, but if he hit you instead of me, you were dead as well, and then I was dead too. The Soraka is so broken.
Soraka would leave to you, man.
Soraka is even tankier than the Varus, and I was hitting the Varus in the face.
What do you mean tank here, bro? Look! She's healing him.
Hey, you're making me tilt! You're making me tilt! Queue up next game now.
Okay.
Okay, next time we queue up and you get an AD carry that has to fucking auto space, every click is gonna be judged.
Bro.
Lowest
I
damage
swear.
can't talk. You lowest damage. You're muted for 5 minutes. Lowest damage is muted for 5 minutes after the arena round ends. Join the lobby and queue up. Now, the gurus can speak. That was a bad draft. That was a bad draft. Urgot and Ashe don't have much synergies. Now we'll get a good draft. And I'll tell us what to do. And we just follow.
Bro, you had IE, bro.
Well,
you had Bork, Rageblade, and then you just hit Soraka. You walked past the Soraka. Because in your mind, she is tankier than Varus. That's crazy.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to.
Crazy.
I'm following your target. I'm following your target.
What? I was hitting Soraka.
And that's
You were not
Capachungus
following.
Deluxe. That's Capachungus Deluxe. That is Capachungus Deluxe.
Yeah, you're just a gooner. You're just
Did you
banging
miss your
Infinity
E?
Edge. Yeah,
Now
my
I'm
E
getting
flew, bro. My
I'm
E
getting
flew.
smack
It's,
talked by Windu now.
Thank you, Wonder. Get him. Look, you want to say something about my Urgot? That's fine. That's okay.
Okay,
I don't
be
mind
a
that,
game one
bro.
Andy. Don't be. You're like when G2 won against GNG. Calm down. Let's see next game who carries. Then we can talk the talk, walk the walk, and chalk the chalk.
Well, that's my favorite account, bro. That's the favorite. That's the best Twitch account on earth.
Which one?
He visits you too. Have you noticed him?
Who?
This person. His name is Game One Andy.
Bro, he sounds like I
He
let
says
you know
after game one, he says, "I've seen enough. I'm leaving," and he does it every time. And then he just leaves the chat. That's my goat right there. Okay, that was the warm-up. So our win streak still lives.
Yeah. Now lock in. I need you to really play better than last game.
I will.
Can you look how many Malzahars there are and tell me we're not getting sniped?
I actually played Malphite in competitive in Season 3 against Soaz Jace. Played Flash TP.
Did you clap his ass?
I won lane, but I lost the game.
Average top lane experience. Win lane, lose game.
Yeah, so. You never forget those games.
Ooh.
Ain't no way.
Ooh. My Lee Sin, bruh. My Lee Sin,
You got
bruh.
your main and I'm a dog.
My Lee Sin, bruh. I'm not gonna dub you back to retirement. Shut up. Yeah, I think I'm kind of countered by their champs, but I'll make it work.
Nice, you're like wearing the humble brag.
Yeah.
Your champ is insane in this game, bro. Look at you.
Capachungus Deluxe.
Bro, you can Q Malzahar and then proc his shield and then go again.
What do you think, G2 FlyQuest?
Oof.
Oof.
I'm leaning fly, man.
Yeah, fly high.
The cope though, bro, FlyQuest, they don't have the magic, man. When I see Ziggs Shen on the team, they had a draft straight out of Season 3, bro. That's the copium. Dashing or blinking applies a burn nearby enemy that deals damage infinitely. Where's the slime time? Caedrel, is it slime time?
Slime time? What do you mean slime time?
It's slime time.
What is slime? Every 7
It's
seconds.
like I'm,
Oh my god.
Pretty good, no? Pretty good.
Alright, we have no CC apart from a kick. And we're just full damage. I mean, just go fight.
Yes, sir. Look at me poofing. Actually, we have good poke, no?
Yep.
Holy man, I feel it's kind of clean, bro. Look at me, I'm Tarzan, man. Look
You're
at me,
Tarzan.
I'm Tarzan.
Tarzan!
Ooh, Tarzan!
Wait, there's no cooldown on this. Damn, I'm kind of quick.
If Flag was
in
lose
arena?
on 4th of July.
Oh yeah, it's 4th of July.
Yeah, bro.
Oh
But they're in
my
Canada.
god, it's Freedom Day, yeah. They should make it so Lee Sin in Arena, his Arcane Sweeper, this thing is replaced with a ward. Facts. Facts or what?
Facts. Just buy Rigger's Lantern, bro.
A Wrigley Lantern.
What's the name of that pro player? Squiggly? What was his name? He was in CLG, I think.
Squiggly?
Remember? Like, Wiggly?
You mean
Mowgli?
Jigglypuff?
Jigglypuff, maybe.
Wiggly?
Wait. Oh, why did we go here?
I don't know.
We ain't got no shoes.
I don't know what the fuck I just did. Ooh, 2000 Goldilocks. What the fuck are good items on Lee Sin in this game mode? I'll just go Shojin first, I guess.
Do we just double Eclipse it?
Ooh.
Wait, bro, let's go double Hubris.
Double Hubris. I think I'm gonna go...
Let's go double Hubris, come on now. Or no? It's okay, I'm going Spear
I
Soldier.
think I have to go Shojin. I'm looking at their champs. I think if I get CC'd once, I'm insta-dead. I don't know. Ornn,
I'm going Shojin.
Darius, Malzahar.
What
Yeah.
do people do on 4th of July? They like eat hot dogs, fireworks,
They drink
drink a
beer.
Bud Light.
A Bud Light.
Kiting. Holy,
I'm
what
gonna
the dog
drink a Bud
doing?
Light. Kill his ass. They have pool parties.
Pool parties. With Aris and Samiras or what?
Yeah. In-game. In-game pool parties. They go in VR chat and they gather around the pool.
Nice. There used to be pool parties at LEC as well. At the end of the season in summer.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. But I never went because I was always at home sad because I lost finals.
Ah, okay, so the winning team just celebrated at the pool and everyone else was just playing solo queue.
Yeah.
And they probably just got bored, went home and played solo queue anyway.
Yep. Precisely. Ooh, mama! I'm brawling.
Ooh.
Is it good? Must be good.
Ooh.
No way, ain't good. Has to be good.
Duskblade or Hemonancer's helmet? I think it's a Duskblade.
Duskblade is crazy, you know, on your temp.
Yeah.
Just increases ability damage by like...
Gamba.
Alright, we need to insta-go on this Ezreal. He's got this diamond tip spear. He's basically Elton John after the gift that Eminem gave him.
What did Eminem give him?
You really want to know?
Oh my god, I got cancelled by the fucking... I'm getting... Bro, what the fuck just happened?
It's okay.
He got him a cock ring?
Yeah.
Can you res me?
Trying, bro.
Oh shit, you're
Jesus. I lost my face. Oh.
Use the bushes. Use the bushes. You get the
Brushy,
plan?
brushy.
Maybe ease over.
Okay, I vote. We can actually game.
One
We
here.
can actually game.
Bro, I'm just dying to fucking air. I'm
died
just
to air
dying
too.
to fucking air. Like, what is this shit?
It's a cool gift, no?
A cock ring?
Yeah, like diamond encrusted.
Oh, it's got diamonds on it. What, like a fucking 14-karat cock
Yeah.
ring?
Yeah. He gave it to... So basically, Elton John married a man, so he gave him 2. Celebrate them. With base.
Wait, so they could like wear cock rings together?
Yeah. Just aura farming in the sauna.
Okay. So like when would you typically use a cock ring? For, you know?
I think it's... for pleasure.
Oh. Oh, diamond encrusted pleasure.
And not to get you.
And what the? Wait, we can one-shot Darius.
I'm poofing back, bro. I'm poofing back. Oh, it didn't work. What the?
Oh. Wait, I
Honestly,
can cue the
I'm the
pillars.
goat of
What the
this champ.
fuck?
I'm the god of this champ.
You're the Nafiri goat.
Bah.
Bah.
Ooh, what do you got? What do you got? Talk to me.
Oof. Oof. I'm gonna have to rage bait my chat here a bit, I think.
I got clown college. Woo! I'm going to the Caedrel school.
Clown college? I did
Yes,
well
sir.
in school. I did really well in school.
Really?
Yeah.
Nerd. Actually, I
Popped
did
off.
great in school too.
I popped off. I just fucking left. Oh my god,
What do you
please
got?
don't flash
Ooh,
on cancel
Earthquake.
it. Don't be weird.
Okay, I'm moving back. I'm baiting. Moving back, don't worry. Look at that, I broke it. Wait, here's another one? Alright. Yeah! Come on now! Come on! Yeah!
Whoa! Whoa, whoa, whoa! My legion!
That's him. That's him. We're actually so OP,
Earthquake.
no?
Yeah, we are. Kinda OP. Until we meet Malphite and then we're gapped, buddy.
What do you mean? Do you have 5 dashes in your kit? I have W. How can he hit? Nope.
True.
We just need...
Just dodge his ult or what?
yes, some Black Cleaver action. And then, bro, we get double dipping the value.
Double dip.
The double dip, bro. Do you double dip your chips?
Yeah. You have to. You gotta get
Really?
that flavor.
No way you double dip your chips.
You gotta get that flavor, bruh.
That's fucked up, bro. You double dip chips.
Yep. Wait, what are we against? Malzahar Kylie.
So, like, you dip a chip, bite it, and then you dip it in again.
Yeah. What do? You dip it in one pop? Just single dip?
Yeah, of course, because, like, your that chip is encrusted with your saliva, bro. And you're dipping it
Bro,
in
I'm not
the
sucking
communal
the chip.
dip.
What the fuck are you on about there?
You're biting it, like...
I'm not
well, you're,
sucking the chip.
yeah, but you're biting the chip. And
Yeah,
then you
but my
dip, going
teeth
in for
don't have
another
that
dip.
much saliva. I'm not a fucking greyhound dog.
Yeah, but still. You don't think if you bite a chip that I couldn't, like, get the DNA out of that one?
The only thing that happens is it gets a little bit like
Nine.
ooey. It gets like a little bit limp, you know? Like when you bite it, the
Limp?
structure fades when you bite it. So it like falls.
You mean
a little
like
bit.
you break it off?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
See, Mythbusters, aren't they British? They did a
Right.
test on that, and there's a lot more bacteria in a bowl of dip than what you add by double dipping. Oh shit, that disproves my point.
Oh, I see.
Why
what
did I
you
read that?
mean. But it's my bacteria, isn't it?
Yeah.
So if I'm just double dipping by myself, it's fine, right?
Oh
But
yeah, yeah. Then
if
go,
I'm double
bro. Then
dipping
go
in-
crazy. Yeah, of course. Bro.
Okay, so publicly double dipping is bad for the people around you.
Yeah.
I
Like
see.
if there's a communal dip, like at a buffet or something, you ain't double dipping, you know?
Yeah, that's kind of fucked. Then actually, I see it.
Okay, now on the same page. All right, all right. I'm popping back. Don't worry about me. I'm popping back. Beanie, baby. Holy damage!
Oh my god.
Holy. I like how we go in two ways.
You go
I like
in.
that, man.
We're double dipping. Low key.
Yeah, yeah. It's like I just use my vanish.
taking turns.
I get the paint and suppression out, and then you just fucking snap him. We're playing Rogue Rogue, baby.
Oh baby, double sub rogue. I go in, do my dance, I pop prep, I vanish pop prep, you go in, do your dance, vanish pop prep, and we go in again.
Woo!
We get bubble, we get shield wall, then we re-engage.
No, like Malphite is the warrior. Don't worry, bro. Just don't use evasion.
Don't use evasion. Wait, hold up. Revives no longer occur, 4 additional hex gates. Bro, hex gates are great.
Honestly, hex gates will cuck us, no? We gotta go low to death.
No
Alright,
rules
God
change.
bless. Bro, the portals will destroy us.
No, we
We
can
play
escape.
fast, bro. Ooh. Ooh. I got crazy one, bro. I'm high rolling. Honestly, G2 has chances today. I believe in Dylan Falcone. But this tournament's going so fast. I'm so sad. I'm gonna miss everything, Mark.
Yeah, it's going quick, isn't it?
Imagine going back to regular split.
Regular split. Welcome back, guys. We're gonna be watching... No, I can't do it. Never mind. Never mind. I'm excited for...
Which team are you flaming?
Exactly.
Which team are you flaming, man?
Whoa. What the hell? Wait. Oh, they're tied together.
Yep. We got that Yubi business going on.
Oh my god. Nah, this is fucked up, by the way. I'm getting sucked dry by this hole.
What's
I'm
happening
fucking
to
dead.
us? Hey, yo. Nah. What the hell? We got boiled. Bro, we need Black Cleaver. We got Susan boiled.
What is that item he has? Black Hole Gauntlet.
Yeah, so it's a little Relion Soli.
Okay. Well, I guess we need Black Cleaver, yeah?
Yeah. Okay, we're playing against the warrior.
Brr. Oh my god.
Are you going Black Cleaver?
I'm going Gore Drinker, bro.
Really? Okay.
Wait, hold up. Flesh Eater looks kind of fire. Dealing damage shreds armor is on champion on towards enemy.
Flesh Eats is good.
Bro, I'm going Flesh Eater. Fuck Gore Drinker.
I'm going Black Cleaver for
How
you,
much
bro.
do I shred? Dealing damage shreds 3 armor, magic 5 seconds, and 10 times. Okay, yeah, bro. Wait, does this stack with Black Cleaver? Wait, we're kind of cooking.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Look
Okay,
at that, bro.
perfect.
We're solving problems.
Oh my god, we shred that.
One at a
fucking armor.
time. All right, let me just all in, and then.
I need to fuck the Katarina up.
Okay, look at this. Deceive, ult.
Where's her in-out tech?
I didn't press it because I used my vanish first.
Wait. Bro. My champ went berserk. Like, what does that even mean? I'm going
Oh, she
berserk.
has, it's her item. It's on hit. She like what's it called? Ults you with the thing. Alright, nice, nice, nice. Oh, plant.
Like, can you just look at the screen and just tell me what the fuck that is? At 11k HP, just one-shotting my ass, and the other one is the Ornn. He died.
That's a warrior right there.
How do we win this? Like,
Can
what
we
is the
stack
counter?
Caedrel then? Ooh, I get armor penetration in Shard.
He has 900 armor, that guy. Is that a joke or what?
It's okay. We're skating. Cup.
Kappa Chungus Deluxe, 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 Deluxe.
Okay, let's murder them.
What item can I actually buy to win?
Look at this combination, right?
Combination.
He's one. Get him my ult back. Ult back.
He's fucking fast, man.
Have another combination
Bro,
here.
I can't do... I'm polymorphed.
You're
Can I
getting
just kill
rubbish
his
mode.
wife?
You're getting polymorph when his ult hits you, bro. That is so broken. Oh, they are just rude.
I'm done. I'm quitting Arena forever. This is pathetic. Bro, like what even is the counterplay? Ezreal has 700 move speed and Yorick's in stealth.
Hey, Caedrel. Hey. I exploded. Lay it on my box, bro. Okay.
This game is fucking dog shit. Or at least it's just trash.
Yeah,
I
this is
can't
kind of rough.
move. I can't move.
Your spin abilities gain 30 abilities and deal 30 more damage. Is E a spin?
E a spin?
It's okay, I went dive bomber. I pressed the wrong thing. Alright, I'm pushing it up. We gotta win, bro. I will bait
Yeah,
out
run death
Kayle
point.
ult.
I'm gonna buy some MR for this.
I'm getting this Malzahar. I'm getting the Kayle, alright? Trust me. I'm moving back. This is a tragic affair.
A fucking horror. Maybe you can get the rest on me. Oh, okay, never mind. She has 4,000 move speed.
Oosh. Nah, we got killed by RNG. This is also one more.
Bro, Lee Sin is fucking. It's fucking.
It's rigged. It's rigged.
Bro, Lee Sin it's like playing. It's like shit. It's bad. It's bad. What can I even buy? Okay, last game. Last game. Lock in. Last game, lock in. Before MSI. If we win this arena, it means that G2 will
And G2 wins.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Amen. Amen.
Yeah. Yeah.
4th of July, baby.
4th of July, baby. For E2. If I had a war jump,
Holy.
it would be playable. What's Oli?
Maybe. Oh, I'm just imagining the G2 win. Labrov just has the best series of his life.
Bro, Labrov James
doesn't matter at all that his elimination point. He just starts to smurf it.
Dunks on their ass.
Capsimus. Skimond plays more trees.
We activate our EU sleeper agents. Bwippo inspired Activate.
That's what's up.
Activation.
Whipple gets like flashbacks from losing BO5s against G2. Actually, the last one he played against G2, he won. So maybe it doesn't help.
Oh, brother. Oh, brother. Oh, brother. Oh, brother. I'm a little bit sick right now. I hope I'm going to get better in the next hour. I'm like... My head is completely cooked. I feel like I've been booted in the head, bruv.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel so dehydrated from sleeping these goofy ass hours.
And it's so fucking hot. Because when
we
have to sleep, it's already daytime.
Or when the sun comes up, when the series finishes, that's a tough one, man.
Yeah.
And then all the Amazon delivery starts ringing on my door as well.
The world wakes up when we go to sleep.
Yes, sir.
Bro, I swear to God, if I get fucking some horseshit ass champ, I'm gonna riot. The thing on my head, chat, is an ice patch. I feel like my whole body is really hot, so I put an ice patch on my head. Hopefully it cools my body down a bit.
Right. This is the one.
Oh my God, this is perfect. This is exactly what I want.
Oh, look at us, bro.
We're gonna cook everyone in this game. Oh my God. Good luck and enjoy. I just need size and then
girth.
health and yeah. Width. Width, height, and girth. Is that the three Ds?
So the 3Ds. Okay, I just want the Divine Sounder for the culture. Or you just need that black hole. The item the other guy had.
I do need black hole. 60% attack speed.
What are you talking about, attack speed?
Well, I've got a fucking bomb on me.
Alright, taking a heavy hitter.
After 15 seconds, it explodes for 20% max health. What the fuck? What the helly?
Oh, they were playing against Mao Zedong. There's a Guardian Horn, Zoe. We just go on this...
Oh my God. Bomba! 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 Bomba!
Woo! Combination!
Come here.
I gotta focus plan, bro.
Oh,
ain't no way, bro. We got fucking combinations.
Oh, fuck. Oh.
I just gave her a flash. I'm in trouble.
Yeah. Play the bush, play the bush. Now run to the plants, run to the plants.
Run to the center.
I'm going other plant.
Okay. You're winning, son.
Now we go on the vein. I got her. Can I go for a double knock here?
She has flash?
I need to pick up my piss. I got my piss.
Yo!
Alright, Wendy's. Sir! This is a Wendy's!
Sir, this is a Wendy's! Plant. You got
my passive! Oh, hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah, brother.
I need shoes, bro. Get away from Casio. I need my boots.
What about
I need boots.
unbreakable? Unbreakable.
How about Blood Frenzy? We're gonna be scaling, no? We're gonna win.
Bro, you're gonna lose your shoes. You're gonna lose your shoes. You're gonna lose your shoes. You're gonna lose your shoes.
Okay,
I'll win it for you. I'll win it for you. Watch this.
Casio lost the game yesterday.
Chungus. Bard fart. What the fuck?
Is that what Bard does all the time when he makes these noises?
Bard. Bard. What should I buy first item on fucking Zac? I have no idea. Should I just buy Spirit?
Just go Heartsteel, bro. Heartsteel and pray that you get the augment.
Oh yeah, of course.
go for it. Okay, do I just go Speed of
What
Soldier?
about Leandry's? What about Leandry's full tank?
You can go like Heartsteel into Sunfire and then Spirit Visage. Then you get a Parade that, well, you need to reroll and get the tank augments, okay? You really need to get the Black Hole.
I'll get the Black
So
Hole.
OP. Your Hecarim is so much better than those.
Bro.
Holy. You know both our champs are bugged?
Why?
So basically, Zac, if you spam press W, it activates faster. And same for Hecarim Q.
Riot Games is a indie company.
Yes, sir.
Do you ever play WoW and people used keyloggers? What the fuck it's called? What is it? Keylog? No.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Where it's like your GCD, instead of having to press the button, you just hold it.
Yeah.
And it like...
Didn't people get banned for this?
Auto hotkey, that's it, HK, yeah. Yeah. But people would use it. Okay, so I have to reroll
Right.
for my tank item, yeah?
Yes, sir. You really, really need to get... What's it called? Yeah. Get the Black Hole, man. Ooh, I got Black Hole.
I didn't get it. I didn't get it.
Okay, I got it. Where are you? I can't see you.
I'll have to go cruelty. Yeah, my chat's saying cruel. Why the fuck am I over here? What the fuck? Cruelty.
I see it.
Ooh, cruelty is actually kind of busted.
Oh, Cruelty is good, man. That's nice. It's a good one. You got some nice stuff. Where are they? Just stacking a shield here. I need to hit things. Sorry.
Okay, well.
I need to hit things to stack my Black Hole.
Yeah, stack your black hole.
Right.
We cook.
We are getting cooked, man. But you can get the resin. I died in a good spot. Go in there, bro. Does that
Oh,
count?
my little blob.
Doesn't
Oh,
count.
my little fucking blob.
Your blob is not resin me, man. Can't believe you've done this.
It's okay, I just need some tank items. Ooh.
Get Moonstone, bro.
Moonstone. How much money do you think I have?
Oh, look at you.
Yeah, I'm thinking of Spirit Visage, maybe. Everyone's saying Sunfire in chat. Okay.
Sunfire is OP because you just do so much damage with it. Look, read that shit, bro.
Yeah, I mean. What the fuck?
Hey, what? He booped me into the thing. I'm taking a thing, bro.
I just got hit in the fucking head. By a pillar. I'm dead. They're completely owning me. I die so quick. Wait, Alistar did 2k true... What? They just did 3k true damage to me. How?
Yeah, I don't know. He W'd me into a pillar and it got one shot, bro. He knows the tech, man.
Oh,
yeah, the pillar just tapped me, man.
Wait, is Alistar
He's
OP
the
for
GOAT.
the pillars?
I don't know. Now I know.
I just got fucking rolled by pillars.
We can't be lossless. Fuck.
I hate these fucking pillars, bruh.
Like, you can get through life being as handsome as you are, but I need my arena wins.
Bro, we will get our arena wins. We'll get our arena wins.
Okay, okay. Every round is mutates into one of your allies' augments.
Ooh,
Nice.
Shrink ray is
That's
kinda
useful.
crazy, isn't it? Maybe I should just do shrink ray.
It's phase rush. Electrocute. Alright, this is winnable, no? We can kill.
Chat,
kill
I'm
Zash.
saving energy for when the series starts. I'm just kind of chilling
But
right
also
now. People are
case.
coming in here being like, what's
careful
going
about
on?
the
I'm
bleed,
kind
though.
of just chilling. Wait, what? Look, she's playing Ashe in Arena.
Wow, she's actually moving while attacking? That's fucking innovation.
That is kind of innovation, yeah. Low key. Oh, Ashe is broken. I mean, my passive. Bro. My Q's just
Oh
don't
my
hit.
days. Please die on my corpse. Yes, 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 yes. Wait, you don't have passive?
No.
There's a cooldown on that shit?
No, I lost it already in the fight, bro.
Ooh, okay.
I lost it already in the fight, bro. Are we fucking useless? I don't get it.
We? We?
I feel like I need more resistances.
Maybe.
Do we need more resistances or more damage? Maybe I go Jack Show.
Honestly, I honestly don't know, Kevin.
Let me see your items. Let me do a quick inspection. You have Black Hole Gauntlet. Why the fuck can I not have that item? Why do you have it then? Riot.
It is what it is, man.
We need to fuck Ambessa.
Okay.
I'll be over to Wally. Watch this. Right here, baby. Watch this. Right there.
Shit.
Is that your black hole or is that...
Yes, mine.
Well, more useful. Yeah, good job, Red!
Sorry. I need to get it out.
Wait, are we out? Are we dead?
Are we? No, we got life. We got life.
We're dead, by the way.
We got 10 life. We got 10 life.
We're
No,
dead.
we got
We're
30.
dead.
We lost 20.
On my screen, we're dead. Oh, never
No,
mind.
no,
I had to
no,
move the
no,
thing.
no.
Yeah, we're alive. We're alive. Big pace.
Yes.
Wait, we said if we win this, G2's gonna beat Fly.
Oh, shit.
That's why we're losing. Because G2 can't beat FlyQuest.
It's 4th of July, baby. Oh, look at Badfat.
Today is the day of freedom.
So we elixiring up. Actually, we don't die next. We don't die next, bro. We're healthy. Look at us. Who'd have thought?
We're healthy. Oh, hell yeah.
We gotta kill Jinx. It's ruler though, like he's got Gale Force.
That Jinx is gonna absolutely tear my asshole.
It's all good.
How does she have 6 items? How does she have 6 items? How is that fair?
She bought the little ones. The random ones. For 2K, you know?
Yeah, NBA 2K.
NBA 2K.
Alright, fuck the Jinx. She has no flash, that Jinx. No flash. Who comes?
Comes. I'm ghosting. I'm sending it.
What? I got cancelled. Big ult. Oh, Yamato! Ow! What? That hit me?
Are you dead?
Yeah, I'm in my fucking passive.
Okay. All good. I'm happy with that. It's a good effort. Hey! Can't believe you've done this. You eat into the traps.
Yeah,
We're still alive. We got 10 HP. So this is your final chance to redeem yourself. Yeah, no wonder this guy got banned.
I mean, bro, look at his name.
Yeah, I know.
He's like, haha, revenge for banning me. Bro, you're fucking... Are you okay? Don't write LO.
Hey, yo, don't associate with me, yo. Hey. Yeah. Shout out Yamato.
Maybe we get the Elise one. Because I can't res you.
No, we need to go contract completed, bro.
Okay.
We gotta win or lose.
True.
If this guy's on a 5, the system is rigged, bro. I'm alright. Quantum computing, summoner roulette. I'm going summoner roulette. No way. I thought it was something else.
Why is it when I play tanks, I'm 6k health, and when I'm against tanks, they're 12k health? Like, am I just half as good? What have you done? Summoner's roulette. Replace summon styles with random ones. You have feel the burn and barrier.
Wait, is it OP or not?
That might be busted.
Maybe. But what if we play against Zoe?
No, we're not fighting.
Oh, Zoe's out. Nice.
Let's think about this. Let's think. What's in Singed Ambessa, Alistar Shaco, Poppy Hecarim, Rivendilion? Bro, I'm not gonna lie.
Leandri.
We're gonna win this.
We need Leandri, no?
Me?
Leandri, Riftmaker.
Brother, I can buy Leandri. Am I gonna get am I gonna get 2 damage? Maybe I'm a bit late on the Leandri purchase.
I don't know, you got just Goliath right now, no? And then, like, enemies are so much HP.
Bro, this Shaco looks like the most toxic motherfucker I've ever seen in my life. That actually looks disgusting.
He's on a 5, bro. He's a good citizen. He volunteers at the League of Legends Soup Kitchen.
Oh,
He's appeared in numerous Mr. Beast videos.
I hope he did no damage.
This Papushka does not look normal, bro. Look at that.
Does Poppy die? Is she just gonna
He's a
outlive
legend.
both of them or what? Like, how is he
Legends
healing
don't die. Why is she healing so much? Like, oh, it's Ocean Soul! She got Ocean Soul.
Alright, Yamato, lock
That's
the
fine.
fuck in now. Ooh, I could buy Leandri or I could buy a Prismatic. I can't buy a Prismatic, I'll buy Leandri.
Let's go Starak. I think I go Starak.
Who are we against? We're against Poppy Hecarim.
Those two, yeah.
What's your thoughts?
I think
Hecarim
Leandri's
has a-
clutch, bro.
Hecarim
Nice.
has a black hole gauntlet.
Yeah. I do more damage than them, I think. I do more damage than him, I believe.
Okay, well, Heckram's 1 and 12 and Poppy 7-5. I don't think Heckram's a carry.
Oh. Yeah, but
Poppy's just
I'm
gonna
better than
outlive us.
enemy Hecarim, so you need to be better than the other guy.
Okay, I will do. I'm gonna land a big knock.
He has 4,000 Heartsteel stacks. Alright, we need to like just boop them into the pillar, you know? Do your Q on the pillar and then drag him into the pillar, you know?
Oh, we're kind of fucking them.
Yeah. Let's go, bro. Who'd have thought?
Not me. Wait, that's not your black hole. Bro, I'm getting fucking...
Motherfuckers!
I'm happy that we're like kind of winning. What the fuck is this Kindred?
Mine.
I have my passive.
Black holing him.
Is this your black hole or is this my black hole?
It's mine.
We're dead.
Wait.
Can you just explain to me what the Poppy champ is doing and how it's like winnable?
He's ocean souling our forehead,
Ocean
bro,
Soul,
and he has 4,000 Heartsteel stacks.
Well,
you got the Heartsteel quest.
G2's gonna lose Yamato. We let them down.
This is like this is worse than lose. They're gonna get 3-0 over this shit,
They are
bro.
gonna get 3-0'd. They are gonna get 3-0'd.
We just got blasted, bro.
Fucking bullshit.
We got blasted by the Poppy bidet. Just up there, man. It is what it is. This is how we end. This is how we stop.
Yeah.
How we stop.
That's it.
Alright. That's it. That's it.
I'm sorry,
That's it.
Yamato.
Okay. Alright.
Okay, one more.
Ah. Let's do it, bro.
How long's an arena game last?
We can just FF, bro, when if the endless death starts. Oh, good, bro. Bro, it's we have a lot of time. It's 2015. What do you got going on?
It's 2025. Okay, I'm logging in. Hold up. I'll invite you.
All right. Switching accounts. I think that Caedrel account is cursed, bro.
It is.
Sovereign. Do Sovereign, bro.
No, I already logged in. I queued up by accident.
You see, Wunder offered to win one with me, and I'm gonna say, no, I'm with my boy here.
That's fucking right. Wundo, don't try and break us up, idiot.
Till the end of time, bro.
Back off. Back up. Back off and back up. Wait, I'm actually getting energy now. Holy fuck, I'm reviving from the dead. I'm kind of feeling it. I'm also feeling it.
Are we still doing bravery? We are doing bravery, right?
Yeah, we're gonna get good champs this time. It's just the champs. It's just, don't read into it. It's just the champs.
True. You know what I'm feeling? I'm gonna get Cho'Gath. I'm gonna get Cho'Gath, bro.
Oh, I think I'm gonna get...
Cho'Gathus Maximus Primus.
I'm gonna get Jace.
What's your favorite movie, Caedrel?
Mr. Nobody.
Ain't no way.
I like
Be
that movie a
serious.
lot. Yeah.
Be serious?
Or I like what's a great movie? What's that movie with fucking what's his name? Where I see
that
people.
movie. That's Sixth Sense. Bruce Willis.
Yeah, that one's good.
That was good, yeah. By M. Night Shyamalan.
And I also like there's a film that's called The Game. I thought that was pretty fun.
The Game?
It's from like 19 something.
Oh, you have the craziest
1997.
taste.
1997,
Movies, bro.
The Game.
Respect.
With Michael Douglas.
I need to see how Michael Douglas looked like. His forgotten face for me.
And then I don't know.
Oh, that guy's good. Yeah, that guy is good.
I kind of liked.
Did you see the Kominsky method?
Ooh, I liked Law Abiding Citizen. You know Law Abiding Citizen?
Ooh, Law Abiding Citizen is cool, bro. I like what's his name? Butler.
Yeah, Gerard Butler.
Gerard Butler. Law Abiding Citizen it goes hard. That movie always makes me hungry.
Oh, yeah.
The last meal he gets is crazy, you know?
I don't remember. Was he get a steak or some shit?
Yeah, steak.
Bada bada bum bada bum bum bum.
Did you watch Kominsky Method?
No.
With Michael Douglas? It was good, man. Good.
No. Haven't seen that. I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of good films. Like there's a lot of good franchises, classics.
All the movies were better,
Gladiator.
man. All the movies were better, man.
Bro, the movies got so dog shit the last 5 years, 10 years.
Yeah, it's because, bro, you know why? Because nobody buys DVDs anymore, man. Like, movies could recover themselves budget-wise in the aftermath of having a bad run in the cinema, you know? But nobody buys DVDs anymore. Look at us, bro.
So they just make standalones, and if it does well, they just keep going, and if it's mid, they don't even do a second. They just throw it away.
And then they milk the marketing that is already in place by rebooting franchises that have already been made, you know?
What do you build on Shyvana?
I think just burn items, bro. You pray for Pyromancer's Cloak. I love going to the cinema, bro. Cinema is so nice.
Cinema.
I'm looking forward to see the Brad Pitt movie.
The Brad Pitt movie? Which one? The one with the
Formula
F1?
1. Yeah.
That's crazy. Everyone told me it's fucking shit.
That's the thing. You shouldn't listen to people.
True. I feel like everyone nowadays says everything's shit. We're all just fucking like haters. We're all hate watchers. I forgot to buy an item.
True. Oh man.
It's okay, we'll win. I just need you to lock in, and I need to. Let me pin to the plant. I want that bit. Focus Aatrox. He split. Focus Aatrox.
Viego was also split.
There's no Viego in this game. Lock in. Yeah, backflip. Portal.
Is you ult?
Yep. Flashing here. Blast coning. I'm gonna heal up the full here. Try and get as much healing as you can. Nice finish. I'm gonna kite. Woo! I'm gonna kite.
Kiting. Whoosh. Honestly, good effort.
If I had an item, we would win that.
If you had an item,
but I don't have
it was GG. Honestly, this one is really good on your champ. Good job, man.
Ready?
Is it? No, I think.
Did I cook or not?
Actually, I think you cooked.
Did I cook?
That's more AD scaling than AP. That's more AD scaling than AP. Read it.
There's more AP scaling than AD. Oh, Shebal!
It's okay. Bro, just buy the Shojin, Leandri, Sunfire, and pray for Pyromancer's Cloak. Just slam all your rerolls. Go Kled.
Slam.
Kled.
Slam.
Shit.
Slam it. Wait, what do you max E? Oops. Oppa. Gangnam Style. Bum.
Bro, my man is telling me to lock in and he drops a Gangnam Style into Harry Potter theme song. I need to do another marathon, man.
I have no idea what to buy. Like, I'm so fucking dizzy. My brain is overheated.
Did you listen to that Harry Potter freestyle? The guy who's got black magic.
What?
Oh, it's a crazy Harry Potter freestyle. I'll link it to you someday.
Harry Potter? Hey, Harry!
Yeah.
We fucked up.
I'm moving.
Belveth, stand no chance versus my dragon. He's gonna take the portal.
Yo, my movement is kind of clean, bro. I dodged everything, man.
He's flashing. Look Belvet, look Belvet, look Belvet, look Belvet, look Belvet, look Belvet, look Belvet. She's Eing.
E.
Kiting here, kiting, kiting.
Her ninja's hobby is kind of smurfing. Cue that plant. Come on now.
Ate it, ate it, ate it, ate it, ate it. Attacking.
Eat your veggies, son. Eat your veggies,
There it
son.
is. There, good comms, Yamato. Good comms.
Holy, we're getting so much money, man.
Money, money. Good job, Pookie.
Well, that was a good note, bro.
Yeah, I hit those.
Holy.
I hit those.
What you got? Tell me. Pyromancer's Cloak, Moonflare Spellblade.
Wait, hang on a second.
Moonflare
If I'm
Spellblade.
converting AP into AD and I deal, an enemy champion deals additional magic damage. I'm so fucking cooked.
Please tell me, brother. Brother, do you have Pyromancer's Cloak or do you have Moonflare Spellblade?
Night Harvester.
Ugh. No Pyromancer. No Moonflare.
I'm cooking. Okay, just let me cook. I've just cooked something.
Okay, you got that Klav Kalash. I see it.
Look my item now.
Oh, I start as a bird. I'm like a bird, I wanna fly away.
No Briar ult, no Briar ult. I'm gonna go in here. I'm thinking of engaging. I see Aurora.
What the hell? I got pushed to a different continent, bruv.
I'm gonna lose my dragon form.
I don't want that, see. Appreciate that though, bird.
Ear.
Later. Minorina, love.
Wait, I'm actually kind of busted. I love dragons. They're my favorite.
I love dragons.
Look at the rats. I spawned all of them. You see them?
Look,
I can spawn rats on cooldown.
Cool.
Holy fuck, it's G2 versus FlyQuest. That's crazy.
This is the G2 FlyQuest match determiner, by the way. This is the one. Before was just a bait. Ooh, honestly, that extra cash we're getting from Contract Killer is kind of nice, no? Look at us go, bro.
We're popping off. Do I buy Liandry's or not? Or do I buy Gunblade? Did I cook?
Oh. It's okay. Do what you want, it's okay. Follow your heart. Follow your heart.
Look at all the rats I spam. Look at the rats. Look at the rats. Boom,
Very
boom,
cute,
boom,
very
boom,
cute.
boom,
Name them. There's 8 of them.
boom.
You have to name all 8. Name them.
Poby 1, Poby 2, Poby 3, Poby 5, 6, 7, 8.
There was no Poby 4? Poby 4 just... There's no Poby 4?
Poby 4 is on vacation.
He's joining Fnatic. He's not going on a vacation.
Exactly. I'm dead.
Woo!
I'm a dragon.
Annie.
I'm a dragon. I'm a dragon.
Annie, are you okay? Are you okay?
I'm a dragon.
Okay,
I'm a
Annie?
dragon.
You're a lizard, Harry.
You're a wizard, Barry.
Bro, how OP would it be to have that watch that Hermione had? That would be like my
Goes
dream.
back in time.
Yeah.
Spoiler. I was gonna watch those films, by the way.
Really?
Yeah,
But you knew what I was referencing instantly.
No, you spoiled it for me now. I watched the TikToks.
Okay.
Yeah, going back in time is balanced. I think we're
Read
gonna win
books.
this one.
At least 2, bro. Did you read the books?
No, I read the last patch though.
Let me help you.
Executioner. Bro, I do so much damage. You're gonna check the damage dealt after this game and say, oh my god, I got carried.
I'll believe it when I see it, boy.
Boy. Yeah, boy.
Right. We have to do yeah, boy, the entire next round, okay?
Okay.
Alright.
From the when the game starts, not from the countdown,
yes.
by the way.
You see the countdown at the top?
Yeah, ready? Yeah, boy.
I'm running to breathe. Like, why did you kill him, bro? No way.
Oh my god, my eyes are watering. I can't focus. I can't focus doing that. I can't focus. It's impossible.
This item just completely counters us, bro. Shield of Molten Stone.
Oh. What's the world record for longest yeah boy? Probably like a day, no?
Such longest yeah boy of all time. Search it. 1 minute and 43 seconds.
Bro, I think I could beat that. I could break that.
I could beat that too.
I could beat that easy. Oh my god, my prismatic item is so bad.
What happened with all the pobies? You don't like them anymore?
The pobies, bro. The pobies are the homies. They're the homies.
Wait, bro. Alright, this is a big game, guys. We gotta win, bro. We gotta win for the G2s.
And we will. Here we go. I'm gonna go on Lilia for no reason.
Okay. I got Naughty ulted.
Nice.
I am frying, by the way. I'm
nice.
Frying.
In the pan, baby, in the pan.
That nice sizzle, bro. Stainless steel. No Teflon in this house.
No microplastics. No microplastics.
That's what's up.
No microplastics.
Too, no Teflon. You in the loop?
Yeah, no Teflon. Stainless steel, baby. Stainless steel only. Stainless steel only.
Come
yep.
on now,
Use it once a month. Once a month, baby.
Once a month, baby. Eggs.
Bacon.
Eggs and bacon.
Eggs and bacon.
Straight off the pig. Bro, I got hunted by wild boars once, bro.
You got hunted by a wild boar?
Yeah, bro. My first gaming house experience was in Mitchell Makers. We were in the middle of nowhere in Berlin. We were hungry, 2 a.m. Walked to Macca's, was closed, Google Light. Then, pack of wild pigs, man. Other side of the street.
Hold up. I'm locked in.
I'm flying, flying. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. You got it? Nice.
Bro, have I got it? Have I got it? Bro, I never lost it.
But then it dawned on me, bro. I realized why all the buildings have such high fences all over the place, bro.
Keep the rats out.
To keep the boars out, bro.
The boars.
And then, bro, you know that same night, that as we're walking home, I hear a scream. Ah! Ah!
What is it? What was
and
it?
then it comes closer. I don't know what's happening. I'm like, should I call the police? What's happening?
Yeah.
It's a fox.
They
have the most human.
It sounds like a crying baby, right?
Yeah. Ooh, I got feel the burn.
When I first came to England, I stayed with my parents' friends, and they said, there's foxes everywhere outside. If you hear a baby crying outside, it's a fox. Bro, I woke up in the middle of the night, I heard like a wah, wah. I'm not kidding. So I think I heard a baby die.
What? What if they told you that lie because it's like in Game of Thrones? You know that guy who lived in the north?
What? The lie of what? Oh yes, I saw the angle too. Wait, what the fuck? There's 14 characters on my screen.
That was me, bro. It's my clone, my mirror
Yeah,
image.
so the foxes sound exactly like crying babies. It's crazy.
There's a guy, Craster's Keep, I think it was called Craster.
Craster?
He just sacked babies.
Who? Oh, in Game of
Craster.
Thrones?
Yeah.
I don't remember.
That's
that
what he
series
told.
at all.
He said, those are not crying babies out there. Those are foxes.
Is that what he said?
No.
Hey, bro, what the fuck?
He did not.
Oh my god, it's actually FlyQuest first G2 elimination series. Mama. Alright, let's wrap this up. Let's wrap this up.
Yes, sir. Didn't mean to make you cry. Carry on, carry on. Nothing really matters.
Do you have twin mask?
I don't have twin mask.
I do. If you ever want to twin.
Alright.
If you ever want to be twinning with me.
Get my evil twin.
Oh my god, they have the connection.
Yeah.
Think about it. Think about it.
There's so many portals.
Let's
Under
go
the
over here.
portals.
Let's go over here. Holy fuck, I am a dragon, and I'm dragging it on the floor. Boom! You will fear my true form.
Ooh, Caedrel, voice actable.
You will fear my true form. Yeah, I could be a voice actor.
The magic, it calls to me.
Thoughts?
It's good. Really good. Uncanny.
Yep.
Caedrel Dog VA.
Caedrel Dog VA. Voice actor. Yeah, chat. MSI starts in 10 minutes. We're just gonna finish this arena and then we're gonna start the MSI. And my head's starting to feel a lot better, which is good. Open your mind. Oh, fucking.
Oh, he played like a fiddle, bro. Played
I'm a
like a
dragon.
fiddle. I swear I'm smurfing my face off, man.
You're smurfing your face off.
My face off, bro.
Ooh, I got runes, I got runes, I got runes for days, I got runes, I got runes.
What you got?
Wait, where everyone's elimination point, but we're actually just frying, or what?
Yeah, look at that, bro. It's actually G2 is winning this fucking competition, bro.
What is doing so much damage from my thing? I don't really understand what the fuck's coming. My damage is coming from. Ah, it's Executioner.
Okay, Maokai is tanky. Can you hug my nutsack, bro, so I don't get executed?
Yeah, we can hug each other's balls.
Alright, let's go south. Sooth. Sooth.
That Maokai
He's
is fucking...
humongous, bro.
He's humongous what?
Did you just harass me?
Yeah, I can eat the Maokai. Are you dead?
I am dead. Oh. 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 Oh.
No, it's all you, Yamato! Okay, so how the fuck do we get to the Maokai?
At least. Oh, something like
Who are
that.
we against next? We're against any Teemo. Okay, we can win this.
Can win, can win. It's okay. Like, we are getting Anvils because it's Zinzao map, so it's actually good that we lost. Cup.
Wait, I think I have solved the day for us. I have saved the day.
I'm actually so strong. If I can hit.
I have saved the day.
What you got?
I have saved the day.
But they do magic damage, son.
Yeah, we need to win this one first.
Okay.
He has bailout.
You're legally blind.
I'm legally blind.
Legally blind. You're legally blind.
Oh, the dragon. The dragon. Now, I think...
Got him. Alright, I'm gonna go more armor penetration. You need to deal with the Kazakhs.
I think... I sell this, buy... Oh no, maybe I should buy Blade. Should I get
What did I just
Blade
do?
or should I... Oh my god, I'm gonna carry. I will eat Maokai, okay? I'll eat it.
Eat it. Okay, okay. What you got? I see you. I see you. I'm outie. You winning, son?
Yeah, I'm clapping his ass.
Coming back in. My kill.
Nice. Good job, bro. Good job.
The champ.
Now we get to watch G2 win. Now we get to watch G2 win. Big W's.
Agreed. Thank you for the games, Mark Lemon.
Thank you for the games.
Have a good one. Have a good one. See you.
Big arena games. Big arena games. Now I need to buffer all the ads because I forgot to do that because I'm playing arena. This. Enable Do Not Disturb. Listen to a shit song. Remove this. Remove the window capture. And now I need to run the ads. Ads now and then after draft deal. I need to pee real quick and then we're in, chat. We're in. BRB 1 sec. Here we go. Here we go. EU versus NA. EU versus NA. EU versus NA. Surely the NA first seed will beat the EU second seed. White. White. Yeah, they should. That's what I'm saying. They should do it. I want to wear a G2 jersey, but I have a sponsor on it, so I need to get rid of that sponsor. Hold up. What if I get a green marker and draw over it? Does it work? No, it doesn't work. I don't have tape. I don't have tape. I don't have tape. Oh, I could put tape over it and then draw over the tape. Wait. Because the tape I have is see-through. Wait. Oh my god, I'm getting 10 all over this jersey.
Is coming. It's building, rising from within. It fuels the determination to battle against impossible odds.
Okay, Chad, I fixed it. We can wear the jersey.
The fire within.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around. I'ma look at
Who the fuck did that?
It's not gonna happen, but it's huge! He's just too strong!
It awakens here.
It awakens now.
It awakens now.
Now.
Welcome to MSI.
Nice, I can change t-shirts. Hold up.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to beautiful Vancouver. The Pacific Coliseum is ready for EU versus NA for the absolute ages. I think this is one of the most storied rivalries in League of Legends, EU versus NA, and this is probably one of the best matches we're ever gonna get because it's a best of 5 and the loser goes home on the 4th of July. Really?
Yes, sir!
Welcome to the desk. This is the EU versus NA extravaganza bonanza. Even though some
There it
people
is.
worked 14 hours yesterday, we've got a
Sponsor
full set
covered.
on the desk and a full set on the cast. This is like Christmas.
I'm surprised you're dressed like this and not in all black. There's a funeral about to happen today. You're not dressed properly.
Bro, this is like Easter for us. You know, it's gonna be so effortless. It's a good time. It's casual.
Listen,
Ooh, 4th of July.
How did we get here?
If
Does anyone want to
FlyQuest loses
summarize
the series,
how G2
that's
and Fly ended up
embarrassing.
in this position?
It's
We both
embarrassing.
intentionally lost for content to set up this NA versus EU match.
I agree.
Yes,
I agree. We could have won, but we opted instead to
embarrassing.
face each other as it's an honorable duel.
Yes.
Yes.
And seriously.
Oh, seriously? You want a serious fight? We were worse than the LPL and LCK teams. I don't care about seriously.
Fair enough, fair enough. So, we're going to spice things up a little, right, because of this matchup. Basically, there has been a PowerPoint presentation prepared from the EU representatives for the NA people and the other way around. We're going to start with the ones we have cooked up for you guys. Raz, go ahead. Why
Let's
won't
take a
you
look at some of the lies
please
and
explain to
slander.
us.
Rad's gonna have to present some garbage here.
Yeah, it doesn't even look good already. But
Yeah.
why
Look at that
G2 will
logo.
beat Fly?
Ugly.
I just don't believe it at all. By the way, so Canadian coach equals Canadian win max impact. Already, you guys are trying to make your case that the Canadians will win.
I'm kind of with you on the first slide.
Assessment higher than Chovy. I mean, this is already looking good. Proof that Canada is better. I like this already. I'm a Canadian. We're both Canadians.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
You
but
need to
this,
get
so
me with
this
the
is good
first
for
slide.
G2 actually. Okay, here we
Okay.
go.
Pulsa?
Yeah.
What does that even mean?
It's just a hot dog without a bun.
Yeah.
Who wants that?
An inferior hot dog, but you guys are trying to say your hot dogs are better than our hot dogs. I'm sorry. We're calling them hot dogs, so that's already an American point. Caps is greater than Busio. It's not even the right lane, buddy. And then let's go on to the next one. 5 Europeans, but oh, I see what's happening here. 2 Europeans, 2 NA, 1 South Korean. I want to make a very clear point. They left Europe for a reason, for a more competitive region.
Yeah.
So, making that
For a
point, they got an
reason.
MVP, they got a European championship,
Yes,
they decided to
sir.
come to a more competitive region. Thanks for listening. Thanks to my TED Talk. Yeah, there we go. Appreciate it. I appreciate it.
I don't know if you did the assignment at all, but I appreciated that you refused completely to make an argument for why G2 would win. Thank you, Raz.
Though I was with you on the Canadians being good.
I'm just saying, Canadian, the coaching staff affects the entire team. It's not just one lane.
All right. And, yeah, they've also prepared one for us.
Now
of
it's
course.
your job.
All right.
Let's see what you
What'd
have.
you call it?
cooking for
Garbage?
us.
What is your genius? Why FlyQuest will fly higher? What are you, 8? We have your best.
I see you on
I would love to argue against this, but it's my greatest fear.
I'm just saying, Caps, weather in LA, great.
It's beautiful. Beautiful.
Guys, no,
Also,
we're not doing this.
goes
This
to
is my
LCS.
it's my time to talk. You
I'm
can't
sorry.
just steal
My
our
bad.
players. All right, so your
Go on.
strategy is
I'm
if you
sad.
can't
That would
beat
be
them,
so cool.
Yeah.
buy them. Which hasn't worked for you so far. Let's
It's
be
true.
very clear. We've won up until
Yeah.
now, so
How many
don't
MSI
think
titles?
you're
Zero.
getting. That's
Okay.
all I'm saying.
We're
Who did we get
Koi.
that MSI total over? All right.
We're Crim Koi.
We stole 2 Canadians. We'll steal more Canadians. We like them. It's the people from the U.S. we're not as convinced about in terms of player quality. Power of the 4th of July and Canada Day.
Okay. Yeah. That's good. It's good power.
I think the script writers have put this together so this is double embarrassing. They didn't want to hit just Canada. They didn't want to hit just the U.S. They wanted to hit all of NA with this embarrassing loss. So we had to put this perfectly here. So close to Canada Day on the 4th of July. Look. That's why FlyQuest will win. That's what I was supposed to say. That's why they'll lose in the stakes. You just don't chance it. Whoa!
Okay, sorry. Oops.
Production did warn us
Sorry,
there'd be a pop
production.
quiz.
We moved on, but there's a pop quiz, I think.
No,
Shall
this
we do
is
it now?
Oh, that
wait.
was my pop quiz for you
Not
guys.
yet,
No,
not
that was
yet.
my pop quiz for you. I'm going to ask you this question then.
No.
Oh, I made that. That's in mine.
You did this for later.
No, that's okay. All right.
Anyways, let's talk about EU versus NA history. There is so much history in this rivalry. So let's pull up the numbers, shall we? In best of 5 series, it's 3-2 in favor of EU. But
In best of 5s, and best of
dates
5s
there-
all that matters.
It's been a while.
It's been
a while. You can say it. We're all
Has
thinking
EU and NA played
EU's
5
living
best
their
of
past
5s in
glories.
7 years?
Absolutely.
You would live there too if
Is
you
that a
had
fucking
any. Okay?
joke?
Hey. G2 versus Energy.
What kind of sick fucking dog shit is that?
Okay, was there a,
5
was there a trophy
What?
for that one? No.
Yeah,
Thank you.
It was called the better of the worst regions. And we have that trophy. It's in our studio.
And our hearts.
That's actually,
Guys, you can't just call the LTA trophy the better of the worst regions trophy.
there's some graphics I think, Azale, maybe you have some of these.
Sorry,
I
I'm
actually
muting 'cause
requested
I'm
like
coughing. I'm
when the
slowly
seeds,
dying,
the
but EU
for
will
the
win,
one
so-
seeds played against each other because that's like pretty
This is the
important.
last time that EU beat the #1 seed from NA. Back in 2019. Oof.
That is the last time I was happy.
Oh, that just
We're not
got
supposed to
dark.
say that. We have to pretend like
okay.
we're like there's no doubt in our minds.
Okay, yeah. And then I
2019
see
mentioned.
that there's a secret exam. Okay, there's time for a secret exam. Let's
Okay.
go.
Okay, I'm ready for this one.
All right.
I'm prepared.
Where is this going to take us?
I always
Chat,
win
I'm
these, by the
crazy
way,
at
so
exams.
you're
Just
doomed.
take my answers if you want.
This is wacky. Okay. Can you name the 4 times EU and NA's first seeds have faced off against each other in series play at international level?
Okay, we'll start
Okay.
G2 versus TL.
G2 versus
That's
TL.
the freebie.
G2 versus NRG.
TL,
EG versus
G2 versus
G2.
Energy, TL versus
NRG versus
KC
G2.
at first stand. And
TL,
then
KC.
EG versus G2 at MSI?
they didn't play series.
Fnatic
you're
TSM.
It wasn't a CL.
The last one is probably forever ago.
Fnatic
And
versus...
Fnatic Team Liquid.
Wait,
Oh,
is
and
it
best
is
of
it
five, it's only
is it is it is it the
And
G2
C9 versus
CLG MSI one?
And
I
Golden
don't
Guardians
remember.
versus
It was like
BDS?
it was the G2
I don't think
vacation
they
era.
count that because we don't
And,
And
count.
it's first seeds, first
It says
seeds.
international event.
I know.
I
but
mean,
4
that's
times?
qualifier.
MSI is the
I've got no
freebie because
idea.
if they played in a best 5 at all, it would have been first seeds. We didn't send
Yeah.
anyone else.
Oh, here we go.
I got it
Okay.
right.
Energy.
Fnatic C9, I got it
Oh,
right.
Okay, Worlds
We're
2000.
only counting best of 5. So
What
it's
is
been a
that?
long time, yeah. Okay.
2013.
I don't even
Who
what
would
logo
guess
is
that?
that?
Is that
That's
against
them
all
playing
authority?
Is this Alliance?
That's
Yeah.
is that against all authority?
That's what I was wondering against all
my
authority.
god.
It's the
Against
tribe.
Oh
Last
my
time he was
God.
That's
good. Wow.
fucking Zelda.
Crazy.
I
guys
can't,
have
I
Link on your
can't
team?
believe Nintendo let them
No.
get away with that.
I also cooked up a little graphic
Okay.
to accurately portray how I usually feel. This is
Oh
it,
my
actually.
God!
She's on our side. Welcome.
Wait, what?
Let's go!
Wait, Shox is on NA
So
side.
Dracos is American and Shox is on our side. So I think we just have 4 NA reps on the desk now.
No.
Listen, they need to earn my love back, okay? Let's see. Lord.
I feel
Yeah.
betrayed today.
Earn it today?
Vedius
I
is
won't leave you
predicting
hanging,
Gen
buddy.
G to beat
Lord did
G2.
have a chance to check
Shox
in
is
with
saying
Whippo
that
in
NA
our
is going to win.
Horizon game day interview.
Dracos was born there.
Whippo, thank you so much for joining me ahead of today's series. It is the 4th of July. It is EU versus NA. How do you feel ahead of the matchup? It feels like this one is going in your favor for now. At least that's what the fans think.
But Dracos came
obviously
to our
had some
side.
shaky showings
He
against,
could be a double
in the
Asian, but if he's a double Asian, he's fucking...
obviously, I think that made their stocks go way down.
Uh-huh.
But I still think they're a respectable, like, an opponent to be respected.
Right.
Performance can always change from week 1 to week 2.
Mm-hmm.
You know, in my whole career, I don't remember a single week 1 I won an international event. Like, even last Worlds, we lost to HLE, lost to, to Damwon.
Yeah.
Before that, you know, when I was playing in Fnatic, you know, we had our week 2 Fnatic memes. That meant that there was week 1s that
Yeah.
were not so great. So for me, it goes both ways.
All
I
right.
didn't have a great week 1. They didn't have a great week 1. Just means I have to focus up and make sure I play well this week.
Absolutely. You were mentioning Fnatic, obviously. Well, you're going to play against Caps. I know that Inspired was talking about the fact that when you play against Caps, you cannot let him do what he wants to do. You have to pressure him all the time. What do you think of Caps' level right now, especially going into a matchup like this, loser bracket?
Right.
We expect him to play at his max, of course.
Yeah, I mean, he's obviously one of the best players, if not the best player in Europe. I mean, even in the West.
Mhm.
So you have to respect Caps. Make sure that you make him uncomfortable in the game at least. I do think that if you let him play his game, he has a lot of influence in the game. He's got a great eye for influencing the map. So making sure you make a target out of him and make him uncomfortable is going to be really important for us to have an easy way to win. G2 is not looking
Now,
too
do I
hot.
support
I'm not gonna
G2
say that
or
we're
do I
looking
support my
absolutely crazy
pick'ems?
either,
Hmm.
but from my perspective at least, like, it used to be if he got his way, then you wouldn't win. I feel like even if he gets his way, it does seem winnable, and I think that's a very good place
I'm
to be.
kidding.
If you're
Fuck
trying
the
to beat
pick'ems.
G2.
G2 win,
I
baby.
see. Any take on the top lane matchup, you versus Broken Blade? You like to take risks in lane. Let's call it that way. And Vivi hasn't doing so hot lately. How do you think this one's gonna go?
I'm not sure. Like I said, I'm just going to focus on my own game and play my own style. I think that historically, whenever I get in my own head and start worrying about what the other guy's doing, I play worse. So I'm just going to
I'm more
make
than
sure I
eating,
play
chat.
my own
I'm
game
more than
well.
eating.
I play characters that I know I'm good at.
It's going to be a long series, I
And
think, so I want to make sure I'm eating up
The rest
now.
will be history.
All right, let's see how it goes.
I'm pretty confident that I'm going to do well. I just I don't think I'm going to be like killing him or anything like that. We'll see.
All right,
I think I'll just farm my creeps. I'll show up in team fights.
We
and good things will happen.
Thank you so much. Best of luck on
Thank you very
this
much.
FlyQuest G2 matchup. Shox, over
Thank you.
to you.
Thank you for your work, Lore, because he doesn't like to think about it, but you just reminded him. Great. Our secret agent is active. And
Whose
she's
side
on.
are you on?
What? No, she made Whippo uncomfortable.
I know,
It's
but
not
just a
fair.
second ago, you're like, it's not a rivalry. They
Don't
always
worry.
beat her.
I mean, they do, okay, until they don't. Let's see how the fans have voted.
I
at
thought Raz was the flip-flopper.
Is Dracos the only one I have left on my side?
At
On the side of Europe?
MasterCard.gg on X. They are calling the vote for G2.
Get rolled.
You can see the
EU's gonna win
rate
4
has been
times today
plummeting,
now.
though.
Common sense prevails.
Because of things like this.
Actually, they also predicted them quite to win, so
Yeah,
they're
that's
not.
why it went down.
Their track record is 67% correct. You can vote every day at MasterCard.gg on X to lock your predictions in 2. So without further ado, let's get to our predictions here on the
Where's
desk.
Faker?
I'll start because yes, I'm
Right here.
very self-deprecating, but I still think they're gonna make it 3-1 G2.
Oh my god, you and the
W.
fans are all delusional. I have it as
Isaiah
3-1 for
3-0
FlyQuest.
Bro's trying to
You
cancel her.
make a case
He's
right
trying
now.
to- he's
Why
trying
do
to
you think
curse them.
that G2 is going to win?
Is your prediction my prediction? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, I'm
Because I'll
saying
take the
3-1.
time. I'm gonna need this camera. Let's keep it simple.
Okay.
This is Rasmus Winther. He's the best player to ever do it in the West. And so far, you haven't seen the real demon. Because now, He's angry.
He's angry.
That
He's
is
here
the
to mess you up.
worst eyebrow.
Those are terrible eyebrows. But or is he quizzical? Is he asking the question, are you really ready for this? It's not clear, but what matters is he's ready to go, and he's about to tear this.
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
no, I completely
I know
agree.
what's coming.
I mean, G2 is one of the best teams in the world. You know, they're world finalists. They won MSI. They've taken down the likes of, sorry, 1 second. I'm being told that it's no longer 2019, that Masu is the GOAT, that EU has never made it out of the Swiss stage at Worlds, and that NA runs EU. Of course, it's going to be a 3-0 for FlyQuest, baby. Let's go!
Preach!
Let's go!
He can't keep doing this
Testify!
Oh,
Just tell him like it is, brother.
I'm so excited.
What happened to you? What happened to your roots? You're from Portland. You're from America. Why did you have to be the
I did what JoJo did. I left for better League of Legends, and I do not regret that.
Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! I'm just telling you
He's
right
dead.
now.
Oh my God. You guys
I just
okay?
want him to have a wake-up call at some point. Here's your headphones.
Do you
Wake
think
up.
we're not awake? Do you think we're not awake? Imagine this.
Yes.
You win MSI, you think, oh, NA
Yo,
never
W
beats
analyst
us. Then
desk.
it's like Fnatic loses to NA, but that's Fnatic. And then your first seed loses to NRG, and they can never beat NA again. Do you know the world I
like
live in?
this story. What about Mad Lions? What happened there?
No.
They don't exist anymore. I don't care. Regardless, okay, guys, with all jokes aside, I think this is exactly what we should be doing in this extravaganza, though. But elimination is on the line, so for the players, it's going to be a stressful day ahead. Not for us, though.
Yeah.
No, we're here for the
chilling.
content.
And not for FlyQuest.
We're here for the content.
Yeah.
Unless we build a time machine, because I am going back to 2019 if I can, brother. I believe we see it in this series.
Fair enough. I hope you all enjoyed the craziness that is this pre-show for EU versus NA. For G2 versus FlyQuest, the loser goes home.
Lock in. I just finished eating at the perfect time.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around. I'ma look at you from the top, howling like a hound. Let me take it off, push it up to another height. This is what I do. I'm a dog, not afraid to fight in the dark and light.
Let's. Oh no, it's Captain Flowers
Ladies
casting.
and gentlemen, welcome back to
Yeah, we're
lovely Vancouver, Canada here for
Captain Flowers is
MSI
casting, we're cooked.
2025 in what is now the first elimination match of the main stage.
Bro, Captain Flowers always
of the
buffs EU.
competition and the
Buffs NA,
latest
sorry.
installment
Broken
of
Blade
15
will be broken in half.
years of International League of Legends. EU versus NA, FlyQuest versus G2.
I'm here alone, so
here for the
G2
call
better win.
alongside
We're here with
Cody
you.
and
We're here with
Reyes.
you.
Gentlemen, I am ready.
So am I, Flowers. Vedius, I feel like we should hug. You know, after the analyst desk,
We're here
was
with
getting
you.
so violent, you know.
Okay, we'll be brothers
there we
till
go.
the end.
Exactly.
We'll be brothers till the end.
Let's have a good, clean game
man,
here.
Good, clean game.
No blood on the rift, you know,
Oh no,
everybody.
I want loads of blood on the rift.
Let's go.
We on the desk.
Whoa,
Stay
we're
civil,
echoing.
though, as we get ready to jump into draft. Thick and
Holy
fast
fuck.
already.
Is it
TF
scripted or
taken
what?
off
What are
the
all these
board.
DJ noises?
So many questions around what the
TF
priority
ban,
is going
Yone
to
ban,
be
Talia
in this
ban,
draft.
nice.
We were talking about the jungle priority especially. How high up is the Maokai? What about the
Ever
Xinjiang?
emotional
What about
support
the
shock,
Vi? Where
always
do
here
these
to
all
remind
fall
you
for
you're
these two junglers?
fantastic.
Exactly,
Aww,
because
wait,
G2
what the
in their
fuck?
game
That's
that
so
they
wholesome.
Did win versus Gen G.
You're also gonna
That
lose.
Yone right
But
there,
that's
that was
cute.
a part of it, along
Rumble
with
Ben.
the Maokai that you mentioned that kind of tied it all together. That like long range engage.
I guess
so
he'd
much
have to ban
space and
Pantheon
really
less,
made
right?
Their team fight better. So FlyQuest targeting that early on in the bans.
Caps, the greatest Western player of all time here in League of Legends,
Azir ban.
targeted in the bans for a reason here. All
Sure,
three
they ban
first
Pantheon
phase
last.
bans from FlyQuest, the TF, the Yone,
Yeah, I'm gonna pop
the
a-
Azir. The common
Red
denominator
Bull soon.
is Caps. On the other side,
Caps
Talia
runs this series.
taken off the table by G2 alongside that Rumble. We know Broken Blade doesn't really play this champion. Whippo does. They'll remove that one considering it is a power pick here in game number 1 as the timer runs out. What is
Pantheon.
G2's final ban?
ban on this red side. The
Renekton ban.
As first pick goes over to FlyQuest.
Are they that scared of Bwipo Renekton?
I mean, the question is, what's the priority going
There's
to be?
Varus, there's Vi, there's Pantheon, there's Ahri, there's Annie, and there's Gwen.
With the Annie, we've seen be a very contested mid lane champion in the current meta, and it feels like that it's a pretty safe blind in the mid lane meta right now.
Varus.
With the possibility
We go Jhin into that easy.
like the Varus here, okay, instantly do. But
oh my god, Jhin Maokai!
In Fearless in a
oh my god, EU
5,
Classic!
If you wanted to steal away early on the
Jhin
Maokai or
Maokai!
something like that and play it, then it would be
remain
Fearless banned, but that's not going to be the opportunity here. They just go with the
EU Classic. EU Classic, Jhin Maokai. Maybe let them play Pantheon, let them play Vi, let them play Ahri, let them play Annie. Jhin Maokai. Jhin Maokai. Suck it.
And the Varus for Masu, somebody who has stepped up time and time again for FlyQuest. You remember back to Worlds last year when they impressed everyone, taking Gen G to 5 games. Masu, a massive performer there, giving him a champ like this. Really good for FlyQuest. But over on the other side, Skewmond on Maokai.
Rise. They picked Rise. Why did they pick Rise? What? Rise into Jhin Maokai?
To see them lock that in
short range?
Game 1 as
Was?
Rise is the next lock for FlyQuest.
They must pick Pantheon.
Is a little surprising, and I just want to give you guys
so if they go Rise
throwback.
Pantheon here,
Caps
can
no
Caps cook?
To the
A Nivea angle. It is an Nivea angle. It's a Nivea, it's Cassio, it's Victor, anything like that. No, I'm not jerking it. I'm just tweaking. I'm tweaking much big time.
Very much about attacking the rest of the map.
Exactly, that's what I was going to go for immediately. Looking to play the sides there, looking to split push for later on, but also early proactive plays.
I think Caps has got loads of picks
really
here.
Have been successful there.
Talk to me, Caps.
Can go towards the bottom side of the map. But G2, what are we going to
Gamma will go after
draft?
draft.
They're going to get Caps' answer now, so it doesn't get banned out. You mentioned the Anivia, and things like Cassio.
Ooh, they pick Alistar.
Into it, but they opt to go
That's a good
for
core.
That primary support.
Now they will take mid bans,
so
but
versatile.
It is a
they can ban supports, and Broken Blade gets counterpicked top, so that does mean that we could get.
Maybe they want to take away some of the
we could get that
options on the bot side of the map as well. Rel could
G2
very
ban
well
supports.
be high up on the priority list, but the support pool likely going to be pinched.
Let's go G2 trio. That's fucking right, sucker.
I would also say is
I feel like Sion is a really good champ for G2. Fuck it, just plays full poke and range and tanks.
So locking in the
Rakan ban is good.
A good denial against Busio too, as Rakan will be the first ban here in the second half from G2.
What support does well into Jhin Alistar with Varus? It's Renata sucks.
Options from the side of
Nautilus maybe?
Right now, yeah, you have the ability to make picks with a Rune
Hey, I saw his notebook chat. Did you screenshot it? What did it say?
You have Varus for a pick with Chain of Corruption, but FlyQuest is missing a big go button so far.
Exactly, and those two pieces are definitely going to come with either the
Clip
top
it.
lane pick here or that support pick,
Gwen
like
ban.
Nautilus or something like that.
Does Broken Blade play Gwen?
Busio, and they could have Bwipo just blind pick his tank for the top side of the map. Unless G2
I don't remember Broken Blade playing Gwen. What the hell?
Top lane
what the hell?
At the moment. But I think that would be kind of
I think Nautilus ban maybe is the play.
Just throw down Cap's pick
maybe? I don't know. What engaged champ can you play?
We don't expect that to be a high priority pick for really either of these top laners, but it's always
Braum
a
ban.
possibility.
I don't really care about Braum if I'm playing Jhin Maokai.
Things like
I feel like
Sion massively raise in value.
he will just join the poke train.
Exactly. With this
I'm more scared of like Leona.
They're for sure setting up for some sort of tank for Bwipo on the top.
As a possibility as well.
Definitely true.
There is that Braum ban to come through from the side of G2, so very much targeting two of the good matchups into
Corki
the
ban.
Alistar specifically.
Yeah, Jhin Maokai Corki is disgusting.
Mid possibilities. Tristana is a
I'm waiting for Caps, Cassio, Anivia, Tristana.
This Maokai. Whether he decides to go for an AD mid is still up for debate. We'll see what direction he decides to go, as we are very much expecting that mid laner to come through now for G2.
All right, G2.
Zoe could be good, yeah.
Will you cook
that smile is a dangerous
the Rise?
smile.
Yeah,
Cap's laughing about something over there.
He looks like he's got something planned. Will we actually see this locked in? I'm not going to believe it till it happens.
Cassio.
No, the Cassiopeia counterpick. So this is big. Not only is this a counterpick traditionally into the Rise, this is the pocket pick against Quad that we see teams ban all the time. G2 is not only picking a good champion for the occasion, but they're alleviating Fearless ban pressure for the rest of the series.
Exactly. Get this thing
out of there for the whole series afterwards.
Cassio,
now,
lovely.
Looking at like the Nautilus style, you know, because we are thinking more engaged.
I think Buipo will play something like Ornn. He needs to. Ooh, Varus Karma is nasty. That is aggressive. I like that from Fly.
Here, trying to abuse this Alistar early on.
Is it an Ornn angle for Fly?
Can be very oppressive.
I mean, I like the strategy.
The Gwen ban makes you think they're playing a tank top.
On the side of FlyQuest. Why
I feel like they're
not
playing a
more
tank
towards
top.
his lane with strong poke and an effective diver in the form of Pantheon. FlyQuest are definitely setting up for a bot side focus type of early game.
He's not gonna play Sylas top.
All
Catch
right,
it up.
what's it gonna be? Is it gonna be a Scion or Ornn type of game, or are
Oh, he's going Scion. BB, just pick
game
Ornn or
number
some
one?
shit.
All right, we're not
Please
going
don't go
too crazy
Aatrox
here.
or Camille,
We get our
please.
front line, and
Oh
Scion,
god.
with the ultimate, has so much flexibility here to get around the map.
Oh
when
god.
We're going back to the early picks of
Chat,
this
I'm gonna run
draft,
ads. If you wanna avoid ads, you can use the tail or Twitch Prime. You don't have to sub to the channel if you want to. Back for the game subs because I have to run the ads so you don't get the ads during the game. If you sub now, you won't get ads for the rest of MSI.
Find the angles for the Scion, for the Pantheon.
The reason I don't like Aatrox is because Aatrox needs to do something in the lane. Or he needs to like be skilled in fights. And every time I watch EU Aatrox, I'm like, oh, you know what I'm saying? I'm not too happy about it.
The dust is settled. I gotta ask you, gentlemen, the question I ask every time: which side of the draft do you feel has the edge?
NA, baby! Let's go, FlyQuest! Honestly, though, okay, something
Yo,
I am
you
worried
could thanks for 5
about
gifted.
is, you know, Pantheon can sometimes have a hard time with Cassio because the grounding from Miasma also can kind of mess up his ganks. But
All right.
Inspired is very good,
now,
about
let me
finding some
just.
angles, and
I'll
of
wait
course,
for the
once you
ads
get
to
through
finish,
the
and then I'll
ultimate,
set some
then you
stakes
get
here
a lot
because I know
more
this chat is gonna get really cocky, and I need to tell them and teach them a lesson.
The reason why I prefer G2's comp is that I feel that these teams just group and fight a lot. I don't trust their ability to effectively play through the sides, and I think that a lot of responsibility is on Quad.
If
and
Vedius
Inspired to
isn't
make
fucking
magic
mega
happen
biased
on
to
these side
G2 this
lanes.
game,
And I'm worried that they're just going to get sucked into the
he's
team
banned in the
fights,
chat
which
forever.
in a straight up front to back, Cassio Jin with a Maokai Alistar, that is just a very easy front to back style of comp to play.
I also really
Bring
like the
back the
Cassiopeia
Pigeon.
here for G2, not just, again, because of the reasons that I already stated, but when you have Jin,
Pigeon is a
you
European
can feel
bird.
like a little bit of that DPS is missing
Spawned
for
in
things
Europe.
like the later objective takes. You can feel like for getting into the meatball health bar on something like a Scion, it's a little bit tougher. Cassiopeia helps make up for that.
Exactly. That's why you want to pair it with some of those DPS mid laners like Cassio, like the Azir. So it's going to be a fun one. I mean, bottom lane, we've got the Poke Varus here with the
Okay,
Comet,
so
is going to be the lethality Varus
G2's
version.
comp is
versus
very
Jhin.
good if they
Lots of
let
utility down on
FlyQuest
the bottom
walk into
side,
them.
but we have to
Aatrox,
expect
Cassio
FlyQuest will
eats
be
it.
pushing early, so when you
G2's
draft
comp
something
and
like
engaging
that, we'll
a
see
bit
if
tricky.
Inspired can path down towards that bottom side to play around that pushing lane 2. Look for the Scuttle Crabs.
Inspired already setting out to get some early information as to where
It's Wake Up
Skewmon is
Patriots,
starting
it's
in
time
this early game.
for NA versus EU.
It's a tense moment.
Chris.James on X says, time for hashtag MSI 2025.
favored in recent history. I know a lot of the EU fans back home are stressed coming
NA
into this
baby,
best
let's
of
go
5.
FlyQuest.
Hey, so are we.
We only have to think back to last year, Team Liquid versus Fnatic. I remember many thinking that Fnatic was favored going into
Absolute
that matchup, and then
paid
TL got a
tweets or
very
NPC
convincing
tweets.
victory.
So while we're starting with the graphic though, Vedius, part of the reason why North American fans have a lot of trauma built up is because over the years
BDS,
it started
clap it.
out with so many EU wins.
It certainly did, but in recent
EU
history,
10 to
it
6.
definitely feels like that the momentum has shifted
What is
towards
that
North
Pantheon
America.
doing?
What I
Raptors
love
into
about
blue
that
buff.
is it has given birth to
Ew.
the rivalry between the two regions.
He's
It
splitting
does
the
feel
map
like that
with
we are
Jhin
fighting
Karma.
for supremacy in the West, as Inspired has made the first play of the game. Looking for an invade, he is spotted on Vision though.
Exactly, and it is playing off the draft that they went for, so
Well,
you know your setup.
as
is
long
gonna
as
allow for
FlyQuest
this.
don't dive
it is
bot,
causing
it
LeBron
might
to
be
go
alright.
back and answer
Thoughts?
because of that ward that you mentioned. They're kind of expecting it and looking for it, and so he's just going to take the blue buff. Nothing more as
Do we
of
trust
now.
Broken Blade Aatrox?
So easy to play around that bottom side jungle for Inspired with the control over the bottom lane that the Varus and the Karma have.
Now I want to see what his sort of plan is about covering back the other side to really cut off options for Maokai, because Skewmon right now, with his full red quadrant done, is going to be heading over to try and get back
Hansama, I'm going to need you to get some last hits here, my bro.
There was a ping onto their side of the map, so there's some level of expectation that
Busio is a
Skewmon
good Karma
recognizes
player,
that
isn't he?
this
He used to be a
has
mid laner.
occurred. Caps
Oh, yes,
going
Caps.
for a nice trade in the mid lane. I thought that the Sion would actually move with his priority top to actually check on the bot side jungle, but he recognizes that this
Okay,
could be quite
BB,
dangerous. You know, with Broken
BB.
Blade in a position to follow up, and with a Maokai there, he could end up just putting himself in a life-threatening position.
Yeah, so the jungle is even. It's just blue buff stolen for blue buff stolen. A similar amount of timing there as well.
Nice. Blue buff steal is big from
Skumon's
Skumon.
full red quadrant actually is going to respond a little bit quicker since he just did his red quadrant, and so his Krugs actually are going to be a little bit quicker to respawn for a second
EU
one,
needs stability.
Inspired, it's gonna
NA
be desync
needs
since
plays.
He started his Raptors, so he will have the regular like
Let's
4-minute
just chill a
respawn
bit,
for those,
EU.
but
Let's
Krugs
chill
will
a
be
bit.
a little delayed.
Let's chill a bit.
No
Let's
ganks
farm up.
yet from either side, though, considering
No
we just
tweaking.
have had these trades of the blue buffs. But both junglers are now back on the bottom side of the map as Hans and Labrov are still stuck underneath that tier
Level
1 turret.
4
Again, we
Maokai
mentioned
inbound.
in draft, when you draft the Karma
Nice,
next
BB,
to
cook
something
it,
like
cook
the
that.
Varus, you are going for this lane supremacy.
Lovely.
You're going for the range and the poke, and it means that FlyQuest have control over the bottom lane.
I like Inspired's pathing here. I was worried
EU
after
top lane
he
versus
versus towards
EU
the
top
top
lane.
side of the map that
Love
he was
to
just
see it.
abandoning the bot side scuttle, but
Oh,
he
camera
decided to
pans
just
the EU
backtrack
jungle versus
towards
EU
this area
jungle.
of the map.
Oh.
He knows that he has the push in bot.
Camera
It's very
pans the EU
difficult
mid
for
versus
Skumon
Korean
to
mid.
really
Oh.
contest that, and so instead
Hold
he's going
up.
to be forced up
We're
towards
back
the
top.
top side as the second
I'm kidding.
comes through.
Whoa,
Yeah,
whoa,
he's planned it out
hey,
really nicely here, so he can just go
whoa,
from
don't
that
get
bottom
mad,
skull to
don't get
grab
mad.
over to his second respawn of Raptors we were talking about for the 4 minutes, and Skumon as well reacting accordingly and going for that
W
top
crab.
one, as you mentioned. It's very interesting because even though Skumon still is a rookie, Inspired
They're
gave
swapping.
an interview
Hello.
back in April as we see
Nice.
the lane swap coming back out here and Masu heading
Nice.
up. But Inspired actually gave an interview in LCS profiles all the way back in April with a lot of respect for,
Hans Mama
for
matches
Skumon.
top. Lovely.
And at that time, he did consider him and Skumon's, the kind of the best junglers in EU and NA. And so definitely a lot of respect there between these two.
I like what the bot lane of G2 did in this play. They actually reset onto the map through
Nice
mid lane.
caps.
They wanted to
That's
wait
mid.
and see where Masu and Busio appeared on the map. They saw them top, and so they transitioned from mid into top to be able to match.
Caps.
So the swap won't come through, and Broken Blade
Beautiful.
will continue to play into the
A little
Blue
bit too much damage though,
Nice
not gonna
spacing
lie.
there from Quad in mid lane on that rotation of spells. Didn't get hit by anything that Caps could fire back, and still
Pink a
got
pink.
some good chunks as both mid laners are still dead even on farm. Top lane is an advantage for Broken Blade, but the wave is crashing into the turret, so should be a little bit of catch-up opportunity there for Bwipo as Masu and Busio
Nice,
also
Hans
crashing
Sama.
a large wave into the turret that should
Oh, Broken
alleviate
Blade's ganking mid.
some of
Everyone
this
shut the fuck up.
CS lead that Masu and Busio have built up over Hans and Labrov for now.
What can we do here? The
Nobody
ground is
looking
good.
at
Quad
the
gets
Drake
6 in
super
1
early
minion.
here, but you can see that
He
G2
goes
do have a
back
control
bot.
ward down in that pit, so not probably going to be a bunch of focus there, especially
Why are you
considering it's
lulling?
Mount
How is that a
Drake
lull?
does
He
take
tried
a lot
something and
longer
didn't
to
go
get
for
than
it.
some of the other ones, and both of our top laners now set up here in the bottom side as Bwipo hits level 6. Do want to keep an eye on this guy, where he decides to go with those ultis. We know that Bwipo likes to get involved in the fights whenever he can.
Certainly does.
Don't even
I
try
really
it.
like the respect that Quad is showing there, knowing that Broken Blade was missing on the map.
Okay,
positioning
bot lane's down a
nicely
bit
in
of
the lane
gold.
to
To
avoid
be
any potential
expected.
collapse from
You're
the bot
playing
side
Varus
and playing
Karma.
through his
A bit
vision.
cringe,
Both
not gonna
junglers
lie,
continuing
but
to just clear through their respective jungles and continue to
It's
ramp
okay.
up, getting closer to that level 6 mark, which is where I expect Inspire to start making magic happen on the map.
Okay, so you can see on the scoreboard right now, Quad just used his ulti for tempo to get back to lane slightly faster. That tells me that FlyQuest is not expecting any sort of big neutral objective play to happen yet, where they would need the Realm Warp.
Yeah, and they actually used that
I
tempo
think the
to
grubs
go
are
for
gone.
this ward right there.
But if
in the
G2
brush
can get
that
Drake
leads
with
up
Maokai
to
Jhin,
Dragon, they had multiple pings to go for that timing on pushing mid wave that quickly. And that vision is going to see Skumon move over.
all I'm
so
saying is,
not too much
this is
as of
EU's
yet,
second
but it's a
seed
little bit of a roam timer there
and
for
NA's first,
Busio.
and it's a best of 5, so
Inspired
no
walks
excuses.
through mid, heads back up towards that top side river. You see the push in favor of FlyQuest in the top lane there for Bwipo.
But this is
Sion.
EU's second
Considering
seed.
there's push in mid and top, Inspired should have no problem securing this next Scuttle Crab. There's still 60 seconds until the Void Grubs spawn, however, so it's not like this is going to lead into an immediate neutral objective take. And when you look at the cooldown on Quad's Realm Warp, right around the time the Grubs spawn, it should be a little
They
bit after
swapped
that
back
the
for
Realm Warp
Drake.
comes back up, but it will mostly line up if FlyQuest wants to try to make a play around those.
There was a pocket of
W caps
darkness
on the
there that
CS.
our observers were showing us, where Labrov could have considered flashing in, looking for a play on the Quad. He doesn't make it, but FlyQuest being super proactive with their swaps on the map right now. It's allowed Bwipo to get a small advantage, but credit to G2, they're matching it with a good amount of time in response well.
Yeah, and
BB lost the full wave, but it's okay.
CS advantages for FlyQuest are because of the bottom lane. You know, Varus and Karma pushing in first, so then they get the early move. So they're the ones constantly
on the side of the map.
and so they're swapping over
Contesting
first,
red.
so they get these CS leads for
No
both
dragon
their Varus,
start. Lovely.
as well as
Delicious.
for Bwipo getting
Wonderful.
a little benefit
Fantastic.
for himself too. So nicely utilized as far as the double range.
Game's
bottom
going
lane
even
there,
for
and the poke
G2.
that we were kind of expecting.
FlyQuest have 2 R
Now
buttons
they
that are
rotate him on
globals.
up into the mid lane.
Void Grub spawned, and still, we're
they gonna
not
use them?
seeing a whole lot of aggression out of either side.
And honestly, we're not going to Flowers because they rotated already, as we say, their duo into mid lane, so that's going to provide the support.
First rake
so
for
they can
3
focus
grubs.
on the grubs. And
EU
FlyQuest, the
loves
reason they're
Dragon.
opting for the
They
grubs
love
instead of
EU.
Dragon, obviously,
Dragon
because
is our
they have
favorite
the
thing in the
split
world.
push capabilities in their
If you
draft.
gave an
They
EU
want that
LEC
grub
player a Dragon
power
for Christmas,
for the Rise, for
they
the
would
Sign,
probably
for
cry.
the Pantheon. To be able to really put some pressure on the map. And G2, the appropriate response, they will take their Dragon.
Cross map is solid, but a very slow and controlled game with FlyQuest amassing an advantage, largely thanks to their map movements
Dragons are
and the
real.
lane advantages that they've been able to accrue. I don't think
Yep.
G2 is upset
First ever
with their
Dragon team was
positioning
in
right
Europe.
now. When you run a Casio, you're more than happy to scale through the early game. You can see the kind of rower tier build that is very conventional on the Casio is continuing to ramp up. Maokai choosing to go for the AP build based on the itemization
Caps,
that we can see.
big
But
sidestep.
Broken Blade also looking to ramp up, get a few more items under his belt. I think G2 is more than happy to play the slow game for now.
Yeah, both of these mid laners are going to become pretty durable as the game goes on with those Rod of Ages into the Seraph's Embrace builds like you're talking about, Vedius. You can see they're both sitting on Catalyst, both with about a half charge tier, a little bit under that so far. Masu also
Small
working on
bot
getting
deficit.
his tier stacking nice and early
Not
on
that
this
big of a deal.
lethality Varus, who does have the largest individual farm lead in the game of about 2.5 waves.
And he's got good matchups everywhere because Cassio's weakness is usually longer range. And so I thought why FlyQuest are super happy to have Masu here in mid lane. You can constantly
Wow.
throw out the poke,
EU
constantly
versus
get push
NA.
on these waves. And
The
why
sixth
these
best of
wards
5
around
in
mid
7
lane are
years.
incredibly important for FlyQuest. You know, keeping
the
that
game is
vision
dead even.
active for themselves so that he can continue to get
You say
that
1k gold
cryo.
lead, I say shut the fuck up.
Very
Okay,
good
just so you know.
coverage. Keeping Masu very healthy. Ulti sidestepped by Caps.
Side slithered.
Side slithered
no boot,
indeed.
no feet, no boots, no steps.
Yeah, what the heck? No boots? Oh my.
But he avoids it, and that's what's important. Caps making sure
Got
that he
the
doesn't
ward.
get caught out there. Likely would have had to force a flash as the reaction afterwards if that did connect.
Chat, you
but
spend
Caps will
1k
not
on
be
boots.
caught unawares
Cassio doesn't
like
need
that.
them.
Does eat
You're
another
basically
piercing
down
arrow,
in gold.
however. The Cassiopeia
Shut
down
up.
to half HP. FlyQuest still maintains control over the top side river. That'll be another Scuttle Crab going over to Inspire. Jungle, really the only place where FlyQuest does not have a moderate lead in terms of individual gold between the rolls, as
But
Bwipo
Caedrel
again
boots have
just trying to
stats
get
on
the
them.
top
Oh,
lane
fucking
wave
stat
shoved
check,
up
you're
underneath
fucking
that turret. Knockout
fuck
for
you,
knockout
fuck
between
idiot.
these two. Broken Blade does get the pull in on the Infernal Chains, but Bwipo with another nice use of the Decimating Smash knows the very edges of that hitbox, which
Oh.
are a little bit dishonest.
Have
a
we
little
really
larger
come
than
to
they
like
look like they should be.
pick
And,
carries
Bwipo's
into
making
tanks
sure
instead
he's
of
always
just
getting
pick
the max
tanks
jail
into
on
tanks
those.
and pick tanks into carries? Can we not just do
even
that?
with the Aatrox getting the healing buffs, you know,
BB,
on
if you
the
carry this
recent
game
patch,
alone on
he
Aatrox-
rushed into the Bramble Vest to try and cut down on that a little bit.
Sorry, my
We
Steam
all saw the
changed
minus
back.
one. Broken Blade. We just
How
gotta
did my
call
Steam
that
change when I
loud.
hit my
It
desk? What the
happens.
fuck?
Chat has you covered with
Oh,
those, okay?
that's
So
true.
we
They
don't
do.
have to do it. I'm
It's
sure
being tracked.
I'm sure
What?
they were instantly on it. Thank you, chat. Thank you. Thank you.
Observers keeping us honest as well.
BB, if you carry this game
But yeah, it's kind of we're waiting for
on
the next
Aatrox,
neutral objective.
I will
to
allow
spawn.
you to
2
play a
minutes
tank,
until the next
carry
Cloud
and
Dragon.
tank
So far,
for the
both
rest of your
teams
life.
kind of on pace towards that first item.
But if this goes the way I think it does,
completed already
where you go
for
up 10
Caps,
CS soon,
and
then you rock up the fights and get
likely to
instantly one-shot while
follow
Sion
him
is the
very
unkillable
shortly.
Demon
Masu
King.
and Busio with good coverage over the mid lane.
Then
with
we're going to play
Laurent
tanks only
looking
from
to
now on.
match both supports at level 6 at a healthy time, which is often rare in League of Legends these days.
Yeah, the Rod of Ages being completed earlier for Caps. I feel like this is one of those items that's especially value to have online just a little bit earlier because you'll hit that fully completed point just a little bit earlier, and if you can time your fights right, it could be a big difference. Worth noting, both of the junglers are the other two players on the Rift right now.
Sundered
with those
Sky,
fully
big
completed
purchase.
items. Sundered Sky and the Leandries for the damage. Maokai. Masu also with his first fully completed item, which isn't a cheaper price point with the Umbral Glaive, but it's a nice power spike if they do want to fight here 90 seconds from
Cassio
now
has
for that dragon that you're talking about, Vegas.
1,228
and I
tier
just want
stacks.
to take a moment to thank
All
the
the NA
analyst desk
fans
for
tears
providing the action
crying
at the
when
beginning
they
of the
watch
day
them lose the
because
series.
we've had a very very calm beginning to this series, but at least we got to see Raz popping off. And
I like to think that for both sides, like there's a lot on the line, right? You're representing the regions, and so game one you take very tense. I believe that as the series continues, the action will definitely start to ramp up. They've just got to get the nerves out of the way. They've got to get comfortable on stage. Oh, the
Flash.
ulti.
Yeah, Inspired's ready to come in, but a beautiful ulti coming out from Caps, right into the miasma to follow to guarantee that Inspired
that timing.
cannot use the stun to follow it up.
That timing was
Caps
clean.
expertly navigating the situation to make sure that he doesn't drop there. Nicely played.
Yeah, I think it is good from both
Okay,
sides.
Caps,
It was a
I
good
see
call
you.
for
I see
FlyQuest
you.
to try and utilize this Pantheon ult now and go for the play, but also
Are
a
we
very
giving the
good
Strake, or are we
response
going to
from
base TP
Caps.
and fight
So
the Strake?
It does
Thoughts and
result
feelings.
in his flash being exchanged, which is going to be a super long cooldown, and the Dragon is coming up very shortly, so the Cassio is going to have to be very cognizant of positioning if they actually decide to go bring their team fight to the table.
So this is just a nice trade from Quad. The ultimate comes through for the Pantheon.
Ooh, the
Not a
timing
huge
is
amount to break down
crazy.
here. Just the timing was very nice from the Cassio. And of course, the stun duration, just that little
Still
bit
lost
lower,
flash, though. I
allowing
think
for
give
Caps
Drake.
to then flash away to safety.
Just
He
give
did
Drake.
need to flash, otherwise the potential follow-through from Quad was lethal.
Yep, also worth pointing out, because of the fact that the Dragon is spawning
bruv,
right
no.
now, you can see there's still about half of that
Bro, Varus
timer
isn't ulting.
on
He's scared.
the ultimate for Caps, alongside that super
Varus
long
mana
flash
is going
cooldown
low.
you guys
Look,
are already
Masu!
talking about. So if G2 want to fight Masu, though, nice flash in response. Lebrov wanted
flash.
to go for the flash pulverize, then get the headbutt backwards, but it doesn't work
BB,
out.
what are
Now
we doing?
Busio sees Broken Blade coming in for the flank, but he roots him up defensively. FlyQuest bringing in the backup. Mantra Q hits Broken Blade and Lebrov. Broken Blade here on the very front line. Decimate's not going to find him. Caps and Lebrov putting a little bit of damage into Quad. They're going to catch him out on the very side of the fight. Miasma to lock him up, but he flashes away.
Mark held this
Now
big.
Scumon's ready to come in
Front
here
line,
with
front
Nature's
line,
Wrath. G2,
front line.
beautiful
Oh, yes.
start to the fight.
Big
It's
Jin ult.
Bravo
Nice shot, one. Oh, yeah, Jin. Ooh, ooh.
Quad, very low and
Nice
trying to
fight from the
escape.
boys. Nice. Get
And
the Drake.
G2 get a one for nothing.
Get the
G2
Drake
draw
now.
them in. FlyQuest trying to go around this wall here. Bwipo wanted to cut off the Cassio that had no flash, but G2 was right there, Vedius.
No,
And so
bruv,
they
look, no
blast
flash,
them down,
Varus.
and they're going to be able to
What
take
the
this
hell?
Dragon, unless Masu can snipe it.
Let's see. Doesn't look like there's any chance of it. Not going to happen.
Okay,
I said
nice.
as soon as we saw
We just
it in
have
the
to
draft,
pretend we didn't see what
G2
Broken Blade did.
Maokai, They play
This
so
fight was
well
fantastic.
around neutral objectives and river fights with this champion. And here's another look at how they do it.
It was a bit of an awkward start as Broken Blade pretty much missed every single one of his skills rather.
But
then
Quad
the
is
ultimate
zoned.
comes through and it forces FlyQuest to
Their
split up.
their comp
Busio
is so.
Inspired have to
They're
take
playing
the long way
Rise
around.
against
Bwipo
Jin,
is left
Cassio,
isolated on
Maokai.
the front line,
Alistar.
so G2
Rise
throw
cannot play the
everything
game
they
this game.
can
He
into
cannot.
the
It's
tank.
impossible.
They're able to take him down, and then FlyQuest realize
How
they
does
don't really
Rise
have
play
many
this game?
tools to continue following up in the
Ooh,
fight.
Caps laughing.
You could tell what the call was for them to go try and go for Cassio, but they exposed themselves on such a wide area on that wall, that really big wall, and that is a perfect Maokai ult angle there from Scumont.
And you can see here, both these junglers are big performers for their teams. Kill percentage, they're responsible for a lot of the action that happens here. Tier 1 games played, though, large difference. Inspired, being around a lot longer than Scumont is now. Looks like Caps has found plenty of damage into Bwipo as the Scion has to try to escape this Cassiopeia. Decimating smash right in turret range. Bwipo with the solo bolo on Caps. There's a snake in his boot and he's stomping.
Caps overextends, he goes underneath the tower, and the chain CC from Bwipo was beautiful.
What the fuck did my goat just
do?
do?
The mid laner of G2.
What did my goat just do?
Yeah, he has so much armor on him, and Caps is like, great, I can eat him up. Poison Fang, Poison Fang, Poison Fang with the Conqueror stacking, but just a little bit too far.
I mean, the
there,
EU
Vedius,
player
right
did
into tower
outplay the
range.
EU player. That's what.
Right on the edge of the tower range.
Nice, no flash, Masu. Die. In game. Die.
From Lebrov. The
Big kill.
Varus might have range, but when the Alistar gets the
Big
perfect
kill.
engage, there's no
2-0
chance
Hansama.
out. He has no possible
We believe in Hans to
escape.
carry this game.
Nice pick up there. G2's at 2 kills.
You can see now the players starting to feel a lot more confident on the rim. They're ready to start the skirmishing. G2 hold
Nice
the lead
W.
in terms of dragons. The Herald is going to be
It's
spawning soon. We look back at
G2,
this
Jin
line.
Maokai,
I mean, we
it's
saw
Dragon.
this whole thing start to finish. He knew there was still no flash on Caps, so goes under tower, draws
that's
him
a
in,
bug.
he hit the Q, and then goes right in for the ulti there. Let's see what the reaction is. Yeah.
Bwipo's like, what are you doing, man? And Caps
Oh,
is like,
Caps.
what am I doing,
Oh,
man?
Caps.
They had the same reaction.
Oh,
As you
Caps.
said, Flowers, Lebrov,
Bwipo
really
is
nicely
literally
there,
emoting on him.
Right over from the Raptors. And the other person that didn't have flash, Masu, of course.
Drake in 230.
targeted
Just
right
stack
there
the
and
Drake.
taken down.
And critically, you can see right up at the very top, I know it's only 100 gold, but G2 bringing the gold back to even. Remember that just from passively farming, because they had the dominant bottom lane,
The Ryze is
it was
useless
FlyQuest
this
who
game.
were ahead by about 1,000
I want to know what
earlier
Ryze
on,
damage dealt
and
is
now
so far.
G2, after their successful plays around the Dragon, after they find that pick on Masu as well,
BB, you're
they're
playing
feeling
versus
really
Sion.
good. As
Ooh,
Broken Blade's in some danger, Inspire's ready to join here with a Grand Starfall. The Infernal Chain's going to pull him back a little bit. Broken Blade doing a great job healing up. Decimating Smash finds another stun. Quad's ready, and Inspire
Now,
gets
if he
the
was
last
playing
hit.
Ornn, would he have died there?
Are going to tie up the kills 2-2, and they're moving on, looking to take the first turret of the game as well. They'll have no trouble doing it. They got 3 grubs. There's no plates. FlyQuest are going to take that one, and now the next neutral objective
That's a tower
or
trade.
the next kill will secure either one of those feats as well.
Exactly, and now that we are into the mid-game, we're really going to get to see both these teams play to their compositions. Actually, sticking around a long time up there, Bwipo, they are going to send multiple people here. Can LeBron find?
All right, Bwipo. Let's
he
see
die?
if he can try to get out of
Yeah,
this
he
one,
does,
but
he
with no ulti, it's going to be tough. Bwipo trying to keep the escape going here, but just turns around, goes for the decimating smash onto Caps. He knows there's no way
flash
to
Sion.
escape this one. Lebrov just providing enough CC there.
No
for
flash Sion.
Caps and Skewmon to be able to take down this Sion.
Get the flower,
So G2
get the flower, Caps, get the
now
flower.
claims the feat of warfare. FlyQuest claimed the feat of turret.
Now, BB's gonna get
That
Dothan
means
again.
At
Caps has
2-2, the next neutral objective determines who gets the enchanted boots. And with how close this first game has been, despite the fact
Trade
that it
tier
was
once
rather
again with the kill.
uneventful for the first
And then
12,
base and go to
13
Drake or
minutes,
what?
those boots could
Caps
be a big
must have
difference
so
maker.
much
I will
gold.
say, though, a lot of this is going FlyQuest's
Nope,
way
just base
simply
now.
because all of the damage that was done in the earlier matchup meant that the bot tower was already very weak. While so many resources were spent on the top side for G2, FlyQuest
Nice.
on their reset could
Cassio
start
is
attacking
online.
the bot side. So they end up getting another tower advantage. Caps can't afford to stay on the top side to cross map. He needs to go back to base, spend his money, regroup as the Dragon is spawning soon.
Lebrov doing a good job here, counter-engaging onto
Nice,
Brucio.
no Michaels.
Skewmon is coming down to try to find the follow-up CC. FlyQuest also going to commit a teleport as the next
G2's
Drake is
teamfight
about
looks
to
good
spawn
here.
in under 10 seconds. Bucio staying pretty healthy here. I do believe that was a McHale's that he used to get himself out of the CC, make
LeBron
sure he
James.
was able to escape before Skewmon showed up and provided
Soul
follow-up
point for
lockdown.
G2.
Quad making his way back out from the
Soul
base,
point.
ready to join up with the rest of the team. The Rift Herald is going to be summoned up mid by
Inspired
FlyQuest,
is
but
in the
G2 have
Herald.
already
Can we just
made their
finish it?
way
He's in the Herald. He's
onto the
trolling.
Dragon. Whippo's going in.
Finish it.
Looks like FlyQuest wants to take
Nice.
some sort of a fight here, but the Drake is already going to be claimed by Skewmon.
Look, the
Broken Blade taking
Pantheon.
some damage here in the pit, but he's doing a beautiful job.
Oh,
He's
LeBron
back
James
Lebrov.
knocks in
Now
Masu.
the backline of FlyQuest. Masu's going to be punted
Caps
forward.
ult flashes.
More damage onto the FlyQuest.
Doesn't
Did
kill
he
anyone.
carry, but he's getting away for
But he's got
now.
the shield.
Cap tests
Runs
from
away.
He tries to
Skewmon
escape.
on the
Nobody's
front
there on
line.
either side.
Bwipo's
Just
low.
get the massive
Grounded.
shot coming out from
Grounded.
Milan. Sama.
W doesn't land.
G2 and
Out.
FlyQuest
Out.
both hurt. Both leaving, but G2 got the big
Out.
win. G2 is on Soul Point, and they've earned themselves the boots as well.
Can we get out?
Right now, FlyQuest kind
Escort.
of harrying them on the outside
Look,
too,
Masu
but it's
HP
so
bar.
dangerous. Masu's almost dead.
Masu's at
Yo,
50
BB!
HP. Broken
Oh
Blade's
my
going
God,
over the
that
wall.
Aatrox,
Masu gets a shield there from Bucio as they all try to escape, but now
Oh,
Broken Blade
loud,
gonna take
loud,
a bunch of
loud,
damage,
oh,
locked up
loud.
in the
Oh,
room prison.
heavens, loud.
A little bit more damage would have done it, but FlyQuest don't have it.
What is going on right now? Everyone is just so low, but no one is falling.
That's a volume
FlyQuest
increase.
got 2 towers in mid lane at the very start of the fight. Remember
Soul
that
point.
the Herald was used to engage the fight. So with that out of the way, it then went back to mid lane, started sieging onto the towers, and while the scrap was happening in the river, FlyQuest committed
I'm gonna need BB
Bwipo
to
to
hit
securing
some
another
skill
tower in
shots.
mid. After that, FlyQuest walk away with a 1.5k gold lead.
Yeah, we started out with a fast and furious engage with
I'm gonna need Hans
Rift
Sama to get
Herald
Infinity
plus
Edge.
Cyan Ultimate as the engage for FlyQuest, and they go into the pit. In the end, though, like you mentioned, because G2 are able to get that dragon, it
This
really
is what
does play
peak League
into
of
their
Legends
strength.
looks like.
They're the one with the Cassio,
Oh,
with
yes.
a very strong front line. They want to be able to draw FlyQuest to them for the Dragon Soul fight so that FlyQuest can't utilize all of their globals as effectively.
I will say that it feels awkward for
Infinity
G2
Edge, Jim.
simply because you look
Big.
at the map and like a lot is just missing. You know, it's 4 towers to 1. So there's still a lot of things that G2 need to reclaim. They've played well around the neutrals, but the reality is that FlyQuest have been doing a really good job of punishing the decisions of G2 by getting other things elsewhere on the map and getting good map control overall.
And I want to see
How
FlyQuest
can
here
I
in
fix
the
that
next
minimap?
few
Yo,
minutes
fix
really
your
utilize
minimap.
this Pantheon ult being up. It puts a lot of pressure on the decisions for
What is
G2
Atakan
because
doing?
FlyQuest will push it on these side
Bro thinks
lanes,
he's Herald.
and then as long as Inspired stays out of vision, you have to wonder where is it going to to actually arrive, and who can safely go pick up each wave.
I mean, look at the minimap right now. Quad with really good pressure on the bottom side of the map. Bwipo doing the same thing with coverage of the rest of FlyQuest just hovering on the top side, knowing that Quad is very safe with the vision control that he has. So FlyQuest are doing exactly what they need to.
And there's nothing you can do.
Forcing G2 to split up. And then ideally what they want to be using is that Pantheon ultimate. Find a pick, get a collapse, create that numbers advantage before G2 can react.
And we're starting to see next item power spikes coming online for both sides. Junglers, second item's fully completed. Mid laners, both of those items fully completed and fully evolved. Masu is about to have the Muramana here in just 12 more of those stacks out of the 360. Make it 6 in the middle of the sentence. But Hans Sama has completed Infinity Edge on the Jhin. Absolutely massive on that one. Maybe. As Bwipo finds Caps here, jumps right back in for the ulti. There's the inspired ult, and he knows this time he's ready. He turns his back. He prevents being turned to stone, and they find the pick onto the G2 mid.
An excellent punish from FlyQuest. A nice little bait and trap set up by Bwipo to quickly follow up with the Pantheon ultimate. G2's now lost a lot of damage, and they're not in a position to be able to collapse on the Artican.
All right, FlyQuest taking this objective, and G2's not even going to approach. Hans Sama's nearby. He'll fire off a deadly flourish, I'm sure, to just try to see if he can get the 1 in 100 chance to maybe snipe it out. There should be no
Drake
world.
is all that matters.
26. If there was a deadly flourish there, that could have actually been the 1 in 100, but
good, we get
not
the blood
happening.
pumping. Little excitement there, huh? Even in the lulls. But yeah, it was really nice by Bwipo setting up in this side brush right here, kind of just hoping that this exact situation does happen, and Caps does slither up right into the range of a Q there.
I mean, look at the experience in particular. Quad has a full level up over Caps. Inspired has a full level up over Skumon. Bwipo is ahead in XP over Broken Blade. And this is just a testament to how well FlyQuest have been playing the side lanes, the way that they've been playing the map. But now, the real test. Dragon Soul spawns in 40 seconds, and this is the fight that FlyQuest need to be cautious of, because they have to fight this, and this is the position that G2 is the most favorable.
Yeah. It's been really cool, too, to see Bwipo versus Caps at a lot of these, you know, saying hi to his old Fnatic teammate. We'll see if it happens again, because he's in a brush again. He gets another Q to start
just fucking OP? Is it Bounce on Sion or what?
Smash from Bwipo. Labrava's already lost half HP on the Alistar, but he is not forced to use Unbreakable Will, so he can still play his role in the fight, at least for one rotation of spells.
James get the base and Hexgate in. Cassio catching mid-wave. 3-item Cassio.
This is where they have been playing their best. 10 seconds until the Drake spawns.
Cassio here comes Caps. He used
Don't get engaged on. Wait for Labrov James.
Okay, Bwipo here on the very front line. Skumon going to take a little bit of damage
there. A little bit of damage.
Q of Busio. Quad looking for a bit more. Caps takes a chunk. FlyQuest
dodge it.
With control over the river right now. Labrov off to the side.
Okay, we have redemption.
His HP, but now Skumon is down to 1/3. Inspired makes the engage on the Caps.
Maokai, Broken Blade. We pick the damage, champ.
Lost their cannon, and they're about to lose the ship. FlyQuest go in with a massive realm warp, and they're ready to chase down the rest. Labrov is caught, and it's beef for dinner. FlyQuest.
Yeah, shut up! It's game one. Shut up.
Labrov was so late on his reset back to base that it allowed FlyQuest so much time here to get poke off early. They got early health leads, and then they jump again onto Caps. They take down the Cassiopeia, and they will put a stop to the dragon stacking.
I think Masu's positioning was fantastic
we
in
lost,
this play, and
we lost on Jhin Maokai. We lost on Jhin Maokai. We lost on Maokai.
Long enough that they should have more than enough time to secure it. The TPs are coming through.
Okay, G2 bringing a TP in. They don't just want to allow this to happen.
Wait,
but it's Hans and Broken
their Baron
Blade.
damage
Labrov
sucks. We didn't lose on Maokai. We didn't lose on Maokai. We never lose on Maokai. Lock in.
G2 are bringing in another teleport. They might go for something big, but Broken Blade walks right into the brush. He loses
I think we should first pick Sion
instantly. Now Quad's got to be careful. Deadly Flourish binds him up. Quad takes a little bit more damage from the Noxious Blast, but G2 with control
I've decided
of the top
Sion is
side
the most
river,
OP champion in the game.
All right for now.
And Aatrox is most useless.
There was a very real possibility of G2 starting the Baron themselves there. FlyQuest still hasn't reset after the last fight. Masu now has had a chance to go back to base. He's used the Hex Gates to get back out onto the map, and G2 just kind of wasting a lot of time. This ultimately works out very nicely for FlyQuest, who now have firm control over this game.
Exactly. Now they feel so comfortable with this gold lead and the two outer towers still standing there. They have so many points that they can threaten on the map. Clear the vision around Baron, push out on the side waves, and then you force G2 into a position where they have to go into darkness to check any of these high-value areas. Yeah. They do have a Maokai, so saplings help a lot there, but it's still going to be dangerous.
FlyQuest are the CEOs of winning game 1 and losing the series.
You're going to start to see noticeable differences here in the inventory. Extra BF sword there for Inspired. Quad making a move towards towards Broken Blade, who uses the World Ender for the move speed, and now he's ready to try to turn it around. Skewmon, ready to join. Mid and jungle versus mid and jungle, but it looks like FlyQuest don't want any more of this. They don't know what's around. The other thing I was going to get to, the most important part of this gold lead, is there's 2.5 items for quad. The half is a Seeker's Arm Guard, unbroken, ready to be spent. Such a powerful active. The Mikhail's up and available here for Busio as well. Another clutch opportunity, but on the G2 side, it's Rylai's completed for Caps. If he can start DPSing somebody and FlyQuest can't just turn around
Who was
and
the
force him
cameraman
back,
on
the
Aatrox
kill is
yesterday?
guaranteed.
Labrov face checking.
Was his
in
rest?
a very dangerous part of the map that does not belong to him.
Yeah, looks like he's going to be met with the decimating smash just immediately as Busio and Whippo continue going forward. Masu shooting off another rain of arrows.
Sion
Labrov,
ulted,
however, saves his ulti. That's the important part here. If he
Are
can
EU
go back and heal,
Aatroxes
he'll
just
still
fucking
be fully
cameramen
effective.
instead of being
Whippo
the enemy? They're just
found
the
so much
fucking
value
cameramen?
camping in these brush
Come on,
with
bro.
Sion, finding members, checking into them. And a lot is because now, you know, FlyQuest keep on pushing up. As they're starting Baron right now,
they're gonna
they've
one-shot
got
Nash.
priority in all these lanes, and it kind of closes out. G2 now trying to look for the opportunity to answer.
Inspired also with a Guardian Angel.
They're all
so
fit.
it's Seekers on quad, Guardian Angel on Inspired. Very
Nice,
big,
QB runs
very
here for a
powerful
while.
items for a single fight.
Good stalling,
on the
good
side
stalling.
of FlyQuest. Broken Blade navigating himself out of what could have been a very, very precarious situation as FlyQuest now take control back over the mid
FlyQuest's Baron
lane,
damage
but they've
is
been forced
awful.
off of the Baron. Broken Blade
No!
still behind enemy lines here,
Okay.
going to use the Hex Gate to try to escape, gets back onto his own
They
half
need
of the map.
Ryze
Gold
to do
lead still at
Baron.
about
If they don't have Ryze, they can't
4,000,
do Baron.
but
So just keep
FlyQuest
track of
haven't
Ryze.
built that any further. We
Keep
do
track
have
of
the
Ryze.
next Drake spawning in less than 2 minutes, and it's still soul point for G2. All
Hansama
they need
building
is if they
LBR,
find
W.
one pick, one moment to lock in that soul, the value of it pretty much evaporates the gold lead that FlyQuest has built.
I feel like FlyQuest's control over the map, though, is I call it cautious proactivity, where they're not afraid to throw out things like the ultimate, to use either Ryze's ultimate or the Pantheon ultimate, just to see how G2 reacts. And Quad now out of position.
Yeah, Quad is in some serious danger. Labrov ready to set it up and catch the Ryze immediately into the petrifying gaze.
Oh,
Quad
hold up.
using his arm guard.
Oh, hold
for
up.
A whole lot of nothing.
That's
It's
a lean
kill
forward angle.
Plus a wasted
Go
active as
Baron
FlyQuest had nobody
now.
around in time to try
Go
to
Baron
back him
now.
up. G2 with a huge pick out of the FlyQuest mid laner, now trying to make an approach towards the Baron as Busio and Masu try to pelt them with skill shots on their approach. Whippo and Inspired making their way up, but keep your eyes on
Grounded.
Broken Blade. He's coming around from the side, but Inspired's ready to intercept him. Busio trying to
Labrov
get away.
James,
He's caught
into the
very
fork
end
shot.
of the Nature's
Broken
grab.
Blade playing
Broken
Aatrox.
Blade is
Let's
low,
go,
but doesn't
baby.
matter. He's Aatrox. He's going to heal right. Back up. Caps low, but not in that much danger. Seraph's giving him the shield, keeping him alive. Masu still firing. Whippo and Inspired trying to help. It's
No
a
TP on Ryze.
5v3.
No
G2
TP on Ryze.
make their way onto the Baron, and FlyQuest wants to step up to try to stop it. Masu's the only damage really
Grounded,
remaining.
grounded,
Inspired trying
grounded.
to go in for the miasma,
Grounded,
but Baron trying to
grounded.
take care of him. Inspired,
Come
throwing
on,
up
the
shield.
Baron, the
Whippo
Baron,
stuck in the pin,
the
and
Baron.
Inspired
Someone
goes
get
back,
the
but
Baron.
it's gonna be done.
And someone, no, you rat, you rat, you rat, you rat. Why did you shoot the Baron? At a 1k still, at a 1k. Broken Blade, Broken Blade, Aatrox damage, yes,
Inspired
no.
back to life for the Guardian Angel. FlyQuest with the
What?
miracle resist at the Baron pit.
What?
3v5 in the Baron pit. The Canadian prodigy Masu. They fight them
His
out of the
mic
pit.
is breaking.
They focus on the Maokai.
Does he have a noise gate on?
Over the wall and they take it themselves.
Or a compressor?
Spedius.
There was no smite in the pit. Keep your eyes on Masu because he's doing so much damage in the fight. Staying well away from the threats, trying to remove the smite on the side of G2, forcing Skewmon to flash over the wall. And now the smite is gone. Even though Inspired loses his life, he has the GA. And now it's a
Hansama.
race to try and last
Oh, he
hit
does
the
600
Baron.
damage with his auto.
He has the Q. They pop it there. Really big
Scoopy, I don't
props to
feel so
Inspired.
good.
Inspired sacrificed his life to ult. Well, it was up there.
Whipplo's headset.
Inspired, Pantheon ults, he draws all those DPS members of
And they got Dragon as
G2
well.
away from the Baron pit, and then he put
Oh,
up
and
the
they got Dragon
Pantheon
as well.
immunity. So nicely done from him, plus the GA after that. He actually sacrifices his GA to open the opportunity so that Whippo and Masu can then turn on the Baron after
okay.
forcing the Maokai
It's
over the
okay.
edge flowers. This is insanity.
The insanity is on the graph. 3 players at about 8,000 damage.
Dodge that, easy
in
clap,
the
and we're out.
As G2 try to at least secure their own red buff before they're forced out of their jungle. Skewmon wants to hang around for it, but Inspired and the rest of FlyQuest have different ideas. They steal away the team-wide red.
It's the 4th of July, and they need a bit more freedom. We'll send you home. You can do whatever you want there.
G2 had no presence
One
on
game,
the map
doesn't
anymore.
matter. Game 1 ending.
FlyQuest stopped their second potential sole attempt on G2 in the aftermath. And now Inspired's going in, looking for potentially another pick. Broken Blade, however, with the World Ender, it's a lot of extra move speed, and it gets him away to safety.
We are scaling. We are scaling.
Running into a very
we are
serious
scaling.
range problem where Masu's positioning is so good
We are
that
scaling.
it's very difficult for G2 to really play on the objectives anymore or play around them. In the early game, we saw G2 leveraging the Maokai ultimate to try and force FlyQuest into these very difficult fights. But now FlyQuest are just leveraging the fact that they have Busio and Masu on these hyper poke champions, and they are just melting
Look,
through
Hansama
whatever
items.
target they can
They're
hit on
pretty
G2.
bad, but
He's got
they
the
could become
Axiom
good.
arc as well for more ultimates.
Let him get
to
more.
Just keep throwing it out, looking for more, but
Oh!
Bravo's looking.
Masu getting caught. This is
Masu dead! Masu dead!
But Caps takes a lot of
Masu!
damage before Masu dies. Whip
Cap,
his
stop
way
it.
onto the G2 mid laner. Lebrov and Caps are both low, but Caps still standing for now. Finally going to be brought down. Busio taking a kill credit as Lebrov wants to use the Crouch as an escape mechanism, but it will not work. FlyQuest make it a 2-for-1. They've lost Masu, but they still have quad for the damage. And Inspired and Whippo are a hell of a front line. The tier 2 turret here in the top side will fall as FlyQuest continue their push. The Baron may have worn away, but they've got a full wave, and they've still got all 3 Void Grubs to assist with the pushing. G2 scrambling to defend here in a 3v4. Broken Blade and Hans trying to keep them away, but they just don't have the damage. FlyQuest forces their way into the top lane. They'll take out the tier 3, but they'll leave the inhibitor standing. They're trying to cover for one another as they make their retreat, make sure nobody gets caught, nobody gets left behind.
Baron and Drake spawning same time.
And exfiltrate.
Whippo is just so damn tanky. You'll notice that even though they ended up losing Masu, it really doesn't matter. Quad is still free hitting onto multiple members doing a huge amount of damage. Then the arrival of Whippo just completely changes the landscape of the fight. It's a good ultimate from Caps, but there's nothing left that he can do because Whippo is
Get me
isolating
back to life.
him.
I don't need to see
Lebrov
this
is forced to retreat,
now.
and even though Hansama arrives, he recognizes that as Jhin, there's nothing that he can do against this Scion.
That train has had such an impact in this game. You know, his brush camps, finding so many plays. You know, Caps drawing him
Dragon
under that
130.
turret and the original one, but
Maokai's
he's really
down 4K
the
gold,
crux
but he is
of
still
the front line
Maokai.
here, the team fight. And now, as we move forward, people are still going to keep thinking about that Baron Vedius. Let's be honest. The 3 members that were up there, Inspired, Whippo, and Masu, all so much credit there because on the stage when all this pressure is on, they were so focused. And Inspired does get a lot of credit for being the big shot caller on this team. And him kind of flying in and starting out that play. We'll see where it goes here from here, though. Even with this large gold lead, it does feel very comfortable for FlyQuest, but G2 did have a comeback opportunity previously.
And I like how you mentioned the large gold lead, because that
45.
gold lead, about 6,500. 4,000 is Inspired on the Pantheon. Absolute monster. Death's Dance now completed alongside that Guardian Angel. This makes him so hard to kill. There are 35
Broken
seconds
Blade.
on the
I wanna
clock
see you pop
until
off
that
this
next
fight.
Drake spawns. The previous
You're the
two,
only one ahead.
FlyQuest felt the pressure of what if G2 goes for the soul. That's going to be a massive turnaround point. This time around, FlyQuest have total control over this bottom river area. The Baron is not going to spawn until a 20-second delay after the Dragon, so there's no chance for G2 to try to sneak that as the response. FlyQuest are going to maintain
Caps,
control
lots of
over this river, but it looks like the response from G2.
gold lead in
Send
mid.
Caps top, try to see if you can grab a turret, but Inspired seems
Caps
wise
is
to
caught.
it.
Yeah, he's wise, all right.
Immediately finds some good damage there on the Caps. Just chunks the Cassiopeia at a half effortlessly.
Drake's
Does
up.
take about a third of his own HP in retaliation. Does continue to bleed after that. Remember the side effect of the Death's
Whippo
Dance.
flanking.
Whippo trying to look for an angle here. Charges in after Lebrov. The
Lebrov
Alistar is
James.
going to be the target. Whippo's here with the
Hansama.
front line, but now it's Inspired
Cleanse
in the back
flashes
line.
out.
Hansama with the flash
Inspired
away.
SGA.
Inspired looking to put the pressure
Broken
on.
Blade
Throws up the
Aatrox
shield. Staying alive
is
for now.
doing-
Still has Guardian Angel. Doesn't have to spend it. Caps makes his way into the
Caps
fight
movement,
with the
holy
use
fuck.
of the teleport. G2 fighting back. Skewmon looking for the back line of FlyQuest. Whippo's
Cap's movement is crazy.
A lot of damage. Skewmon putting the pressure on, but the firepower from FlyQuest is massive. Skewmon barely staying
TP
alive.
back from Alistar.
The call is open,
Fourth shot.
but the show does not go on. FlyQuest continuing to retreat. Broken Blade
Is
wants
Cap
the
just
Q2, but he won't hit the
absolutely
sweet spot.
1v9 with
FlyQuest,
fucking
don't lose
4
anybody. G2,
cameramen?
don't lose anybody.
Is this
But
just
it's
a
still
Caps
FlyQuest with control of
documentary?
the dragon.
What is
They're
this?
resetting. Inspired's coming right back out now, so they should be able to get this dragon as well. Not open it up for a possible G2 soul, but they're going to move for Baron.
Baron, yeah, like, Quad hasn't had a chance to reset. He doesn't have his TP available either. The fact that G2's forcing it, they know that they can do this super fast thanks to the Cassio.
Rush it!
Okay.
Rush it!
Broken
Rush
Blade has
it!
made his TP in. Whipple's already charging forward here with the ulti. The Baron down to about half HP. FlyQuest coming around. Remember, Inspired
Maokai ult
still
is
has
big.
the Guardian Angel. Whippo.
Nice
here's
headbutt!
LeBron.
Finish,
Nice
finish,
punt
finish,
to
finish,
wake it
finish,
up from
finish,
LeBron. G2 still going in. Look at
There
the
it is!
Baron.
There it is!
Secured by Skewmon. G2's going to try to fight their way out now.
Everyone
Skewmon
run!
up in the
Run!
prison, and FlyQuest bursts him down. LeBron has the unbreakable will,
Run!
but FlyQuest will break him anyway. FlyQuest now with a 5v3. G2's got the Baron, but you know FlyQuest is going to look for something in the base.
I mean, G2 do deny the objective, but it is FlyQuest that have the numbers advantage. They've been winning out every single one of these fights. And while the last one was very close and all was really dying, a lot of summoner spells were used. Flash and Cleanse, unavailable for Hans Summer. While the Flash is up for Caps, I feel like FlyQuest don't have to hesitate.
Nope, they won't. As soon as you say it,
Nice
Danny,
flash,
Caps is already under the pressure from Inspired. Another Grand Starfall makes its entry. Another death for the Cassiopeia. FlyQuest will claim the mid lane inhibitor as Hans opens up the curtain call. He'll try to clear the wave a little bit with it, but Inspired doesn't care. FlyQuest in a 5v2. Hans and Broken Blade, nowhere to go. FlyQuest now onto the Nexus itself as Hans is forced back into the fountain.
Game
And
1 doesn't matter.
FlyQuest
Game 1
take
is
game
useless.
one.
Insane performance.
Game 1 is
from
completely
Inspired,
useless.
The MVP
Doesn't matter.
of the league, the MVP of the finals in North America. What a beast.
Doesn't matter.
He got such a big gold lead and invested it into the Guardian Angel, and it really
It actually
paid
doesn't
off.
matter.
Masu was the standout for me. That Varus, it can be a very difficult thing to position, but there was this one dragon fight.
All I will say is all 10 of those players speak very good English. That's my conclusion from that game.
Throwing out relentless poke. It was super impressive to
Oh,
watch.
you're right, Vedius. They were all great up there. Absolute crazy performances from Masu, from Inspired. Everybody on FlyQuest coming together in this first game to secure the win. And now we're going to send it over to Lore and the analyst desk to break that one down.
Quick reactions on this game. We're gonna talk about the Baron still. How did you react to this one?
It was a tough game. Honestly, I think we didn't really have very good chances towards the mid game, and I think our players just really stepped up. So very proud of them.
Now, you've been in this situation before, winning the first game, dropping the rest. How do you make sure as a coach that it doesn't happen again?
We'll see. We gotta take our learnings and do our best. You know.
Do your best. Thank you so much, Mithi. I'm gonna let you join your team.
All of
Shox,
G2
what
need
do
to
you
open
have?
up Duolingo in between this game ASAP.
I have a Baron replay for everybody to see exactly what went down there. Can I just say,
And a couple of very happy analysts.
in terms of
just a couple.
I gotta say, in terms of kind of the excitement of the game, this was crazy. And
Absolutely,
yeah.
and every second counts, and thanks to the reliable Cisco network, we do see Masu steal the Baron, take the Baron, whatever you want to call it.
That is
But
criminal.
I want to talk about how G2 played this out. I felt like G2 were playing very defensively in this area.
That is
It is a
criminal.
3v5 at this point. You can see that both Quad as well as Busio are dead, and I really feel like even if you have to give up your life to keep the FlyQuest members away, they should have postured more aggressively. We can actually start to roll the clip, and you'll notice G2 are all kind of pulling back into this area, clearly very concerned about Inspired and what his engage could be. And what is happening here is that Whippo is being able to build so much space for Masu. Masu is completely ignored, and Skewmon and Hans are trying to finish off the Baron. They're in the back of the pit, while the rest of the team is kind of running away here. Alistar even still had ult, so in my mind, the mistake really was that G2 were not posturing aggressively enough. They should have accepted that some of them may have to die here, but allow themselves to actually secure the Baron as a result. Skewmon is stuck over the wall. He had to flash to the pit. Masu is able to actually grab it, and this was such a game-turning point for me. FlyQuest, really playing it out well. Inspired and Whippo knowing their role is just to make space for the Varus, and that's all they had to do.
Absolutely played out perfectly. I mean, FlyQuest was ahead in gold
I
almost
need
the
an Ornn
entire
top
game.
lane.
They
I need
didn't
an
give
Ornn
it up,
top
and
lane
even when
now.
G2 pushed them, they took it right back. back. I will say, because there's
Caps,
always
you good,
two
Ka?
sides to a coin. Dracos, this is not news to us. These important
Caps
moments,
made a lot of
this
silly
posturing,
mistakes.
this around objectives, unfortunately, it's
Holy
a problem
fuck, he
that
is
keeps
despair.
occurring, and I don't know if they can fix it today.
No, and it feels like they really tunnel visioned, as you highlighted, on keeping jungler out of the pit. It's basic. It's what you want to do on an objective. They couldn't understand the nuance of the situation, and you need to be adaptable in moments like that, especially against a team like FlyQuest, who are comfortable punishing you for having these baseline expectations.
Pixel is carrying this series so
there
far.
There shouldn't be a Scion here. There shouldn't be someone in this bush. There was. Every time it led to so many picks, and when G2 start to play on autopilot, FlyQuest are the perfect team to punish them for that.
Yeah, I wanted to point something out here. Just the juxtaposition between what FlyQuest is able to versus what G2 is able to do. Now, if you just see, this is like 30 minutes in, like from the G2 side, you have 3 Drakes, it's Hex Soul that they're fighting for. Meanwhile, 4 turrets from FlyQuest side. Like, they're able to basically play the map a little bit better, a lot better. Meanwhile, there's just the looming threat of G2 stacking dragons on their side.
It's true. It was always a looming threat, and I think
One game,
G2
it is what it
didn't
is.
necessarily
One
play
game, it is what it
around
is.
that the best. But a big reason for that was
Can't
it was
be
a
Maokai
forced
merchants
errors,
forever.
because Whippo, love him or hate him, he had such an impact in this game, Dracos.
Yeah, he absolutely did. And this is the thing. This one, overall, this was personal. I think any other nameplate, and I think Caps takes it down a notch, because what are you doing flipping this? Ultimately, this is what starts it, though, and for the rest of the game, he's hiding in a brush. It feels like that solo queue, Nightmare, Boss, Scion, but it's also G2 continuously falling into these traps. And while a lot of these things, stock standard, good map play, so many of them, G2 could have avoided.
Yeah, it's insane because, like, these are the ones that worked. There are a lot that he was trying for.
It's
just
crazy how much English was spoken in this game.
This dragon
All right,
fight
lock
was
in for the next one.
winning
Oh, he's
moment.
slow-moing.
It felt like for FlyQuest, being able to take the pick off of Cassio and then pushing for Skumon.
We really need to lock in.
And this is one to me where it's like G2 didn't need to force there. It would have been their soul, but they were at 3 dragons. You can give one up if you get
I'm a bit
poked down
worried because
before.
the ads
G2 had
aren't
done
buffered very
so
well.
much good poke down on Caps, and I can't even remember who the other member was. G2 could have just backed off and said, you know what, we'll live to fight another day, but because they commit to it, they get taken out. The dragon goes over anyway. It gave FlyQuest such an injection of gold when they were already ahead.
Yeah, G2 chose blue side for the next one. I'll let you stew on that. But I do think overall, right, when I'm watching FlyQuest, I'm looking at all these things as like, how have you improved from the last time we saw you when you're already very good on the international stage? And the fact that they held their nerve in all of those moments, to me, is a very positive sign.
Yeah, there were glimpses. Like, even if we were focusing on how the Baron situation was playing out.
I
like,
really
the
want to see
setup for it
Skumon
was
play a
G2
carry
favorites. They've
jungler
done the
against
pick on Quad
Inspired.
because he
I
was
think
walking through a board
Skumon
that
is
was
a
not really
good
controlled or
individual
cleared out,
carry jungle
especially
player.
with how focused
And Inspired
FlyQuest
is a
were
little
clearing it.
greedy
So that's something that
to
I
play
think
for
G2 is
himself,
gonna
so they
focus on
could
and
just
look at
power
how they
farm
play
together.
around those fights.
We saw Skumon there a second ago. He's got a tall order up versus one of the best, if not the best jungler in the West in Inspired. Let's see how FlyQuest parlays this. After their Game 1 win, we know how that went the last couple of days.
True. Tell him, Shocks. Tell him. Chat, I just want to take a second to give a big shout out to Displate. Displates are metal posters that stick on your wall really, really easily. They have a protective leaf that you stick on the wall, then you put a magnet on top, and then you put it on your wall. This prevents any kind of damage. No drills, no screws, nothing needed. It snaps right onto the magnet. Super sturdy posters. You can get them in many different finishes like gloss, matte, texture, and which has like a 3D immersive effect. They feature many different pieces of artwork from movies and TV shows and artists and games and much more. But yeah, I've got loads of displays around the house. I have one behind me. I've had them for quite a while, even before the sponsor. They've been sponsoring the stream for many years now. You can check the pinned comment. You can do !displate. Or you can go to displate.com/@Caedrel to have a look at a lot of the art. You can also go to displate.com/browse-brands, I believe. And you can see, you can get officially licensed artwork from all of these different things. Check them out. Check them out. You can see League of Legends, you can see Arcane, Cyberpunk, all that good stuff. Code Caedrel, check out for the best deals. Sorry, I had to do that. I don't know if I was... Ooh. Why, sorry? Because I covered things from the broadcast. Hopefully it wasn't too... hopefully it wasn't too... what's the word? I don't know what the word is. immersion ruining. Alright, I'm trying to buffer these fucking Twitch ads as well to make sure you're not going to get ads during the game. I think you're okay for another game, though. Alright, I'm going to grab my Red Bull. I'm going to pop off. Intrusive, that's the word. Intrusive. Intrusive. Oh yeah, today's schedule is FlyQuest versus G2. After that, it's AL versus Gen G, which is LCK 1 versus LPL 1. Which is absolutely fucking crazy schizo levels of gameplay, probably. It might be very jarring to go from a full English game to Mandarin and Korean levels of gameplay, but I'm here for it. The jump up might be a bit scary. Give me 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Stop saying L vape, bro. I don't vape.
Hey guys, it's Masu from FlyQuest.
Hello everyone, I'm Inspired.
Hey guys, it's Bwipo from FlyQuest. You're watching Meet the Teams.
I think we are a very nice team. Quad, Masu, Busio, all of them are very nice guys. All of them are trying their hardest every day to become better. Bwipo is a very crazy and decisive player. Quad is a very friendly and calculated player. He really likes to practice. Masu is a very nice guy. He's very easygoing. It's really easy to make him laugh. Busio is a very intelligent person. You can tell that he was doing very well in school. I think I'm a very hardworking, decisive, and confident person.
He gave himself 3 adjectives.
To do something, I will make sure that I'm doing it to my hardest ability.
Whenever I play solo queue with one of my teammates, you gotta banter each other.
In official matches, we don't really joke around too much, but in scrims, like, we take some more time to enjoy things, especially when something funny happens.
So whenever Masu's in the game, especially because he's a bit like me, he likes feeding a little bit.
It's usually when I try to like 1v2 or 1v3 and die, or sometimes I 1v2 and it works out. That's usually what we've coined as a Masu moment in our team.
And whenever Masu makes a Masu moment, you bring him to the VOD and you ask him what went through his brain. Whenever Masu moment happens and it works, we just say bad and lucky. Sometimes it's just bad and lucky. I mean, that's how it is.
We have a lot of like terminology in our team. Bwipo, sometimes he would run on somebody who he thinks is a free kill, and he's like talking about them being a Big Mac.
What a Big Mac is specifically? Well, it started off with a Happy Meal. So like when a jungler, he does a full 6-camp clear, walks into your lane and kills you, you're a Happy Meal. It evolved into Big Mac because it was funnier. A little bit of brain rot, but it's funny.
And the absolute troll of the team, I would have to say Bwipo.
They want to engage. They need to engage. Their Nexus is dying soon.
Bwipo is usually the loudest in comms in terms of like energy.
Play is low, okay? I'm looking.
Yeah, stay focused.
Wait, okay, no flash, no flash, wait.
Joy is a performance enhancer. As far as I'm aware, happy people do better.
It's a nice first game, not bad, guys.
I think actively making an effort to have your own memes, have your own little inside jokes, and being a part of a team that cares about that and make sure that the vibes are good, it's always going to perform better than people that are clocking along like it's a job.
He's right.
Thank you guys for watching.
I hope you have a wonderful day.
And enjoy the show.
He's right.
Let me throw it
Down.
to the ground, make 'em turn around. And then y'all can find.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MSI 2025. We just got done with game 1 of our first main stage elimination
What
best
the
of 5
hell?
here between FlyQuest and G2. It stayed very quiet early on for about 12, 13 minutes, and then we started getting into some action, and ultimately, FlyQuest prevailed.
Yeah, they did. It was an intense mid-game, to say the least. I was getting
Mods,
worried
get that
for
sign down.
FlyQuest, the fact that
Any
they were
NA versus
G2
EU
is
sign,
at
get it
sole
down,
point,
take it
the fact
down,
that they were gonna be forced
take it
into
off,
these neutral
remove.
objective fights. I didn't think it was the best position for them, but they played the side lanes well. They had good map control, and the patience that they displayed, specifically from Masu, the poke damage he was getting down was sticking, and it was lethal. And I really think it set up FlyQuest for success.
Yeah,
And
we
ban
have
anyone
to be
chat.
sure to use Masu moments and Big Macs in the next game. The Big
And
Mac.
G2's going to need some button luckies, boys,
Yeah,
because right now they are down a game, and they're going to have to bounce back here in game 2.
G2's gonna need some button lucky boys.
Do that, Vedius, as the EU
Alright, use blue side, let him
representative
cook.
here at the desk, what is the magic for
Oriana
G2
ban,
to even
was?
this series up?
Well, I kind of like the draft in game 1, and usually like
Is
the
G2
EU
banning or
Maokai is
first
our
picking
default. So
Renekton?
with that out the window, we're going to have to change things up to get a
Fly
little bit
on
more
a quest.
aggressive. When I think about Skumon, he
Are
is
we
someone
picking
that
or banning
can be
Renekton?
that carry player. He is kind of like, I mean, he follows a very similar trajectory to what EU inspired
Azir
did when
ban?
he started in EU. When you give him the tools to be a monster, he can be that guy. So I want to see
I'm
him
very
more on the
confused
Zig
if they
Jab. Let's
ban
see him be a little
Renekton
bit
when
more
they're red
proactive in the
side,
early
but then they
game
don't
and
ban
kinda
Renekton on blue.
G2
Let's see.
off to a good start.
If I was to take your perspective as
Holy
well, I don't know
fuck.
how you feel about this, but if they got caps onto some playmaking champion, you know, like the Annie or something like that, so he can also be one to start out fights.
Because they have Warwick into it? Oh, yeah, of
Might
course.
be a better look than the Cassio was last time around.
Okay,
Alright, it's
so
a Talia
sides
first
are
pick.
flip-flop this time, but FlyQuest are maintaining
It's a
two
Talia
of their
first pick, and if
same
they ban
first-round
Talia, it's an
bans
Annie
from
first
last time
pick.
in Azir and TF. Their third ban, however, is taken by G2, who removed the Yone themselves on blue side,
Talia
which
ban.
shows me they don't want to
Surely
first
it's
pick it.
Annie.
They're also going to ban away that Rumble again.
But what happens if Bwipo gets his
Not so
Renekton?
attuned to it. Oriana also banned by G2. Final ban of this first half is Talia from FlyQuest. Remember that G2 had that one last side, so all 4 mid laners banned in game 1 are banned again.
Are we scared?
In game 2.
So it's either a Vi Ahri situation or it's an Annie first pick for G2 is what I'm expecting. Something that gives them a little bit more.
Aurora
Oh, they go straight
first
for the
pick.
Aurora. That's really a surprise. We've seen them lean more towards that Annie because of its playmaking
What?
potential. But the blind pick Aurora were expecting this to go into the mid
They
lane.
didn't
I guess
take
they are
Annie?
testing Quad's pool a bit here, especially by removing the
Aurora,
They're saying,
Annie,
what else
did
have
they
we got
misclick the
into,
wrong one?
A champion that has a lot of agency
Are we okay?
in the, early to mid game.
And then we're thinking about the AD jungles that pair
Just take
well
the Annie. What?
with it, and that
What?
is like the Wukong
Where's my
and the
team
Vi are the 2 really primary ones that are still
Annie's
up.
6-0 at
And
MSI.
oftentimes, if you pick the Vi, yeah, people like playing the Wukong with the clone into the Vi. So we'll see if Annie plus Wukong here is a really common pairing. Very, very potent. If they want to
Yeah, but
snatch
Sinzal's
that
open,
early.
so it's not the end of the world.
Inspired
Annie
always gives me a
Senna.
heart attack with these niddly hovers.
Ooh.
Every single time. I know not to
They
trust
could
him,
go
but
like
it's just I
Wukong
still
and a strong top
inherently
here.
have
Are we
a
frozen?
problem,
We're not
but we
frozen.
do see the Senna
We could go Xin Zhao
immediately
on a strong
locked
top.
here. Second
We could
pick
go
of the
Lucian
draft for
Nami.
FlyQuest.
They're gonna play
Yeah,
Nautilus on
reduced,
3.
you know,
They're gonna
stacking
pick
has been
Nautilus
very
on 3. I think
successful,
drop
so
bot lane. Just drop.
confident on that one.
Drop
they're
and
like, you know
find.
what? There's
Rel,
early enough
Brown,
that there's still plenty of AD
Renata.
jungles
Just
to go
find
through,
something.
and they don't have to jump on the Wukong.
Just
they
pick
feel
jungle
like
top.
early.
So I like the fact that when you think about Aurora,
Vi,
it is a
nice.
very
What can we-
range-limited
what if we just
champion,
pick
and you have to
Renekton?
kind of like play tricks to find
They picked
those
Naut on
angles
3
your
and then we
opponents.
ban tops.
If Senna gets all the range that she wants,
What if we pick
she's
Gwen?
never going to be in range of
They
those
pick Naut on
tricks
3, we ban
anyway.
tops.
So I feel like that's got
What
to
top
be
can we
at
pick
least
with
part of
bans?
the thought process here for
Rat
the side
King
of
sign,
FlyQuest
W sign.
As G2, hey, we're talking about Wukong and Vi. They're happy to take the Vi here to pair with the Aurora.
Yeah, and like you're talking, you know, especially when you're playing against the Auroras, if especially they get some side lane
W sign.
priority, you have to ward flanks. You have to keep track of them
Ooh,
so they
Rel.
can't get towards your back.
See,
line
now I like
and get
Rel
those big
if
flanks
Senna
off.
Poppy's
So
not
here,
a lane.
I am still expecting the Wukong.
Can you play Senna Poppy?
for
I feel like
FlyQuest
Poppy
here.
support
Because a lot of people do like playing it with
into
the Annie
Rel
as well
Vi
as into a Vi. But
is toxic.
they have been cooking.
It does stop them going Naut a little bit, actually.
Decide if they want
I
that
feel like Senna
alpha
Naut into
core
Rel is probably
pitch,
not the best.
Pinched, or
Isn't Rel
if,
good into Nautilus?
They want to lock in the jungle, because either way, one of those two roles is going to get
Wukong.
attacked. There's that Wukong you were talking about. This does mean that G2 can look to remove things like the Tahm Kench specifically.
Thought they would
Tahm
go
Kench
Poppy
with
there. there.
Senna into Vi. very well.
But maybe
known
Inspired
response
doesn't like
just
it and they
because
can't
of
flex
the
it.
single target protection that the Tahm Kench does provide. On top of that, like they could consider removing the Nautilus as well, another very common and effective pairing that goes alongside the Senna.
Why do you keep asking me? Because I like to think out loud. I like to talk to someone.
So they're very familiar with some of the best.
What is streaming if you can't talk to the chat?
And I expect that to be targeted in the next phase. Meanwhile, for FlyQuest, I imagine they can look to try and attack the AD carry pool a little bit. Maybe they would consider removing the Draven. It's something that we haven't seen recently from Hans Summer, but it is something that he is willing to bring out into these slower, more scaling AD carries.
Also, I really like the rel
They
here
think
for the
that
side of
Ziggs
G2,
counters
considering
Senna?
the fact that that typical counter pick of the Alistar is removed by the Fearless system itself. You're going to feel better about just being able to lock that one in blind.
Are they going to play like Senna Braum or what?
Does not have any flashy movement abilities. She can just turn invisible, right?
Nautilus ban big.
Yeah, she can haste herself with the shield, but again, no dashes, no blinks. Easy for Rel to try to find big engages.
Can't
on
get
these
souls
carries.
into Ziggs.
Nautilus, another
Yeah, but does
common
Ziggs
pairing
fit
there with
G2's
that
comp
Senna,
with
similar
Aurora
to the
Vi?
Tahm
I feel
Kench
like they
you're
need
talking
on-hit
about.
or
Obviously doesn't have the
DPS.
same protective capability, but a big
I
engage
feel like a
mechanism.
Kai'Sa is
That
good
one's
for
removed by
G2.
G2.
I think Kai'Sa might be a really good bet
Yeah,
for
I agree.
FlyQuest right now.
I think Kai'Sa is great.
You can say what you want about Hans Summer's Kai'Sa, but I think that it just pairs really nicely with the Rel plus Vi combo. A very effective backline access, really good dive, and looks like FlyQuest are going to align with me. I'm expecting Tahm Kench to be the last ban coming through from G2. It's just such a good pairing with the Senna, and it's so good into the Vi. It just makes the most sense to me. Braum would be the only other thing I would consider, depending on how defensive
Tahm
FlyQuest
Kench
is
ban
feeling.
is pretty good.
Some of those, you know,
They
peel
banned
tools or the defensive
Renekton.
tools.
Is
Maybe
everyone
because
just
both of them
paranoid
are
of Bwipo
available,
Renekton?
The value on ban goes down.
Are we
a
all
little
just
bit.
paranoid?
I came into this series as well, kind of looking for Bwipo to be on more standard things, because in the previous series, you know, he was doing a lot.
I think
of
if Poppy
counterpicking and
support
they
can
were
be played with
not
Senna,
working
it is a
out.
crazy
and
pick.
so things like the Scion and the Renekton, I think, are really high priority for him and for FlyQuest. And so that's why I do also respect this Renekton ban that they throw at him again, even though it does leave open a lot of options for Busio.
And the option they're going to go with is the Bard.
Bard top, Bard
Ooh,
support,
some
sorry.
more roaming, some more side lane
Senna
stuff
Bard.
here.
Yeah, I mean, normally,
Is
when
it
I
time
think
to
about
slam
Bard,
Ezreal?
It's into champions that
I don't know why I said
have
Bard
low
top. I
mobility
heard
that
him talking
you
about
can either use as
Bwipo.
an engage tool onto, or you can set up for picks on.
Bard support.
Leaving Senna isolated,
Yeah,
I think is
I
okay,
think
especially
picking
with how much swapping we
like
see in
an
the early game in
Ezreal
particular.
plus like a Gnar
Senna's
here or
quite happy
something,
to move
or
around the map, and
some
I expect Bwipo
nullifying top
kind
that
of what is
can,
their
yeah,
composition missing
Cassante
right now? I
sure.
guess a little bit more engage. I mean, they have the Wukong plus any follow-up plus a Bard. They do have a lot of flexibility in terms of their engage, so I guess Bwipo could do whatever he wants.
What else can you pick here other than Ezreal?
And that is
Zeri?
music to my ears.
Don't
that
like
is,
it.
Probably his as well.
Yeah.
Because
What
Bwipo
mobile
doing
ADs are
whatever
there?
He wants can definitely be some spicy cooking, and it will be into the Cassante here. Obviously going for the blind pick here, Broken Blade, trying to play that
Tristana
generalist pick for himself up on
Oh yeah,
the
Corki's
top
good.
side.
I like
All
G2's
right,
comp.
everybody get into your meme folders
I
real
like it.
quick. Find the copy pasta, get that one ready to go.
Bwipo has done a lot of things, like, you know, Urgot style stuff as well. Could be something, you know, go for the executes. He likes scaling into it. Let's see what it's going to be. The Garen with the execute. So thinking about the execute.
Oh my god, he just picked Garen on 5.
Locks it in. The Garen execute.
I'll explain Garen in a sec.
effective.
Chat, I'm gonna run ads. If you want to avoid ads, you
So
can use
for
the tier 1
those
or
of you
Twitch
who
Prime.
might not
Subscribe
be
to the channel. If you
familiar
sub now,
because
you
we
won't get
haven't
ads
seen it in
for
a
the
little bit
entirety of
here, at
MSI.
least
I'm gonna be yapping
not
about draft while the ads are
LTA
playing.
for
If you sub with tier 1 or Twitch
Garen,
Prime, you'll
the
avoid them
execute,
for the
obviously
tournament.
based, it's true damage based off of your
So
missing
we used to
HP.
play
When
Garen
Cassante
into
goes all
Cassante.
out, he has
Baus
be
used to play
missing
that matchup.
HP. It's very
Baus used to
easy
play Garen into
find the
Cassante.
execute and shut
Now
Cassante
it is a pretty good matchup for Garen because he can kind of ignore Cassante and just eat the wave.
It's not a champion you see a lot, but it's a specific
But
counter
Garen
pick
got
in the
nerfed pretty
Cassante
hard
that is
recently.
made to deal with this champion.
I mean,
He got nerfed on his E, I believe. They nerfed his E, and that made it so he
Bard ultimate also
can't really play the game. I'm trying to find where that patch was.
It becomes so effective at locking them down.
He got a
just
change
because
on
of
his
how
ult.
quick it is and good it is at punishing low mobility targets.
What did he
Now,
got
I will
changed?
say, G2
Where the
do
fuck
have
is
a
it?
lot of mobility on their side because you have things like
Oh, they
the
buffed
Aurora
him.
W, the Corki W,
They
the
reduced his
infinite
W
number of
cooldown.
dashes that Cassante somehow manages to find. Like,
And
it's it might be tricky to use, but in the mid game when these flashes get burnt, I think there's going to be great opportunities for them to try and punish. I'm excited to see
they
what
removed the
can
crit
do,
scaling
because
a
while it
bit,
was a
but
slow start to
it's
game one,
generally
ultimately
buffed.
FlyQuest was playing the map better.
I
They
haven't
were the
seen
ones
Garen in a
getting all
while.
the early towers. They were the ones initiating on things like the
Does the
Grub and
buff
Herald,
make it so
and they were
Garen's
playing the
lane
map
is better
well.
against
So we'll have
Cassante
to
or
see if
worse?
G2 can get a stronger foothold
Here it is.
in this game
The base
with
AD
having
of his
Vi
E
and an
went
Aurora
down,
to make things happen
but the
in the
AD ratio went also down.
Like there is gonna
Oh no,
be
up a little bit.
no,
So he gets a little bit more AD ratio, but the base damage is lowered.
Sometimes with Garen, you'll see people take the Axiom Arcanist
Everyone
thing,
told me that Garen was dead
even
after the
bigger
changes.
Ults, you know, that and Last Stand type of things for some 1v1 big burst potential there, but a lot more safety with the Resolve tree here, a lot more regeneration for lane.
All right, hopefully we get a bit more action-packed early game than game number one. Remember, while you're watching the action unfold, you can keep an eye out for exclusive drops just for tuning in to MSI.
Because that's why we stopped playing him as well.
All you gotta do is be logged in and watching on lolesports.com for a chance to score that loot. Now, Quad versus Caps here in
Also,
the
I
mid
think
lane.
his win rate
I'm
went down a
looking
little
forward
bit.
to the next installment of this, but up in the top side, I feel like so far at MSI, before today, both of these top laners have been underperforming. But when you look
It's
at
okay,
them in the
BB.
past,
Don't
they
get
both
too
played
distracted
a ton of international games.
by
Best international
Garen.
placement,
Just-
Flippo got runner-up at Worlds.
Ooh, no
we don't
flash
even have time
Masu.
to talk about it because immediately G2 is ready to fight.
Okay,
down
we
here
are
on the bottom
fist fighting
side.
in
The
bot.
2v2 starts. Labrov and Hans Sama.
Labrov
getting
James on the
better.
remount.
Lucio here early on as FlyQuest fires back.
No remount.
Bit of trading back and forth. It's FlyQuest who still have positioning on the lane, though. Of course, they do have that ranged advantage. But you're right in saying that there's a lot of expectations on both
Holy
these top
fuck,
laners'
we are
shoulders.
fighting in bot. No
It was
heal.
Whippo that came out the gate swinging in game one. The health bar's
Okay,
getting
no
lower
heal,
and
no
lower.
flash on Masu.
Ooh, keeping your eyes on Inspired here. Look, he's setting up for an invade. He's trying
Is
to steal
Inspired
away
a
that
rat?
Gromp.
Yes, he is.
Very early.
That is rat behavior.
Nicely done from Inspire, but now in the bottom lane,
Hans.
Boostio's about to die.
Big kill.
First blood over to G2.
Conqueror stacked in barrier.
Nicely done.
No flash,
As
Masu.
Masu wants to try to get something back, but the only thing he's
G2
gonna
bot
get
lane!
is a trip to
G2
the
bot
graveyard.
lane!
Double kill Hans Sama, 2 minutes and 20 seconds in.
A double kill for the
G2
Corki.
bot
That
lane!
is going to be so much burst damage into the center. That's very weak early. Has to start scaling up. Has to start collecting souls.
Big
I mean,
fucking
last time
pace G2 bot lane. You
Masu
love
played
to see
he
it.
did keep up a very quick
Was?
pace of
Oh,
soul
he
stacking, but now
executed
it's
to get the
gonna
wave
be
in the
so
tower.
difficult because the lane is incredibly dangerous.
Ansama even executed,
Ah.
I guess, to go
Fast
back.
recall.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. Gets back to base quicker. Meanwhile, Inspired is just stealing away as much as he can
Garen
from
is
the
such a
camps
cool
of
champ.
Skewmon, rather than actually move
What a
towards his
cool
bot
champ.
side. He's committed to securing that wolf. He will at the very least get something back. But Inspired doing some damage on the top side of Skewmon's jungle. Wow, I wasn't expecting a double kill
BB,
at
just
level
don't get blasted in this
1.
lane.
Hans Sama wanted a bit of revenge. He was put behind a lot in game 1, and he comes out the gate swinging here in game 2.
Let's take another look at how this happened.
Moving up for Brush Fire.
The
Yeah,
remount
LeBron goes
ignite.
Right in. They didn't hesitate either. As soon
The
as he
Conqueror
got the flip
stacking
back,
Corki
throw
is
down
crazy.
The ignite. Hansama following up, and then with the barrier too, Masu's not even able to answer.
And then he moved into the Fog of War as well.
Really good job. on the
Another
side of
game where
Brush
Senna
Fire.
might be useless.
Very well played.
Masu also using his cleanse, I believe. So, getting the extra ones.
I mean, when we talk about good starts for G2,
It's a
Another game where Senna might be useless.
I love Masu, obviously, in the game, remaining calm, composed, needs to focus up. A small blip in the radar. Mythy gives us the true feelings on the inside.
Caps, I need you
meanwhile,
to
on the
pop
rest of
off.
the
This
map,
is a
we're just
first
seeing
pick
fair trading
Aurora.
on the top side. I do think Whippo has a slight advantage, especially with a wave pushing towards him. Inspired with a small camp advantage just because of the damage he was able to do into Skewmon side of the jungle.
BB, just go even.
While in the mid lane
Don't
matchup,
get
we're just
hit by the
seeing constant trading back and
justice.
forth. I call this old school Annie versus modern day Annie, just because they play in very similar ways. Both just want to drop their combos and do as much damage as possible. Busio hovering around the mid.
Yeah, on a ward right now, so Caps just trying to play it steady.
Senna
with
is
as
clicking
much
top lane.
extra time from the enemy support as he possibly can.
Double Scuttle Crab as well for Inspired, so really off to a fantastic start in terms of the matchup. And here comes the early swap from FlyQuest once more.
Okay, Masu up here top side. forcing Broken Blade back a little bit, making sure that Broken Blade is later on his recall. That's going to give Whippo the opportunity to make his way down to the bottom lane first. As you can see, that wave crashing into the tier 1 turret, Hans Sama doing that. And remember back to game number 1, the biggest early game lead when there were no kills was Masu's farm advantage on that Varus Karma lane, like you already mentioned, Vedius. This time around, though, it's Hans Sama. He's up in farm, he's up in kills,
nice,
he's up in gold, and
big damage on Whippo.
Who has to turn
That's a
around
Conqueror, Garen,
yes,
no face rush.
Garen. Yes, you're up in levels, but you're in
Caps,
a 1v2.
talk to me.
Now Quad and
Solo Polo mid. Yes, G2.
Solo kill. G2
yes.
have defeated Warfare.
Yes,
5
G2.
minutes
There we
into
go.
the
We're
game.
back.
The burst damage of the Aurora passive
so fucking
combined
back.
with Electrocute never gets old.
I don't know what this G2 has been, but solo kills in bot lane, solo kill in mid lane, this is absolutely
Don't you
crazy
fucking dare.
from the G2 members. Like, we have not seen this type of performance from them for a while. Whippo level 6, the cavalry's coming in.
Yeah, Whippo still ready to try to turn
Lebrov
this
near
around.
flash.
Lebrov gets
Dragon's
silenced, but he's not
50-50.
worried about
Oh,
it.
Dragon's
Full
gone,
health
actually.
still on Hans and Lebrov both, as Skumond is chased out
Nice,
of the
we lost
Dragon
strength.
Pit
Nice.
by Inspired. So FlyQuest, despite hemorrhaging these early kills, will at least take the first objective, forcing the enemy jungler out and securing the Drake. Here's how Caps got his solo.
Yeah, Caps with the first trade right there.
Nice.
Got the big chunk early and then just chased him down on Aurora. Oh, got him with just the end.
The range on that is always very deceptive. The reactions from the crowd, always fun to see.
Good job. Very big. Can you get some?
Very big.
All right, back to live. Caps in a
Caps
little
has
bit of
to
danger,
ult,
though.
has
Goes
to live.
between
Good
worlds,
stuff.
drops the ulti defensively. Of course, Quad already using Tibbers there to try to secure the kill. So ult for ult, no kill gained. Both mid laners still with their flashes available. Both teleports synced up almost exactly. Same story being told for the teleports here of the top laners.
Yeah, and that chase down from Caps was even with Quad running the phase rush there on Annie. So really nice from him to be able to chase it down.
So we've been talking a lot, obviously, about the kills that G2 are getting, but Inspired is just bullying Skumond out of this game. The fact that Skumond thought he could secure the dragon with the pressure that he had in
As
bot,
long as we get
FlyQuest
grubs, everything is great.
smartly attack the bot lane means that there's no support available for Skumond on the dragon. Inspired bullies him off it. He's also consistently trying to steal camps away, and just look at the advantage that he's building for himself. He has, what, like a 4 camp advantage over his jungle counterpart. Inspired, really putting his Skumond through his paces.
Yeah, it really was a nice, like, thank you for the leash moment on the dragon that he was able to go down and collect. And since the early double kill from the Corki, FlyQuest trying to mitigate that damage, swapping back and forth. Garen, of course, we saw
Bot tier 1 has more kills than
just
NA this game.
That W, reduce a lot of the threat of the opponents going for those all-ins. So Whippo here doing a lot so far with the game.
All right, grubs. G2
now,
need
that
grubs.
first dragon being taken also means
We're getting
that the
proxied.
Void Grub situation in Game 2 should be different than Game
proxied.
number 1. Remember back in Game 1, FlyQuest took the grubs, G2 shook hands on it, said, fine, we'll take the first Drake. Now that those are not up at the same time, the grubs have just now spawned. FlyQuest are starting the objective, but you can see G2 hanging around. There's nothing else to look at in the other side of the river, so G2 are going to look at this instead. Busio
How do we
gets
play
crashed
this?
down on
How do
by
we play this, Lebrov?
But Masu misses the center route. Hans Sama is here, level
Like
6
Garen
on
is
the
first.
Corki. The Rocket Poke can be very, very devastating. Hans going to try to steal one of those grubs away there with a Phos Bomb, but it doesn't hit with the timing. Now that last grub, the target here for FlyQuest. Whippo's coming up around the side. FlyQuest going to go in as Quad finds the engage. Follow up there with a Cyclone, and Hans is already down. Nice damage coming in from the Wukong, but now Caps is between worlds. Lebrov is low. Caps has to go back over the wall, and Broken Blade has found his way into the middle of the fight, but Busio is already out. FlyQuest get a kill, get the grubs, and get everybody out alive.
FlyQuest there, they got there so early, and Whippo actually walked up first, so Whippo was kind of holding the mid lane there, the wall, and giving the extra comfort for FlyQuest to then turn and make that play. Quad investing his flash to go for it.
Solo kill mid, 2v2 kill bot, lose Drake, lose grubs.
Very indecisive on what they actually wanted to do, while
Ow.
FlyQuest had a very clear game plan. Bring Whippo up, force the fight, and they didn't waste any time. The moment that the grubs were secured, that was a flash engage from Quad. They quickly locked down Hans Sama.
They have
took him out
Senna,
of the fight before it could really
0-1.
begin.
And when you look at plays like that, you also have to look at the minute or even the 30 seconds that precedes it.
Can we get a
Our
replay?
camera was
Hello?
on bottom side, and we did see Whippo go proxy the wave So the big bonus when you go proxy waves behind the tower
Where's
is
the
you
replays
get the
at?
early move timer. And so
Who chewed the
Whippo,
fucking replay
doing a lot
PC cable?
communicating with the rest of the team, goes for the proxy, gets the extra timer, gets the early move up, and FlyQuest kind of use all of that to manipulate the situation there.
Big wave crashing into the top lane. Tier 1 turret. Broken Blade wants to collect as much of that as possible, especially considering the top lane CS deficit already. Inspired ducking back into the grub pit now as Skumon and Lebrov threaten him. Busio's here to back him up, though. Just fires a little bit of damage into Lebrov, forcing G2 back away. And this is kind of what you were talking about, Vedius.
Nice.
Feels comfortable
No
leaving
flash.
Masu alone to try
Nice.
to
Into the
farm
sun. Nice W. Kill.
Masu in danger now as Busio shows up in time to barely get his AD carry away.
I thought you cursed us, brother, for a second right there. Woo, that was a close one. You are lucky Masu lived, buddy.
All right, sorry, I didn't mean to. Busio's got my back. Busio's got my back, and now we've got a teleport coming in. Whippo's got his back. The Garen back up here in this top lane.
Stop saying dog shit region. You're down in gold, idiot.
Broken Blade, who would like to hang around and be able to intercept this wave. He does have his teleport ready too, considering he's almost out of mana. Is in a bit of a precarious spot. Does get caught up by the Tempered Fate there. More of a tempo ulti. Not like you can make a whole lot of plays with that, but you do interrupt the recall. Whippo finds a quick silence into a little bit of spin. If he could have got some more damage from that, you got him close to ultimate range, but you're not going to kill somebody from 40% until it's a higher level.
He's doing the
ultimate.
Chovy build
really
on
like
Corki.
That play. You know, taking a couple turret shots, then going for the ultimate, all because this Cassante is so low on resources, very low mana, already low on health. So Whippo,
Nice,
he's just
BB, nice.
keeping up the
Chunk his
pressure.
ass.
He got one turret played already. He
is
can
Garen, though.
continue all this Garen pressure.
Now he's working on that next plate, goes for another spin, but Broken Blade with the footwork. It's like you said, Betty, as Cassante always has a dash. For some reason, there's always one off of cooldown, and Broken Blade is making sure he doesn't give Whippo any more ticks on the spin.
Okay, let's get this straight.
G2 starting up the
Nice, look Wukong. W engage.
For the engage onto Inspire. He drops the clone. He tries to get back away, and Skillmon's going to be killed instead. Masu rotates into the fight, and Quad and Busio are looking at Lebrov. Han Sama flying away as Busio and Quad go on a magical journey, and Lebrov gets away to safety underneath the tier 1 turret. Han Sama continuing his retreat. G2, they thought they had the trigger pull, but it was a trap trigger, and Inspire
Where's the damage?
ends up baiting him in.
Violed into Rel combo lives.
Just seems to hit harder. The fact that Skumon melted under the damage from Quad and Masu, Inspired could still get his ultimate off, even in the midst of that chaos. They didn't quite have the damage to one-shot him, so FlyQuest turned the fight around.
And the heals and shields that they have. So this is an attempt at bursting the Wukong. One of the reasons people like playing it into the Vi is that then you could pop your ultimate, then you can go
That
for your
is
phone.
a joke. That is a joke. We got out-damaged by an Annie. All three of us.
Well, and as you say, Flowers, it really is a gambit when you go for that play. You know, trying to get enough burst damage to burst him down in time, but they fail the DPS check, and FlyQuest get another dragon.
And those kills that G2 is able to find really don't mean anything at this point.
How can we solo kill mid and 2v2 2 double kill bot and lose every objective in the game?
We've seen
that has to be a crime.
Objective fight has gone the way of FlyQuest, largely because Inspired is on the objective first and he's setting up his team for a nice fight.
Yeah, some key items, Vedius. You know, you're talking about the Trinity Force there for Inspired. Also, the static Shiv for Senna, relieving, you know, some of the early deficit that he was put in. Now it's so much easier to deal with minion waves.
Plus, gentlemen, we are back to one of my favorite game states. 1 feet for one side, 1 for the other. It's a battle for the boots. This time, though,
battle for the
first turret. There wasn't a ton of damage done pre-turret plates, except for that top lane tier 1, which after FlyQuest got all 3 grubs, did take a significant amount of a beating. That means that if FlyQuest can secure that, they'll earn the boots there. Whippo starting to use the spin before Broken Blade enters into the scrap.
Big top dive, here it goes.
But it's G2 who want to find the kill here on the Garen. Immediately, Skumon makes the engage. Whippo is low, flashing away, trying to find some sort of an outplay.
There it is.
But immediately Broken
there it
Blade
is.
goes all out. Skumon,
you live those,
though,
you live those.
Trying to get himself away as Busio wants to get one back. But the
Had
kill
the flash.
over to Caps
Had the flash.
is right where
nice
G2
kill.
wants the money.
Strong play there from G2 up on the top side to get it and get out. They, as you say, it does cost them 1 flash. Now Busio
Q flash into combo.
Nice
That's a kill, right?
And immediately Broken Blade looking to slam
No damage.
Busio
Double
back
stun.
into the
Everyone
wall,
dies.
but
Perfect.
Busio with a 2-minute
Oh!
stun.
Oh, Caps!
Ready to set it up as Caps goes between worlds. Busio gets away underneath the
Caps,
turret.
press your Q! Press your Q, Caps!
Inspired, needing one more hit on LeBron. He'll get
missed.
the kill. Busio stays alive. Inspired about to die to Hans Sama. There's dead bodies on both sides as Quad keeps chasing Hans, but it won't matter. There's no more opportunity here for a kill, and Caps gets to recall at the same time.
Busio is just dancing on G2, the fancy feet.
We're getting fucking emoted on by Busio Bard, man.
Beautiful.
What is that
G2
guy,
still
Kyria?
end up picking 2
Oh,
kills,
sniffing,
but
look.
my goodness,
Caps.
like G2 overstayed way too deep, and they almost got punished massively for it.
You said it, Vedius. Busio with the juke boots on. That was crazy. Actually getting away from an
Where's the damage? Is the game bugged? Did the NA devs just rig it so LTA would win? Where is the damage?
But they have Quad and Inspired coming over, and again, a Senna ultimate over the top. That Senna ultimate was just enough, and Caps tries to follow him under the tower here with the double ultimate, and then right after he comes out, Caps goes for the Q and flashes, but on the bottom side, you do have to point out Hans Sama, the Corki that got the early couple of kills, getting more money. He got the kill onto Inspired.
Holy Buipo.
And he did get
Buipo,
the kill
no,
onto Tibbers
stop
as
it.
well. I mean, it's not
This is
everything,
friendly
but it's an extra
fire.
50 gold there.
He
So
actually has a sign that says
definitely is
Busio
something.
Bard.
This guy in the audience is loving it, man. Hans Sama on the Corki. The win condition potentially here for the side of G2 this time. Does have his Spirit Shogun completed. Tier stack 2/3 of the way. Worth pointing out, we saw in the picture-in-picture
Whippo
during
is
the replay,
EU's father.
Rift Herald for G2
Wait,
is their first neutral
he's
objective
fucking
so far
European.
this game. FlyQuest got the grubs. FlyQuest got the dragon.
Hans Sama
but
carries
it's
this
good
game.
that G2 was able to stop that bleeding.
Can we
here
stop
in
that
these
guy from
river
being so
battles
cocky?
for objectives. FlyQuest still with a very moderate gold lead, but it doesn't mean a whole lot. It's 500.
Justice.
16 minutes into the game. Whippo and Broken Blade, both level 11, level 2 ultis online. For the Garen, a very big deal in this matchup. Your execution threshold has gone up. It's that much easier to find the insta-kill onto Cassante.
Eyes on Labrov, Hex flashes over the wall.
Nice.
Going for Masu. It's
Nice.
a lot of burst, but
Nice.
immediately
No
he's gonna be
cleanse,
saved
no
by
Bard ult.
Busio yet again, the tempered fate to guarantee.
Good stuff,
The
good stuff.
follow-up from G2 cannot be there. Labrov, he's fine with it, gives him the emote.
They get the cleanse out from Masu.
Drake in 20 seconds. 2-0 seconds, Drake. Hello, Caps, hello.
The way of FlyQuest, the top side very much in
Hello.
their favor. The only real gold lead that G2 sitting on is in the pockets of Hans Sama. With the dragon spawning in 10 seconds, we'll see how things play out because it is FlyQuest that have better vision set up around the neutral.
So, Vedius, how do you feel about this Spear of Sojin Corki build? Because usually the most common, of course, is the Trinity Force with the Murmana, or you could go like the crit version, some people like as well. But this one is a lot about the ability damage.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it come out from Caps during the play-in stage, and it's something that G2 clearly prepared coming into this tournament with the idea of giving you a little bit more value around the poke. I personally still prefer the Trinity Force. I just think it spikes harder in the mid-game, and we'll see if it comes to fruition now as the root comes through.
Yeah, Labrov getting bound up. Chain CC, he can't press a button. FlyQuest immediately find a pick on the main engage tool from G2, and with him out of the picture, the Dragon just spawned. FlyQuest, they'll be at sole point if they get this.
Exactly. G2 lost their primary engage, which means that they're not in a position to contest this. Their best option is now to try and cross-map, attacking that top tier 1. But again, we find FlyQuest in this mid-game just finding advantage after
was on
advantage.
sole point
and G2 making
last
these
time.
mistakes where they're just out of position.
He was on sole
and
point
FlyQuest doing a
last
really
time.
good job of finding them and finding advantages
lost.
off the back of them.
Yeah, with all the pressure here of the Dragon stacking, FlyQuest are now going to be able to just draw G2 into their hands. See about Busio's trailing play here up on the top side, though. Busio doing a good job staying in Fog of War.
Okay, goes on a magical journey. Does not hit the binding, even though it only would have been a slow.
Nice, Caps.
Busio
Make
still
fun
trying
of
to
him
get
a
away
bit.
before Caps gets that third hit there on the spells. Does find the recall there on the Q. Now this turret down to 1/4 HP. Remember, this is still very important. There were still no turrets taken by either side. First turret and the bonus move speed boots are still up for grabs. Labrov in the enemy jungle. Tries to crash down to get himself
Can we
away.
fight here?
Busio again, not going to find the binding. Magical journey through the wall. Skewmon coming up beside them in the fight. Ready with a Vault Breaker. But nobody to be found. No fight here. Top laner still on the other end of the map. There is no teleport for Bwipo. FlyQuest knows this. There is the teleport for Broken Blade. If FlyQuest opts into a fight, they could instantly be a man down. They want to avoid these types of fights. And for G2, if you can force one, it could be your opportunity.
Looking for a
to
dive,
take the lead.
sniffing.
Busio hovering here, too. Watch out for the Bard ultimate.
Inspired, gonna find Skewmon there as he clones back over the wall, but now Quad could be in danger. Immediately
Get the tower now.
The combo on the G2.
Kill the Annie. No Bard ult. Hans Sama wins versus Inspired. This is it. This is the turnaround. Labrov Out.
Now the turret is destroyed
Herald
into the
being
bottom lane
driven.
at the same time. G2.
Not
they
sure
get the
where.
shutdown back of the quads. Annie. It's 1 kill so far. 1 kill for G2. Nothing for FlyQuest. 1 turret for 1 across the rift, but G2 got it first. So they earned first turret. They earned the feats. They're going to drop the rift turret in mid lane as well. The play favors G2.
Yeah, the getaway driver there. Broken Blade.
And
jumps to the
G2 didn't
Rift
use
Herald,
a
and
single
with the
flash,
increased
apparently.
turning
Is that
radius
right?
There just
Is
cruises
this
on
HUD bugged?
through to safety. G2 get their play. They get out. Whippo, of course, after the teleport up to answer, does at least go for that trade.
What about an Atakan Force?
The first-hand experience of playing against Canyon driving a Rift Herald was definitely something that G2 have learned from. Broken Blade able to get away from that situation, and G2 securing their first tower of the game. But FlyQuest respond with 2 of their own. The dive, honestly, seems quite over-aggressive. The advantage that they have is that FlyQuest isn't quite in a position to defend. The ultimate from Busio buys a decent amount of time as Inspired sets his sights onto Hansama. He quickly realizes that he can't really win out on this 1 versus 1. But after they get that kill onto quad, the arrival of Whippo is enough to deter G2 from sticking around in the fight.
I think G2
They
had
lost
to
a
make
lot
this
of
play.
HP
They
in the
can't just
extended
sit there and
engage,
let
so they have
FlyQuest
to be
scale
happy
with this
the
fucking
tower
Senna
and the
Garen
kill.
on side lane.
As we
They have
crest 20
Vio
minutes, I
Aurora,
wanna
have to make
check in on
plays
the
happen.
stacks for Masu.
Now it's 2
59,
minutes till
60
Drake.
stacks now on the Senna. The average Senna stacks at MSI at 20 minutes are just about 49.
They're covering
so despite
through
the
bots.
fact that they had that 2v2 death at level 1, Masu is still stacking 20% more effectively than what you would expect for this point in time. So the Senna not really slowed down in terms of that mechanism she's known for.
Yeah, Hansama had some of those slow stacking games himself as well. So let's see how
62
that Senna
stacks is
factor
crazy
does
at
come
minute
into
20.
play, because looks like he is going for the Black Cleaver
Bot
build.
tier 1, nice.
Does have Wukong as well as the Garen on
G2
his team,
have-
so going to try and shred for the squad.
G2 have no idea that this is going on right now. They have a suspicion.
Hey!
Blade's smelling something funny up here in the topside river. As G2 are going to
Nice
show
spot.
up, and they show up.
1 minute
with
30.
enough
G2
men
can still win
and
this game.
enough
They
time.
really can.
The FlyQuest does not feel confident.
They just
finishing the
need to
objective.
kill
At the
Senna
same
and
time,
avoid-
G2 did grab that
We
turret
missed.
down there in the bottom lane, ties it up at 2-2 in that count.
Guys, stop
Busio
it.
with a nice 2-man binding there. Make sure he can get himself away as Lebrov and
Mid tier
Skewmon
1 dead, bot
prowling
tier
around
1
the enemy
dead,
jungle,
top tier
seeing
1
if there's
dead,
anything
3
they can
towers to
steal
G2.
away. The gold is
Up in
essentially
gold.
dead even, very
They
slightly
just gotta
favoring
stop this
G2.
dragon.
But the big thing I'm looking at, it's 1 minute until the dragon spawns. If FlyQuest take that dragon, they have a Cloud Soul. A Cloud Soul with Annie on your team, with Garen on your team, with Wukong on your team is so scary.
It certainly is, and since Otacon here is still on the map, they have some options. So they're actually roaming Busio up here first to take away the vision.
I think what Fly's trying to
When they
sniff
can draw
here is
you
some kind of
across the
Atakan
map,
for
you know,
Drake.
the soul potential on the bottom side of the map, the Otacon up on top side as well. Don't have to necessarily force the issue.
A tale of 2 sides of the map here. As you can see, the 1,500 gold lead and 1,000 gold
Caps,
lead
you can't go
respectively
top, stay
for
here.
Whippo and Inspired. Meanwhile, 1,500 gold lead and 1,000 gold
Annie
lead
has
respectively
stopwatch,
for the mid
flash
laner
ult.
and 80 carry
Bard
in
has
Caps
ult.
and Hans on G2. Who can carry the next
Labrov,
fight
I need a good
harder
engage.
is the question that'll answer whether or not FlyQuest can take this soul. G2 moving up with a full 5-man roster to try to stop it.
On to the
As
Annie.
Whippo immediately tries to engage on the Caps and Hans, but Whippo's going to be isolated. Immediately the Senna ulti tries
Nice
to
flash, Caps!
FlyQuest top laner, but he's going to be taken out before
BB
anything else
tanking,
happens.
tanking,
FlyQuest
tanking.
in some trouble. Broken Blade here with the front line goes all out and he
Caps!
manages to stay alive. He's going to kill Quad. Broken
Back,
Blade
back, 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 back. Yes, yes,
off.
yes, look there,
G2
look the Bard.
slamming the fight.
Come on.
The target selection was better.
BB
and
fried.
G2 hold on.
In the front to back, it's G2 that holds strong. The idea being that when Cassante goes in and the Rel is there to follow up, Whippo immediately turns his attention onto the
Huge.
backline. He says, if I can
They flash
stop you
on the
from
Annie
following
instantly
up,
to
then that
stop the
means
Annie
that
from being able to do
Cassante's just
anything.
gonna die. But
But
that
Caps
is not
reacted
what
to it.
happened. Broken Blade was
Caps
able to
went
survive
crazy
for
that
a
fight.
huge amount of time, while Whippo
Caps
just
flashed the
melts
Annie flash
trying
ult.
to deal with Hans Summer and Caps.
Exactly,
honor
right
Caps.
over the top. They used the Senna ult too, but that was not the difference maker this time around. Whippo right into the double carries of G2, right into their faces, flashes on Caps, goes for the silence. Meanwhile, on the other
know, if
side of
Quads
the fight,
followed
the other engage gets stalled out
Whippo
by
there, I
Busio.
think they would have won the game.
A lot
But
of
he was
time
so late.
spent trying to
I think if
deal
Quad
with
saw what
Broken Blade
Whippo
and
saw
Lebrov,
and they went
it was
together,
like a 4 versus 2 situation
GG.
and 3 versus 1 on the other side, and G2 just went out on the 3 versus 1, and then we saw some Cassante gaming right there as Broken Blade isolates
He
the
missed.
Annie, takes her out of the fight. And G2 find themselves a
well,
team.
you know, Caps flashed
the
it,
soul away
so
from
it looked
FlyQuest,
like
and
it
they've
didn't.
started
Shut
off
up.
the Otacon.
They've denied the soul. This could be a massive jump in power.
Big
here for
Otacon
G2
force
as
in
well.
here.
FlyQuest is on the approach,
Stun,
but the Otacon is already
crash
low.
down.
LeBron goes
Look
in for
the objective.
Bucio, but he gets
Look
away
the
on a magical
objective.
journey. Broken Blade here to
Objective.
front line now,
Finish.
as Whippo's already spinning on
Broken
top
Blade.
of
What are you doing?
The Garen damage is big, but Broken Blade still getting
Oh,
himself
he's out.
away.
He's
the
out.
Otacon is
He's out.
claimed by G2.
Just dash,
Broken
flash,
Blade
ult out,
still
or
the
what?
Target, likely to be the
TP out, sorry.
sacrificial lamb. Continues running, trying
TP
to
out.
waste as much time as possible here on the FlyQuest side. Broken
can't
Blade
TP
still
out.
clearing the distance. Inspired can catch up.
Oh, I
Finds
thought he
the
could
last
TP
hit
out.
there for the shot.
Oh, big one!
Quad are way too far forward. Quad's
No
already gonna
settled.
be killed as Bucio finds
Stun.
a big tempered
CC.
fate, but Whippo's gonna die now too.
Justice.
Skewmon
Triumph
heals with
saves
the
him.
Triumph, but he does not die. FlyQuest solo laners go in alone. Masu and Inspired now
Run,
ready to
run,
try to
run,
follow
run,
up,
run,
but
run,
Han
run,
Sama's
run,
already able to
everyone
make
run.
the distance.
LeBron, it's okay.
Crash down over the
Don't worry
wall,
about it.
But Inspired ready to follow. It's two dead on either side.
Yeah, FlyQuest trying to clean up scavengers, but they got too
Caps, what are we
many.
doing?
Caps here does get slowed, but should be okay.
What? That Senna W didn't hit
Inspired without
Aurora.
the clone to jump over the wall to
What
chase
the
after
fuck?
Caps means
That's a
Caps
small
can get away.
hitbox.
Thought that was going to be a Baron start for FlyQuest, and I think that was their idea. We kill Cassante, we chase down G2, and with numbers advantage, we can turn and force a Baron. Instead, what happens is Quad gets caught out alongside
Nice engaged
Whippo.
by LeBron.
Bucio buys a ton of time with this ulti, but Quad
Really
already
nice engaged by
dies.
LeBron.
That means that in the extended fight, no one gets the value out of the center ultimate. A nice binding does come through, and great damage comes down on the Skewmon, but it doesn't quite secure enough damage. Inspired, though, he said that he's not done with the fight.
Yo, they go for the extra chase afterwards. Caps
Laugh it off,
laugh
it off, lovely.
And he is the
Just be
richest
careful of Drake.
person in the game with the biggest gold difference here on the Aurora, as well as the extra power of the Dark Seal fully stacked here. So much burst potential behind that Aurora.
And I think we're seeing a much more coordinated G2 here in this second game, and at the same time,
G2
we're
has
seeing
won a
FlyQuest
team fight. I
in
repeat,
some of the same
G2
pitfalls
has
that
won
we
a
saw
team fight.
domestically in the LTA, where they would get a lead, they would start to feel it a little bit, and then they would become discombobulated. They wouldn't all be on the same page, and it doesn't seem like they're all making the same choice. We'll see if they can regroup, because right now, G2's in the enemy jungle.
Yeah, those last two plays for G2 had so much value. The big team fight win before Dragon, stopping the soul stacking and getting the Otacon. Whippo is at it again, though.
Yeah, Whippo wants to go in after
Hansama,
Tempered
you're
Fate
fine.
finds the
You're
Corki,
fucking
but
dead.
nobody else.
Good night.
FlyQuest going in. Inspired ready here with a Cyclone. Hansama's already down. Masu trying to get away from Lebrov. Looks for a little bit more damage. If they can kill the Rel too, that's going to be huge. Whippo goes in for the Stride Breaker. A little bit more damage is there, and Masu's already got the kill. Now Broken Blade about to die here too. It's 3-0 for FlyQuest.
They make the quicker play. They just started out with Whippo chasing down the Corki. They take him out, chase through a tower of their own, and now Vedius,
What
they're moving
is
towards the
happening?
Baron.
Excellent target selection from FlyQuest means that they flip the game on its head. The Dragon is in a minute's time, and with the Baron secured, FlyQuest is going to take full control.
Is this
of
just the
game
July
2.
4th
North
buff?
America
What is
versus
this?
Europe, back and forth here, Vedius. Big objectives traded. G2 will still have this power of the Otacon, getting extra flower for every kill they get and the on-death effect, but now FlyQuest with that last play, the pushing power of this Baron, and with Dragon here about to spawn, they can shove out their lanes on the top side of the map.
How
first,
are we
and then
fighting
get
there?
Everyone back there for the
There's no
Dragon
replays,
Soul
so I don't even know
fight.
how we're fighting there. So I
Setting up
can't
for a
see how
trap,
we're
but it
fighting
was
there.
that
But
lockdown onto the Corki.
What?
They got Hansama's flash in that extended chase that was happening in the previous play, and that's why I say it was such good target focus, because FlyQuest recognizing that summonless Corki meant that with him gone, so much of the damage disappears.
And they have teleport on Whippo right now, so they're keeping Whippo split pushing. Inspired has once again got a Guardian Angel for the critical fight.
Scumon's going in already. They found their engage onto Masu, but the Tempered Fate is immediately
That
there
Bard
to try
ult
to
is
stop
not
the engage.
serious.
Inspired ready to peel for the
That
Senna,
Bard ult
and
is
now
not
it's Broken
serious.
Blade taking a little bit of damage. G2 found their moment, but FlyQuest was ready to respond. Now G2 is split.
Run,
LeBron
run,
gonna be the
run,
target
run,
for
run,
Whippo
run, run,
as he
run,
immediately
run,
goes
run,
in to target that engage
Bro,
mechanism.
what
The
is
Rel
happening
stays
in this
alive.
game? What is our
FlyQuest with
engages?
control over the Dragon Pit.
The Caps isn't even there on these fights. He's just getting completely inted every time. Someone help this guy, man.
Shadow, but LeBron gets clipped. He's down to
Like we just
100
lost
HP. The
Soul
Rel
because
cannot
we're
fight.
engaging
That
without
should be Soul,
Caps.
because Caps now has no ultimate on Aurora or flash on Aurora. So much value here from FlyQuest chasing off and getting those cooldowns. They should be able to get it. Skewmon is around, but there's plenty of vision for FlyQuest, even if he went for a miracle steal.
Absolutely beautiful tempered fate from Busio's Bard to save Masu
Cloud Soul
from what
is
would have
GG.
been a phenomenal engage on the side of G2. The MasterCard priceless moment of the game, the Dragon Soul for FlyQuest now.
Oh.
Could there be a counterpunch? Quad's in danger. The engage from G2 this time onto the FlyQuest mid. He's
No
gonna
flash,
die
Annie.
immediately. Whippo and
Skewmon,
Inspired
Sunred
looking to turn
Sky.
this around, maybe onto Skewmon, a little bit more damage is needed, and Whippo's already got the kill there with Demacia and Justice. Now
This game is
Broken
so
Blade
lost.
still here on the front. Lebrov takes
It's so
another hit
lost.
over the head from Wukong. Masu has joined the fight.
Why is
Broken
everyone
Blade's
so
gonna make some
weak?
distance, but another tempered fate locks up G2. Hansama hit with a binding, but they
Aurora
can't
has
hold
ult,
up
Aurora
with
has
the
ult.
damage. Masu's got a lot of range.
Let's
from
go.
Senna now.
Let's go,
Broken
Cap.
Blade is low.
He missed
Masu
everything.
getting himself away as Inspired drops the clone to drop the aggro. Now Whippo still spinning around, but it's only minions under fire. FlyQuest
He missed everything.
dancing with the line here between greatness and disaster. G2 low on health, backing up. FlyQuest still.
Oh, he didn't miss that though.
Caps with the Aurora burst. Catches Masu unaware, and that
We
will
go
silence this push.
We go
I was
Elder Fight.
just about to say how
We go
well
Elder Fight.
Masu was gliding
We go
in
Elder
this
Fight, volume
playing
increase
with his range
now.
beautifully, chipping away at the HP bars of G2, making it
Elder
so
Fight,
difficult
volume
for them
increase
to
now.
really find the fight. But then he takes one step too far, and Caps shuts him down, adding a few pages to that Medjai's book.
And that does put a stop to the siege and a stop to them taking that secondary tower, but it's not a huge influx of gold back to G2. Here's another look at actually how it happened here and then moving up. So he, like you said, he had been doing a good job using his slow, poking out, using the range. But as they walk in,
Gets a little bit too close.
power shots.
And the stealth as well. He didn't
Boom.
quite
The
even
tip,
see
the tip.
Caps showing up.
The tip.
And he gets caught unaware. Frustration on the face of Masu, understandably so. The siege slows down, and we return back onto live.
A beautiful play from Caps, knowing exactly when to use
Caps
that
to
invis
spare.
for the range.
He's got 18 stacks on his Medjai Soul Stealer here.
Yep.
And since they got the feats, they also have the upgraded boots.
But we're already into a fight. Inspired finds the engagement of Caps and Lebrov. Caps gets himself away. Inspired takes a massive chunk, but Lebrov is the one whose body hits the
It's okay.
floor.
Can we get bots here
FlyQuest
too?
with
Do you have
another
Demolish?
5v4 situation now, going for the push.
Does Cassante have Demolish?
Mid lane, this tier 2 turret should fall. That'll be FlyQuest claiming their 4th turret of the game. The gold, gentlemen, is still not even 2,000 as Hans defends the tier 2. And Broken Blade takes one in the bottom lane at the same
Worth.
time.
Throughout MSI,
Worth.
G2's individuals just get caught out in the mid to late game, and it's
Caps
no
TP
different
spot
in
to
this
try and save
matchup.
Broken Blade.
FlyQuest continues to punish them. Inspired is active on the map, and Quad.
Yeah, Quad's in danger. Stun onto both of them, though, as Quad tries to get away, but Broken Blade is going all out. He's in some danger himself. Busio trying to lock him up. Broken Blade is all out, but FlyQuest bring more men. Inspired, dominating
Caps
on
tried
the
to
Wukong.
TP in
An
to
impressive
stand next to the
performance
wall
in
for BB to ult them through the wall and one shot and get out.
9, 2, and 4 on
But
the
he couldn't get him to the
FlyQuest
wall, so
jungler
he had to
in
back.
game 2.
And their Cloud Soul is really helping FlyQuest move across the map here and find more and more picks for themselves. It just, this whole map is so dangerous
Oh
for G2
my
members.
god,
Very
it's like the
difficult for them to
worst
navigate.
tournament ever.
Just feels like
Scraping
G2
past
lost
Fury and
control.
Gam and
They
just
don't
getting
really know
bodied
what
by
they wanna
everyone
do on
else.
the map.
Like,
Their
it is
members
just
are
such a
isolated.
horror.
They're trying to cross map where they can, and it's this mid to late game states where they just kind of lose focus of what they
Like,
want
I
to
thought
do,
it would be
whereas
bad,
FlyQuest
but I
is
didn't think it would
fully
be this
locked
fucking
in.
bad.
They are moving as a unit. Busio is moving around the map looking for picks.
I
He's fishing for
miss
another
best of
one.
ones. I think best
There
of
he
ones
goes
should
for
come
the
back.
tempered fate on Skewmon, but he won't land that. Whippo chasing after Caps, but Caps just chunks him for 1/3 HP. Now Whippo is Garen, level 16. The passive is at maximum value. Inspired
Nice,
goes in for the
Caps.
knockup
Well
on the
played.
Caps. Forces him to use the ulti defensively to jump away. The Elder Dragon is in
BB,
30 seconds. If either side gets a big win here, they can go for that, and you know how threatening
God,
that is.
good heavens,
FlyQuest
good
finally
gracious.
forced down the tier 2 turret here in the mid lane, but now the Elder
Baron's
is the
not up yet,
focus
though,
for
at
both
least.
sides.
10 seconds
G2
still.
moving towards the area.
Yeah, Baron in 12
Baron,
seconds.
Not that Elder. I goofed it. You're
Well.
right. It was purple. The icon was purple. I thought it was a dragon. My bad.
It's so hard though because all the vision control is in FlyQuest's favor here, and since they do have the Bard, like they have so much threat. There's no ultimate on him right now, of course, but yeah, thank you, Vedius, for the highlights.
Whippo continuing to split push as well. Something we've seen him do time and time again on the champion. G2
Looking
trying
for
to
a
get a pick
pick
of their
on
own, but
Whippo.
Whippo reads the play. I think this is it, yeah, super overextension if G2 tried to make this happen. Busio I was cautious of the Bard pick, but he is making it work in this game. 0-1-11 is the scoreline. He's been involved in 11 of the team's 13 kills. His ultimates have been both defensive and offensive in his ability to find picks. That massive pick that he found onto Hans Sama earlier on in the game was crucial to give FlyQuest a huge advantage. Now with a 3k gold lead, FlyQuest have position on both the Elder and the Baron.
And as Masu approaches this next wave, worth pointing out that Senna, 120 stacks. He is very, very scary on this. Has 3 items fully completed. Working on the rapid fire cannon, I would have to think here next. As G2,
Elder in 40.
they'll at least pick up their own red buff. 40 seconds on the Elder, and it is the Elder this time. Baron already alive as this next fight could just determine everything. Kills tied 13-13. Yeah, it's a 2,500 gold lead for FlyQuest, but that's not a lot. The Cloud Soul obviously being a much bigger difference maker. Silence onto Broken Blade from Whippo.
Caps.
Now G2 ready to step in.
Oh, Caps almost kills Masu.
Masu's already almost dead.
Down goes Quad.
Quad's already eliminated, but now Caps is also dead. Masu continuing to fire. Surviving by 100 was enough, and LeBron's about to die next. FlyQuest turn around. G2, they try to pick Masu. They fall ever so short, but it is just enough for FlyQuest.
The front line for FlyQuest does so much there. The double spinning to winning is able to cut through them, and Masu actually survived the entire thing, kiting back, and with the sustain, and with the peel, FlyQuest triumph!
FlyQuest keeping their 80 carry alive by just 100 HP. He then heals himself up with his own Qs. It makes a massive difference. And FlyQuest now, with G2 dead for long enough, they can take the Baron, they can walk over the Elder. FlyQuest with a big win in the team fight.
Inspired and Whippo. You said it earlier, Flowers, it was a tale of two halves, with the top side of FlyQuest being the point of strength and the bot side being the strength of G2.
Region.
Well, FlyQuest came into this fight and they beat the strength of G2 into the ground. Caps did not get a chance to move. He got what damage he could, but with the Baron going down, the Elder quick to follow, G2 is looking to go, FlyQuest is looking to go to match point.
Caps, that's the first time he died in this entire game, but so many times in League of Legends, when you're the guy who's got the weight of the whole game on your back, just one death can be all it takes as we look at the fight. And the
Caps tries to one-shot Masu, Lebrov gets a good engage, and Quad dies instantly, but
here. And then
what happens to Hans here? He just dies to Tibers, or what?
Meanwhile, G2 did get
oh my god, Lebrov walks into him with a root. Oh
so much damage was done onto Masu, but the fact that he lived, Busio ready to
god,
provide that
Lebrov
protection
walked
as
into
well.
him with a Senna W.
Hans Sama was grouped up with the rest of his team, making it even easier for both Whippo and
I
Inspired
hate
to
this
turn their
Corki
attention
build.
after
I hate
dealing
it.
with Caps. Just a beautiful team fight from the top side, and once Masu had space, he started dishing out the damage.
Yeah, the Garen and the Wukong, they can
They have
both put out
Soul,
so much
Elder,
damage, but
and
also
Baron.
both have so much CC that you get the
GG.
knockups into the silences, and by that time, they're able to take out the key
GG.
carries and move on to the next target. Now, with the Baron buff here, FlyQuest
I think
pushing
G2 can
in.
take the next game.
Masu.
I think they will take a game.
So much power on this
Right?
Senna, 137
There's
souls.
no way they get
FlyQuest on the
3-0'd.
push towards inhibitor turrets in 2 separate lanes.
Baron buff on the minions with the Elder Dragon on themselves. So threatening.
And they immediately decide to go in for the engage.
Wait, they're
G2 under
inting.
pressure, Dawning Shadow. Gonna guarantee the first kill. Scumon's already down and Inspired. His legendary Broken Blade goes all out as Whippo's gonna be in some danger. The
Wait,
shutdown
Caps
grenade
lived.
goes over to
Wait,
LeBron.
Caps lived. Wait,
is
Inspired
far
lost his
forward.
GA as well,
He's
maybe?
likely to burn down here, but he's already got the Guardian Angel. Broken Blade continuing to kite out, but it's not enough.
If
FlyQuest lose their top laner.
how many
but they'll
people
take
on FlyQuest
Broken
have
Blade
survived
and
with
Scumon
1
in
HP?
trade.
Like, this
Fly,
is pathetic.
They still have
This
the
is
Baron.
rigged.
They still
This
have
is
the
fucking
Elder.
scripted.
They still have
This is
themselves
bullshit. This
set
is not
up
right. This is
in
not
the
cool.
enemy base.
This is fucked up.
Inspired, low on HP, stealing away some camps to try to heal back up, while the rest of FlyQuest continues pushing Nexus turrets. Masu has so much range, G2 can't get anywhere near it. The Nexus already under fire. Quad with the engage, the Elder with the execute, and FlyQuest on the game-winning push for match point.
We are so dog shit. Like, it is a horror how dog shit we are.
But they fought back valiantly. They found some massive picks, and they bring us to match point in this best of 5.
It's a 2-0 lead for FlyQuest after a hard-fought
Oh my
game 2.
good god.
Lore, analysts, what are your thoughts?
Captain, I'm shocked, but it's okay, and I'm just as sad as Lore. Listen,
I'm gonna get something
it's the 4th
from
of
the
July,
kitchen.
and I truly understand what it's like.
I'll run the ads. I'll be back in a sec.
To feel free.
Surely
because
it's
my
not a 3-0,
team
right?
is giving it up for free
Surely not.
against an unbelievably strong FlyQuest, who I now think in 2 games, right, back to back, they have not always been in a winning position. Maybe some skirmishes didn't always go their way, but Raz, they always find a way.
Usually, I feel depressed the moment you see what happened in that early game. Like going down 0-2 bot, the solo kill mid. At that point, I'm like, okay, I already know what this segment's gonna look like. That didn't happen this time around.
It didn't. And Isaac, I'm going to give you the floor because you want to tell us a story.
I want to tell you about Busio, and I think the first time he went international, this guy was kind of scapegoated for his performance. I do not think that he played to the expectations that we had for him when he first came in. I think he really struggled with nerves on these big stages, but he has been developing as a player, and I feel like the way he is playing in this series is absolutely incredible. In the Karma game, I think he rarely ever set a foot wrong. In the Bar game, yes, they got slammed in the 2v2, but then this man was on the map making things happen constantly, and I feel like he was absolutely a difference maker in the second game, completely smurfing.
That was the most disgusting Bard game I've seen in a long time.
Yeah.
That was, as an EU rep, embarrassing.
Actually, as good as, wait, Mickey's Bard probably.
Oh, come on. The strays, the strays.
It's our HyperX Reflex replay because, yeah, they break Caps' ankles.
I mean, this was just sick from Busio. It looks like it's going to be a free pick here for G2. They flash in, but he's able to buy so much time. The Senna ult comes through. He lands the binding on multiple members. Caps goes back in, flashes, gets through the portal. Perfect timing on the ult to connect on both of them. Then he has a sidestep. Then he has a binding to come out as well. They're even able to eventually get him out. I do think they eventually got that kill onto Caps too. I mean, this guy was just playing out of his mind.
I mean, it was incredible, and this is something that G2 have been painfully reliant on, is these very linear compositions with kind of overloading on engage. And if the Bard ults are on point, you shut that down every time, and he was so consistent in saying, hey, well, you're going to use 2 ultis, we'll eat those initial cooldowns, reset the fight, what do you have left? And the answer was consistently absolutely nothing for the side of G2.
Yes, either trying to find and bait those fights in, or there were times where he was just saving Masu, just if there was an attempt being made on his life, either mid lane or that one play that happened topside. Just an amazing game from him.
Yeah, we also have the Baron to run through at 27 minutes into the game. Another good one for FlyQuest. We're trying to remind ourselves what actually happened, so let's play this out.
Yeah, let's just play this out and just watch this one out. Because, oh, this was the pick on Hansama. Hansama ends up, yes, balking over here, but an amazing Bard ult that ends up catching him. And I love the fact that FlyQuest just says all aboard. Inspired goes for the pick here, and at this point, we just see this pick turn to a Baron. I love this play overall because it was around 27 minutes into the game where G2 had the gold lead off the picks they had through mid, and all of it was on Caps. So I really enjoyed the fact that this immediately turns into a Baron.
And you said there something really, really important, right? And I think Bwipa also touched on it in the pre-game interview. He said, gone are the days that if Caps has a lead, he's going to take you to the finish line. And that might not necessarily be because of him, right? It is because the team is not gelling. And I think that goes for everything.
Busio's playing great.
Oh, LeBron was out of position, Broken Blade was out of position.
But
Skewmond
is getting absolutely monstrous gap.
I think G2 at their
Inspired.
best historically have been a team where all
like
5
Inspired
players
is
game knowledge is at such a high level that each and every
owning
one
this
of them
whole
can
game.
make decisions independently. They don't need a simple game plan.
Every
Today,
game.
FlyQuest
Inspired
are that team.
is just
all these players on the fly.
completely
Yes, there are some
destroying.
fumbles. On the side of G2, they look lost. They look like they need someone to direct them in the mid game to make decisions, and that's why we're seeing them just throw ultis at people, go all in, because simple seems to be the only option they have now.
It used to work, but
Simple?
everything is
Oh,
working
wait,
on
what
the
if we
side of
sign Simple?
FlyQuest, and I'd like to contextualize
Wait.
this a little bit, Azale,
Simple
into
carries.
the history of FlyQuest, how long
Simple
they've been
carries
playing
big
with each
time.
other. The fact that they were so good internationally last year already, but they just didn't have enough. I feel like we're seeing the next steps come to life here.
Yeah, I really hope we are. I mean, this would be the first step towards that if they're able to take down G2. They brought Gen G to 5, but people are always going to say, but you didn't beat them. Close doesn't count. It's not enough. And they are the longest standing tier 1 roster right now. Rosters in League of Legends, they change like
I can
that.
feel it,
you
chat.
have a bad year, you are
I can
gone.
feel it and I can
FlyQuest
smell
has
it.
been building with this squad, trying to
A
accomplish
reverse sweep.
that big goal of taking down an
Caps is
LCK or an
pissed.
LPL team in a best of 5.
Carry
and they're gonna have
junglers.
the opportunity if they can potentially get this done.
And you brought up Busio. The other player I want to hit on really quickly is Masu, because he kind of made a commitment coming out of MSI last year. Terrible performance, no doubt. He said, I'm going to get better. Every single player says that. How many of them are in this position now? Almost
I feel
none of
like
them.
FlyQuest
He
is a
gone the
team
distance. He has gotten better.
that would
overall,
get
this
very
FlyQuest
cocky.
team is so monstrous, due in no small part
And
to
then
his individual
they will get
level.
smoked.
Yeah, international's been the focus for this team. Anytime you have an interview with them, they always have
I
their
do
eyes
think
on that
they
direction
are.
because, yes, you
They
mentioned
would get
Masu,
cocky.
Lucio, both of those guys had regrettable international performances they wanted to rewrite, and this is the moment where they're doing that.
But this guy, right, there's a lot on his shoulders, and maybe he can do it. G2 has elected to go to the red side, but now you're up against it. A reverse sweep, it doesn't happen often because it is very, very difficult, even if you get that one game.
I mean, it is incredibly hard, but I'm just going to say it. This brother needs some help. He has been playing incredible, I feel
He
like,
needs some
all of
fucking
MSI.
help.
Even when the team is getting stomped, he's the one with big
It's been
individual
like this for
advantages. He
years.
is making things happen.
Rocks
The
up,
rest of the
plays
squad
well,
needs
gets
to
into
step
lose.
up and be there for him.
It is unfair to ask Caps to bear the burden, but we have to ask anyway. G2 fans have to ask because it is just him. It is all the pressure in the world. It is all of the expectations on his shoulders, but they cannot go anywhere else at this
Or
point.
don't, you can go home quick.
Or,
That's an
yeah,
option.
Thank you.
FlyQuest are on match point. We'll see if they can finish the job. But Twitch subscriptions are back for MSI. Subscribers enjoy benefits like enjoying MSI ad-free, custom chat, emotes, badges, and more. Riot allocates a portion of the proceeds in the global revenue pot, directly supporting the leagues and teams in the esports ecosystem. Subscribe now to unlock the Not Like This Way in-game emote. And we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll see if FlyQuest can finish the job.
Take the jersey off, they will win. You think if I take this off, they're gonna win?
Alright guys, I just landed in China. Let's go.
Play the local way, pay your way.
Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night?
Play the local way, pay your way.
The jersey's off. Now watch them lose in 10 minutes.
Get summer ready at Verizon. All new and existing customers get iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. Yep, iPhone 16 Pro on us. Only with Verizon.
Don't give up. Chat, has G2 ever reverse swept before? Today is that day. Today is that day. Chat, do you think as European fans we could like put a pot together to like crowdfund Inspired and Whippo to come back to the region so we can own these fucking frauds?
Chaos around me. So many enemies. They all surround me. They out for blood and revenge. Rising with killer intent.
It's okay. G2 will lose this series. The year will be shaky. End of the year. Los Ratones joins Tier 1. Caps joins. Inspired joins. Whippo joins. We 8-man roster it. Shuffling in players like CFO. And the absolute unit of a team wins the entire tournament. We assemble all of the European Avengers over the last 10 years. What does G2 need to do to win the series? They need to all connect in the chat. They need to all connect to the game. And they all need to click better. I don't really think it matters what they draft. I think BB needs to start playing good. Skewmon needs to lock the fuck in. Labrov needs to lock the fuck in. And Hansama needs to lock the fuck in. Now. You have one game to lock in. God, this song is pissed. What are you saying? G2 move! Holy fuck, this reverse sweep is gonna go down in history.
All of that talking stops now. There's no need for discussion. Once you see what I'm about, all of that talking stops now.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around. I'ma look at you from the top, howling like a hound. Let me take it off, push it up to another height. This is what I do. I'm a dog, not afraid to fight in the dark and night.
G2 is on the brink of being eliminated, and FlyQuest, they just have to finish it. And for FlyQuest, it all starts with success. It starts with FlyQuest.
Get out of here!
And then anyone thought they would be, FlyQuest have to be on the brink of getting this historical result versus G2 on the international stage.
W monologue.
Oh no, I can't hear Shocks anymore. Something's happened. Oh,
nice. Go for the legs. Good sweep, Raz. Good sweep.
All right, Raz
There's
is
no way
working
Raz
on
just
his
took her
IRL
legs out.
PvP, and
There is no way Raz has beaten up Dracos
They are up 2-0.
and then took out Shocks in a monologue.
Point here in this best of 5 against G2.
Okay, who's winning harder though? Raz on the analyst desk. He took out Dracos in the pregame, and then he just took out Shocks there.
He's at 2-0.
Or is FlyQuest winning harder? Yeah, Raz and FlyQuest.
All I'm going to say is that I feel like Raz is getting more KOs than some of G2 is, okay? You know what I mean? And you're just going to have to find some, because the desk was right. It feels like that it's kind of all about Caps right now. His impact is very much felt, but the rest of the team, I mean, Skewmon, of course, a rookie to the international stage. He hasn't had an easy debut, having to go up against Canyon a few days ago, and now against Inspired, touted as one of, if not the best Western performing jungler right now.
It's time.
It's definitely tough competition, and I think in this game specifically, Inspired really did run rings around Skewmon, so we're going to have to find some comfort picks for him, setting him up for success so that he can have a little bit more impact here
now.
in Game 3.
Yeah, I think the most impressive thing to me in the last game was the adaptation after the 2-0 in the bottom lane. That's not something you really expect to happen, but the adaptations from FlyQuest afterwards were very good.
All right, let's jump into Champ Select, powered by Omen and HyperX here.
Caps
for the third
activate
time today.
now.
EU fans would love it to not be
Okay.
the last time today here
I'm
in
guessing
this
G2
series,
ban is here.
As once again, FlyQuest back on the blue side. G2 have opted to return to
I'm
red
guessing they
here
ban Rumble.
with their backs against the wall in their must-win game. FlyQuest going to continue target banning Caps. Like you're
And
talking
we
about,
play.
This is the guy for G2. He didn't die a single
They
time
ban
in the last
Renekton.
game
So
until
Galio
that
into
near-ending
Rumble,
team fight when
Ornn
he
into
almost
Rumble,
zeroed out
Azir
Masu.
open.
But the TF, the Yone continuing to be banned. The
We
Taliyah
need
has
Caps
also
to
been
get
banned, and the
crazy good
first 6
matchups.
in every single game so far, as the Renekton is removed by G2 as well.
I will say I'm a little surprised by G2's high priority on taking this Renekton away from Bwipo. I guess they feel that they just don't have a reliable answer into it in the event that it's blind picked on the side of FlyQuest.
Jax ban?
The Jax now being removed from Broken Blade, I think is a smart adaptation.
Is that a
because they
Gwen
know that
prio?
Broken Blade, not only is he very
Gwen,
confident on it, but
Rumble,
domestically was one
Azir,
of his best champions. He basically
Galio,
went undefeated
Ornn,
throughout the entire spring split on it, and so
Ahri,
just taking that away, removing some
Sin,
of that comfort to put yourself in the
Neferi.
best possible position.
It
I
could
think
be
is a
Sin's
smart
out
move for
first pick.
Now the fourth mid laner that has been banned in the first 6 bans in the first 2 games is Azir. Okay, there it is. The fact that FlyQuest left it open in place of that Jax, that told me
You could first pick Rumble, but BB doesn't play it. Gwen, you could first pick. Xin Zhao, you could first pick.
Okay, so with
I think
them
it's
being
Gwen or
back on
Xin
blue
Zhao.
side here,
Does
it's
Bwipo play
probably
Gwen?
gonna have to be another blind pick for Bwipo.
Otherwise, they can just take the Rumble,
You
but
mentioned the Renekton ban, you know, it's something he's so comfortable on. That would be a good blind pick, but there's still things like Gragas or something like that that he could go for to try and like neutralize
Nico
lane
first
and
pick.
perform really well on. So think that
Is he fucking...
will still be okay, but they opt for the Nico. And again, even with the nerfs, you know, we have still had pretty high priority for a lot of not only bottom lane pressure with this champion, but there is a possibility of flexing it still.
I think
Does it have like a smell?
Not only is she a good engage, but I think into Labrov, she's even better.
Lucian,
Because when we think
Nami,
about this player,
like it.
He prefers melee engaged champions, and I think that in terms of
Lucian,
matchups is
Nami.
where he's
Are we
at his
doing Nami?
weakest. Now there's a possibility that they might go for the Nami Lucian here.
Because they could play
Alternatively,
Kalista
something
Nico.
From Labrov is things like the Blitzcrank into that kind of Potal
They could play
matchup where you
Kalista
can have
Nico,
an
they could play
advantage,
MF
but
Nico.
given that we've already seen the Lucian locking, we are looking at either a Braum or a Nami, potentially
Don't fucking play
a
Braum into
Leona
Nico,
on the
please
bot
don't do
side
that.
of G2. I wonder if they'll
They're talking about
prioritize
something
their
against
jungler here. Oh, the Nautilus, of course. Forgot about him.
Lucian Nautilus bot lane.
For G2 is the priority
Lucian
here. Going
Nautilus
back to that
bot lane.
second game, it was a level
Lucian
1 double
Nautilus
kill.
bot lane.
No
I have to say
outside
that again.
influence in the
Lucian
bottom
Nautilus bot
lane
lane.
for Hans and Labrov, but it still wasn't enough to get the win.
Okay.
This time, they're investing even more.
I'm not gonna
in that
break
early
my keyboard
firepower.
yet,
And after
but I'm
that,
getting
though,
close.
Busio was really good on the Bard, making so many moves, so many big plays. So if he does get his hands on the Nico, Busio is very good with his map movements, with his creative
Renekton's
plays.
out and they pick
and
Yorick.
We go into the Yorick. Okay, we were
BB, what have you got into Yorick? Please tell me you've got a counter.
He is one in North America.
Please.
He was the first one at least.
What are we
in
saw? We're talking
our
about
league,
Fiora?
You know, that really popularized this champion.
Well,
as
Jax is
well,
banned
even
and
with
Renekton's
3
banned,
on
so he's got no answers
Not
to
here
it.
on the desk with us right now,
Oh
but
my
I can
god,
hear
it's
Azael
time.
rubbing his chin at this already.
Baby, I'm praying
Azael
on
is
you
a very
tonight.
critical person
Eat
of
you
the blind
down,
Yorick,
hunt
because
you
Yorick has
alive,
a lot of potentially
just
really hard
like
counter matchups if your opponent is
animals.
willing to play them, but inspired on the
Animals.
Trundle this time.
That may be
Is
why
that
they
the
wanna go
third
for an
pick
early
here?
Trundle, so that you kind of dissuade.
Okay, they're dropping
G2,
AD.
Broken Blade from going for like the Cho'Gath or something.
They could just match
'Cause
jungle
some
here,
of
like
the
Jarvan's
other,
good
like,
into
counter
Trundle,
matchups are ones that people
Ivern,
mention that are super
Kinder
difficult,
Egg,
but you don't see it
Nocturne.
pro play. Like an Aurelia is so risky, even though you
Or
can dominate the matchup,
they match the
because
Yorick.
It makes Aurelia doesn't have her own escapes,
Naafiri
so
also
it makes it
good,
hard for
yeah.
you to, like, play side lanes later.
All right, here we
and
go.
Fights and stuff, and so. Looks like they're not too
Could
worried
ban
about
Kalista
that
MF.
one, and they want to get the Naafiri first.
Could
That
ban
champion
MF
does have
Ezreal,
so
also a
much
bit annoying that
mobility,
Ezreal jumped this game
but
already.
Even so, we have seen
Ezreal Nico
decent
Trundle
Trundles
sounds
across
toxic.
the world go for invades even against Naafiri and chase them down sometimes.
I mean, Trundle, simple champ.
Yo,
Gets
happy birthday,
close,
Turtler.
He takes a bite out of you, and then he bonks, bonks, bonks.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
He's fast, and he can put the pillar up to make you slow.
He's gonna be looking to
The
put that
one
dog
thing
in the
BB
camp.
cannot
Alright,
do
like,
here
he
is BB
he's a
cannot
champion that
play
can definitely
Ornn.
find advantages early. We'll
You
see how
cannot play
things
Ornn
pan out
into
as we move
Yorick
the second
Trundle.
phase
That
of
sounds
bans.
horrible.
80 carries are going to be the target.
Kalista ban,
Kalista
MF
now
ban,
removed,
good.
a nice pairing alongside
Is G2
the,
flexing
the
Nautilus?
Nico.
Nah, surely
I'm
not.
wondering if they're worried about things like the Kai'Sa still available.
Is G2
I don't
flexing
know
Nautilus mid?
With the amount of, I think Ezreal might be something.
Oh
they
man, they
think
could have gone
about.
Cho'Gath
Range,
here,
very
but I guess
safe on the bot
Cho'Gath is
side
a
of
bit
the map,
annoying
also
into
just
Trundle.
synergizes well and
I think
opens you up to
Cho'Gath is the
allow the
one
Nico to
champ
start
that
roaming
works
around the
into
map.
Yorick
But the thing about the AD carry meta is it
that
feels like
BB kinda
every
plays.
AD carry is viable in a way. So
Or maybe they would sack jungle too
you're
hard.
really just
Ari
concerned
ban,
about
nice.
those
Okay, so
threatening
Cho'Gath's up.
ones that pair up nicely with the Nico.
Yeah, I feel like we don't really start to see AD carry feel super pressured
Orianna
until
is quite
game 4,
strong
game
with
5 of
Naafiri.
Fearless.
Orianna
Meanwhile,
Naafiri
on the
combo.
other side here with G2, since you do have this Naafiri
Oh.
carry jungle here,
It
for
could be like
Scumon,
Orianna denial,
they're looking at
Caitlyn
some
lane.
other possible like setup mid laners there. So I
Victor.
actually do think the Ahri is a good ban.
And then
the
I
Annie
don't
and
know what
Aurora,
BB plays.
Those two other really big ones are already off the table, obviously from
Brown
this game.
ban, they're scared of
See if
Nico
there's any
flexing
other
mid.
of them that FlyQuest are actually worried about.
This is quite clever. So they're aware of the potential flex of that Nico into the mid lane.
Yep.
They're wary of a possible Braum Caitlyn or something coming out from the bot side of the map. So they just choose to ban away the Braum to kind of mitigate
It's
and push away
Renata.
from that
They could go
potential
Nico
flex
mid
of
and
the
Renata,
Nico.
I guess.
The Gwen being banned out on the top side.
Cho'Gath
would
on
be a
4,
good
thoughts?
carry option for Broken Blades. Cho'Gath is usually the direction that he's
Or what about
looking at for a
Warwick?
matchup like this, but into the jungle, he might be dissuaded from bringing that out.
Exactly. It's just like what you mentioned earlier, Kobe. You pick the Yorick blind, but then you give him his buddy with a bonk stick to make sure
Nice.
that Cho'Gath. Hey,
Now they could go Caitlyn something.
Broken Blade is saying, all right, I see
They
your
could go
stick, I raise you a
MF and
Cho'Gath."
play a mid.
And the reason you immediately start
I think
talking
Orianna
about
Victor
Azael
are the
talking about,
mids.
Cho'Gath's counter is because
Victor,
of Feasting on the Maiden,
Victor.
And being able to deal so well with ghouls and everything. So we'll see if the Trundle
Could
is
blind
going
Silas,
to
but
be the kind of switch that
surely
that kind of
Caps to the counter.
nullifies
Okay, they
that
take the
counter pick.
Orianna.
But oftentimes, like you
Oh
always
my
see,
god,
is that
Caps
York
is
then
gonna have
just
to play
doesn't
Victor in
summon
game 4.
the
Oh
level
my
1
god.
maiden. Later on,
Caps,
the piece isn't
it's
going
an
to
Akali
one-shot it,
game.
so
Just pick
you
it.
can do it later, and you can like choose your moments
Pick
when
the
you're going to
Akali.
summon it. But that is normally the reaction. If the Cho'Gath's just in your lane with Feast ready, you just don't summon it.
So seeing
I want an Akali, I want a Sylas, I want a
if
Syndra. I do not want a
G2's
Victor
thinking
here.
about either a Sylas or an Akali
Please don't do it.
for Caps. When we think about how he's been playing, wanting to give him as much agency as possible would make sense. He must be feeling very confident, and he'd want to have
Caps,
a
do
nice
it.
jungle matchup. Oh, sorry, a
Caps, do it.
mid-jungle pairing is what I mean. And into an Orianna Nico, there are some
Caps,
good
carry
ultimates
the
to
game.
steal the Kai'Sa as well. Sylas might be the direction, but Akali
He's
is
doing
good
it
into
big.
the Orianna as well.
Chat, I'm gonna run ads. If you want to avoid ads, you can use the tier 1 or Twitch Prime. You don't have to sub to the channel if you want to get back to the game. Toss the biggest. I have to run the ads so you don't get the ads during the game.
Caps on
There
the
it is.
carry in the mid lane. This is the guy to look at to see if he can keep G2's hopes alive.
Caps, this is you, baby.
Cho'Gath, the big front line for G2, but you also always have this little bit of a warning sign, this exclamation point when you're running one main frontliner against Trundle.
This is you,
Trundle
Caps.
has a very obvious target in every fight on who to ult.
And also, sometimes it can be hard to play some of these short-range, like melee carries into a Nico. Busio doesn't always have to be the very beginning of the initiation.
This game is one for EU.
Skewmon and Caps here on these
I see it.
melee carries are going to have to really worry about that positioning if you get locked up by
Dash,
full Nico
dash,
combos.
dash
I'm
into
expecting
Trundle,
bot lane to be
Orianna, Nico.
volatile early. It's been pretty violent so
Just
far
play.
in this series, and I expect
Play
it to continue to be so.
and
Don't
play
be
good.
surprised to see
Feel?
junglers pathing towards bot side early to try and get involved and either protect, cover, or just get involved in the action. Mid lane, of course, is an area where G2 would love to try and find advantages. If they can unlock Caps with a kill or two, then Orianna becomes very difficult to play on the side lanes. But FlyQuest, I think, should be feeling a lot of confidence. If they can keep Caps down, then they're in a great position to round this out in a 3-0.
Yeah, I don't want to worry you, Vedius, but Busio is 8-1 on the Nico.
I was worried at the start of the day. I feel like that I can't be more worried.
Well, I do have a fun fact here for you, Vedius. As of this game right here, Caps has now passed Xiaohu for second most international games of all time for any player at 193.
Damn.
Only
Caps is
Faker
the second
is
most.
ahead of Caps in terms of international appearances now.
I mean, there
That
is
is
a reason
crazy.
why he's called the Western GOAT. The fact
That
that,
is
he made
crazy.
back-to-back World Finals all those
Second
years ago.
most
the fact
international
that he's competed
appearances
against some
ever.
of the best mid laners in the world. He is recognized as being a super talented individual, and if he wants to keep that number going up here at MSI, he
What a good
needs to
stat.
step up here in Game 3. He's already had a very
What a
strong
game to win on
performance
as
in
well.
this series. Let's see
What a
if
game to
G2
win on.
can begin the reverse sweep.
Like this from Quad 2, keeping watch of the Raptor camp to see if there's any attempt at warding so he can alert Inspired. So much easier to work around the information that your opponents have when you already know where they've invested their trinket cooldown timers.
Also looking at the 80 carries, sometimes you'll see 80 carries take the cleanse into these CC heavy champions. Not this time around. Barrier for both, and I feel like this leads right into what Vedius was talking about with these volatile bottom lanes ready to scrap from the get-go.
Labrov positioning in the lane, fishing for a hook, but Masu and I was about to say Masu and Masu.
Double Masu.
Masu and Busio positioning nicely within the minion wave to deny that hook possibility. Lansama being denied some farm.
Caps, you are our
On
savior.
the top side of the map.
We need a prayer for
Already
Caps.
getting out to a good start, but Broken Blade utilizing his E to trade back.
Caps, I know
You
you're
expect Bwipo
being
to have
inted.
the advantage in the early trades.
Your top is losing.
Yeah, moving up there. He had the ghouls
Your bot
ready
gets leads
on
and
the
can't
ground,
carry.
Goes up and gets it. We also saw
Your jungler
on
is
the
getting
bottom
out-jungled.
side of the map. Masu is using the
But you
expensive
are
Uzi
our
skin,
savior.
And then Busio
For
turned
the last
into him, so they
8
got
years,
double
you are our
value out of
savior.
it.
Right.
And we ask of you one more favor.
The double Uzi skin.
Do not lose to
my
NA
triple with the crown.
Triple
The
Uzi
value.
skins.
for the 3rd year in a row. Amen.
FlyQuest already popping off in the bottom lane there as they do have control over this. And it's already a better start than game number 2. Remember that
He's
in
getting
that
fisted.
previous one, it was 2 minutes and 20 seconds on the
under his
clock
tower.
when Hans and Labrov got their double kill.
All right, man, that's
He's
why you do see a lot
electrocute
of the
Akali.
Nico with the Kai'Sa.
He's gonna miss
because
half
Kai'Sa's
the
pretty
wave
short
there.
range and doesn't have the strongest lane phase by herself, but then you pair it with the Nico, and you're able to have that agency. So pushing in on the bottom side with both junglers pathing towards bottom side, that means this topside trades that we're seeing here are going to be...
Oh, Whippo.
BB lives,
nice
BB lives.
damage onto Broken Blade there, but he'll still heal some of it up. Again, you kill the ghouls, you get to proc your passive, you heal up on everything that you kill, even if it's a little trash ghoul. Quad gets caps very low, though, down to 100 HP as he continues shoving in the mid-wave.
I like the aggression from Quad. It's what you need to be doing in this early matchup. But we talked about the junglers pathing towards bot. Inspired has done a full clear and has made his way down. He's using the pressure that he has from his bot lane to move into the enemy jungle, and he set his sights on the blue buff.
Nice, Skewmon.
Smited away by Skewmon. Nicely
We go
done.
to top, Krabby Patty. Nice, lovely,
This is what we were talking
love it.
about.
Great,
The pushing
excellent,
lanes for Trundle
beautiful,
is
gorgeous.
always so scary for enemy jungle. Because he is going to be able to come and look for those invades, but Skewmon had his smites, so no problem for him, and he can just cross over for the scuttle grab.
recovering in this lane really
well. I think he should be able to finish it and chase it upwards.
The Cho'Gath passive healing him up.
Fine, even though you see Inspired crossing. Inspired's actually wrapping through enemy jungle at the
Skewmon
moment.
looking for the gank.
Oh, but this is the tragedy for Whippo. So many times you see him
no flash
get a little
Yorick.
bit greedy, sticking around, wanting to shove the wave up the last little bit, and it ends up costing him his flash.
Inspired
Skewmon
is
there.
sniffing.
Kind of interesting here because,
Skewmon,
like I was talking about, like
no.
Inspired is covering this route, so they've been trying to trap this.
Oh, but Skewmon's caught out there by the Tangle Barbs from Busio. Inspired waiting over the wall. One more hit from the club, and it's first blood to Inspire.
And that is why he saw it coming a couple steps ahead. The 4D chest there, Inspired becoming the embodiment of jungle.
Well, it's another jungle gap
I
game.
mean, he's just in the head of Skewmon. The fact that he's like, okay, here's what's going to happen. Ooh, Labrov covering mids.
Labrov wanting to at least try to get a summoner spell here out of Quad, but instead just gets a turret shot as Caps does hit the Shuriken, but that's not going to do a whole lot. We've actually got, as we're standing by in this early game, Lore is standing by with Masu's family. Lore.
Oh, great. W family. Oh, the mic doesn't work.
Right now, alongside his mom, how does it feel watching your brother play
Masu
here
mom.
at home in Canada?
It's a very emotional time for sure. I just want to say that we're proud of him, irrespective of him or the team winning or not.
Thank you
Well,
so
they're going to get
much.
reverse swept,
Hopefully
so
he
get ready
goes
for
up
that.
this
But that
one.
was really wholesome.
Casters, over to you.
That was really wholesome.
I love
W
seeing the
sister,
family
W
come
mom.
out to support the
But get
players
ready
like
for
that,
a
especially
crash
here
down.
on home turf in Canada.
Get ready for Earth and
Already up
reality
to
to
a
come
2-0 lead.
crashing
Would be an
down
awesome
on this
moment
series.
for Masu
3-2,
and for
baby.
all of FlyQuest, if they can close this one out super clean, but they've still
They
got to
won't.
play through G2 to do
we're
it.
all
Cap's
getting ahead
gonna
of
take
ourselves.
his recall now. Level 6 on the Akali. Keep your eyes on him for roams.
We're all
and
talking about the
plays.
series being
We're
lost. It's
looking
not
at
lost.
him to be that X factor.
I didn't hear no bell.
Moving up to the top side. He's got his Gromp and Wolves ready, so should be able... Wait, it's pretty deep ping here from him as well. He's setting up for a possible future play.
All right, we've got one real Inspired farming a frog. We've got a fake Inspired heading top, looking to give some grief to Broken Blade.
Velia gaps inspired.
He's right. Secured by Broken Blades.
Yeah, the feast is ready to go on the Cho'Gath. Masu takes a little bit of damage, but nothing to really be super scared about. Nice Tangle Barbs there from Busio.
That means bottom side is a possible target. You saw Skewmon kind of heading down there, but they decide we are... Wait, he's going back to the play now.
Oh, boy.
They're going for the maiden first.
Kill the wife.
Okay. Whippo's maiden at 500 HP. Whippo trying to keep this wave from crashing into the turret.
Take
Drops the
damage on
cage.
Whippo.
Whippo's down to 300 HP.
Skewmon tanking the
Blaze
tower.
has hit him. Skewmon taking damage there from the turret. Whippo kills him. Skewmon gives a free one over, and Whippo buries him there with a shovel. Now up in the top side. It's one traded back, but they still get the dive. Feat of Warfare claimed by FlyQuest as Busio does drop to Broken Blade at least.
Skewmon didn't expect the shovel damage right there.
Impatient. Oh wait, the ghouls!
Oh,
The ghouls!
It's the brush.
That
Division.
last ghoul.
Oh my god, this
What
is
the hell?
That is ideal for you, you know, because Nefiri W is broken, but it's not broken if you don't press it there under the tower. They really wanted to force it in, and props to Whippo for moving up towards the minion wave, you know, and forcing them to go in and blunder that tower dive.
My goodness, Whippo handing the shovel to Nefiri and being like, here, dig this yourself. Like, he's just like, it was so brutal to watch. Like, the idea is solid. You get a lot of good damage down onto Whippo, but as you rightly said, like, he got impatient. He went underneath the tower, and now Inspired, level 6, moving into the enemy jungle. Labrov flashes.
Labrov with the flash, trying to lock up Inspired. They want to try to get the Trundle here, but Inspired wants to turn it around. Subjugate, already used. Labrov,
Now,
he takes some
if
damage.
Caps' camera was not bot,
to this,
and
so
he didn't see that, he might think we can still win, which gives us a chance.
+1 ulti technically for G2.
If his camera did go bot,
that we're getting from FlyQuest right now.
we're
Whipper
fucked.
with the pressure on the bot
Let's
side
just
of the
hope he
map.
didn't see
They've
that.
also moved their mid lane in. They've moved their bot lane
We
into
really
mid
hope he didn't
to
see
keep
that.
Caps underneath this tower. They're fine playing the Orianna into the Lucian because they know that Quad can just continue to wave clear, and this gives complete access to the Grubs. FlyQuest, throughout this series, have controlled this objective, and it looks like G2's not in a position to challenge it once again.
And I just feel like Busio has been so good for this team. The bottom lane together, of course, you know Masu as well. But Busio, there's been so much talk about his improvements.
So how does G2
over
win the game?
years, and he has just been so good in North America,
Skew
and
on this
showing it
looking
with
a
the
little
map
bit
control, a lot of these vision
cooked.
plays, constantly being in the right place at the right time in this series.
A little
3
bit
games,
cooked.
9 grubs for FlyQuest. Total control over the objective. As back down here in the bottom side now, Broken Blade a little bit behind Bwipo in terms of experience, as Bwipo hits him with the shovel again, but the extra HP will be healed back up as Broken Blade continues to farm these minions. Caps hiding in the smoke screen, but Masu pretty unafraid of him, uses the supercharger there for the extra attack speed, but Caps' shuriken gives him enough
Drake
distance
is still up.
to not take those extra
Drake
autos
is
on
not
the back
taken.
end of
Caps
things.
up in
FlyQuest
CS.
Up a little bit over 1,000
Caps
gold
up 10
again.
CS.
They've already got the feat of warfare.
Kinda
They're
chilling.
up +1 in terms of neutral objectives since they claimed all 3 grubs. No dragons taken early on in this one. Kimtech first Drake typically has pretty low priority considering the stats that it gives don't really feel super effective.
Just look at all the blue and then look where the red is.
But Hans and Labrov now trying to get this top lane wave
Caps,
shoved in.
baby.
Labrov still not level 6 on the Nautilus.
I just think the lane assignments from FlyQuest continue to be so good. Keeping Quad in a side lane, normally Orianna doesn't want to be there. She's so susceptible to ganks in these longer lanes, but it's very difficult for Hansama to just walk up and trade against him. Quad feels very comfortable with the level 2 boots to go toe-to-toe with Hans. He was getting zoned from a lot of farm. Meanwhile, Masu had full access to wave after wave in the mid lane, getting solo
Wave
experience
after
as well.
wave.
He's nearly got a full level over Hansama. He's got a 20 CS lead. Meanwhile, Quad, while sure, he's a little bit behind Caps, he's still in a good position. And it just feels like that everything is going the way of FlyQuest as they continue to build advantages in the laning phase.
Yeah,
FlyQuest
that
didn't do Drake
Orianna
yet.
staying safe while they still have their outer towers. You know, maybe later as the game goes on and the outer towers do get taken down, that's where you usually see the Akali having supremacy in the side lane and putting some more pressure onto the Ori. Maybe G2 can find angles there because it looks like it is probably going to be another like G2 pray for Caps to pull out some really big plays.
And he will.
Game. Okay, and you can see right down there in bottom lane, as
And
soon as
he
Broken
will.
Blade ulted a minion right there with the Feast, Bwipo immediately summons the Maiden because he knows he'll at least get 1 Feast cooldown worth of value out of it before Broken Blade tries to burst it down and kill it off. Bwipo maintains control in that bottom lane 1v1. Gold lead still stagnant where it was before, still a moderate lead for the side of FlyQuest as Inspired, not real Inspired, but fake Inspired, now real
TP
Inspired.
top from Nautilus to
Both of
save
them
him.
moving up there
Nice.
towards the top side, but Caps will be
We're helping
reinforced
Caps.
by the TP
Love it.
from Labrov.
That's the best part, Flowers, because the fake
We're
Inspired
helping
is
Caps,
always with
love
the
it.
real Inspired because Busio plays so well. He plays so well with his jungle, and they have been able to create so much. You know, he sacrificed his life for the topside tower dive. But also, as you mentioned, you know, and we were talking about in Champ
Caps got his
Select,
first item,
like
big.
The Yorick here, Bwipo, early on, not summoning the ultimate when he did have to face Broken
First
Blade,
Drake at
and
12
Feast
minutes,
was
all
ready,
good.
and then choosing his moments, you know, in the 3v1 and after the Feast cooldown has been used. And
Skewmon
with this
keep
early
farming.
lead, FlyQuest will
Get
come
that
and
mental back.
claim what is rightfully theirs. They have pre-existing vision, waves in very good spaces in both mid lane and top lane here, so they rotate over, they collect their objective. It does feel very methodical and calm.
Feels like that, honestly, the confidence is slipping away from G2. They're very much a spectator right now. Not really looking for any proactive plays on the map, and FlyQuest are running around pretty much doing everything that they want to. And that's the one thing that I love watching about Inspired. He plays with nothing but confidence.
Caps. Nice.
Caps going for a nice
electric
trade in the 1v1 now
Nice,
that he's got
Q.
that rocket belt completed. He
Nice,
should
we are
feel a
pushing
lot
side.
more comfortable in this matchup.
Caps is kind of chilling. Look at his
Always having
CS.
that potential of
Look
a
at his
kill
CS.
with his ultimate available.
Very clean
Once
Akali.
he gets level 11, that cooldown is going to be extremely valuable along with the extra damage.
Yeah.
But for now, it's FlyQuest. They can play passive. Herald spawns in about 2 minutes' time. They can continue to farm up. No
Caps
need
is
to
sitting there. He
overforce
presses
anything.
tab. Guys,
They
I'm
hit
30
that double
CS up.
Trinity
He
Force
sees his
power spike,
ADs
which you
down
love to
30
see.
CS. He says,
And,
fuck.
Yeah, FlyQuest very comfortable 13 minutes into the game.
And that's the thing with these early leads,
We're
you're
gonna do it.
still going to be able to get to the point where G2 have their first items and can still, fight a fight versus FlyQuest, and we get the real determining moments.
Someone
Exactly.
said
You've got the
LTA
Spear
North
Shojin
is up 2 games.
For Skewmon. You've got the Heartsteel
Brother,
on the Cho'Gath
just
of
call it
Broken
LCS.
Blade.
I know you want
The
to.
Essence Reaver for Han Sama. The biggest gold lead for the side of G2, the only gold lead, is capped with that massive farm advantage of 5 waves. Broken Blade here. He doesn't have the feast. He's still going to try to whoop the Maiden a little bit, but not quite enough damage to guarantee the kill, so the Maiden gets back to the safety of Bwipo, as the gold lead has shrank a little bit here, and we'll see if G2 can fight their way back into this one as the TP into the top side arrives from Quad. Broken Blade versus Bwipo down here in the bottom lane. Bwipo has lost his Maiden. Skewmon
Can
is
we
nearby,
kill
waiting in
Bwipo?
the Pixel Brush on top of a control ward. Broken Blade is low on HP.
There's too many rats.
Bwipo will walk into the river now. Skewmon waiting. Bwipo doesn't walk any closer.
Yeah, he's got his flash, so he's kind of staying on range there.
Yeah, top tower
might
safe.
have seen one of those little dogs.
Didn't want
he
it anyway,
walks
to be honest.
away from the brush.
Okay, that's first
Captures
turret
teams on the
claimed
other side of
for
the map. Great.
FlyQuest. We crest the 14-minute point, and we can see that G2 claimed no turret plates during the early game here in game number 3.
jungle support ran
getting
from
3
top
of
to
them
bot to
themselves,
top.
so not a crazy advantage in gold built up through those plates. A pretty low plate game overall, but FlyQuest securing the feats now. They've got the extra power on the boots. Skewmon trying to step up to scare Busio and Masu out of his jungle, but he takes a little bit of poke in doing so. Inspired still up here on the top side, will be able to secure the Scuttle Crab, and Rift Herald spawns in 20 seconds.
Inspired with just fantastic map awareness.
Volume
Good
increase. G2
opportunity
can win
to
the next
secure
fight.
that
Cap
top
has to carry
tower,
though.
knowing that Skewmon is likely on the bot side of the
Cap
map.
has to carry.
Not only does Bwipo respect the possibility of a collapse, but just results in first tower. The boots upgraded as well.
And you mentioned it, Flowers, but Busio constantly doing all this setup work. Look at this vision line ahead of the spawn of the objective. So Rift Herald comes onto the map, and FlyQuest see every entry point that G2 could possibly use because they push up the minion wave in mid lane. That gives you some artificial vision. Then you have the full wards on jungle, and they actually have a couple of options to themselves. Bwipo here trading again, and Skewmon
Yeah, after the series is
visits,
Gen G versus anyone's
but
legend,
Inspired is
which
here
is going to bang.
covering.
Yeah, Broken Blade goes for the Rupture, does not hit it. Bwipo
Oh!
gets away, but he's already feasted on Broken Blade. Nice kill on Bwipo.
All right, the feast also effective on the York himself, not just the Maiden.
Sir,
Drops him down.
another
So
teammate has a
G2
gold lead.
do get
Caps
some money.
is not alone.
And again, the Rift Herald is up, but it's still difficult for G2 because they invested
A teammate has
everybody,
joined the gold lead.
down to the bottom side of the map.
This
or
is
at least
not a
jungle
drill.
As well as support, which is the most mobile members. And so FlyQuest will still start up and take the objective.
I think that really caught Bwipo off guard. He did have his flash available, and I think that he thought that I've probably got one more auto attack in me before I die.
Big feast.
Definitely.
I
caught
got
me
one
off
more in
guard,
me.
That's for sure. At the very least, G2 will get another kill on the board, but FlyQuest maintaining
EU
that
when it comes to
control over
disappointing
these
in
neutral
internationals.
objectives. The Dragon becomes the next point of focus. 40 seconds away. G2, with the play on bot side, have been able to get a bit of deep vision into FlyQuest jungle. But Inspired, having now cleared his top side, will have plenty of time to move back towards bot. Maybe even can get a cheeky reset in ahead of the Dragon that we're expecting a bit of a contest over.
I do like the boots of swiftness for Broken Blade because usually it's pretty hard for Cho'Gath to dodge, Yorick abilities, but that does mean so much for him in the matchup.
Okay, boys, let's take stock of where everything's at. Caps running away from some ghouls up here in the top
Ghouls
lane.
are broken,
Next Dragon
Yorick's OP,
spawning in 10
overtuned,
seconds.
nerf it.
And it's G2 with the setup around the pit with the wards in the FlyQuest jungle as Inspired trying to approach. He's got his bot
He
laners
was nerfed.
standing
Good,
by
nerf him
here
harder.
in the mid lane, grouped up. It'll be up to Quad to answer the push from Broken Blade down there in the bottom lane, and Skewmon is going to start the objective.
Shockwave used onto Broken Blades.
Don't get
just
caught.
onto the Cho'Gath. He gets a chunk.
Just come
That's
eat the
a
dragon.
big team
Come
fight
eat
ultimate
the
that
dragon.
FlyQuest doesn't have.
FlyQuest with a Trundle ultimate could try and go straight through front line.
Okay, the Dragon's already down to 2,000. Inspired gets the shield.
Nice
Labrov
smite.
tries to go in. The Drake is already slain by Skewmon as Labrov tries to get away, but there's the Pillar of Filth. The Hex Gates activate, but that's not going to matter. Labrov tries to escape, but Masu puts
All
the
good,
last
we got
shot
the
in
Drake.
his
All
back,
good, all
as
good.
That's a 4th kill of the game for FlyQuest.
We got the
G2
Drake,
take the
all good,
objective,
worth.
but lose their support.
And you could see the idea from the beginning there from Inspired. Since the Dragon's getting low, he walks forward like he's going to go steal it, to try and bait out that hook into the wall, and then he saves his pillar for the exit. So FlyQuest, even though they lose that dragon, there's wait a
no
second.
flash quad.
Quad's in danger. Broken Blade.
Flash
he
knock.
Has his feast ready. The rupture silences him up.
Yes.
Beats him down.
Another one for BB. Another one for BB.
Shutdown for Broken Blade. 3-1-0 here in the Cho'Gath.
So Broken Blade is continuing to get bigger, but Caps being isolated in this Yorick matchup is not really where you want this Akali to be. Ooh,
Lucio in trouble. Pop
We're fighting.
Blossom
Where's Cap
He's
CP?
about to die. Pillar to make a little
One.
bit of extra distance, but Scumon's already got the first kill.
Scuman
now
in there.
the next target. Whippo and Inspired trying to protect their AD carry as G2 comes
Cap
to
sniffing.
life. A 5-man play around the bottom
Looking
lane.
for
Tier
more.
1 turret. They might look to go for the dive.
3v5 dive.
Masu
Caps.
knows he has to try to walk this one out the long way. Lebrov and Caps isolated. Lebrov trapped inside the Yorick cage. Lebrov dies. Teleport coming in for FlyQuest, and now it'll be a 4v4
nice.
with the odds even.
Oriana no
G2
TP,
heads
nice.
home.
These pillars here from Inspired, they trap another one. The teleport timer not respected by G2. They wanted this moment to be their full comeback and reach a little bit too far.
I feel like Caps was just a little too antsy there. You could see he TPs in, he sees an opportunity for a fight, and then they're threatening the dive against a full health Trundle. He's already itemizing towards the magic resistance as well. It was an ambitious play, and Inspired rightly punishes it. 5-4 still the kill advantage. Let's look back at the collapse.
So here is
good
the
collapse,
chase.
very good
And
collapse.
this is, of course, after Broken Blade already got that early
Stop
kill on
blinking
the
flights
quad,
to
but you're
Berlin,
looking
shut
at
up.
the death timer ticking down and the teleport being ready for him. So FlyQuest, they kite back, they're doing some damage. There's still this minion wave that G2 have to deal with, so that buys the necessary time for Quad to revive, and FlyQuest make the call, okay, we'll attack the other side and try and push them off of this dive, and then a Yorick cage and a pillar afterwards as well. There's no exit path. There's just this team can create too much terrain behind you.
Inspired is tanky. Like, this is not ideal for Akali when you're playing into this much magic resistance. And it's going to make it harder for Caps to have any real kill threat on Inspired at the very least. Of course, that's not going to be his target.
Right.
But with the Seraphs also finished for Quad, these defensive items are quickly being completed, and Masu having 2 fully finished items along with the upgraded boots as well. Like, FlyQuest is looking poised and ready.
I mean, it's 1-to-1 in
Yeah,
Drake's.
they certainly are.
Oh
I mean,
my
you
God, they're
you
gonna
mentioned it's
attempt
hard
for
for
free.
Caps. It is also hard for Scumon to get in there because the Trundle with these low range. Wait a second, they're actually walking
Please check
on
it,
over
Scumon.
now
Please check
towards
it.
this.
It's already gone. The Otacon taken in the darkness before G2
It got
can respond
absolutely
to
one
it.
shot.
17 flowers, up to 31 after the Otacon harvest them all versus the 6 of G2. Plus 25 flowers is like an extra 2,500,
Okay, BB.
3,000 team
Nice,
goal
no
difference
flash.
As Whippo gets caught by the rupture, flashes
BB's kinda
away,
cooking on side lane.
respecting the feast burst from
Atakan
Broken Blade.
is
He
not that
remembers
important. It
last
doesn't matter.
death, does not want to give away another freebie. This tier 1 turret in the bottom lane
Not that
about
important.
to fall though, and Broken Blade's going to head home because he knows FlyQuest is setting
Let's
up
be
in
honest.
the jungle of G2. Immediately the turret dive would follow if Broken Blade stayed around. Scumon passing through, but his blue buff has already been stolen by FlyQuest.
I mean, Inspired is just running the game. He can literally do no wrong. He's playing around his pressure beautifully. The vision control they have means that G2 aren't even aware of what's happening on the map. G2 is quickly losing so much control. It's 3 towers to 0. And Inspired is an absolute monster on this Trundle. Meanwhile, again, we talked about it earlier, Masu has a 1.5k individual lead over Hans.
Yeah, and he was helping
Caps
Inspired do that counter jungling. They're playing as a team, and Masu
with a killer instinct jumps in on Caps.
Nice.
Point
No
blank
ult on
range.
Kai'Sa.
Caps, however, can make enough distance to get himself away. He has to use perfect execution defensively to do it. So
30
ulti
seconds
for
on Drake,
ulti,
no Akali ult.
summoner
Maybe we
spells
just give
used
it. Thoughts and
between the
feelings.
2 of them. Red
It's
buff
okay to give
claimed
Drake.
for FlyQuest as they're locked and loaded for this dragon spawning here
We
in about
could
20
click top here and
seconds.
get
G2
top tier
has
1
control of the
thoughts.
river for now.
I think that is a good ulti trade
We're clicking
before
dragon.
the dragon fight here, actually, because Akali, without
We're
the
clicking
ultimate,
dragon, and we're
where's
going to
the
get there,
threat
and
that
we're all
he
going to
is?
die.
To crack this FlyQuest comp.
And then we're
I
going to
think
be
that was a
pretends
very
to be shocked. Wait,
intelligent
Akali had
play.
no ult.
Broken Blade is pretty much all G2
I'm
have
with
right
you.
now.
Okay, the
I
feats
mean,
have been good.
No
hey,
flash.
Broken Blade with a knock-up. Now
No
G2's
flash.
coming in.
Oh, nice E by
Whippo.
Caps.
This could be the fight they need right there. Caps gets the kill, and
That second
Whippo,
Drake.
wrong place, wrong time. That's the opportunity for G2.
Look at the minimap, though. I think FlyQuest are making the right choice. Immediately push towards the mid lane. Set your sights on that tower. Just get more map control.
That means we're still
G2
alive.
are desperate right now to get a foothold back into this game, and FlyQuest have a lot of options to
Didn't
play
lose
with.
mid tier
Good
2.
damage done onto that tier 2 in the mid lane, and they also get some vision around the top side. The good news for G2 is that gold
Whippo
gets
double
funneled into
agent
Caps,
activate.
the Akali,
Beep.
getting that influx of resources
No, I'm going
is
in,
much
guys.
needed
Looks good, though.
as we get
Oh, my
closer
bad.
to the late game.
And nicely for G2 as well. They rotate Hans and Labrov over to the mid lane in time to keep the tier 2 turret standing. It's not healthy. It's about to topple over, but that's gold that's
Whippo
not
going
in
now.
FlyQuest's pocket. So G2 is now up a Drake, but FlyQuest still maintains their 1,500 gold lead with about twice that much value in adaptive
Captain
force
out of the cannon, nice.
through those flowers that they've got from the Otacon.
Yeah, I mean, that foothold was right there at that
Nice.
Trog Rush, though. You know, the early move from G2 to punish the York that has no
Keep
flash.
scaling, keep scaling.
Right as we ask about it, Vedius, they're able to find that so much. That is so big considering the game state
Inspired,
that they
you're
were
double
in
agent for game
to
4,
be
deal?
able to get Dragon number 2 as
Then
well
we get
as the
game
extra
5,
gold.
you're both double agents.
I will say, in a smite fight, FlyQuest have to be careful. Not only because of the feast, but also the unsealed spellbook on Labrov means that there's 2 smites plus a feast. So if they're going to contest that objective, they need to have full confidence that they're going to be able to secure it. Skimon and Labrov setting up a bit of a trap of their own. I don't know if you can really trap Inspired, given how strong he is right now, though. He's aware of their presence in the topside jungle, though. An easy way to tell if you're in danger is you look at the minimap, how many dots do you see? Inspired saw 1, and he was like, yeah, this probably isn't that safe. Moves away to safety. G2, kind of, we're in this lull state right now. Baron not going to be an immediate point of contention. An early secure of the Otacon means that that's not available, so these Ada towers really become the focus for G2, and FlyQuest can just do what they can to match and catch these waves.
Biggest individual
They're waiting
gold
for
lead
Masu
in the
to
game
get
is Masu,
Nashor's.
who is closing in on his third fully
Nashor's,
completed item.
Kaisa
However,
inbound.
both solo lanes for G2 are
Caps, you live
ahead
that, you
in
live, you live,
gold.
you live.
Plus 800 for Caps. But now he's under a little bit of pressure here.
Easy.
Whippo summoning up the Maiden. Still only a level 2 Maiden, but you can see the health on it now. Pretty tanky, 3,000 or more. Whippo halfway to level 16, but the same story almost there for Broken Blade. Both of those level 3 ultis, very, very powerful on these top laners. Broken Blade will find
his
the
wife.
Maiden, but again, the HP on it pretty
Eat his
tough at
wife.
this point. Whippo's just going to drop the cage defensively to try to keep Broken Blade away from the Maiden, but if Broken Blade can feast this thing, that's pretty important.
Oh,
and there
yes.
it is. Broken Blade secures the feast kill on the Maiden, but Whippo is ready to try to keep the fight going now as the ghouls continue chasing. Broken Blade loses out in the trade, but again, he's Cho'Gath. He'll regenerate pretty easily, and he goes right back to farming in the lane.
Yeah, 9 stacks, pretty good for him, but Caps.
Caps.
Over the wall, throws out a
Misses the E.
shuriken, does not find a valuable target. Masu and Quad were both
If
right
G2
there,
can win
but
this
just
game,
slightly misses.
In game
That
4, we
Masu
can have
lead
an
that you're
Oran.
talking about can be very meaningful too. As he goes for the AP upgrade, that poke is going to be a big advantage for FlyQuest in the standoffs, trying to get the early advantage before the engage comes out.
I like the way FlyQuest are playing on 2 lanes right now. That mid tower is not really defendable. And FlyQuest will pick it up. Good control, nice cross map, mainly because G2 can't get much on the other side. Caps is very slow to push on the Akali. Even if he gets close to the tower, it's likely that FlyQuest can respond in time.
Or in
so
game
FlyQuest
4,
get themselves
Warwick
another
game
small
5.
advantage.
Oh my god.
And you can see Broken Blade's ulti is almost back up, whereas there's still half the cooldown on Whippo's. The Maiden of the Mist is a very long cooldown ultimate compared to most of the others in the game. Broken Blade about to hit level 16 here on that Cho'Gath.
151,000
Whippo just hit that value there with the Yorick. So the next Maiden is going to be even beefier. Baron is up and alive on the map now. 1 minute until the next Hex Tech Drake. Remember that G2 is up 2-1 in terms of that Drake count, as Busio will continue using these clones, these dummy inspires to walk in, see if they can find anything in G2 territory. As you can see, the wards placed down all over
Hansama
the
is
map
down
by the side of
1.7k gold, but they're both
Control
3
ward in
items.
The Baron pit here.
Caps,
Disable
2.5.
one of the G2 wards.
2.5.
As another
2
clone
items in
used.
Ruby
This thing
Crystals,
is
2
so
items.
powerful as a scouting
3
tool.
items, 2.5. The
is.
game is even.
FlyQuest doing just a really good job with their vision.
The game is even.
You've already
Caps.
praised Busio enough, but
Almost level
just wanna
16.
reinforce how
Quad.
well he is working with Inspired.
Almost level
to keep an
15,
eye
despite
on
them
what
having
G2 is
31
up to.
flowers.
The goal difference has largely stayed even. G2 haven't conceded
G2
any major
will win this
advantages
game.
since the last fight.
And you will say,
But
sorry,
as
daddy.
the observers are highlighting
Lock
for
in.
us right now, it is darkness
Lock in.
around the Dragon. FlyQuest are going to be able to get the push on mid thanks to Bwipo.
And that Cho'Gath is very tanky. Full 3 items for Broken Blade here, whereas Bwipo is still on 2 and pieces.
Here we go. Caps gets level 16 on top wave, pushing top tier 1. They can give this dragon and get top tower.
Easily go either way. Caps is still top side.
Bus in looking, double knock. Hitbox pretty big on the Cho'Gath. Caps gets top tower. Caps gets level 16. Inspired gets hooked for no reason. We're hooking in. God knows why. I don't know why. Lebrov dies because he hooked in. Now, Caps has a TP in.
Caps makes his way in with a TP. Can he find the flank? Broken Blade flashing
Great.
away, barely
Caps
staying
was pushing
alive.
top. We all
Masu
went in and
jumping
died. We lost the game.
Masu's
Congratulations.
got
Now
the
it's
kill.
over.
G2
Caps is scratching his head.
off
Caps is
Summoner's
scratching his head.
Rift.
He is confused.
Find the
He has
moment
no idea what just happened.
instantly. FlyQuest will steamroll G2 as they march towards the Nexus. It's only Caps left standing. He jumps in.
I'm sorry,
but
Caps.
It will not matter.
I'm sorry.
The last golden statue is
Caps, I'm
buried.
sorry.
The latest chapter of the rivalry is written as an epitaph for Europe, and FlyQuest eliminates G2 from MSI.
That was our second seed. That was our second
FlyQuest
seed.
in
I
Canada.
know you wouldn't get it, but that is our second
Completely
seed.
Dismantle G2.
Okay, that's our
Picked
second seed.
apart. Even when G2 found advantages, Fly
Don't
were
say any
quick
you.
to take those back and shut them down. An impressive
That's our
performance
second
from
seed.
FlyQuest, who will stay alive here at MSI 2025.
The team play here, and
Holy
at no
fuck.
point did it
There's
look
no
like
way that
there
just
were
happened.
any sort of nerves. This team staying together from last year to build on what they created really is so big for North America. We'll
There
see
is
how
no
far
way
they
that
can
just
go.
happened.
Globally, one of the longest standing rosters of 5.
He's so
here
confused.
on this FlyQuest squad, showing dominance 3-0
He is so
against
confused.
a team that for the longest amount of time was best in the West. Every time we saw them at internationals, G2 was running the show. Obviously, shaky.
Does anyone have the Caps Despair?
And this time,
The Caps
FlyQuest
Despair picture?
triumphed.
I
Going into
can't
that
find it.
last fight, I really did think it could have gone either way. G2 had found a couple of picks beforehand. FlyQuest, though, found their moment.
Oh, Azael just texted me as well. It's no longer 2019. Just a reminder.
I mean, it is a significant fall from grace even from last year. The G2 players and the organization made roster changes with the intention of having better performances internationally. They thought that they had reached the ceiling with their previous roster. Last year, G2 made top 4, beating top esports in the lower bracket, pushing T1 to 5 games. This year, they find themselves with a very difficult run through the play-ins and being knocked out in the lower bracket on the first round. They're going to feel frustrated. They're going to go back home with their heads held low, and there's a lot to work on for this G2 roster moving forward.
And hopefully that's going to mold them, make them tougher. The best steel goes through the fire. And for G2, you know they want to return better. You know they want to return stronger. They will be eliminated now, however, from this competition. FlyQuest will move forward. And I do believe that their next matchup, it only gets tougher from here, is going to be the loser of BLG versus T1. That is some tough game.
I mean, it's an exciting
What
one
is it?
because I do think the
What is it?
FlyQuest, I mean, they showed
What is
some
it?
moments
What is
of
it?
brilliance against
What
AL,
is it?
and you would imagine that
I have a
given what we've
proposal.
seen from BLG and
Yes,
T1,
you can propose to me.
I'm hoping that it will be an exciting matchup regardless of who wins out.
Maybe later, but what I was saying is maybe we just give 1 seed to EU and we give 3 seeds to NA. What do you think? I mean, look, you have.
We could do that. We could do that. To be honest, that actually makes sense because your teams are
'cause
basically
we're
European
European?
anyway. So we could just have
yeah.
4 seeds, like Nuke Duck, Mitty, Sven, Bwipo Inspired. They're all just
yeah.
Native American players, born and bred, smurfing on Europe. That's crazy.
They
That's
all have
crazy!
green cards now, bro. They're American now. Hey, we're a melting pot over here. We accept the people from all
That's
walks of life,
crazy.
all countries. Well, actually, might not anywhere. I don't want to get into politics. But anyways, the point is, they're Americans now.
Yeah. I mean, you beat our second seed. We don't know what first seed versus first seed would look like, sadly.
Bro, I'm going to be honest. CFO is going to clap that team tomorrow, bro. MKOI,
Okay.
EU tomorrow will be definitively the worst region in the world. How does that feel?
Have been for years, buddy. Have been for years.
Have been for years. Amen. Hey, I like
You're
that.
nothing
Wait.
special. We lose every week.
Hell yeah. Yes. Yes.
Fucking bullshit.
We're fucking shit. We're fucking shit. We're fucking shit.
Yep. That's it.
Hell yeah. God damn. I'm just saying, Shopify was harder than that. Like,
Vancouver,
significantly.
please, a
Shopify
round
pushed
of applause for the
FlyQuest
victorious
way more
FlyQuest.
than G2 just did.
Okay.
Guys, congratulations. What a
Just saying.
statement
All right,
series
anyways,
today.
have a nice rest of your stream.
You're a bully.
Regardless
Jesus, that was
of the
pathetic.
fact that G2 was
You're a
taking
bully.
kill, that they were grabbing objectives, you were always one step ahead on the map. Tell me about communication and your spot on macro this series.
Honestly, I'm the ADC, so I have like the least part in it. But I think today we just had some really good swaps in the early game especially. And that kind of led to us always knowing what they wanted to do in the mid game. We were very aware of where they could play, where they could get gold. And we defended very well, and we knew exactly when we were strong and when we could make plays. So that was it.
Beautifully done. And Buzio, I was looking at you backstage between Game 2 and Game 3. First things first, happy 4th of July.
Thank you.
Must feel good. Stomping EU the way you did. You were dancing backstage between Game 2 and Game 3. What gave you the confidence that you were going to send EU home right after Game 3?
Well, it was the 4th of July, so we had to win. But honestly, we didn't even need it.
Matsu, you came to MSI saying that you were the best Western team, but you were not quite confident in the fact that you had reached your ceiling yet as a team. Would you like to revise that statement now?
No, I still think individually I have a lot to work on, and as a team we also do. So I think we still have a lot more room.
Any more on the improvements that you guys want to make as a team?
Still just like communication, planning, and just playing as a team in general.
All right. Buzio, when I think about your first time on the international stage, last year MSI, we don't talk too much about this, but look at you now. Look at the improvement that you made, both individually and as a team. How do you reflect on your success and improvements?
I'm glad it's showing, but it's just a steady improvement, and more experience is definitely helping me.
Absolutely. Again, statement series from you guys, and you guys were playing, but I was hanging out with your family, actually, during this series. Everyone loves a supporting family, especially in esports. Buzio, would you like to say something to your parents who were cheering for you today?
Yeah, shout out to you guys for coming. I hope it was fun.
And Masu?
And Matsu, we had an interview a couple days ago. You were telling me that you were a bit nervous. You wanted to make your family proud. And I got a chance to chat with your sister during the game, actually. And she was telling me how emotional it was for her watching you play and watching you succeed. Is there anything you would like to tell her and your mom?
Of course, thank you for coming and always helping me and supporting me. And hopefully my sister wasn't too weird.
Of course, a brother had to make this comment. Thank you so much to you both. Congrats on taking this one in your home crowd in Canada. Congrats on winning again on 4th of July against EU. A round of applause for Buza and Matthew. And guys, that's all for us here on the stage. We'll be right back for the second series right after this.
Okay. Well, I'll be honest with you, chat. Let's have a serious conversation for a second. You may have think that we've lost. But I'm only winning out here. I am only winning. I told you that EU's dog shit. I told you G2's bad. I said it was gonna happen. Of course I have blind faith for Europe. But I'm not fucking stupid. I'm not fucking stupid.
I get it now.
You can take out our second seed and say EU greater than an A. But you're gonna get shit on by the East. And if you can make it far enough to play against Koi, we will show you what true European League of Legends looks like. We all knew G2 was not a formidable opponent. But you knew that. You're lucky that you didn't play against Koi. You're lucky. You're lucky. Jojo Pune will save EU. I never thought I'd say this. I never thought I'd say this after the year of EG when everyone's narrative was Jojo Pune is the new rookie savior of NA. He's the future. I never thought 2 years later I'd be saying that he's got to save Europe. I never thought I'd say that, but here we are. Your own prospect left to come to our side. For the first time in history.
Is required. Financial system updating.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest. EU's fucking dog shit. We're dog shit. Say it. Go on, say it. Say it. Get it out of your system. We're dog shit. Say how dog shit we are. Go on, say it. Say how dog shit we are. Say it.
System updated.
NA fans, I will give you 1 minute to unleash. 1 minute.
The future of money is here.
1 minute to unleash so we can all move on.
Feels good.
LCK is up here. LPL is up here. EU is here and NA is here. And we're getting shit on. Wait till it fucking comes down on you, buddy. Wait till it comes down on you.
Oppo Find X8 series. Powerful camera, powerful AI.
You know who the biggest loser of all of this is? Hey, not to move the goalposts too much, but hey. G2 versus FlyQuest, the loser of that series is actually just C9 straight up. It's just fucking C9. I'm sorry. I apologize. C9 FlyQuest fighting like Vegeta and Goku all split. Only one could rock up. C9 sitting at home tweaking seeing this gameplay. But everyone only remembers the most recent happenings. So when EWC happens, if G2 or Koi beat NA, then you can shut the fuck up. C9 will be at EWC to shit on the EU. EWC is where the real EUNA is at, because then it's 2v2, and it's not a best of 5, so we can draw conclusions from best of 1s and best of 3s.
Nobody go harder than me. Do it on purpose. I got the people depending on me. Mama mentality, got my game face on. Every time I step up on this court, you know that we won this time. I'm going full speed. I just pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed.
Is Poby debuting at EWC? No, Fnatic's not at EWC. They lost. Alright, now we're gonna get a very jarring series. You just watched 10 players who speak English play the game. Now you're watching 5 Mandarin, 5 Korean players go toe-to-toe. It's gonna be jarring to watch the gameplay difference. There is absolutely 0% English in the next series. So G2 went 3-2 versus Furia, 3-2 versus Gem, 0-3 versus BLG, 1-3 versus Genji, and 0-3 versus Fly.
of the day, a
So
clash
against
between the LPL and LCK first seeds here with Genji
NA,
against
LPL, and LCK, they went 1 and 9.
Yeah.
I don't even want to talk to you right now, but I guess I have to.
we just got our Europe
Right.
versus NA finals.
Right.
Now we're getting what a lot of people were looking at as a possible tournament finals for MSI. So we're going from hype matchup to hype matchup.
Hell yeah.
Right?
It's crazy that
So
we
you can
get
put
this
your
matchup
mind at
so
ease to
early.
something
yeah,
else
it's
entirely.
fine. I get good League of Legends.
Let's look forward.
To, yeah,
There is
focus on this
1.3k
one,
comments
and
on the
there's a
Reddit thread of
meme
FlyQuest
actually in
vs
the
G2 in
LPL
10 minutes.
saying that LPL has Shanks, LCK has Chovy, and they are
I feel like G2 Vacation was 10 times better than this version of G2. It's a horror.
Presented by Mercedes-Benz. Shanks faces off against Chovy. AL's mid laner
Ooh,
had a
Shanks
long
versus
and
Chovy,
difficult journey to his
damn.
first MSI. The solo queue prodigy languished for years on World Elite, putting up strong performances with nothing to
Is
show
this
for
like
it.
an NA joke? Someone on the Reddit said jungle support gap was bigger than Jeff Bezos' wedding. What the fuck? I fill up my water.
In the LPL, but to prove yourself on the international stage, you've got to go through Chovy. The Korean mid laner finally proved he has what it takes to win an international tournament last year, but he isn't content to stop at just one trophy. And after handling Caps in round 1, will Chovy move one step closer to a second MSI title, or will Shanks prove once and for all that he's not to be overlooked?
Chovy versus Shanks. The victorious Chovy who brought MSI last year, coming against the future, maybe, of LPL here in the mid lane for anyone's Legends.
And that's part of the reason people are super hyped for this as well. Look at some of those rankings among the mid laners here at MSI. Super exciting. I mean, every mid laner wants to go against Chovy, of course. And Shanks here in his first international tournament gets to do it. In all the interviews that he's doing, he has so much swagger, so much confidence. He's coming in with his red tinted sunglasses. Such a good attitude going forward. But he's also had good performances so far. The Azir game where he had insane farm. Dare I say, Chovy level farm on the Azir, keeping that up to defeat us, FlyQuest, by the way, as well as his Aurora game. So really good performances he showed already lead into the hype here for the matchup.
100%. The expectation coming into this, for me at least, was going to be a little bit of stage nerves. We haven't seen that. And so it will be fun to see that particular matchup. What is interesting to me is kind of the former teammates going up against each other, Tarzan versus Chovy. That has been a storyline that a lot of people have been interested in, especially since Tarzan finally won the big one when he was in LPL, just this split. So coming into this one, this is a fun one of like career head-to-head versus when they were together on Griffin.
Exactly. Those Griffin days, lots of people remember it fondly. Of course, that's a lot of games. That includes Kespa Cup, that includes Challengers, includes all of their time together. And it's really exciting, too, because Tarzan versus Canyon.
Shut up with your L vapes.
Tarzan actually has
I don't
the
fucking
head-to-head
vape.
lead 10-5, but a lot of those were when he had Chovy on his team, back in 2019 days when they were playing against each other in LCK. Now Chovy is on the other side.
It's funny because I was talking to Tarzan on stage and I was asking him, okay, what kind of advice can you give your new mid laner about your former mid laner? And he told me he has to trust himself. He can go toe-to-toe against Chovy. So I'm really curious to see how this one is gonna go. What do you guys think about the matchup, actually? Who's taking this one?
Ooh, I'll start with this one. I think it's going to be 3-2.
Do we all have the same ones?
Yeah, probably. This is
Ooh, 5-game series. Everyone says 5-game series.
I mean,
amazing drawing.
We're gonna get such good quality gameplay.
As insane form as Tarzan is in right now, absolutely performing so incredibly well. Canyon is still my jungle goat, and Genji have just been so massive this year. 20-match streak
What's
for
your
them,
prediction?
continuing their streak from LCK here in international.
Okay, so this series is very important because AL has a very, very, very aggressive style. Very team fight heavy, very force heavy. If they fall behind, they'll fight their way back in. If they're ahead, they'll fight their way ahead. Genji is very good at fighting as well, but Genji is very clinical in picking the right fights. And when they don't want to fight, they'll do something very creative instead, okay? So that's what you'll see. Now, will AL style end up in them running into Gen G head on, face first, and Gen G giving them nothing and just poking them down? Or will it end up in Gen G getting sucked into it, fighting them to the death, and getting caught in the chaos? I think Gen G style is good into AL style. I have a feeling Gen G will 3-0 them. Maybe 3-1. Because this clash of styles will be crazy.
Because this man, as we saw in the previous series, absolute demon when he's
I'll give AL, I think AL one game, maybe they'll take one game.
That series against Hanwha,
I think one game off the bank of Shanks Aurora or something.
I remember the best and worst of Canyon. That was also, they had some really fun drafts in that series. I really liked it. Was what.
Alright, let's see the draft. Talia ban, Vi ban, solid from Gen G. So Rumble open.
But then for anyone's
Gwen
legend,
open.
For me, obviously,
Azir open.
Whether Shanks can contain
Azir
Chovy,
not open.
I think is going to be such
Varus
a crucial
open.
part of these two teams
Pantheon
facing
open.
head-to-head. It's such a crucial part of facing Gen G ever. And then we've been talking about it.
I think last ban Pantheon is pretty good.
Jungle combo of Tarzan and
They could
Kyle
trade tops or
is
pivot off.
So key to the way
Oh,
they
Varus is
play.
banned. What
They
the
can
fuck?
kind of flex into
Okay,
any
Poppy
draft
ban.
with their picks, and they are really
Okay, well they'll take
responsible
Pantheon
for
for
a lot
free.
of their team fight
Surely.
setup and cross mapping.
And as good as Canyon and Duro, I think, have been individually.
Okay, Gen G 1-2 here is Xin Zhao 100% for Canyon into Pantheon. And they could do Xin Zhao Rumble. I think that'll be pretty solid.
If that's where anyone's legend can find
That would be a classic, nice, solid Gen G.
Xin
Zhao Ari, Xin Zhao Rumble.
A lot of
Yeah.
side lane pressure. We've often seen the Trundle put into this, but Xin Zhao, more skirmishing power. That's what Canyon is going to go towards here.
Ooh, Xin Zhao Aurora. They deny the Aurora from Shanks. I mean, Shanks is a crazy good Aurora. They don't take the Rumble. So Rumble's still up.
Also, like,
They can pick it on 3 and
but
ban
also a
Ornn,
really good
Galio or
takeaway from
something.
Shanks, right? We've seen how well he performs on
So
that
Flounder
Aurora
takes
pick,
the Rumble
both
away.
leading
Classic.
up to,
I
coming
think
to
that means
MSI,
Keen
and
will
then
probably play
additionally
Ornn or
already
Galio.
at MSI.
And I guess
As
they'll
we
have to
see
pick a
the
mid laner, right?
Rumble
I guess
hover
Shanks just has to pick
for
any.
Tarzan. This is kind of a Flandra classic. He's been playing this since he came into the LPL
Check Twitter. I'll check Twitter later.
Snake. And then,
I guess they're gonna go Annie.
Just a really, really strong top lane.
Annie.
We'll see. There is a slight possibility that Gen G is going to be looking to flex this Aurora. They have done that before. Otherwise, I'm looking towards the Galio. That's been one of the picks that you can pick into the Rumble. That, considering there's also a Pantheon on the enemy team, already being able to match that global at least.
You know,
somewhat,
the Aurora
is
denial
gonna
is
feel good.
huge. Oh, they took
The
Rel.
other one that we've seen
Ooh.
often is the Ornn.
Now, do you go Alistar on 3? Or do you go Ornn Galio? I think you go Alistar because there's Ornn, Galio, Gwen, and Bessa. Like, I think it's okay. I think they just take best support for Duro. He's a great out Alistar. The reason they take Alistar is because Poppy is also banned, right? So if they ban Alistar Braum, you have to play Rakan on 4. I think Alistar is just a better champ.
From AO already. You look at the equalizer, the follow-up with the Grand Star.
Chat, do you remember old Fiddlesticks where he threw his E and it just bounced off minions?
Gen G realized that. So, okay, we need a bit of disengage. Let's get the Alistair in. Obviously, can be engage himself. Xin Zhao also can disengage a little
Disgusting.
bit with that Crescent Guard.
Feel like might be good to ban away the Yone here. That Yone Rumble combination, I think, will make an already strong team fight even more lethal. And then Gen G most likely gonna be looking to pick up their AD carry here on 4 to kind of keep hidden what is going where exactly, not committing to a solo
They
lane.
have Alistar, right?
Possibly giving Chovy the counter pick. Otherwise, if it is a Galio, I think we do have a pretty good idea of where it is going to go, as the Silas taken away here from Shanks.
And we'll see if AL themselves want to remove that Galio potential
Was
counter.
2
And
years
also,
ago? No,
I
it
think
wasn't.
just works
That
well
keyboard
with
looks funky. What is that
Gen G
keyboard?
have already when we're talking about teamfight power. They are going to take out the
Lucian ban?
for Ruler.
No real surprises there. Ruler, obviously one of the best AD carries on the planet, and if he can be aggressive on that Lucian, can get himself in a really strong spot. Still looking for that next ban.
Yeah, it's got that
Gen G,
1990s
targeting
vibe.
the mid lane. I did wonder if having the Aurora in mid, you just want to get rid of some of the good picks into it. So far, they'll get rid of the Silas, and then Corki Rel, just so strong in the 2v2. No real surprise that that's taken away as well.
And it's testament to the
I mean, I guess they do
form
get
from
counter
Ruler
pick AD if they
specifically, but
want
he's
it.
getting these Lucian bans, because coming in, him and Duro
I think
were
Ezreal is pretty safe
by
for
no
Gen G
means
though.
weak players, but they were
Rumble,
the weakest point on this
Pantheon,
Gen G
Rel.
roster, and we did see in the earlier
I think
games
they'll
that
ban
Gen G
Ezreal and then
played
they'll
that,
just pick top.
definitely
And then I
for
think
Ruler
maybe
that no
MF on
longer
5 is pretty
applies.
good.
Had some very, very impressive team fights. So it makes sense that
Ezreal been nice.
Lens
I think they should just pick top and just pick AD on 5. There's MF, Jhin,
Ruler, not knowing what his opposite matchup is going to be, and both these
Kai'Sa
picks can play quite safely, particularly that Ezreal also gets taken away.
Yeah, I really like the Ezreal takeaway.
Okay, they're going to take away the Jhin.
The Jhin,
I mean, Jhin is great with Rumble.
In. Yep, it will be locked in
Denying the Jhin.
For Ruler, and there
it
is
does
some,
make it so bot is kind of winning. I think AL here will go MF and Annie, 100%.
Be really,
or
really
MF and Ari, I think, is the best.
And we'll see what
I think
AL
MF, Rel, Rumble, Pantheon.
And one of the
with
problems
Annie
with
is
AL
crazy.
They now can't pick those safe AD
There's
carries
Annie.
either. So if the Alistar is going onto your AD carry, you don't have the arcane.
And then I
shift
think
to get
they'll
away,
last
you
pick
don't have
Ornn
the dash from
or
the Lucian
Galio,
to get away.
probably.
They're saving AD carry pick.
And we're gonna get some crazy fucking team
fights.
fights.
Annie in the mid lane, huge burst CC, and once again it comes back to this. This is a very strong burst team fight comp from AL.
Yep.
Kai'Sa would, yeah.
Kai'Sa would fit in well
absolutely.
with that.
Okay, they went Kai'Sa, so the lane is a little losing, but I guess the fights are a bit better.
A backline, and it gives you even more potential to play towards those side lanes, right? Particularly once you get level 2 on the ultimate, there is so much possibility to make these big plays.
Chat, I'm going to run ads. If you want to avoid ads, you can use the tier 1 on Twitch Prime, subscribe to the channel, support the channel, and get 1 month of ad-free viewing experience, which means you won't get ads during all of MSI. I'm going to run them now, so I'm going to bring the game. I'll see you in a second because...
Not going to be the most fun
okay.
matchup, but once you get Kanik,
they dropped the Ornn. I like both comps.
It's a little troll.
Both comps are solid.
Yasuo and then Vladimir and pick Ornn in the end.
Yeah.
Obviously makes sense as part of the team composition, but I was hoping for perhaps a little bit more of an explosive top lane
Let's
matchups.
see the fucking pace of this.
Locked in. What are we thinking, guys? How do we feel this game is going to play out?
I mean, this is exactly how AL want to play, right? They'll be super, super comfortable with this draft. It allows Tarzan specifically to join up for side lane plays. It allows a ton of follow-up. Whoever does decide to engage,
let's see the pace of this then.
Annie or more likely Kyle's Rel. On the other side, I like how Gen G can kind of reposition. AL are really going to have to watch their flanks a lot in this as well. An Aurora is on your team. You really want to watch
Inspire tweeted, have a safe flight at G2 League.
Gonna fist bump here, and for Gen G, I think the team fighting stands and falls with Canyon. If you can get to the 5v5 and you're able to absorb the initial blow, there's a lot of disengage, a lot of CC available. But as mentioned, Canyon, even on the Zinzao, some great starts and then into some mid-game fumbles. If you do lose control of mid-game into the comp that AL have, and you need to face check into Annie, into all the amount of burst that's there, could be tough for Gen G.
Definitely could be. AL, the LPL's #1 seed.
I opened up League
2 players on that lineup, the National, up against Gen G and Chovy, the reigning MSI champs, the #1 team on the global power rankings as well. It is a monumental task for AL.
Eastern United States, yep, we get it, good one.
And this is the matchup I really want to see, right? Because a lot of people have really been doubting AL. Again, for them, I really think it comes down to how well can Shanks contain Chovy. And then additionally, in coming here, I do want to give yet another shout out to their coach Tabe, who has this track record of really transforming LPL teams and being able to bring them to international competitions with a lot of success. I think that's really where a lot of the support jungle focus comes from as well, as we're going to run through some of his prior teams. But yeah, that is such a huge strength, is the compositions he's able to draft for this team, making sure that they're super comfortable in playing them, and then also using the flexibility of both Tarzan and Kyle in a lot of these drafts.
Yeah, it's easy to forget that only a couple of years ago, AL were an 11th to 15th place team in the LPL, right? Then rose up to 6th last year, and then this year, both finals, now making it to MSI after winning those LPL playoffs.
All right, Gen G.
BLG team, right? They had such a breakup.
Who are you supporting? Well, Gen G's my pick'ems, and I'm LCK biased, so I'm supporting Gen G.
The big stories from that year.
But watching AL, I think AL is the most fun team of the tournament.
Twice in high-stakes series, as we say.
AL is, I think AL, if you don't know much League, I think AL is the most fun team to watch all tournament long, 100%. They'll be the most fun. Oh, Duro just queued the ground, didn't even get his W off.
On this Pantheon, 10-2 across his career, 80% win rate. Has had an absolute
T1 is fun, of course, yes, I'm saying just pure gameplay-wise. AL is completely degenerate.
Down to 200 HP. Hope looking for a little bit more. Could flash forward. The pulverize comes out, but Hope decides
it's
against
great.
going any deeper. Flash save for Juro. Did have to use the heal.
This is something
But I feel like LCK is
domestically as well.
It's my favorite league,
Sometimes
so
a little bit too overeager in the 2v2. Duro goes in, doesn't hit
I'm just a bit biased.
the initial skills, and then the follow-up. Very nicely done there by Kyle and Hope to push the advantage, but it is just a summoner trade as Ruler. The cancel.
Yeah, well played by Duro there to get the pulverize down, making sure that Kyle couldn't find his engage. Shanks and Chovy trading in the mid lane, but Chovy okay can just pop that pot.
Electric matchup there with both of them just continuously looking for these short trades.
Yeah, and I am curious to see if either jungler
There's a
will
lot of Lila
kind
going
take
on
a
in
look
bot.
at this bot lane with a few sums
You always
down.
hate watch Gen G.
Potentially, I'm always looking
Bro,
for
of
some
course I hate watch
early
Gen G.
jungle action as we see them
They're
kind of
18 and
finishing
0.
up both of
I'm
their clears
praying on a
this
fucking
bot
loss.
side.
Duro hits the pulverize, gets the headbutt back as well. Hope
Oh, he tried to
flashes
W
forward,
flash
but Ruler
auto Duro, but
blocks.
Ruler blocked.
The Prey Seeker, the Void Seeker there from Hope. Cannon is looking down here.
He's here.
Oh, wind becomes lightning dodged, as is the deadly flourish by
Kyle
Kyle.
kinda
Then comes
cooking.
in with the Shadowing Strike to force Ruler away.
They need to crash this bot wave.
And Hope giving up his flash, that is a big deal. But with the health trade going the way of
Chat.
AL, I don't think
If a team is
Canyon can actually look
undefeated
to contest
20
the
wins in a
scuttle
row, I don't want them to keep winning. I need them to lose.
Cross in mid,
Like when Lewis
and
Hamilton
then
won
get that
5
topside
championships in a
scuttle
row.
crowd, which
Bro,
will draw
it's
the
about time
junglers.
to give...
Again,
Bro, can you fucking
even
lose?
clears here.
Should be fine. In the top lane, meanwhile, Flandre just pushing Keen in whenever he can, kind of expected
What
to be
about
early
LR?
matchup. Well, Keen has gone for that.
Chat, we haven't even
no magic
started
mantle
yet.
for
Do you
a bit
think
of
this is
magic
just the
resist
tip of the
on
iceberg?
Ornn to help him out in the lane.
main advantage here for AL is
Actually,
a
what are you on
tempo
about? We
lead on
lose
jungle
all the time.
because Tarzan has already backed. Canyon has not been able to do so because he was towards the bot side. Had to cross over to top side scuttle.
We almost lost
And
like
we see
10
AL
times in
going
the last
for
2 months.
that swap, right? Both teams will be swapping
Actually, not 10.
their bot lanes top, potentially for a little bit more grub advantage, as we see the top laners going on the bot side. I feel like AL in LPL specifically, they have had kind of the best macro sense, which they did improve on from Split 1, right? Where they kind of got run over by TES, and then TES did not perform at first stand.
Actually,
But
you need to
that's
cut
another
me a
thing
break.
that I think they
I
have
won nothing in
improved
my
on
pro
quite a
career.
bit is with some
I'm
of these
in
early
debt
lane
fucking
assignments.
6 years of time waste.
For Gen G,
Of course you should let me go on a win
they've
streak.
often been extremely tenacious in sticking in games, even absorbing some early laning disadvantages. And don't get me wrong, if they do get early laning leads, you actually don't get to play the game. But it's not something that they always rely on, with exception of Chovy. We see Keen very happy to just take matchups like this, where he's happy to absorb the blow. And then it comes down to the team fighting. And I think Gen G, out of any LCK team, has the best sense of what do we go for, how can we cross-map, can we contest an objective or not? Kind of to the contrast of the absolute chaos that is T1. Not unlike the relation between AL and BLG
And
in that
BLG,
sense.
right? Yeah, I mean, AL still are...
Big damage. Big damage from Shanks.
Damage onto Chovy. It is comparable. I do still think that AL can be hyper aggressive, again, especially with this support jungle duo when they're able to on the map, especially with early skirmishes. And
Flash?
if
Oh, nice
Good
headbutt by
knockback
Duro.
Nice
Stops
from
the
Duro.
flash shadowing strike from connecting onto Ruler. Uses
Nice,
the heal
Duro.
in the end. It's a
Good stuff.
summon a spell exchange on
Keen
that
6
top
in
side.
1 minion.
Big deal there, not having to use the clans for Ruler, especially when playing into Annie and into a Pantheon. Keeping hold of that summoner is a really big deal. Grubs are going to be coming up in about a minute and a half. We do see some pings,
Keen
but neither
is
team
chilling.
really incentivized to go for the dragon right now. As Duro takes a bit of a beating,
Nice
but had
knocks,
aftershock,
Duro.
so
Nice knocks.
not going to be too
Pulverize
bothered.
as well to make sure that Kyle couldn't get the second knock-up on him. Matchup I do want to focus on is that mid lane matchup. Those Shanks coming into his first international tournament against Chovy, who obviously has been to a slew of them over the years. Importantly though, Shanks had such a good start to this MSI. Chovy obviously continues to play well, as Kyle actually going in here onto Duro.
Duro
down
flashes
to
out.
100 HP, the Ignite ticking, but it won't be enough to kill him off. And in the end, again, it's just summoners exchanged.
Yep, we see the AL bot lane. I was wondering if Tarzan was going to
Pretty stable from
do
both
something up
sides.
there
No one's
as
really
well,
done an
as we see
objective
him
yet,
kinda
aka
pinging
Dragon.
onto their side of the map,
But I think
still
AL
kind of
might
quiet,
get
no
grubs
objectives
if they can get a
taken
base
from
off quick
either
and run
side.
out and be
Was
first
probably
on the map.
considering looking for something, but his entire topside jungle is up. I imagine his bot side camps are also on the respawn, so if Canyon is in the area, who I don't think was spotted, he was at that point backing in bot side river, but if Canyon is there and you try and go for a big play onto the Alistar, can backfire quickly, and I don't think either team really feels a necessity to make too much happen. Obviously for Gen G, you look at that Ornn, the value that he's going to provide and the team fighting power that the team has. They're not going to feel necessarily pressured, but even
You know
for
how
AL,
EU fans all
with
hate
how
watch
much
Fnatic?
skirmishing power
What
you
team
have,
do
I think
NA
you can
fans
afford
hate
to
watch
take it
in their own
slower up
region?
until the
Is it
point
Team
where
Liquid?
you have to start contesting these objectives.
We do have one of those objectives coming up in 10 seconds time. It's the Grubs. Kyle not yet level 6. Duro's only just
it's
ticked over
C9.
5. See Kyle trying to soak some of the XP in mid to get towards that 6. Both the junglers have hit that mark and have their ultimates available, but currently no real vision set up for either team up towards that topside river, so we have to see a little bit of a push from either of them into the enemy jungle.
Oh, Chovy jumped forwards.
Chovy,
What?
though, goes in
That must have been a
with
misclick.
Shanks using Tibbers to force him back, and now that might be the bell rung on AL going for Grubs.
Small advantage here when it comes to the health bar. Shanks won't have his ultimate, but does Chovy having his ultimate matter if he doesn't have the health to walk over? We see Gen G still looking for a contest. I think wanna desperately try and get at least a grub.
They've done a good job of keeping Hope gated from coming in through that top side of the river.
Man,
Chovy
Shanks
being
is
forced away
owning Chovy a
again
little
in
bit
that
here.
mid lane.
I know it
Gen
might
G
not
are
look
the
like it
first on the
gold-wise, but he has a
Grubs,
lot of pressure
they
here.
have secured one. TP coming in. Tarzan looking for this. Can't land as Canyon gets a smite. TP from Kin. Call to the forward. Duro with a double knock up. And onto the
Nice
back line.
Ornn ult.
Kyle is already knocked up. And
Ooh, the
taken
Pantheon
out.
might be
First
trolling
blood
here.
to Gen G. The
Knockback
diving
from Canyon is
Tarzan, but now it's
clean.
the middle of the
W.
enemy team. Tarzan
One
for
shot.
second.
Chovy, Chovying.
Chovy goes between worlds.
Dashing
AL
around.
sent to the afterlife. Hope able to kill Canyon off, but Hope should
Oh,
go
flash in by
down.
Flandre, cooking them all. Holy shit.
Will be able to get one of his own. Keen can't get him
Keen
range
went too
and
deep.
doesn't have the mana
It's
to
2 for
kill
2.
before Shanks. Ruler's gonna be
Oh,
able to
Keen.
walk
Oh,
away.
he just got him with
Keen
grasp.
comes in. The
Oh, the shot didn't hit. Red buff Ornn, he has Q.
outside the window, unable to be connected there.
Anything?
Well,
E?
find a couple of shots.
You have no
Coming across as
mana.
well. Shanks has enough mana for another disintegrate. The electrocute procs, and Keen will fall in the end. A 3 for 3.
Holy
exchange.
fuck, that was a
When
good
all
fight.
is said and done,
That
it's
was a good fight.
relatively even trade. Even the grubs are 1-to-1.
Yeah, I was gonna say no one actually has cleared out that final.
I thought it was going to be
grub.
really Gen G
that
favored,
was
but
a
then
really,
Keen
really
chased.
messy fight, and Tarzan might be in trouble.
Stun?
Gonna try and walk away from this one. Canyon comes in with a wind becomes lightning, but
Canyon
doesn't follow
doesn't
it up with an
fancy it.
audacious charge.
Oh, in
Now
goes
they turn
Tarzan.
back onto Duro because Hope is here.
Tarzan has no
and he
Edo.
rings eternal. Tarzan
But Kyle has no...
heals up through the
What the
triumph,
fuck
and
is happening?
Canyon's down
This
as
is what I
well.
mean. Will Gen G get sucked into AL's psycho
Yeah, I was
fighting?
gonna say, meanwhile, Flandre is just cleaning
Yes,
up
they're getting
that
sucked in a little
last
bit already.
grub for AL. These are the combinations I love seeing out of this team, right? Tarzan really, really playing around his limit, knowing who is behind him to end up following up for that kill in the mid lane, while Flandre is just like, okay, well, I'll take the last grub for you guys.
Big overstep there from Duro. If he has the ultimate available, can just
Is
ult
Flandre
and
just
walk it
carrying
off.
or what?
But I think not quite ready for the amount of heat that AL was ready to bring. Gen G finding themselves at an early deficit as the continued fighting from AL. And look at the gold as well. The fact that Hope was able to pick up those kills and that damage of Flandre, man. He really salvaged that fight because the first couple of seconds looked like Gen G kind of knocked it out of the park.
Even that first grub fight, right? Like that was all rumble damage kind of on the back half of it once Flandre was able to get in. Again, this is not only a champ that he's just looked really, really good on this split, but also something he's been playing since he came into the LPL, and it was one of his prio picks even back in the early Snake days.
Yeah, we try not to remember the early Snake days. I think,
Look,
but-
Flandre was great during that time.
He was really good.
This is the moment to bring up Afrika for Keen. Can we?
Actually, yeah, we can go
they
down
can
memory lane
bond,
for,
you know?
for both top
Drake
laners.
is still up.
Snake actually did finish second in that split.
Yeah.
I don't
No
know.
one banned.
I don't-
no one banned Beast and Baka as champions, so it's fine. not quite over that, maybe.
I don't want to talk about Keen's finishes unless it's recently.
He's had every possible finish.
He has, yeah. I remember that graphic.
Drake is still up. Does Drake exist in these teams' minds? If this was EU, we'd have the
Maokai
Maokai in the bag and the Drake in the back pocket.
Points that they're looking to get
it's
is
crazy.
Sundered Sky on Canyon. As I finish my sentence, he does have it. Koenig working for Keen, as well as Chovy, obviously wants to get to that first item. I'm also going to be looking at Keen. One of the big things with the Ornn for me is to be careful not to overgroup and hit your experience breakpoints.
Too bad EU is going home.
By stacks. In Ornn's case, getting to level 13, 14 as soon as possible is such a big deal because so much of the champion's power budget is tied up in being
We're not
able
going
to give
home
out
yet,
those item
okay?
empowerments.
Koi plays tomorrow, buddy. Buddy. T1 versus BLG, Koi versus CFO tomorrow.
Yeah, some
it's gonna
going
be
on right now, but neither team really committing to it. Canyon did
fun.
leash
It's gonna be fun.
the dragon at
yeah?
least, but
I got overexcited.
We like fun,
yeah,
chat.
you did. Yeah, you did.
It's okay.
It's alright. I mean, 8 kills in 12 minutes. This is triple a usual LCK game, no?
Yeah, that's true. How you doing?
Hey, come on now, guys. That's outdated narrative. Sometimes still happens, but more often than not, there is a lot of stuff happening, okay?
I was going to say with Gen G, though?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And not necessarily when it comes to kills. I mean, I was about to say, why are you setting me up like
what
that,
happened?
Emily?
We had Lila, big pace fight a lot, and now we're just fucking
This is
farming.
such an exciting matchup for me.
Ooh.
Just #1 versus #1 as we see AL are going to end up getting the first rotation on this Drake thanks to being able to push in that mid wave.
Yeah, not going to be any contest from Gen G. They'll be able to get a plate for their troubles. Canyon on the opposite end of the
Flandre
map.
has
not
Nimbus
feeling
cloak.
really any necessity to go for any plays.
I will say though, over the last sequence of fights,
I think
Canyon
Gen G
has
was
hit
like, guys,
1,000
we're
international
fighting too
assists,
much.
which is
What if
incredibly
we just stop
impressive.
fighting for a little bit?
7th player to reach that milestone, so good job Canyon overall. So I'm sure he would have been more happy to pick up a couple of the kills in the fight, but 0-2-3 right now under Shenshao does have that Sundered Sky complete. AL having a little bit of the run of the map, took those early grubs, then got the Drake.
Does
Obviously,
Gen G
first
scale
3 kills
well?
was hit by Gen G.
I mean, Ornn is just a great champ for
finishing
scaling.
his second
Jhin
mask.
scales pretty well.
Obviously,
Xin
to make
Zhao
sure he
scales
doesn't,
pretty well.
Confuse that with the Mask 2, which you should
Yeah, I
stay
would say
very far
both
away
team
from.
scaling is pretty good.
I've seen this build a lot. The extra amplification, particularly on a champion that is very burst reliant, like the Aurora. Need to be careful not
Both
to
teams
walk
have
in any
really good
trap. But thus
kits.
far we have seen Shanks, I think, make good use of this counter pick with the Annie.
Chovy's up in
Chovy
CS,
on the back foot,
classic.
which has meant that he hasn't really been able to have any impact in the sides. And I want to say skirmishes, but really it was just skirmish and a little bit of runoff.
It is interesting how much symmetry there is between these two teams. You know, Chovy and Tarzan playing together on Griffin, obviously in the good old days. Flandre and Keen, two stalwart top laners of their regions who went through some hard times before hitting the limelight.
Really?
Kael and Duro even actually just mirroring the teams that they played on. With Kael being on Gen G, then Live Sandbox, then AL.
And Kyle actually had a really big breakout year, was only a single game away of making it to Worlds in 2022.
So what are we going to fight over, guys? Herald?
Did, thoughts? Make way for the best Cinderella run of all time.
I really thought that team was going to make it.
Yeah. Instead, obviously, got bested by DRX in Game 5, and
the rest is history.
The rest is history. Duro, the opposite, really had a stellar performance in summer of last year when he came in and really helped back then Live Sandbox with, or BNK4X rather, with a lot of their issues. Turned them into a pretty decent middle-of-the-pack team. And Gen G also has a habit, right? They did this with Delight as well, as Chovy might be in some trouble here.
Yeah, Shanks one stack away from having that stun.
Tarzan's ready to dive bot.
Tarzan's looking for him. Chovy stays around, doesn't finish the recall. Can use the weirding to get out of vision for a second. Jumps forward between worlds as well. With the TP coming in, AL might call off the dive, but they decide against it.
Nice escape.
Able to get out there.
Nice escape.
And now Keen's on
really
the chase.
nice
Tarzan
escape.
has to flash.
Well played by
Should be
Chovy.
able to escape.
Yeah, nice response. Pulling the TP from Keen, able to get Tarzan's flash
Duro
out
fighting.
of there.
Oh, change the C on Kyle. No flash on Rel.
At this moment of the game, the equalizer not really going to hit onto too much. TP coming in from Chovy.
Bit of damage onto Ruler. Ruler ulting Hope. Hope dashes in. Ruler flashes it. Holy fuck, both of these are going schizo. Keen. Oh, Hope got him with the isolated damage. Canyon kills Kyle. Flandre is cooking him. Down he goes. Keen kills Hope. Chovy's dying. He TP'd in. I don't know why. Duro's dead.
It's well done states for AL as
they win out the fight.
It's mayhem on the Rift, and AL come out on top.
Chovy TP'd in with nothing.
With these types of fights, this is where AL thrive, right?
Chovy
Especially
TP'd in with nothing.
In that particular
Respect
fight. Again,
to Hope.
We're looking at the Rumble.
He gets Jin ulted, so he just ults on top of Jin.
Tarzan's team fight targeting, as well as Hope just kind of going
And Flandre is
really,
cooking
really deep
everyone.
in the back line, chasing after Ruler.
Because the moment I saw that Jin setup, I thought that Gen.G actually had the angle, right? Because the initial burst comes down, Tarzan taken out, or Raquel rather taken out of the fight.
Canyon just chases
the
them.
equalizer doesn't really hit the mark, and Chovy shows up. But look at that, immediately forced to cancel. Hope follows up as well, ensures that Ruler doesn't get to join the fight, and then the timely arrival of Tarzan. That TP, they didn't even need, right? Duro can't do anything as Chovy gets taken down by his old teammate.
A bloody affair so far.
That's me.
Yep. 14 kills in 17 minutes. We saw the Rift Herald picked up by AL as well, so those feet of strength
Flandre is my MVP so far.
To who takes the first tower. Duro currently shadowing Chovy, trying to get him in a good position in this lane, but Chovy hasn't really been able to Chovy much in this game so far. Shank is going to overall, obviously, you know, he's farming well and his gold's even in that lane, but we haven't seen the Chovy pop-off that we often do.
And again, I think the big story for AL right now is, again, this Rumble pick.
Why
for
did
Flandre.
Ruler
He's
go
had so
steel
much presence
caps?
in these team fights. As Duro's gonna.
I guess Mercs are useless, but then shouldn't you just go Swiftness?
Tibber's going to come down as well. Maybe just harass them so they can't go for this full tower dive. AL don't have any defenders.
And that does allow, again,
Drake fights, sure, but they have no mid push, they have no top push.
This top lane,
what is Gen.G doing?
Which he will take down for anyone's legend, and additionally,
what is
dropping
Gen.G
this Herald
doing?
in mid, so they're going to polish up that mid tier 1 as well. Really nice
Of
map
course
play
AL's going to fight their what? They're
AL
TPing in. Oh, they're TPing in to stop the track.
Still going.
Wow, AL macro is
Tier 2
crazy
as well.
good.
The TP coming in from Flandre, maybe they thought they could fight the Drake, thinking Gen.G were a little bit slower on that neutral objective than they were. AL will get the feat of strength, though.
Not so sure about the teleport, but everything else really nicely done there. Gen.G, I think correctly make the record. We need an early dragon. We have a lot of breakpoints if we can get later to the game that if we hit them, we still are extremely strong in the 5v5. Think of an Infinity Edge for Ruler. Think of a the fact when Keen is going to start giving out the ornaments, but the price is so heavy as Tarzan.
They were going in,
but Hope's ready.
From Hope, and now the tides turn in this battle.
Hope is so ready.
Will tank up a lot of that damage and is able to walk out his cow.
And Canyon keeps looking for these opportunities together with Duro, but a lot of these skirmishes, they're not really hitting the mark.
And again, this is going to give Shanks time on this bot tier 1. He should be able to take this down as long as he can thin out
They're
the wave
trading for
enough,
top tier
and
1
there
though.
we go. So some really nice map pressure coming out of AL. This composition is kind of designed for it, right? They really want to get ahead, especially before those Ornn items coming in, before Chovy, who again has been farming well in this matchup, despite Shanks kind of keeping him pushed on the opposite side of the map.
I look at these Jin
because
items and I
Aurora
think
will
to myself,
still
like,
be able
is
to
that a
do
mosquito?
so much damage in fights.
Ruler now, RFC done. He really had to show a bit in the previous series for Gen.G on that Jin in his team fighting. A lot of power, but we also know, as any Gen.G fan can tell you, sometimes a little bit too far forward on the waves. This time, doesn't look like anyone on AL is ready, and Arakan starting to become a consideration.
He needs third item now.
AL, if they can deny vision, even with how good the engage from Gen.G is, so much burst is available, and I think Keen hasn't
He's on a
quite
mosquito.
reached the point yet where
Mosquito
he
is
can just
static
shrug
rapid.
off
This is
a
the fucking pigeon
full-blown
build. Oh, okay,
engage
great.
from AL.
So he's a pigeon.
Yeah,
that's
absolutely.
good to know.
As we see these LPL versus LCK stats, kind of got to bring it up anytime, especially two top teams from the region are facing each other. Again, a reminder. I know everyone was super hype about about G2 FlyQuest. This was my matchup because it is #1 seed from LPL versus #1 seed of LCK. These teams are so much fun. We see the best of 5 series score at 17 and 20, and then the all-time game score at 104 to 136.
And now Gen.G looking to set up around Otacon. We do have Shanks still pushing inside. Obviously, has the TP available.
I wonder what
we'll
it is.
see if AL
Yeah,
is going to
T1,
fall
I
from
wonder
the
how
bait.
much
Gen.G, I
T1
think, looking for the
impacts
5v5.
Yeah, Dura going in, TP coming out
So
immediately
they catch
from
tail
AL. They
again.
want to try and trade it back, hope the first target here. The
What?
knockup
Keen
coming
got that
out from
knockup
Keen as well, but
buffered.
the equalize now to the back line, and they haven't
Shanks,
killed off
nice
Hope or
cleanse by
Shanks.
Ruler.
Team forced down to about
Oh,
2/3
Hope dives
HP
in,
as
nice
Hope
flash,
dives
Keen's
forward,
dead.
and Keen will die first.
King
AL
W over the
once
wall.
again turn around the fight.
Pantheon ult is good.
And
Chovy tries to ult. He's backwards into it, cancels. Kyle ults, dies maybe. Ruler moves speed, runs, but Kai'Sa is going to kill him. Oh, he sees him. Kai'Sa flashes in, dead. Chases, Chovy, can he get burst out? Dies. Nope. He's out.
But the rest of Gen.G do not have that luxury.
Man, AL's team fighting is just so much better already in game 1.
Hope getting revenge on one of the 80 carries he was replaced by, right? I want to talk about Hope for a little bit as we see anyone's legend on this Otacon, because it's not that he's been bad, right? It's that his teams have always been like, okay, but we found someone better in Viper. We found someone better in Ruler. And here, he's absolutely willing to just dive the backline. It becomes crucial in this team fight.
And here it feels like Gen.G definitely wanting to scrap, but the follow-up damage just isn't there.
Hope
Ruler is
sends it.
immediately
Look at it.
blown up by the combination of Shanks and Tarzan. Basically doesn't get to join the fight, and Chovy wasn't actually there. Keen pulling that trigger when one of your biggest damage dealers is not available, particularly when you're playing a free carry composition, the tank not included, can't quite do that, and it was Gen.G that started off this whole sequence, but they punched above their weight in this fight.
This is going to be
And I think in that
such a team fight heavy series, it looks like. Gen.G aren't slowing the games down. They can't. They're just taking fights in their face.
I mean, Tarzan's just a carry
And
on
AL
his
is
own,
owning them in all these
at
fights.
this point on the Pantheon, but you kind of saw their setup there. As long as AL have one dive buddy to go with another, they play so well around these kind of pick compositions.
And now, Gen.G
has 2 item spikes, but again, here they're going to walk up and fight Drake.
Even a little bit, they often are able to hunker down and find some great re-engages, but it's the fact that the 5v5s thus far haven't looked that clean that worries me somewhat. Flandre does have the TP available.
It feels like Gen.G's comp wants to kill the first target, but they can't kill the first target.
Have been hit, but AL ready to contest this.
Flandre on his way has the equalizer, also has the Seekers if he wants to get a little bit aggressive. Keen on that front line.
Oh my god. Nice knockup by Keen, but Hope goes past it all.
Cannot be stifled.
Wow. AL's team fighting is so good. It is so good. There's 3 layers and you can only get rid of 2 of them. Pantheon, Rumble and Kai'Sa.
They take down Gen.G.
Wait, Keen TP'd out there, what the fuck?
Hope is absolutely stellar in these fights. They're going to be able to
Nice
clean
stun.
up Chovy on the backside of this.
So Keen,
just for context, if Gen.G loses, Gen.G on paper right now is 20-0.
Gen.G, you got to question that decision. They're so far
18-0 domestic, then they beat Hamalive, then they came in and beat G2. They're 20-0 in best ofs.
Once Hope shows up, he's still cooked. Chovy doesn't have the items. And without that Jhin damage,
yo, this dive is so good by AL.
Low, but no one is actually in danger of dying.
Yeah, and again, I'm just so happy that you all get to see this anyone's legend on the international stage as we see this cancel coming out, stopping Chovy from backing, and then he is also dead on the backside of this fight. Because this team,
Hope is such
again,
a cool
I
name.
think people didn't necessarily know what to expect from anyone's legend coming here. Top Esports did have better macro in the LPL finals in Split 1, I promise. However, AL really raised through the upper bracket and qualified, and I think with the international performance that Top Esports had at first stand, people were like, well, how good are anyone's legend anyway? They are an incredible team, guys, and they're so fun to watch. This is a perfect composition for them, and you really see how willing they are to follow up as soon as one of them goes in.
And I generally trust Gen.G blindly when it comes to specifically how they pick fights and what they do when they're behind in the game, but in this game, I'm not seeing it so far. We're going to have to see some absolutely immaculate team fighting from them, but it's not like even taking into account some of the scaling right now. Ruler also sitting on an upgraded Ghostblade is in their favor because the damage from AL never really is going to fall off. The lack of front line maybe becomes a problem down the line, but right now they're down 7.5k gold.
What?
Tarzan is looking.
Equalizer coming out.
Oh, everything's on Ruler, but
Kyle there for the follow-up. The Magnus Sword
Ruler
comes out.
cannot
They
play the
just
game.
Have so many tools in their toolbox. AL commits
I can tell you for a fact, Ruler is telling him, telling his coach, I need a champ with mobility. I can't play the game versus this team. This is why I think they should have just picked Ornn on 4 and not taken Jhin. At least then they can pick on 5 and try and play like Xayah into Kai'Sa if they need to.
Where he should be safe. AL now.
I think they fucked the draft a little bit, but
Gen G have not been able to protect Ruler in these fights, especially against this composition. Once it got rolling, all eyes are on Ruler. One member of AL is diving, and he is out.
This is domination. It's a shellacking. Gen G 20 series undefeated, and AL come out in game 1 and have shown them what they're about. Gen
G2 won game 1 against Gen G as well.
And the LPL shines strong. 1-0 in this best of 5.
Oh, I'm so happy at Anyone's Legends performance. This is, again, such a fun team to watch, and a team with so many players with a chip on
But
their
it wasn't
shoulder,
like this.
right?
This was a fucking
people were
stomp.
saying, oh, maybe Flandra's lost it, you know?
Gen G need to swap the draft up a bit.
Tarzan had not won a domestic final until this, so really amazing game 1 from them.
It really was. We'll see what the analyst desk have to say about that. They don't have a huge amount of gameplay to analyze, I'll be honest. It was over that fast.
Thank you so much, guys. It took a while, honestly, before we had a game-breaking play. I feel, first comment I want to make here, though, Tabit draft, good.
Yes, I love that draft. The one point that I was concerned about to see, like, how bot lane laning phase was going to go, just seeing the Kai'Sa, like, seeing how active it was going to be early on, but Hope and Kyle really held their own. And played really well.
lost to this.
I mean, they played with so much confidence.
Yes.
I think they did even more than
Bro, I feel like Shanks just has aura.
aggressive. AL set the
Shanks
pace of this
just
game,
has aura.
And Gen G could not keep up. The bottom lane, like you're talking about, so aggressive early on, making play after play after play, but really, then it started to snowball with these fights. At the Grub fight, AL, they're able to split it and they reset quicker. They make the play after to get a couple of kills. They go back, they get an extra Grub, and then they keep pushing the pace of the game.
I thought you wanted to show us. Oh yeah, there you go. We have it here. How was it defining for the mid game of AL though? Can you talk us through that play and how they made it happen?
Yeah, so let's take a look at the second one that they did, because this one is also up around the Rift Herald, and it's actually going to start out with Hope and Kyle here. So let's run through this play right now, and we'll see. They get the knockup onto him. Kyle is going to evade. He flashes and jumps away, and Hope immediately attacks Ruler here. So he put his plasma on him. He's able to ult through, force the flash, and then he can follow up flash to finish off Ruler. Stays in his face this whole game. Then Tarzan comes in to save the other side of the fight, goes after Chovy to chase down that kill as well. And with Shanks coming through, AL are able to win this one. They kept up the pace and they kept up winning those fights.
And that's what I really like with AL's composition. The fact that you have everything that works.
No, I don't
together.
think this will be a 3-0. I don't see it being a 3-0.
They force Ruler summoner spells.
I think Gen G will fight back.
Hope goes to attack again, and Ruler is just out of there.
Yeah, and then even the Pantheon chasing through, and then Kai'Sa running around just to see if they can get any more kills off that one. I loved Kyle's engages as well, Cody.
I think Gen G is just
exactly.
getting
He
lost
goes
in the
He's
sauce.
trying to sacrifice himself.
They need to learn
so
to
they
just
can
stop
keep
for a
chasing
second.
down this team. The killer
Just
instinct
stop.
here from AL. Beautiful. Both, for the entire
Just
team
stop.
and with the Kai'Sa.
Yes, and it reminded me of the BLG series that they had in the finals, just because like that first replay that you showed, really chaotic, 2 fronts in the fight. They're willing to take those, and they play them out so well. The fact that Tarzan seeing the fact you're like, oh, you know what, Kai'Sa, you're doing well on your own. Like, you already are in a pretty good situation. I'm going to support Flandre. Flandre had a great game. Not just those replays that you showed, but the Grub fight prior to that, I felt like when he came in through, he was able to get a few kills himself.
Caps is going to NA, bro. If Caps goes to NA, I lose all hope and faith in EU. It's all disappeared.
They kept the pace, played fights well, and then were able to end it.
Absolutely here. I'm just wondering, what is Gen G gonna come up with now? Because again, I don't.
Ruler, it's time. Lock in the Ezreal Zeri.
That was an issue here. What would you have done differently?
It's weird because the fights were set up by Gen G. Like, they're the ones that engaged that mid lane fight, and then it was oftentimes them not being on the same page.
C9
was
caps
late
would be
on
disgusting.
one of the engages that came through. If he was ready for the fight, there with the Aurora ulti, it would have been fine. I think just them being on the same page of the fight, they are.
Gen G
this is
okay?
a slow one. You need to be meticulous with it.
Exactly. Craft some more tools here to be able to control some of these skirmishes in the game, because AL are going to continue to bring it to you.
Looking at the next game here, what are we looking at on this side of Gen G? They look really focused backstage here. I feel like they were a bit thrown off by the speed that AL had here in this game one. Who do you want to focus on?
For me, I want to focus a bit more on Flandre, because Flandre is a type of player that if he's on a tank pick, this game he was on the Rumble and he played quite well.
Tabas keeping up the pace.
But if he's on a tank pick like a Scion or an Ornn or something like that, he's going to be moving to the fight first. This is the fight that I was talking about where he was just cooking the enemy team. This one specifically turned into a 3-for-3, but when they set up for the
what if
Red
Canyon
again,
picks Lee
like,
Sin?
you could see them end up taking, oh, this is another
Just
play, but
pick
like,
Lee Sin.
the fact that right when they went back for the grub again, they were able to get 2 picks. They're playing for fights, and I think that's something Gen G has to be ready for.
Something that we saw from both these teams is that AL on social
Now what you have to
media
do in
was
Fearless
saying that
obviously is find
Gen G is
comps
looking
like
really strong.
AL's
We are
comp,
actually
but with
entering
different
this series
champions,
as
right?
the underdogs.
So like
I would like to
Rakan.
revise that statement after game one.
Yeah, I mean,
Ari.
there was so much talk about, oh no, you're
Sharf
better
and
in
Nocturne,
scrims. Oh no,
Neferi,
you're better in scrims.
Gwen.
You're demolishing us. No, we're
Stuff
not.
like
You're
this,
also
where the comp
insane.
can
And
function
so I
similar.
hope we do get to see, a
Or
full
Galio.
5-game series here from these two teams, so we get to see the full extent.
And it gives you
And I would
lots
say
of
a lot
options
people
still.
coming in too,
If I was
even
Gen
though
G,
Gen G is so hyped
not gonna
up
lie,
and doing so
one
well,
thing that I
if
think
there
that
to
AL
be an
is
area
very
on
good
the
at,
team
in
that
my
you
opinion,
should
is
attack,
this champ.
most people are saying you should attack the bottom lane.
I think Flandre will just eat a Scion up. He will catch sides and just fucking send it towards mid.
Because these type of players,
Like, I feel like his Scion is so dangerous.
Because coming into this MSI, this is
I
his
will be
first
so
MSI 10
concerned if
years
I'm Gen G of
competitive play,
Scion.
and he was
I think
somebody
Scion
that
will get
when
them
he
a game
went
2
to
win.
Worlds and won it all. Like, this is the story that he's talking about. And he was
Guys, when you
mostly
wake up in the
focusing on
morning and look at the
passports, because
world
you got
outside, you'll
where the
see that
visas,
the direction of
because
the
when you
wind
end up,
changes
like,
from day to
going
day.
to
If
a
you've made
finals
up your
and fighting
mind
for
where you want to go today, doesn't
play,
matter which
you
way
don't
the
really
wind
know
blows. At least
if
this
you're
time the
gonna go
visa will
on that
take me to a
airplane trip,
place
right? And this is
I
his
always
first
wanted to go.
MSI. And so for him, it was kind of like an emotional story for
He
him.
wrote a
And so
wrote
for
a story
Flandre,
when he made it to
I gotta
MSI.
remind myself of the story that he came into the LPL with Snake Esports. He's always been really good, but then needed
He
to
wrote,
be able to make that move to
he wrote-
EDG to win that first chip. And now he's on AL, and now he's being able to find the international.
I think
showing.
after
Similar
that
to
last
Kimo
line,
on
he
Freaking
wrote,
Freaks,
I
goes to
wish,
Gen G, and now people can really
or
see
he
who
wrote,
he
I
is.
hope
Yeah.
my
And
passport
he's a
won't be
poet.
full of stamps
If you've made
of
up your
disappointing
mind which way
memories.
you want to go,
or
doesn't
something.
matter which way the wind is blowing. Actually, just hits so hard.
It does.
Looking at next game, Gen G is going to be on blue side. Would you think that there's a specific first pick that they want to target here?
For me, I feel like Azir is such a great blind, and it is so good for Chovy. So if you want to go towards that direction, and the game pace is slow.
Flandre is
So
Caedrel 2.0.
more scaling in that,
I mean,
will
yeah,
be expecting to see
we're
more
both
tank picks
pretty
come
good at
from
the game.
Flandre, so that's one pick that I'm looking for, is the Azir.
So far, AL opens up the score in this
I will
best of
say.
5. We'll find out in a few minutes if Gen G can come back. See you then.
What is this tweet? Name a bigger downgrade. Okay, Febby Knight. Okay. Okay. Rat Bull gives you wings. All right, I'm gonna grab my coffee in the fridge, and we're gonna pace up this series. Hold up.
What a car. Living the dream, huh?
Sweet dreams are made of this. Who am I to?
Okay, okay. I get it now.
Sweet dreams are made of this. Welcome to the main event. 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 Let's go. Through the fire and the rain, I was born to rise above. Kept on pushing through the pain till I made it out the mud. Now the dam's about to break, so get ready for the flood. Can you feel the rush? The beast is waking up. Welcome to the main event. We spent the whole night waiting for the best of the best. Welcome to the main event. You got the whole world watching. Will you rise to the test? Let's go. Welcome to the main event. 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 Let's go.
There it is. There it is. I made that. You see that? Damn. I made that. Bam, 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 bam. Yummy, yummy, yummy. Yummy, yummy. Oh, I'm paced up now, baby. I am paced up. Dum, dum, dum. How are we doing, Caedrel? I'm doing great. How are you doing, Betty? Okay, lock in big time. I'm about to have a fucking yapping session this series.
Canyon's on top of Hope, he supercharges the way to safety, and Chovy once again is running for the hills. AL wipe away Gen.G. Domination from AL
Bro,
in game one.
there's a post on Formula Dank Reddit where it says esports player leaks the Verstappen move.
I'm not worried at all. You know, it's fine. It's fine. No, it's fine. Don't give me a shoulder tap. No, Gen.G have been known to, you know, have slow starts to series. They did it domestically. They've done it at this tournament. What I do want to highlight, though, is that
Jesus,
this team sometimes falls behind in lane, sometimes takes one or two bad area skirmishes, and then generally they'll back off, they'll look for cross maps, and when they pick a fight, you know that it's going to be good. And I think partially they were obviously overwhelmed by the great target selection in fights, but also a lot of those fights they did kind of opt into themselves, and I expect them in this game number 2 to kind of recalibrate, because I think particularly Canyon and Duro way too trigger happy in that one.
Yeah, and for anyone's legend, again, I think
Esports
this is
player,
a
true. How can they call
composition.
him?
They knew how
Faker?
to pilot it
Mode.
super well.
Khrushchev.
Additionally, I thought they did a really great job of recognizing when they could take down that outer ring of turrets to kind of really open up the map, responding super well to a lot of Gen G's engages when they were at a bit of a like compositional advantage. And then
G2
the other
got
big thing
trio'd.
for me, for anyone's legend going into
Okay,
the
Rise Ban
second
is a
match
good
is,
adaptation by
again,
Gen G,
this
I think.
combination of Kyle and Tarzan in
I think
fights,
this
find
champ
something
is
in
OP.
This draft that will be able
This
to
champ is
get
OP.
onto Ruler as
These
easily
champs
as they
are
did in
fucking broken right now for AL. Absolutely, absurdly broken.
HyperX. Rise
Let me
and
check
Trundle
Shanks.
banned away by Gen G on the blue side, which they picked to be on.
Actually,
Skarner
Shanks
and
doesn't have that
Aaliyah
much Ari.
removed so far by anyone's legend.
So that's pretty good. It
Gen
looks
G.
like Galio is what he leans to a
Wonder
lot.
what the pivot is
But anyway,
going to
Sion,
be. Most likely,
Wukong
early
are
jungle
monster
prio.
picks
Here,
right now.
Defi is a pick that
Monster.
I was about to say, if
Vi
they
ban,
don't ban it
okay,
themselves,
Poppy's open.
Most likely is going to get picked up here. I like the
Azir is
Skarner
open.
ban from
That's
AL.
gotta be
Gen
Azir
G is
ban
the
from
only
AL.
team that
Surely that's
in
Azir ban.
LCK consistently can make the champion look good. Does mean that so far,
Surely that's Azir ban.
Azir is still open. I'm expecting that to be the final ban.
They left open Chovy Azir.
which does
Was?
leave the Azir up potentially for
You left open
Chovy,
Azir
and
for an... What
I
is
do wanna
Tabe
talk a
cooking?
little bit about Shanks and
What
Chovy
is
again
Tabe
before we
cooking?
see, more picks go through in this draft, just because that was another huge question for me was
What is
would
Tabe
Shanks
cooking?
be able to kind of control
Because
Chovy?
you think you
And I
ban
thought he did
Skarner,
do,
because
a
always,
good job
always,
in that.
always when
And
Gen
yeah,
G
you're
picks
never
Azir B1, they pick
taking
Skarner
Azir
B2.
away from
But
the
they can just
LCK,
pick
but
Poppy
B
B2.
also just a
Ooh, they're
champion
trading it
on
for
which
TF.
Chovy can control
They can play like
the entire
TF
team
Wukong
fight,
Sion,
can
or
lead
they can play
lane,
TF
run to
Wukong
side.
Gwen.
He's just so good on this pick.
There's the pop. Oh, they take the
absolutely
Poppy away.
crazy plays
So they
on
ban
this
the Skarner,
consistently
and they
over the
take
last
away the
couple of
Poppy
years.
to stop
Obviously,
the
a lot
Azir
of
Poppy or
big
Skarner
aura Azir
2-3.
players in the region, but he
Sure. Okay, I see what you're doing.
would love the Poppy
How
pick
can
up
you
here. We
keep
often see that
cooking?
combined because you can very
How can
easily
you keep
slam people
cooking is
into
the
wall.
question.
It's also a good pick into the Azir. Takes away a lot of his playmaking potential. Needs to be a lot
The
more
TF I like, yeah,
considerate
sure.
when that
The
W's
lane
up.
is a bit
Again,
tricky.
You basically have a very similar core where what I think will be Tarzan
Gen G just need to
combined
pick
with
some
Shanks will
standard
have the
champs here.
ability
I
to
think
pick up
taking
single
Sion
targets.
here is great for
this
Keen
is
if he
huge
wants
to
it.
me because TF
Ornn is
at
out.
this tournament,
Flandre loves
we
Sion.
haven't seen it see
And
as much
it's unlikely they'll
success,
play
I
it.
think,
It's
as
good into
people would
TF,
want
and you
it.
can just
I
take
mean,
it out the
I
pool.
love watching really
But
strong
Ruler
twisted
sometimes
fate. In
picks
fact,
quite early for
in
Gen
that
G.
Hanwha Life series,
Let's see.
Chronicler, we did see Chovy kind
Baby
of piloting
asleep,
that,
W baby.
with great success. I mentioned how much I love that
They take the
composition.
Gwen.
The next Gen G fan, that's really
Gwen
cute.
hasn't
As
been
we see,
that
the
great
Gwen
so
picks
far
up
to
14
watch.
on
I
Gen
guess
G.
this does open up
give Gen G
Jax
a
for
pretty
AL.
heavy
I think Gwen
magic
Wukong
damage
is needed,
topside.
isn't
You want a bit
it?
of
Isn't it
physical damage
needed?
coming out from your jungler,
Trundle's
if
banned.
you are
You
going
could go
to
Maokai
play
or
towards
Sedge, but
that.
it's too
Also
much
means
AP. I think
they're
you need
blind picking
Wukong.
both mid and top into AL.
But Wukong into TF
through
Poppy
this
is not
first
easy.
rotation, which is not something we too often see. Obviously, they just
Nocturne,
really
I
prioritize
prefer
these two
Nocturne. I
picks.
actually do
Not
prefer
really
Nocturne. That's a good
surprising
pivot.
Considering how
That is a
good
good
Keen
pivot.
is on the Gwen and how good
Now, is
obviously
Jax
Chovy
just
is on the
insanely high
Azir.
prio?
We're going to see the Nocturne come out here for Canyon. Not necessarily one of his most iconic picks, but I do
Is
like
Jax
it into
insanely
the
high
TF, having
prio?
the ability to both
Galio top is pretty good into double
follow
AP, but
him when he tries to go
they
for these
could
plays. That
pick
was the biggest
jungle
difference,
into
I think, in
Nocturne, but it
game
would have to be
number one.
Kindred, but I don't think
Not
he's
just
going to
the
play
ability
it.
for AL to pick fights, but how
Yeah,
they were
Jax
able to
good.
consistently get backline access back then.
They
with
dropped
Fanfin.
Ruler.
Now
Alright, so
Jax
Ruler
will be looking to do
wants
something
Ezreal
similar, and then the Kai'Sa
100%.
was also a smash hit, as
He
we
will
do
want
see
Ezreal,
the Jax, obviously, great pickup really into the entire
or
top
he will
side
want
of Gen
Corki
G.
or something.
Yeah, and again, this is another just Flandre comfort pick.
Or he will
right?
want
Like,
Xayah,
I
but
do
Xayah
think
Rakan into Poppy
he
is
always
not
does
fun.
well with these kind of picks that do have
But I
push
think
and
AL
sides,
can
are
pinch
able
bot
to
lane very
have
hard
him
here. The
in a
Poppy
side
flex is
lane.
quite
His
nice.
Map awareness is typically
I think
very,
Ezreal
very
ban
good,
is good.
and it has been one of the strengths strengths for
But
this
maybe
AL
Hope wants
team.
it. Okay, MF ban. I think Hope will take the Ezreal then.
Bans, both the bot lanes yet to be picked. That's AD carry and support for
When you're
both
looking at
teams.
bot
MF
lane
is the
here,
first
you're
ban
looking at
out by
Lucian,
AL. A paranoid
Nami,
bullet time does not
Ezreal
sound
Leona,
like the most fun thing
Xayah
to deal with,
Rakan,
so no real surprises there.
Senna
But
Tam,
they want to
Jinx
mitigate
Tam,
some of that damage in the darkness.
Gotta be looking towards the Nico as well. If you think Nico is annoying to play into,
okay, they take away the Lucian.
when you have full vision, which
Maybe
it is,
Renata is pretty good against AL's champs. AL needs to be careful not to pick Nautilus on 4 with Braum and Renata open. Because Braum for Gen G is great. There's a world here where they ban Rakan. They see Ezreal, and then they blind Braum. Ooh, Rakan ban. I think Braum blind is very scary right now.
Similar thing, right?
It's
You
good
jump
for
on top of
both
the
sides.
nocturne, you pop the quickness. It's super easy to get onto that backline and just put
They
down
could
a
play like
huge
Severe
amount of
Braum
CC
into
and allow
TF
the
Poppy.
Gwen
It's
and the
crazy
Azir a
good.
little bit of time
It just if
to
they
work
pick
their way
Ezreal, it
through
works.
whatever
Then the
frontline is
best thing they
presented
can
to
play with
them.
Ezreal is Karma.
Gen G, we'll see where they
So
go
let's say
with their
it's
final
Karma
ban. Could
Bard.
continue to pinch that
So if
80
they ban
rifles.
Karma,
Ezreal actually
they're
is a nice
also
enough
thinking of
ban when
Braum
you're
blind.
running a Nocturne.
They ban the
Instead,
Renata,
they'll get
also
rid
a
of the
good champ.
Renata, which does make sense if you're looking to play
Ooh, there's
on that
Nico
front
too.
foot
There's
in team
Nico,
fights.
Karma. So there's the Ezreal from
Here
Hope.
we see the Ezreal being
I wonder.
covered. I do expect it to be the Ezreal and not the
I think Ruler just has Corki.
However, I am also curious because
And
obviously
Xayah.
if you save R5,
But Xayah, but Karma's open right now.
can also flex that Poppy
Karma
into the
eats
bottom
any
lane as
blinds
well
pick
and
here
save it
from
for
Gen G that's
Tarzan
not
to have a jungle
Nautilus, but you can't blind
Ezreal
Nautilus
also
because they have Ezreal
good
Braum.
move into the TF, has the ability to
Can't
just
blind
market
Naut.
shift away from a gold card, but also into Poppy, one of the
Can't
few AD
really
carries
blind Leona
that
either.
is able to not have to worry about getting locked down.
Xayah Rakan
Doesn't really matter
is
whether
gone.
Tarzan is going to play it in jungle or whether it's
Maybe-
going to be Kyle, as that flex potential obviously does
Maybe
remain
they just have to
in
tank it and
place.
just go for the
Now,
fucking
what is
Corki
the bot lane
Braum,
going to
Severe
be
Braum.
for Ruler and Duro? They struggled a little bit in the 2v2, but it didn't really amount to too much. It was really after the laning phase where the
They're gonna go
trouble
Senna.
for this duo arose. And
Okay,
I don't
Senna
think
not.
that
Oh,
the
it's less bad,
Anyone's
but
Legend draft is as rough for an
it's
AD
still
carry, but
walking
still
into
with a
Braum on
Senna,
5, which I
Ruler
think is
might
so
be running
dangerous.
into a lot of the same issues that he did last time around.
Like Senna is just gonna die.
Easily be focused by AL. You've got rapid fire gold cards, obviously.
I would have
that can lock
preferred
him down
Xayah.
very easily. I wonder where Duro will go with the support for this matchup. Nautilus, yeah, Emily, you were about to say
old
it.
classic, I will
I
not
think
be
they're walking
surprised
into
to
Ezreal
see
Braum,
the Nautilus
but maybe
locked
Kyle
in,
just
pairs
pivots and goes
super,
Leona. The
super
problem
well
with
with
Leona
the
is it's
Senna.
way too
And
much
additionally, if they do make it through
Mercs
that
value.
early laning phase, Senna
TF Leona.
has a little bit of a rough time, and she'll
Bard is kind of good as well, but I think they can't play Bard into Nautilus.
But this Senna buffing, again, the Gwen going in, the Nocturne going
Just
in,
put the Braum in the back, Kyle.
Azir, like,
Ooh,
you get to a
Ezreal
point
Nico.
where this composition is really
I
difficult
don't
to
like
deal with.
Nico.
We
Nice.
see the Nico
Chat, I'm
hover,
gonna run
we
ads
see
if you
the
know avoid
Braum
ads. You can use the
coming
tier 1 or
through
Twitch
as
Prime. You don't have to
well.
sub channel if you don't want to do back for the game
Torment
because
to Nautilus, one of the most
appreciate
classic
you all.
support
Much love,
counters
big
we've ever
kisses.
seen.
Yeah,
It's
I
gonna be a
think they had to
hard,
blind the
hard lane
Braum
for Ruler and Duro
and they
in
had
my
to
opinion.
change their bans a
I
bit.
like it when
Because
it comes to
it's
the
so obvious they will
ability
take
to
Ezreal on
mitigate
4.
this.
That's why I think
Nautilus
Renata ban
also,
is useless.
if he did end up playing into
Because they're not going to play Ezreal Renata. So I think you have to
buffer
ban
your way
Karma,
out of
let
the
them play
ultimate
Ezreal, and just
in
tank
case
a
you do get
Nico
knocked
with
away.
Braum
I do
blind.
think that the Braum, as good as it is for the lane, does make the composition a little bit more awkward. I think their ability to start
And
fights
if
at a
you
moment
are
notice
scared of
last time
Renata,
around was good.
and they take an
But this
AD that's
time,
good
it is
with
gonna be a
Renata,
lot more
I don't
reliant
know,
on the
let's
Poppy
just
and
take
the TF,
Ashe
who
as
I
an
think are a
example.
bit more telegraphed. Last time they had so many ways to start the fights, and I think it's
Then you
really
just play
what
Naut.
overwhelmed
Actually, you can't play Naut. What are you playing to
Gen G
Renata?
this time in the extended fights, extremely strong. I do think their early levels are quite rough, though.
Maybe you just pick Nico. What am I
AL is
saying?
available.
You just take the
And
Nico.
that's exactly what I'm going to be looking at, right? Again, this Shanks Chovy matchup against one of Chovy's signature picks. Non-subscribers, we will see you in 30 seconds as I continue to talk
I
about
think
this
AL
draft.
is
But
gonna
yeah,
eat
again,
them.
that is the big thing for me. Chovy
But
versus
it's Chovy
Shanks.
Azir, so maybe he
and
just
then
carries.
additionally, if this composition does get ahead from anyone's legend, they have that ability to jump on a lot of the Gen G carries if they can separate and get ahead in early skirmishes.
Yeah, pick potential does feel pretty good for AL. However, if we get past 25-30 minutes and Gen G on an even keel, there is few compositions in League of Legends that have higher damage output than a Gwen Azir Senna.
It's disgusting, right? There is so much damage available. CL, dominant game number 1. Gen G going to be looking to bounce back. For all those Gen G fans, out, me included, I would like this to be a nice back and forth of a series. As the level 1, want to highlight again, there's Braum, there's Jax. I would be shocked if even TF.
Uh-oh, AL's
we
gonna
don't
late
get
invade
an
bot or early
here,
invade
it
bots
looks like
and
Gen
split
G
the
also
map.
keenly aware that this might be happening.
I don't know if they can split the map, but they can definitely take some caps
What is
away.
AL going to do with the early jungle control that they have here?
Well, there's a counter invade happening, but that's spotted out on a ward. And Keen and Canyon, I think, will just place a ward of their own. Oh, not even do that, just back away
Chat.
immediately. Now pathing up towards the top side, trying to sneak around here. There's a little bit of mind games happening from Gen G as AL will just control this bot side jungle.
Ooh, we'll see Flandre maybe wants to try and take a look, ward that red buff. It's Gen G, they can't walk in, obviously. are going to spot here, but what will get will found by
They're
Cal and
taking
Hope.
his red buff.
Flandre is going to spot the fact
It is
that Cannon's
kind of a
here.
little bit
Yeah,
of a split
Cannon's
map.
not going to have a good time.
He is Jax.
The Jax is so annoying at
Oh my
these
God, he
early
got one.
levels, right? We've seen this so much.
Is
And he
Flandre
uses the smite. We'll get
eating the whole game
tether
away?
down.
Because I think the
Flandre
answer is yes.
should be able to walk away from this one. As you say, still 7 seconds on the counter
His
strike.
lane
but
is
can
fucked.
base and then TP back, I guess, or just run to the lane. He really wants to catch this XP.
Oh my
I
God,
think
what
the
has
timing
Flandre
there
done?
was too late to do that, basically, because now you are going to be substantially behind in experience.
Now the Jax is weak-sided.
And as we see how this bot lane 2v2
Actually,
goes,
I guess the
I'm
Jax can't
actually
get Dovin,
curious
but I'm
if
scared that
Tarzan
Ruler
is
and
going to
Duro
go
can get
for,
Dovin.
potentially a dive
Yeah, chat,
here,
I was going to
because
say
this,
thank you
we
for
talked
hanging out and
about
watching
the
games with
level
me.
1
And thanks
power
for
of
keeping
this
company.
competition,
And
but
thanks
also
for
just
always being
the
funny.
setup
And
onto
thanks
this Senna
for...
Nautilus with this invade,
yeah, hanging
being
out.
able to link up with the push that Kyle and
Yeah, I
Hope
don't
have
think
been
Jax
able
is
to get
diveable. Gwen
already.
Nocturne, too much
It
auto
just
attacks.
feels really risky, right? He's spotted on vision. We saw both Ruler and
level
Duro
2's hit.
pathing back. They've hit the level 2.
Die.
You have so much CC in
Can't.
Nautilus only with 2
They're not low
levels, so
either.
they'll back away.
Yeah, and he recognizes
Can't
that. This isn't BLG.
I'm still not over 2023 MSI and Shun diving approximately 15 times. This top side, though, I think that was actually, we'll see how much it actually ends up mattering, but delaying Canyon for a little bit and giving up this much control over the lane, I don't think was the right call. Flandre has held on to his TP and didn't end
Chat,
up missing
Independence
out on
Day is
too
when they
many
celebrate
minions,
when they
but
beat the
this
British,
early
right?
phase not going to be fun for him.
I mean,
Is
the
that
big
it?
problem for Flandre as well
Is that the
it's
day
a
they
split
won
map
the
and
war?
He's on the wrong side of it. His
Oh.
team flashes in, looking for the kill. Can't quite get it onto
Oh
Flandre.
my
He does
God.
land the counter-strike.
Is that the
Now
day they
will
won the war, or is
recall
it the day
and
they
then
signed it?
teleport in. You saw pings coming on the next wave from Genji, implying that perhaps they could look for a dive on it, but won't be able to have Canyon come across in
The
time.
day they signed it?
It
Is that when they threw they threw a 16 colony lead?
His back. So yeah,
Keen is smashing.
is probably going to have to stay through this wave.
13 colony lead?
managed to
That's
do so.
crazy.
Because
What's that,
it's
like a
gonna land
14k
onto
gold lead, or
Duro,
what?
so
How bad is that?
Curse of the Black Mist going down as well for a little bit of a route. Flandre, though,
20k gold lead they threw? They
should
threw a
just be
20k
able to
gold lead?
recall. The Doran Shield doing
In
quite a lot of work for him.
1568,
Still,
they
even
threw a
if he doesn't
20k
end
gold
up
lead?
going down, it does allow
Was?
Keen to take control. Chovy!
Big stun.
Flash forward. Shanks looking for the gold card. Didn't
No
lock
gold
it in
card,
time,
nice
and
flash.
Chovy has the time to flash away. Canyon now with a fear tether. Tarzan using the steadfast presence for the movement speed. Double TPs
That's a volume increase.
invested.
Both top laners press
I
their
really
TP
think Flandre's
buttons.
just going to try and jump out of this one afterwards. Does land the counter strike, but leap strikes to safety.
And Shanks going so low in that after initially trying
well,
to
no
get
flash on
the
Poppy, no
play
flash on TF.
onto Chovy. Both mids should be able
Why no gold
to
card?
just
Because
come
he
back,
went for the
TP
auto
to
stun.
the wave.
But as he went
yeah,
for the stun,
that
it
was-
flashed.
I thought Genji would maybe have the counterpunch there.
Well, I thought Genji was going to step a little bit back.
Chat,
and,
you
and
don't
take a
learn
slower
US
pace.
history
They've
in
doubled
Europe.
down instead. A lot of action here early on. Keen
learn
straight
about
up
the
flashing
other
on
thing
top
that
of Flandre
happened.
for that level 1. Now Shanks
Twice.
being forced to flash as well. Favorable trade when it comes to the summoners for Genji. As this top lane, laning phase still remains in a rough spot after the level 1. We'll see if Tarzan is able to kind of bail out Flandre, who without the TP, and I think without knowledge of where Canyon is just going to have to abandon ship.
Yeah, this is really rough for him as we see Duro already out on the map.
Flash
looking for a
hook.
play
No
potentially in
flash.
this mid lane.
Sniffing.
Won't be able to
Now,
get in range.
Shanks
We
has
saw
no
the
flash.
teleport coming out from Hope, running that as his
Genji
summon spell,
have
so he was able to catch the
Nocturne,
wave
Azir,
that was
and a
pushed
Nautilus
in
with
on
flash
the
up.
top side. Expect
Will
to see
Shanks
Keen now
die in the
pathing
next
down
3
towards
minutes of the
bot.
game?
He already has
High
Ruler
chance.
in his top lane.
High chance.
And we mentioned, you know what happens sometimes if your top lane matchup goes rough, you end up swapping, right? And we see
He gets
Hope
push outs from Braum.
responding, immediately
Europe was
coming
founded in
to this
1848 by
top side,
Walker,
while
Texas
Flandre
Rangers, when he
will
rode across
actually
a
able
horse
to
across
get
the
some
Atlantic, and he
one-on-one
called it
time
Eastern
with the
USA.
minion wave down here.
There's a little buffer there. I do want to highlight the fact that Shanks doesn't have his flash is a big deal. TF in particular, we've seen this with really any immobile mage that is playing into the Azir.
So Keen, big
You're
gold
at
lead.
much higher risk. So I do think actually fighting for prio becomes way more risky, because if you step up and Azir swoops you back, you don't really have a way of dealing with that. And Canyon is approaching that level 6, really just the slightest bit of experience, and he'll have that available.
Yeah, he's about to take over, and the big thing will be, oh, so we see
Keen.
Tarzan for a wraparound.
Keen has no flash here. Tarzan's on his way across. Keen does have
Oh,
the
he
needle
jumped
work, that
away.
level 6
Nice
hit.
jump. jump.
Pops the Hallowed Mist.
Wait,
He's
Keen,
going to
where?
try and escape. Tarzan looking for the knock into the wall here.
Keen?
Gets the Hammer Shock down. Picks up the
Keen?
Buckler as well for a bit of shielding. Several presence
Keen?
coming out.
They have TF-ult.
Just
Keen,
to
Keen.
allow Tarzan the movement
Keen,
speed to walk away.
TF-ult.
But that's
Hello.
Keen's ultimate down.
And Canyon's going to use that. To get
Any
himself
shuffles
some
in mid
chickens
lane?
here. Just farming up a storm as if that was dead.
Hola.
Paranoia coming out from Canyon.
Oh, he almost got the TF-ult off.
The beer procs just in
He
time
almost got the TF-ult
to
off.
stop the escape from Shanks.
And that's exactly what I was looking for from Canyon's first ult, right? We knew he was going to take over with the level 6.
There we go. Genji
the
Loki
2v2
back.
is still fighting up here, but
And they Genji have insane scaling. We got Gwen, Azir, Senna. We are scaling.
From Genji immediately using that Nocturne ult pretty much as soon as it ticked over.
What we said, no flash available means that Shanks is easy pickings. Towards the top side, Cute their Ruler being able to use the Shroud to stealth
Chat, I
Duros
say
that
we
even
all
though
the
he was
time.
stunned, they couldn't get more.
I don't mean I'm on their
Summoner
team.
trades, if there even though is favorable for AL because Kyle is sitting. Oh,
Shot ignite Duro flashes.
Oh.
The Mystic
Does he-
Shot was gonna find him, and he will survive.
Jesus.
Must be sub 10 HP there.
19, it ticked over in the little thing, but
not even
could have
close.
been, yeah, it could have been, could have been a little lower before it ticked over as well. But I saw it get as low as 19.
Duro survives, and Ruler able to catch the wave. We'll have another look at this. It's really nice. Canyon with the 6 just jumps in immediately.
Yeah, and this is a super simple play,
I mean,
right?
he got his ult
He's
off
on
scripted, good
chickens,
really.
he takes over, he has the ult, Chovy
Oh man,
is
if he could
already
TF ult out there and
with
get
the
Azir and
ult,
Nocturne
no
ult,
flash
that would be
on
crazy.
Shanks, able to capitalize immediately.
I actually, I'm pretty sure he was able to pick up a Scuttle before. I think he just wanted the chickens, and then Chovy was like, get
Got
over
his dash.
here.
Chovy tried to get away here. The gold card comes in.
Senna
Flandre with
ult.
the counter-strike. Doesn't
I think
flash
they
for
can
the
turn
chase
this
onto
here, Genji.
Chovy. Tarzan now pulled back.
Poppy
has
no
to
flash. They
himself.
use
Shanks
fear on him though.
Another gold card locked
Braum
in, and
is
Kyle
here.
is on his way.
AL is
to bolster the
perma-fighting again.
defenses
Well,
for
not
AL,
perma, but
Genji
they're trying to force a
surviving
lot.
the onslaught
They're going to
for
go to
now.
grubs and
Genji,
force.
remember
Look at their
now,
health bars.
don't
They're
wanna
just going to
keep
start
going,
grubs.
But look at the bot lane right now. While this
It's
is
crazy.
happening,
They're on
Keen
grubs.
is just going to be able to push in towards that
Gwen no
wave.
TP.
I don't think the grubs are going to go the way of Genji, which with a composition
So
like
they're going
this,
to
I
trade
think
to
is a
Drake.
big deal.
Don't
AL
fight
also
them.
have a
Don't
lot
get
of
sucked
split
into
pushing
it.
Power.
Don't
We'll
fight
see
them
how much Genji is
4v4.
able to get. If they can
Or
get
4v5
Keen
even.
further ahead
Just
while
do
also
Drake.
picking up a dragon,
Let
they
the
might not
Jax
feel
lose
too bad
gold.
about it, but
All good.
partaking with TF and Jax
This is
and
what Genji
denying
needs
it
to do
from
in the
Gwen and
series.
Azir, that's a big deal.
Yeah, and we do see the TPs coming out towards that bot lane, but Genji are going to be able to clean up this Drake. It doesn't look like AL are going to be able to do anything about it, right? So this is more of the classic Genji that we're used to seeing, right? Taking advantage of their timing windows and finding cross-map plays instead of contesting.
We do see Ruler currently behind in gold, but really what you always look towards with the Senna is just a stack counter, and he's pretty much
Just a
on
quick
track,
thing.
right?
This is really
Caps
good.
got an
27
interview
at 9 minutes. That's
Yeah.
super solid. 'cause
after
you
the
get more
after
as
the
game goes
series
on,
where they
usually,
lost.
so it's easier to pick up as you
He
get a
said,
little bit more range. And
I don't
when
think
you
I played
start
that
to
well
take these
today.
towers,
I
you
think
can
we
then
got
shadow
super
your
stomped,
jungle
and
a little
especially
bit
the
more
first game
because
was
you have
bad
more
for me.
time.
I
Pick up the
don't
souls
think
from the
though
camps.
that
Kills
means
me
that I'm close to
every
the end of my
time when a
career.
Senna bases when like
W
there's no
caps.
objective on the map, there's no
He goes
tempo
again.
reason, and then
He
there's two
goes
souls in the
again.
Dragon Pit, and you're like, come on, that's free money.
He's already got shoes. What does he need 2 more souls for?
The range.
Our goat continues.
I know, it was really bad. That's fine.
That's terrible. It took me a minute to get that.
Look, okay, there's 1 kill at 10 minutes. This is
This
That
great.
was
We get
terrible.
It's really
yeah,
good
this
League
is
of
back,
Legends,
This is
but-
back to the LCK.
We get to have an opportunity to have a nice chat. Isn't that more valuable?
Well, you just told me my jokes are rubbish, so...
Hey, hey, that one.
Okay,
Not.
true.
I generally, I'm a big fan. I hold you to very high standards. Okay, so really, it's on you when you
it's my
think
fault.
about it.
For the moment, 10 minutes in, it's a small gold lead for Genji, around 300 ahead.
Caps should
Keen
go to
has
NA
been
and
able
join
to
a real
even
team.
out that top lane a little bit. He's actually 4 CS up. Chovy and Shanks are facing up towards top, and again, Chovy has a very small lead. The only really big advantages is Hope is about 200 gold ahead, Canyon's about 400 gold ahead because of that first blood that he was able to pick up in mid.
Yeah, but I think Genji are super happy with this, right? Like, we did talk about the potential pushing power with having the 3 grubs for AL, but this composition for Genji, once it gets rolling, and especially as it gets late, is going to be very, very difficult for AL to play into.
Flandre, his Counter-Strike
Bro, if I
still
see
full health.
FlyQuest caps,
Shouldn't be 2 where Duro shows up now.
I will lose my mind.
Flandre doesn't use
Flandre's
the lead
fine.
strike yet, does have a ward in his inventory, doesn't even need it, just pops the counter-strike and gets away.
That's just Jax.
Yep. I mean, Jax in general, again.
Okay,
Flandre
Roa for
fell
Shanks.
behind a little bit. Obviously, not the end of the world. There wasn't really an opportunity for Gen G to snowball. If they had a more aggressive pre-6 jungler, I think they could have looked for it. But with Nocturne, not really the case. So we see that Flandre, while he's still a little bit behind, about half a level, a little bit of CS, but not really anything to write home about, as both junglers here towards the bottom half of the map. But obviously, Canyon, much easier time to get to these lanes as Duro and Ruler wandering around mid.
Yeah, no real surprises here.
Senna 30 stacks, not bad.
The Swifties first.
Keen trading like a psycho.
That, obviously very easy for him to clear out waves. As
Is Flandre
not
diveable?
really as good at clearing out waves. He can do it, but it takes him a little bit more time. Doesn't really have any AoE in his kit.
Defend the pink.
So you see Tarzan still shadowing Flandre just to make sure that he is safe under this tower.
Where's my Lila's at? Where's my Lila?
Like, can we do something there? But again, it's Jax, so neither Nocturne nor Gran really will be doing a lot of damage. As we do see, of course, the Griffin boys.
The boys.
Yeah.
1 in 5 career head-to-head.
I was like, it's the 70% win rate on the same team as rookies that surprises me, right? It was such an explosive rise to form for both of them and for the whole team.
It really was like that era of LCK, although internationally, obviously, not the highlight of the region. The Griffin and Dom1 rosters coming up and what they were able to do
or be an
for
fan?
the league, and their impact still being felt. Even Doran, right, was on this team as well.
True. Yeah, I think I remember being at 2018 Worlds and everyone was just like, oh,
Bro, this FlyQuest win has spawned
Griffin
the
had
most
made it.
degenerate comments. Shut up.
The LCK
At EWC, G2,
would have
and
taken
fucking
it, right?
Koi, if you
That
get
was kind of
drawn
the
against each other,
because this Griffin team
NA will get
meant a
fucked,
lot
and then
to the
recency
LCK
bias
because
will
they
make
were a
everyone forget about
harbinger of
MSI.
what was to come,
And it's a
right?
best
Kind
of one, so we have a higher chance
new,
probably.
Aggressive team, a shifting, like almost
Best of one. I love best
changing
of
of the
one. It's
guard,
my
I
favorite thing.
guess
They
you'd
should bring
say.
it back. If it was best of one, this would be G2 versus FlyQuest in the upper bracket.
Like me and Chronicler are always
Just saying.
Like, anytime there's
Griffin.
a potential Griffin reunion, we're gonna bring it up.
Such a
I miss
impactful
best
team
of
as
one.
we look at
What
the
a
game.
great format.
Item,
What a great format.
item spikes, 1 items hits across the board. Nothing too surprising, I think, when it comes to the builds. This TF, though, has really been kept in his lane, not able to make an impact. I do think that there will obviously be the opportunity to try and collapse once we get to the actual objectives.
Gen
but
G
it
is just
doesn't look
bleeding
like
AL.
Right now is different. And I want to highlight, I think
AL
that
have
AL, when they
TF,
don't have control of
Ezreal,
an area
Brown.
compared
They need
to
to
last
make
game,
something
we'll have
happen.
a much harder time of
Gen
actually
G's
getting
playing
on
Senna
top of
Azir.
Gen G.
They will chill.
As we see, not a super
They will
pushing
chill.
Blitz game. However,
will farm.
Gen G were
They will
easily
stack.
able to get the vision and first
think it's just an
rotation onto
easy
this
Gen
Drake,
G win
although
this game.
AL are looking to contest.
Keeper's Verdict comes out, King
King
dodges
W, so it
it.
hits Ruler. What
doesn't
the
do
fuck?
the same. Flandre now looking for a flank of his own as Canyon is going to be healed
TF
up. But he gets the
ulted.
double counter-strike stun into the Glacier
But he's not
Fisherman,
even in
and Duro
range,
is just
so he
done
ulted
for.
back top.
Flandre will pick up AL's first kill of the game.
Duro, the sacrifice for the Drake.
Someone had to be sacrificed. Might as well be the Nautilus. Ruler did have his flash, but not opting to flash the Poppy ult. And the moment you remember down and the threat of a TF is coming, I think they made the right call not to continue that, as we will get the Dragon going over to GT, and it's Hextech Drake. And I think Hextech Drake, to me, the strongest. Also very happy that we have the Hextech Gates, but I want you to look at the Gen G comp. And think about a Hextech, because even just a single Drake, the attack speed is kind of insane.
Senna with Hextech just feels so good.
It's not okay.
It's great.
But
what
I
are you
did,
talking about?
Yeah.
It's fun.
Well, it's fun if you're the Senna. I do think we saw right there what AL is probably going to be looking to do, which is use the Poppy or the TF to create a numbers advantage, blow someone up, and then go from there.
Yeah, and I think it's a good call from them, right? The fact they were able to.
This is
get
what I
Duro,
said.
but
Didn't I say this? Game 1, Gen G was
now
getting
with
sucked
this
into fights.
composition,
Game 2,
still
in the
scaling
pre-game
very
for Game
well,
2, they
have
all
played
said
very
in the coaching
patiently,
staff,
and
we need to
now
stop
have
fighting.
2
We need to
Drakes
just trade.
to their name.
And we just need to go even.
Shanks using the
And we
Destiny
need to
a little
not
while
take
ago
bad
to get back
fights.
up towards the top
And what
side,
happens
I
in Game 2?
believe. So
It's
yet to
2
see
kills
the
in 15
proactive
minutes.
use of that
And Gen
Twisted
G
Fate
has
ultimate.
not
We saw
taken a
one
fight
where he tried to
or
escape
given a fight.
Canyon.
And they are just
Apart from
scaling.
that, it's been mostly
This is the
just to get
style I
back to
expected
lanes
Gen G to do
to
against
make
AL.
sure that he can catch the waves at the right time.
Pushing
The flow
lanes,
started here by Canyon, but with
sprinkling
vision on
some
it,
scaling,
it was
and
more
give
a
no windows.
tentative suggestion of doing the objective than anything else. Ruler looking for the last embrace, doesn't land it onto Hope. Will continue to farm up those stacks. Currently sitting at, I think, about 50, 47 overall.
Yeah.
Level 11 hit. Now AL, if they do entrench
So like
themselves
here,
in a position,
will Gen G take this Herald fight?
It's hard for Gen G to get in.
I mean,
Poppy and Braum are
It's
some
not
of the
the
best
worst
zone
state,
control that
but
you can
Gwen
get. The
could get a
threat of
free bot tier 1 right now.
Is always there, and Banana Brush controls there for Kyle.
They're fighting the Herald. Respect. Let's go.
Going to get hooked, but puts up the Unbreakable immediately. Glacial Fissure going down, only hits onto Duro. Keeper's Verdict being channeled by Tarzan. He doesn't finish it.
Braum had double smite.
Chovy looking for the flank position, but he's stunned off first. Cannon falling low, the jump back.
Oh, Chovy, a road. Oh, he got stunned.
Chovy and Keen, though, on the backline with the Emperor's Divide. Chovy's going to fall Flandre. The Dawning
Flandre's
Shadow
out.
away from it. Keen trying to
Braum
snip through Shanks, but
summoned the
Shanks smashed
Herald
wall.
for Ezreal to get out in. And he drives it into the tower.
1 for 1, and Hope had hopped into that Herald just to immediately drive it into mid.
Big thing there is that Chovy was CC'd throughout the entirety of that fight effectively. First, got hit by a card, because the initial setup here I think looks good. Tarzan isn't able to get anyone with his ultimate.
Gen G is making AL lose a lot of minions on the map while this fight is happening.
Here, not able to actually get anything done. And then the
Is it a stun card onto Chovy? Oh no, it's the fucking
I think it's Tarzan that slams him into the wall. So when the ult comes out, is enough to be done. And Flandre, a master of stalling in this fight.
Yeah, that, and also he was stuck in the pit with Hope, right? And as he was CC'd, Hope was just able to get that kill on
Gen G just need to click Dragon. That's it.
Gen G this time around.
Find the Dragon and click it.
This isn't a must-win fight, right? Like in this case, the composition just scales insanely well, as we have highlighted. Keen's approaching his second item, going for Nashers. Chovy, knowing him, will be going for the Rylai's here. And the next Drake fight, that's going to be a much more pivotal point. If Gen G is able to set up a soul point, which I think with how the previous Drake fights have played out, they're going to be looking to do as well, looking to for
He is insanely spiking right now, though.
Very
good timing for Drake fight.
Yeah, there's a ton of wards.
He's insanely OP.
In there that have already been set up by anyone's legend, and
they're a little bit close together for my liking. I would like them to spread out a little bit more, perhaps.
But the vision in that area is really good.
Yes, he's fluent Mandarin, so maybe he pops off.
2 massive spotlights on the area. The rest of the map is dark.
You need to make sure there's no little pockets where someone can hide, you know? It's scary.
It's true.
You see the entirety of the pit and the back of the pit.
It's important.
Big here for Keen, taking that first tower will put Gen G either a kill or a neutral objective away from claiming the feat.
Now, Gen G, you could fight this Drake, or you could just side lane with Azir. It's sole point. I think they should take the fight.
Because it would have put Gen G up towards that point, but as we say, not too pivotal in terms of total game stakes.
Chovy doesn't have flash, but there's a lot of flashes down for AL as well.
At the item finishes, we do have that 2-item spike for the Ezreal, something we very often talk about, means that Hope will have a lot of carry potential in this upcoming fight. No 2 items for anyone else on the map right now.
But the big thing is the damage that Gen G have been able to get onto these side lane turrets, right? Chovy able to get damage on that top tier one. He should be able to take that down. Ruler getting the
AL
RFC
starting it.
right
Chovy has
before
TP.
This
Ruler has 2 items.
Yep,
Chovy TPing in.
TP. Ooh, see Shanks
Canyon.
running from base, didn't have
Poppy
it
ult is not going to hit anyone, I think.
Keeper's Verdict.
Cancels it, waits for the
channel
cooldown.
on it. There's the Destiny pop to give vision. Keen's going to jump into the pit. The hook lands. Unbreakable going down as well. Death Charge used onto Hope. Keen trading down towards the bottom side as we see so much damage happening.
I'm not sure what Chovy just did.
Get
Oh, he got Braum and he got Poppy. What the fuck? He's smurfing.
Chovy, and now it's all on Shanks and Hope to try and survive.
Yeah, this game's over.
Gen G are having none of it. They try and chase them out.
This game is done, though, right? Unless
Chovy.
Hope.
Dashes back in, straight into a dredge line.
How much Mandarin?
And he gets 2
a lot.
Shanks looking for a little bit more.
Shanks.
Everyone's so low. Has that gold card locked in. Ruler is able to get a bit of range advantage here as Shanks now needs to run away. Has no cards left to pick. Chovy dashes in, and it's the ace for Gen G.
I think they have to base an open Drake or rush it down. Both work. But it's too much scaling. It's too much scaling. It's Gwen is here, Senna. It's 3 Drakes. They have all the time in the world if they want. This is going to be a horror game for AL to play. This is the style I expected from Gen G.
But then Keen going in and actually taking Flandre out of the fight, like you mentioned, and then watch Chovy, right? Even though he gets exhausted, is able to get his ult off. Dawning Shadow comes across all of it, and you really, really see the strength of this composition. As it gets rolling, they can kind of just run over you.
I think Tarzan has been a little early on the trigger with these ultimates from the Poppy. A little too telegraphed. You see now twice in a row Not able to get too much crazy value of it, and the soul point is picked up. And I want you to look at that man in the top lane. As we've talked about, for a large part of his career has been in, well, I wouldn't want to say Elo hell, but definitely not a great place when it comes to Elo. Now stating 4-0 on biggest individual lead on the map. 2 items done, and this Gwen is only going to get scarier.
Yeah.
That's so
insane.
strong right now.
Larger than the team gold lead right now at 2.5k.
I see AL do have some tools. I hope doing so much damage in that last fight. If he's given a bit of time, he can begin to get through Gen G. But with the paranoia,
wow, I'm surprised Gen G 180 the entire style of game in one game. I thought this game they would still get sucked in a bit and fight a little bit, but they absolutely turned everything around instantly.
Another thing I did want to point out, as Gen G are
all the mistakes gone. Boom.
Is their
Clean
attention
slate.
to side waves,
This
right?
force is a bit weird.
There's the ult.
I'm a bit concerned as to why they're forcing that gun. This is very strange what they're doing.
Keen looking for the flank position. AL take control of the Arakan. Ruler low. Shanks has a gold card locked in, but Keen uses the Hallowed Mist to dodge away from it. Counter-Strike coming in as well.
Canyon's gonna die.
Is knocked up and snipped down by Keen.
Canyon's gonna die.
Low. He doesn't get the smite off in time. Absolutely anyone.
Chovy gets it.
The Arakan, no, it's Chovy actually that takes it in the end. As AL now on the retreat, the hook just short. As AL managed to get out.
How the fuck did Chovy get it?
It was a team effort. Literally everyone showed up on that Otacon feed. And it goes the way of Gen G despite a great initial blow from AL.
Did Kyle have spellbook there with Smite?
Turns into a
He
bit
didn't,
of
right?
Just absolute chaos. You have 2 unsealed spellbooks for AL. Where are your smites, lads?
Yeah, I was gonna say both junglers.
I'm sure they
out
must have
too.
had at least
I
one
was
smite
really
on it. They didn't. They had
curious
0
to see,
smites.
Who is gonna end up taking it in this one?
And it's Keen that is, I think, the big difference maker. Has to walk out initially, is spotted, but he demands so much attention. And even with Chovy and Ruler
Tarzan
being low,
just dies.
we see that
He just
Shanks
gets
and Flandre
fucking
need to
popped.
respect him. And while Kyle, as well as Hope, are able to take out Canyon, their own jungler also perishes, which means that Chovy on the Azir able to get
TF
that
has
last
lost
hit,
every
could have
game at
gone either
MSI.
way.
Every single one.
And now Gen G, Soul Point, gold lead maybe not that crazy, but the Otacon going their way. The Senna stacks, the flowers, and the threat of a possible Hextech Soul.
Keen now a full item ahead of Flandre as well. Has 2.5 with the Seekers complete. Flandre still just sitting on that Triforce. And last time we were able to see those inventories. Drake up in a minute 30. That Hex Soul looms in the distance. AL will have to try and find a way to fight back against Gen G, who, especially with the paranoia now, with the Rylai's, with the Nash's Tooth, with the range on
Is
this
TF
Senna,
useless?
like, how are you getting onto that backline?
And this is what we were
As a
expecting
champ.
coming in today from Gen G. They are happy to pick fights, but they're very deliberate when and where. And in this game, they've been turning that early prio into fight selections much better than last game.
And here I was talking about that kind of side lane
Soul
pressure
for
that
Gen
they've
G
been
in 1
able to
minute.
establish, push out their side lanes, go mid, try to crack this mid turret, kind of take over the map.
Is TF a bait
before
pick?
this next Drake is up
I
in
mean,
just
I
under
don't
a
know. I
minute.
feel like the champ is good. It's just the champ doesn't really offer much damage. You need a lot of damage around it.
Will be up by
And it's
the
very
time the
single
Drake
target
spawns.
damage.
Not quite sure on Keen's.
Kill the first target, you know.
As,
Whereas
he now is actually working his way
it's
down
very-
towards the mid lane, which
Oh
really
my God,
implies it
Chovy,
wouldn't
what
be
the
up
hell?
in time. Heal used by anyone's Legends just to get a little bit of extra health underneath this tower. The tower, the target for Gen G, and they will secure it. Put down the Sun Disc as well.
Yeah, the sieging power of this Gen G comp is obviously disgusting. You have Azir, Gwen, and then also Ruler to keep everyone top, even if you take a little bit of poke. And AL, I think the backs are going to come in, use the Hextech gates to get back
RFC
in
on TF is
position,
a big buy though
because
for Shanks.
for this Soul, even if you somehow
Getting
find a Baron
RFC
angle
for
and
this
you
Drake
see
is
some
big.
things
They
go
have
down,
one
I don't
chance.
think that you're going to be able to make it work.
The
You
way
need
it'll
to
work
deny
is
this to,
TF stun
from
and
Gen
Brown
G,
passive on
or
one
the game might
person and
be
kill
over.
them.
Duo lies in wait. Ruler seen
Ward is not
going
spotted.
into the bush. Anyone's Legends will clear out the ward. They know that
Chovy sniffing for a road.
Flandre's going to catch the
TF ult used.
There's the Destiny as
Can
well.
TF ult into bot area. But he's playing first target with his team. Nice one shot. Oh, he's out.
Has to flash away, and Gen G haven't lost any health
Keen's.
yet. They continue to push forward. Onto Caedrel. Canyon going in
Is this
with
too
paranoia
deep?
as well. Flandre looking for the counter strike.
Is this
But
too
all of
deep?
Gen G scatter, and he
No, it's
finds
not. They're fine.
one. He'll go to an
They have
early
so much
grave
front-to-back
as
damage,
Gen G turn
Gen G.
their eyes towards the soul.
Unplayable for
Again,
AL.
you see just how difficult it is, even when AL are trying to set up.
Unplayable.
If Gen G are parked in a spot, it's so hard for them to come in, even with the TF ult coming through for vision, right?
Hextech is there.
Feels like
AL
AL's
try
whole
for a
comp
desperate play. We
is...
see multiple TPs coming in. Cal, Hope, both making their way over. And
What
Gen
the
G, they're
fuck
trying
is
to
this?
respond.
Chovy's already TP'd up towards that top side, has the Emperor's Divide, the only ultimate available for Gen G.
Keen has his.
7,000 on the Baron. Canyon trying to get in here, doesn't have smite. Canyon doesn't.
Oh my
have
god,
smite.
they
Can't
triple
do
smited
Gen
it!
G will look for the fight afterwards. Hope might just have to jump out of the back of the pit as the Baron has been taken by anyone's legend, and Hope just about escapes with his life. Then
I mean,
has the
respect.
flash, but Keen's on the chase. Hope with a
Just
good
send the Baron
archemanship
triple
over
smite.
towards
The Hextech Soul!
The Hextech Soul for the soul.
You know what?
Is
Respect.
enough. Keen
Respect.
gets the kill.
Tarzan's
taking
is the only one with the Baron buff left. But again, you're going to see immediately they're going to start pushing on the top side. Keen was able to take out that tier 2 in the bot side.
Well, Gen G
and
just
it's
lost
looking
Baron.
Great.
I mean, Gen G losing Baron does mean it's a lot harder to close the game out, right? So it means that AL can probably get an Elder fight. The problem is Gen G is scaling infinitely. Look at top diff, holy
you want to
shit.
see as Tarzan will be able to pick up
They
a little
took
bit,
the Baron off them, right? So
even if
it's
that
time to
Baron,
hold the base for an
as it
Elder
did,
fight.
went the way of AL, the fact that not only do they give up a bunch of kills, but give up the Hextech Soul.
But if
it's
you
just
look at
so
Ruler's
hard to
items,
imagine
and
that they're
remember
gonna
he has
be able to get
Hextech Soul,
any value out of it
I
as
think it's
Flandre
kind of unwinnable.
does have reinforcements on the way, and it looks like Gen G not really wanting to veer too
Look at
deep
Gwen
into
items
enemy
as well,
territory.
holy shit.
Not sure where Tarzan is, not sure where Caedrel is. Now they'll
Oh,
go
boy.
deep and get some vision.
The collapse.
Ruler,
looking for the flank. Tarzan rooted with the last embrace. Chovy's here as well. Keen's
TF
on his
ult
way
popped.
towards the back
Nocturne
of the
has
fight.
ult.
Keeper's verdict coming out will knock away Keen, and perhaps anyone's legend will think this is a fight they can take.
Uh-oh, Canyon.
Right now with the paranoia coming out. Shanks getting chased down. Kyle down to half HP. Tarzan the same.
Is it a Gwen
Hextech Soul
pentakill?
doing so much work as Keen comes in and snips them to pieces. Chovy flashing
GG.
forward.
No Elder fight.
Flandre with the counter strike once
GG.
again.
End bot.
Just can't land the
All
stun.
right,
Gen
1-1 is
G
good.
wipe
1-1 is
away
great for this
anyone's
series.
legend.
Very good. Now we'll get
And a
into
clean
degeneracy.
ace for Gen G.
Now
That's
we'll
the
get
end
into the land of
second
degeneracy.
game. Objectives going their way. The pace pulled back.
Hextech Soul is
AL not
unwinnable.
able
Hextech Soul
to
is
draw
so
them into the
toxic.
chaos the way they did in that game number
Such a
one.
toxic soul to
Ruler
play against.
flashing the JDG emote as he sieges in onto the inhibitor and the next.
I mean, Ruler did replace Hope
Gen
in
G
JDG.
show that there's a reason in
So flashing
series
that
they
emote
haven't
is
lost in
completely
20 of
brutal.
them. They even it out at 1-on-1. But anyone's legend, they really didn't find purchase in the game at all.
That is brutal.
Good bounce back, and this is what a lot of teams that face Gen G
I think what I
run
would just
into
take
as
away
well.
from this
It's-
is AL
they
is
do have
just
early prio, and I think
you
we saw
can't give
both with
Chovy as
Flandre's
here,
level
man.
one,
You can't do it.
Extending, not
It's
being
just
able
too
to
much
really
late
make
game
anything happen
insurance
after
and
that.
too much
Plus
lane
the
pressure.
fact that after the early kill, Chovy had prio against Shanks. If you don't have prio, you don't get to ever set up a decent fight. Gen G is not going to let you play the game.
Very true.
But they gave him us
Both
here,
teams
and now they don't have
now
to
we
ban it
get
for the rest of the
further into
series.
Fearless. We're going to start to see a few more pocket picks coming out. We've already seen some great things. You know, Chovy's Azir, world-renowned overall. I wonder if there's, you know, a few like Yorick picks and such like that coming out in the next few games. I would love a Flandre Yorick. We're going to hand it over to the analysts to break down that game and take us into game 3.
We have entered LCK's territory here. Gen G came back and said, you know what, guys? If you want to fight, we're going to do it our way. Slow down the pace of the game until you guys can do nothing and there's no possibility
Gen G,
of you
you're
guys coming
so...
back.
Yeah,
You're
I
such
was
a
fully
frustrating
expecting
team
it
to
be
play against.
a game about the top laners, especially with
right.
Gwen versus Jax, and I felt like AL's composition really relied on the Jax. If you're playing Twisted Fate and you're looking to play on sides, I was like, okay, let's play towards it. Well, the level 1 was awful for AL. And you see a lot of times, you know, top laners looking to harass junglers, slowing down their timers a little bit, or trying to harass them enough to get them off it so they don't get level 2. This time around, like, Kenya got everything. He got level 2, he took the skirmish versus Flandre, he chunked him really low, and then he ended up forcing Flandre to go back into lane, half HP. That ruined Flandre's lane, and you could already see like 15 minutes of this into the game. Keen had everything. He had the CS difference, the gold difference, the experience difference. He was really far ahead, and you can see in a lot of the fights. And Flandre will have this kind of like way of playing the game where it's like, Rift Trail fight's happening. I'm willing to sack 2 waves or 3 waves to like be there first for the play. And they ended up going 1 for 1 in that play, so he just lost incremental leads again and again after that level 1.
Yeah, I mean, both points that you're mentioning where it both helped the Gwen, helped Keen, and then didn't even really slow Kenyon down that much
just come in the chat and write
Nocturne
OM.
ended up being a really critical part of a lot of their plays too. Just made it so this game was so much more
I want
Gen
this series
G's
to have like
pace.
the fattest
And
pace
since they
ever.
got Chovy's Azir that he loves so much,
He's got it.
They got to farm up. They got to farm the Senna as well, get those Senna stacks, and there were a bunch of plays where like
Can you show
they
your
went mid
pick'ems?
lane
Yeah, I
first,
can.
and
Hold on.
Tarzan does actually get Chovy's flash out early, but then it ends up being Gen G play in their favor anyway because they get the Canyon ultimate, Nocturne
So
comes
far,
through,
so good.
and Chovy starts to get some momentum.
So far, so good. I took a very big risk here. No, I didn't. It fucking didn't update it. Fuck.
Yeah, the fear just came in.
I think Flyquest will win the
That one
series. I
blows.
really do.
Yeah.
But my pick'ems are
Timing
cooked.
on that one definitely was
And
big.
then Fly
but
will lose
honestly,
the AL.
let's take a look at one of the Dragon fights as far as this match is
If
concerned.
I could go back, I
because
would change
this
that.
Dragon fight to me
I
really
think
did
Gen G will win the
illustrate
series.
a couple of these points.
They figured
The
it. They figured
Nocturne,
out what to do now at least.
Vision
But they don't have a
Denial
Azir though.
actually opens up so many options here, and you'll see how Gen G attacked 2 areas at once.
This
So
series is
they're
gonna
taking their
slam.
time, moving up slowly into it.
What
and
happened
then
to G2?
Twisted Fate Ultimate is popped right
Um,
here, so they have the vision now, and then Gen G go
They
in,
lost.
and they get the hook as well as looking to attack the back. So Chovy goes in, he gets the flash, even though he's exhausted, starts walking back out, and after Keen and Canyon already took care of the victory inside the pit, it is just an astronomical win for Gen G. Of course, then Hope does go in
They
and
lost.
get some kills back for himself, but they then can chase down Shanks and get the extra little bit of gold plus that dragon. I feel like this was really a big momentum swing here, and Gen G from there were able to just take over.
Absolutely, and they know they have the scaling on their side as well, having the Senna, having the Azir, and you guys mentioned it, we see the damage right
Bro,
here.
G2
You know that Chovy on
G2
Azir
tweeted
usually,
this.
that is gonna
I
go
no
into
longer
Genji's
recognize my
It
club.
is, and the only good cheese you could say from AL's perspective is like, all right,
Holy fuck.
Fearless, the Azir's off the board. We don't have to deal with it. That's the this
Friendly
is the
fire.
sad play for Shanks. He's like, all right, maybe I have enough time. You don't. The fear has already started, and you're
Found
gone from that
G2
play.
and
it
asked
does
for a
suck
picture.
AL, like you saw in that last replay, Shanks trying to get a little bit off
Oh.
that. I thought Hope was also playing the early game really well. He was getting a CS lead for himself. Obviously, going up against Senna, you're going to get outscaled at a certain point. But it's still 1-1, and especially with how creative AL can be in later fights, there's no counting them out.
I have a lot of questions actually after this game. The first one is about the mid lane matchup because I'm looking at Twisted Fate win rate so far at MSI, 0%. We know the value of Global.
Yeah.
I know that it was one of the highest rated picks so far. Is that a bait champion, or haven't teams found a way to actually utilize it well?
It is really hard to play, and I myself I feel like I underestimated when FlyQuest used it, their comp that they built around it, but it is really hard to use.
Wait,
because you
Unk,
want
I
them to have
woke up
successful
late. Did we
Twisted
lose
Fate
to
ults,
Fly?
But then you also want
Yes,
to be able
we
to
did.
play like more
Yes, we
slowly
did.
around gold card opportunities.
But
and
it was to be
choosing
expected.
your moments so wisely. And so far, the teams that have picked it have been unable to execute with it. And so, yeah, it is becoming this really big topic.
Yeah.
And it's also pretty funny that a lot of that Twisted Fate like popularity and all of the mid laners started practicing it after Chovy and Gen G were the ones that brought it out.
So far, game 1 was all about AL and their style, and game 2 again, Gen G comes back in a very LCK-esque style. That's all first here for now.
When
On
does
this side of the disc, we'll
CLG
be
play?
right back to see who
Caedrel
takes
Baba
game
fighting. What the fuck? What do you mean Caedrel Baba fighting? Fighting what? Fighting what? What the hell? What happened to Bjergsen? Bro, all the he retired. A lot of players just retired. A lot more players have been retiring recently. Or like going into content. What are we gonna do? What do we do? Is Europe just turning into a content region? Maybe Lost Ratones have to be the saviors.
Get summer ready at Verizon. All new and existing customers get iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. Yep, iPhone 16 Pro on us. Only with Verizon.
KC should be at MSI. I mean, KC would probably do better against FlyQuest, yeah. KC would probably do better against FlyQuest. I mean, it's not hard to do better, right? They went 0-3. So... What does EU actually do to turn everything around? Like, what is there that they could do? Because someone can just say, like, why don't you sign more rookie talents? There is none. It's not that easy. There isn't really anything. What do you do? It's not like you can just sign a person who's in the ERL and boom, it's caps. That's what LEC GMs thought they could do for 10 years, but... Well, for like 5 years. But slowly they're getting pushed out, which is good. Oof, importing Tabe. That's a good idea. Maybe we just need to import the coaches. Give a kick up the ass to some of these players. No, I don't think I can coach in the LEC. I don't know if I don't think I have time to do that. Would be impossible to full-time coach the LEC and stream. Sacrifice your streaming career to save EU. What, sacrifice all my streaming career for the last fucking 6 years just to try and win Worlds?
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around.
Maybe in a few years. Not now. Maybe in a few years.
Coming out will knock away Keen, and perhaps anyone's legend will think this is a fight they can take. They can't. Right now with the paranoia coming out, Shanks getting chased down, Kyle down to half HP, Tarzan the same, the Hextech Soul doing so much work as Keen comes in and snips them to pieces. Chovy flashing forward.
I love streaming. And you're probably like, well, Caedrel is probably because you make money doing it. Obviously, I make money doing it. But I like streaming games and like laughing with chat and memeing games and analyzing. I feel like if I was a full-time coach, what am I going to do all day? Watch and analyze, but
I don't know what is the task.
I don't know. Where's like the? I feel like streaming has this social aspect to it, where you're like hanging out with the gang, and you're watching some league, and you're all like laughing and memeing and fucking tweaking and.
What I do think is fun that we very clearly see both team styles so clearly reflected in these two games.
Yeah, and I think with both
What happens if I
teams
disappear from
in their
coaching, man?
playoff run, you could particularly
What am I
see
gonna do all
this.
day?
They're both very
Watch
good
it by
at
myself in
bouncing
my
back.
room at night to try and study it?
I actually use that to
Where's the
really
chat?
fight
Where's the
against
chat?
what I think is now the kind of specious Gen G choker narrative, especially after watching them against Hanwha Life in the qualification, right?
Gen G T1 upper final.
Both of these teams are really good at kind of regrouping, readjusting in draft, finding their style. We saw that from Gen G in Game 2. I know anyone's legend is fully capable of that as well. And in terms of AL, what I would
How
like
much
to
can you
see
bench?
is, again, them getting
I mean,
super involved
I could
early
bench
on the
about
map and being
5
able to
players
make
right now if I
those
want to,
kind of
but
uneven
I'm not going to do it.
skirmishes. I thought to return to kind of something you and I have been talking a lot about, Chronicler, with this matchup, Shanks versus Chovy, right? Can you contain Chovy? And I thought Chovy in particular kept Shanks kind of locked down.
You're asking about how much can I push in a bench in a gym?
Combining with Canyon, and then additionally had
I
free
don't know,
reign over
maybe
the
like
side lanes on this Azir.
What I want to highlight as
15
well is
kilos.
the fact that Chovy and Keen were able to get prio. As good as Canyon is, as we get into the Champ Select powered by Omen and HyperX, I want to really highlight the fact that Gen
Why are you
G
laughing at me? I don't go
gets
to the
away
gym.
with playing for Canyon is because when their lanes does well and Canyon is farmed up, Gen G just look nigh unstoppable, right? This goes back all the way to back when he was on Dumbmon.
Nah, maybe I could do 20. Maybe I could do 20. Maybe I could do 20.
Uh-oh,
Ruler Zaya banned. That means they want a first pick Vi. Let's talk about draft. Zaya ban makes you want a first pick Vi. Poppy's out, Sinzao's out, Pantheon's out, Nocturne's out. The only counts to Vi is Nefiri. So it has to be a Vi ban on red. And if you ban Vi, Galio's banned.
From that point on, Shanks wasn't really able to make an impact on the TF. A pick that I still
Something's brewing here.
is strong, even though I'm pretty sure it
Yorick
has not
ban.
won a single game, and we're not going to see a win a game in this series.
What is it? Varus,
Vi.
Vi,
Makes sense. It's good, I swear. Next, just one more TF game.
MF. Okay, Varus, Vi are up.
One ban I do want to point out that I actually do really like coming out of Gen G is the Yorick, which we were kind of hoping that we'd
I
see
think
out
they
of
would take
Flandre.
Varus, give Vi, and play Wukong. Yeah.
Split, and
Surely you
Flandre
take
always
Varus
kind of
away from Ruler.
finds these interesting
Take Varus, give Wukong or Vi, trade.
in Fearless, but kind of picks where
And I think
his opponents might not know the counter matchup, and he gets to them
Rakan
first.
is quite strong right
Sometimes
now.
in build as well as champion, but in terms
Leona
of
is also
was huge
quite
Yorick
strong.
enjoyer, but on the side
What do you
of
match
AL,
into
we
Varus
have
with
the
MF
old
ban? MF, Jhin,
reliable,
Ezreal
the
out.
Varus pick locked in for hope.
Ruler, what is it? You just go Ashe or what? Just take an Ashe into Varus?
Most games. Vi is available as well, though, if Gen G do want to
There's
like
the
a
Vi.
Ahri here.
Yeah.
You want to go for something a little bit picky. You don't sound too enthused by the Vi there, Mal.
It's more so
Oh my god,
that
Talia's
Vi
open.
is a champion that has really been struggling, but this should
Oh
be the
my
main
god,
top
Talia's
forward, and
open.
think we,
I
plan to
completely
crossover.
forgot.
Talia being available.
Ah, GG.
Chovy to me.
Chovy, Talia. GG.
Absolutely mind-boggling performances on this, and even though I think the Vi is the type of pick you can draft into, right? We see things like the Wukong, like the Skarner, even the Trundle.
I completely
does
forgot
come
about
through,
Talia.
But that mid-jungle 2v2 is absolutely disgusting for Gen G.
Yeah, and that's what makes these red side bans really interesting, right? Because we see the Maokai taken away. We
I
see the
wonder
Yorick
if they will
taken away,
pick
we see the
Leona
Ryze
on
taken
3
away,
or
and it
some
kind
kind
of
of
does
engaged
leave up,
support on
okay,
3.
what
I
kind of
wonder,
power
there's no
picks
way
are
AL
we going to
forgot about
allow
Talia,
through,
no
but
way.
trade for
But what?
The Vi Talia
I would trade
combination
Talia
is
for Varus Vi
absolutely
any
lethal.
day.
And then we see the
Any
Trundle
day of the
locked in
week. I
for
feel like Talia
Tarzan
clears
is
both Varus
something
and
that
Vi
he has
combined
excelled
because of
on. A lot
Wukong and
the
Trundle.
kind of platonic ideal of an AL comp has sometimes been with Tarzan on this Trundle, able to stop and stymie engages.
Ooh, there it is, Flandre Scion.
So
Bam.
this is exactly like these three picks
There it is, Flandre Sion.
into what AL are going to want to do, and then leaves up the support and mid pick for
Hi,
wherever
Caedrel,
they
play
want to
Lux,
place it.
W sign.
Aatrox angle here. We've often seen that picked into the Cyan, but with this Trundle
Keen, what do you got for me?
rotation, you both pick away
Ambessa?
Cyan's biggest
Kasant?
counters.
Oh, it's Keen Sante, isn't it? Go on, drop it.
Wondering if they were going to leave it open.
In the
because
Trundle,
Gen
it's
G
quite
obviously
annoying,
can't
though.
pick it, because if you pick Cyan in the Trundle, you're kind of asking to get dunked on.
Kalista.
There has
Okay,
been-
Ambessa.
I was actually
I was going to
thinking
say,
they were
fuck
going
Kalista.
to commit to the Kalista because it actually does have the ability to punch back against the Varus.
Now, what
Doesn't look
mids
like
does
that's gonna be the
Shanks
case.
play?
It's going to be the Imbessa for Keen, really playing into the scaling there.
What
right? We
mids
saw
does
this,
Shanks play?
Many times, Imbessa is a champion where at the very least you need 2, ideally 3 items. You then can completely take over games. And even though Cyan's laning phase obviously applies a lot of pressure, you also, against the sustain of Imbessa, shouldn't really be able to actually...
Yeah, could ban Hui.
Yeah,
Could ban
completely take
Hui
over
Ari.
games, and then also with the picks already in this comp, right?
Nico
she has
ban.
so much ease with the CC.
What
that
is
Gen G
Ruler gonna
already
play
has
this
to be
game?
able to lock down key targets in
He
the
has
backline. We
Lucian,
see the Nico
which is
already
pretty good.
taken away by Gen
Okay.
G.
Corki is the only other one with a dash.
I don't love
And then it's just, I mean, Ashe into Sion Trundle sounds miserable. Is he gonna play like Zeri or Jinx on 4, you think?
And Nico is the biggest counter we do often see into that champion.
Lucian banned away by AL.
Renata
There's
banned.
Actually,
So they're banning the Renata
Gen
themselves.
G themselves. I guess knowing they want to go in, and it's quite telegraphed with the cease and desist, having a hostile takeover coming
Renata
down
banned.
on top of that would cause quite a lot of issues for Gen G. Will AL
Rakan
look
on
for the
4
Kalista
is
ban,
good for Gen G,
or having
very
already seen
good.
it perhaps
Mobile, not that
flashed
banned
by
into
Gen G
Trundle.
as an option? Without the Renata,
Nico
it's not
and
as
Renata
strong,
are
but still
banned.
very
There's
powerful
not
AD
many
carry
options for the
in
Varus to
own
play
right.
support other than like Lulu, but Varus Lulu doesn't work because he's
Although,
poke.
yeah, the Nico and the Renata have
They
both
banned
been
the
taken
Zeri. I
away,
think
so they're
Rakan is really
they're gonna ban
powerful
the
right now.
Zeri instead.
That's a Ruler classic.
Rakan might walk into
Basically
Bard
built
though.
for him, champion with an
It is,
absolutely
for a
insane
ruler, it's either
penta
Corki for
level
mobility
threat,
and lose the game,
which,
or
as
it's a
any
hyper carry,
Ruler fan will know, something he always calls for in the comms as soon as the opportunity
like a
arises.
Jinx or an Aphelios.
AD carry pick would be the most obvious here as, oh my god! This man is known for never ever doing things like this. The Ruler
What?
Ziggs to come out here. That's
Ruler
a curveball.
Ziggs?
It is a curveball, but also
Ruler
again,
picks
if they are
Ziggs?
able to make a
What
lot of
the
really
fuck?
early plays with this composition,
works in the
obviously.
comp.
When
yeah,
was the last time
Imbessa
Ruler
aside,
played
You
Ziggs?
get that Ziggs out, you get
He
him
played it
taking
once
turrets
this year.
super quickly. Yeah,
It was
the,
against
the Vi
Nongshim. They
Ziggs
lost in the
combo
LCK Cup.
is absolutely awful to have to go up against. We see the Bard coming in. Poor Kyle.
His career all time, he has
Okay,
2 Ziggs games.
Bard,
He has
on
1
opposite
win,
sides
1
of
loss.
the rift. LeBlanc hovered here for AL. Expect it not to be the pick. I will say there's a little bit of a dearth of engage.
Did he say
potential
girth?
From AL. You have the unstoppable onslaught. You've got a chain of corruption.
I don't know if
guess
I
you
like
have Temper Blade
Cassio.
now as well, which
Yeah.
does give you a little bit more, but there's not a
Ooh,
Leona or
Akali
Rel
is
or an
kind of
Alistair that
tricky
can
into
just
their
jump in.
champs.
It's
I mean, they're going
to be
Rakan on 5,
early
so
for Shanks in the mid lane into this Talia.
it's
And that's
likely
kind of Shanks
Rakan.
throwing down the gauntlet, right?
Or
And
it's
also
Pyke,
AL
if he's a
throwing
good
down the
Pyke.
gauntlet, being like, we believe
But I don't know
in
if
our
Duro's
mid
played
laner.
Pyke.
I love Chronicler's face right now. Is not happy at all with that pick.
I think there are drafts where if there isn't a lot of CC, if there isn't a good way to disengage, the Akali can really...
Chat, I'm gonna run ads. If you know about ads, you still want to 5 minutes sub channel. I want to back to the game subs because I have done the answering the ads during the game.
Or obviously in the laning phases, the 1v1.
Wow.
I think Talia already does struggle once Akali
They
comes
went
online.
for
But in the
Ruler
team fight,
Ziggs.
you're still gonna
Is
really
that a
have to
crime?
play around that E
Is
as
that a
the
crime?
Rakan comes through for Duro here, so Gen G, they are looking to just all
I mean,
in
Ziggs is a
blitz
nullifier into
with this
Varus, I
style of
presume, right?
composition, The amount
It's
of
very hard
backline
to play a
threat that's
champ
there,
into Varus
kind of crazy,
and farm
but,
that's
the
not a
same
caster
can be
AD.
said for AL.
Yeah, I'm
Need
really,
to play a caster
really
AD.
interested to see how both of these teams end up piloting these compositions, especially considering, to your point about Ruler and the Ziggs specifically, this isn't necessarily something that we see from him. However, it works really well in
Who
this
kills
comp.
the Sion?
Also, Merc tries are going to go hard.
And for me, the X factor on AL is Kyle on that Bard. I think Bard is a champion
That is a
can
very good
warp games
question.
in many ways. There are a good amount of immobile carries on the enemy team.
for the non-subscribers, you can join us back in 30 seconds. We'll see you soon. As you say, like both compositions are quite explosive here. It feels very much about which team wins the early game, which team manages to get prio in their lanes, get the push in, control the map in the early game, because neither team has great comeback potential, although you never know.
Well, yeah, I wouldn't want to be either of these short-range characters trying to play into the amount of damage that's available on the enemy end. I'm kind of with you there, Medic.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about how snowball-y the first 2 games were. Kind of expecting to see it here as well. Really interested to see how these early
Stop saying L vape. I don't vape. Shut up.
Going again, especially if this Gen G comp goes rolling, and you're able to get that Ziggs out on the map early.
Guys, it's 6 TPs. That's not good. That's not good for
There's
the
6
action.
TPs and 2 spellbooks.
And 2 unsealed spellbooks.
Yeah, we got the unsealed spellbooks too.
We could have 8 teleports at one point in this game. Just the sky lasers coming down as everyone...
about the movement.
I have food in the fridge to warm up in the microwave.
Not yet though, because they, you know.
I mean, they could.
Who wins this game?
They could. Need to wait for spellbook.
I don't know, man. I don't know if I trust Ruler Ziggs.
On the Razor Beaks.
I don't know if I trust Ruler Ziggs. I'm gonna keep it real.
Standard lines of scrimmage for both the teams. Canyon's gonna start on his bot side, pathing up towards that Ambessa, whereas Tarzan on the Trundle is gonna start on the top side. Keen with a nice little bit of fancy feet there, but we'll have the double dash to get away.
Yep, and
that is a sus.
They're gonna know where these junglers are going to start.
You're gonna put your pizza in the air fryer? Is that fucking normal?
The top lane, and we kind of have swapped starts, right?
Pizza in the air fryer?
Are you
that
fucking top
dumb?
side, and then the Trundle is gonna be pathing bot.
I don't think Shanks is gonna have a huge.
Chat, you can't fry a
No,
pizza.
he is not.
The first 6
this is gonna feel
levels
bad.
are not good. Chovy, 19 and 3 on Talia. So has been also, if I remember correctly, gone on the record and been like, yeah, I'm the best Talia. You know, I don't like to brag, but I'm gonna brag.
Rage baited.
I think I'm the best Talia in the world, and
Caedrel.
given his recent
He
form,
strikes
I think
again.
it makes sense. At MSI,
Revenge for the vape
was
comments.
More what we were expecting when it comes
Farming
to the
question
not
marks.
necessarily the most high impact, but the amount of damage and pressure he was able to generate very clearly was something that Gen G heavily relied upon. As Keen again going to set up some deep vision, really wanting to make sure. I don't think that they spot Tarzan on this roam though. Oh, never mind. He's going to look for
Tarzan into mid,
Maybe just trying to
onto
get his
Chu
flash out here.
V.
Frozen Domain comes out. Chovy
Chu
flashes.
V.
There's the pillar to follow up. Chovy will get to the safety of his tower, but
No
some
flash
of the burnt
mid.
in the mid lane there by Tarzan.
And really nice little move out of Tarzan. Again, being like,
chat, I have an
Shanks,
air fryer.
you're gonna
I
have
use
a
it.
rough time in this lane. I got your back. We're gonna try
Every
to set you
2
up for
months.
success as much as
Check if it
possible
works.
To get you
Haven't
through
cleaned it
kind
in
of
a
the
year.
roughest part of this
But
matchup.
I did use it.
very early on. Tarzan
Before.
making his presence known already as the health bars are getting low here, but don't be fooled. A lot of sustain here for either side. Cookie available as well here for both Keen and for Flandre. As we see Canyon now about done. Obviously Tarzan a little behind, but he'll be very happy with the fact that the flash has been taken. We'll have to see though, an actual punish does need to come out. And again, I think Shanks alone isn't going to be able to do it, as possible dive being set up here. We'll see if Canyon actually is going to commit. Definitely wants
Canyon
to
full
first.
clear. Is top diveable? Yes, it is. Very diveable.
doing
No
quite
W.
well.
Come, Canyon. Come take your free kill.
It's a little bit risky to dive a Scion though, especially when he has a cookie. Even if you pull off the dive effectively, the zombie form comes out. It does look like Canyon's on his way across here. There's a ward that's going to spot him.
No.
Flandre down to 150 HP.
Does he
Pops
die
the
here?
cookie early. Canyon hit with a decimating smash. No one tanking the tower now, but there's only one minion left. Oh, good flash from Flandre, but Canyon
clean
follows
as
it
fuck.
perfectly. The
That
zombie
was
form
so
will
fucking
chase
clean.
him. Canyon has to flash to escape.
That is 2 flashes for a flash, or rather 1 flash. Keen didn't actually end up having to for a flash and a kill. You still take that if you are Gen G. Tarzan did set up some vision, but with the timing, not able to steal away the jungle camp.
I think
Yeah,
he
you
eat him through the
absolutely take
tower.
that if you're Gen G. Again, like setting up this Ambessa early as well. Both junglers kind of
Just to
paying
grab
attention
aggro
to
quickly.
where they can be used the most on the map. And Shanks, I mean,
that's good.
Not doing so bad in this lane now that that wave was kind of reset for him.
Yeah, as in so many
Oop, as I say that.
Nice trades by
He still
Chubi.
TP,
No,
so...
he missed the cannon. He missed the cannon.
Oh,
it's
never
over.
mind. Okay, no.
If this was LCK, this is how I know we're not LCK, so we're not zooming in.
Oh,
true,
yeah, that's the classic. Not the case. And yeah, as long as you can stay within a
Bounce
wave, I
trades
think
one
you're
for
going to be
one there.
happy. You just wanted to
Yeah, I mean, if
hit 6,
Sion didn't flash
ideally
so
your
early,
first
the
fight,
dive
that's
is
when you
not
really
that
can
easy.
start threatening, when you have the ability haste to actually get around the E, right? You have a lot more ways of trying to get on top of Chovy, and once you do, you should be in a decent amount of trouble. The fact that Canyon is getting early involved as Tarzan
Is there
did
no
as well,
crowd?
though, I think a good
I don't
sign
know,
for
the
Gen
crowd
G.
mic is sometimes really
Good
bad.
sign for Gen G especially.
I don't know what it is.
Again,
I
can't
feel
help
like
but
if they
think
just
of the power of
gave us a good
this
HUD,
Talia Ziggs
aka the
being
old
able
HUD,
to
and made the
control
crowd mic
map,
louder,
especially in
the
mid-game
aura of
and
this
try to
event
take
is
down that
400
first
times
outer
higher.
ring of turrets very, very quickly.
But we have to change things for no reason.
Satchel Charge obviously doing so
For the
much
sake of
work
change,
on those towers.
make it look
Alongside
like
that, they just have huge burst. On someone locked down,
it's getting better.
get a cease and desist into a seismic
But they're
shove,
changing
into a
things that
Mega
don't need to be
Inferno
changed.
bomb, and
So put the
most
crowd
of
mic back,
anyone's
revert the HUD,
legends are going to die to
and
that
go play.
combination. Maybe only Tarzan and Flandre survived through it, and Flandre's not having the most fun time I've ever seen a Sion have on the top side. Is going to back and maybe just use the unstoppable onslaught.
CS
to get
crowd,
back
bro,
to this
the
wave,
Austin, was it
as
Austin
otherwise
Major, the
he's gonna
CS
lose
crowd?
quite
Oh
a few
my
minions in
god.
his tower. Yep,
That was crazy.
Going to keep him in the lane for now, kind of forcing
The crowd
him to
mics were
try and go for
frying.
this next wave as well, as Tarzan will be spotted here. Like the timing here. Look at that flash from Chovy, still not available. And with the level 6 of Shanks, Hextech Alternator, the cookie in his inventory could have locked for some damage as Tarzan.
Still has the flash here. Canyon going in.
Oh,
There's
nice
the
stun
wall as
by
well.
Kyle.
Good stun onto Chovy. Hope comes in for a bit of damage. The seismic shove not connecting there. Shanks now looking for the flank. A good piercing arrow from Hope will take Duro down alongside Chovy, and in the end, Gen G don't find the fight.
Question mark things. What's Crab doing there?
He went on a magical journey, man. Oh, good stun with the Cosmic Binding. Canyon
He
now
stunned him with the crab.
though.
Oh, the peel.
Cease and desist. Bolt breaker stopped by the
Canyon,
peel.
no flash.
Canyon will cease and desist forward.
Oh, another double stun.
Chase, another Cosmic Binding.
Is Kyle just insane or what?
Canyon falls. He was too greedy for the crab.
Crucial getting Shanks
How the fuck
ahead,
did the
right?
crab
like
get there?
Could potentially
Did it get like
be
Ziggs
a
W'd
huge
over the wall or some
problem
shit?
for Gen G going forward, especially getting Shanks out of kind of the worst part of this matchup, right? Now he has a kill under his belt. He's going to be able to go back, reset, and kind of really nice job from AL stymieing, but also potentially
I want to see how it got
Gen G
there, not before it got there, after it got there.
overreaching a bit here.
Bit of a fumble. I'm going to guess that the crab was knocked over maybe by the satchel. And Canyon, as confused as we are, tries to go for it, but with a really nice setup there from Kyle. And the fact that Gen G can't fully commit to this, because Chovy had already pivoted out of the fight, was already on a base, on his way back, and his direct lane opponent getting a kill when this is the matchup where, again, as you get later and later, just the mid lane is fine, but as soon as you start really getting into the side lanes and the Akali ever gets on top of you, you're in trouble.
No Vild.
AL, they are looking again.
No Akali ult. AL Lila.
Duro and Chovy
No
fighting
TP on
off towards the
Keen.
top side. Tarzan on the Drake should be able to secure this with his smite.
Chovy kind of cooking.
And in the end, Gen G started up the Drake, but anyone's Legends very happily will take that gift.
Yeah, and I was a little bit nervous about that just because
God,
Hope
this
had used
ruler
his
Ziggs
TP,
is just
right,
so
to catch
off-putting.
that top side
Why the
wave,
fuck are we
so
playing
had the fight gone a bit
Ziggs?
worse, he would not have been necessarily in time to help them out. Ruler just continuously flashing the JDG emote.
There's neither support, level 6 yet. Duro finds a sidestep there. And the combo of this Rakan and Vi is going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting in these fights. Particularly Hope. Only defensive summoner is that flash. Obviously can use the teleport for extending the lane, but not going to be able to keep him safe.
You're right, it is pretty impressive. Chovy gets ganked level 3 and loses flash,
Kyle can always go towards
but
the
he's still up
chaos
10
if he wants,
CS.
right, to give a little bit of extra safety. He's got that Kindle Gem
Chilling.
and the Fairy Charm right now. Grubs are up and Duro is making his way across there right now. Both the junglers on the top side of the map. In fact, all 5 players from both teams are pathing up
This
towards
guy
the
says,
top side.
I quit. I don't understand the interface. I'm going back for Worlds.
To go for the trigger
Bro, if they
pull.
have
They
this,
are the
if
ones
they
that
have
wanna
this
start
HUD
the
for
fight,
Worlds,
blow a
it's
target up and go from
complete.
there. Whereas
such
AL
a
maybe
horror.
looking to stow a Bard. That ultimate is available for Kyle and not for Duro.
Oh, he wants hope, but he can't get in range.
Oh,
Oh, now he can, but it's too late.
But now Canyon's
Is
on
it?
the wrong
Womba?
side of the wall from the rest of his team, and Hope just deletes him. Keen in the
Oh,
middle of the
Keen
public
didn't get the
execution,
Varus either.
Kyle.
Now we
He
got him.
flashes forward and he will kill off
Maybe
Hope.
too
Flandre
much for
now
the
with his
Varus.
flash.
Maybe
Chovy
too
flashing
much.
out towards top side.
Chovy.
Execution from Shanks for the follow-up. The 5-point strike, not enough.
Chovy.
But Shanks will
Dead.
find it.
Shanks cooking.
As well. Keen's going to dally in around the blue buff, surviving for now, but should be chased down by Kyle and Flandre.
And Gen G, they need to be synced up, but it's anything
Wow.
but. Canyon goes in.
Very
There's
bad
no
fight from
quickness
Gen G.
available yet.
Nice
The
punish
damage
by
isn't
AL.
there. And
Canyon
Shanks
cues
runs
forwards
rampant
into
the
AL
backline.
thinking he has range
Yeah,
for his
and
ult.
even though they were
Doesn't get it.
able
And then he
to get
flash
a bunch
ults
of
anyway when
damage
Chovy's not
onto
there.
Hope here too,
Execution of this dive on the Varus was
ends
so
up
bad.
surviving, and again, Canyon just going in a little bit too early, and the Bard ult coming out of Kyle.
I wanna watch Shanks in this fight.
Absolutely huge here.
Also want to
Knocked up.
highlight that Ruler being this early as a Ziggs, you don't have the damage.
Oh,
if you
Shanks
do
was
this
frying
and
in this
two
fight.
items, that Varus is blown up, but
Oh,
instead,
movement from Shanks was great.
beautifully done there on the side
Really
step.
good movement.
Not feeling friend whatsoever, able to take down a lot of the damage. Keen getting taken down there as well, and this is looking a lot more reminiscent of that game number 1. Now 1k gold lead here for AL. Objective going their way. And they're gotta be feeling good.
This
with
is
Shanks
Ruler's third
sitting
Ziggs
on a
game in his whole
2-0
career. Yeah, I
Mikali
know.
here.
That's the fucked
That's
up
the
part.
big thing for me, right? Like, we wanted to get Shanks.
That's
or
why I'm
if
so
you are
confused
AL,
with
you
what's
wanna
going
get
on.
Shanks through that kind of rough lane
Why the
phase.
fuck is he
Make
playing
sure that
Ziggs?
Chovy doesn't have the same kind of map pressure that he had on the Azir in game 2. But we're also seeing when these fights, again, are able to split up, AL have really nice target selection, and especially when they have champions like the Akali able to get into the backline onto Chovy, it ends up looking really, really good for them. They now claim the feat of warfare and have both the grubs and first strike.
I just need one more of those neutral objectives to claim the entirety of that feat of strength, or first tower, obviously, as they can get it through.
So how does AL lose
But
this
now
game?
the game will slow down a little bit with no
They
neutrals
have
up on the map. It's still 90
Bard
seconds
Varus
before we
into
see our next
Talia.
break. Shanks still a little bit short
They have
of
an
that first item,
unkillable
with some,
Sion,
treads early, which
and
makes
Trundle can
sense
press
when you're
R
in
on
a
Vi or
into a
Ambessa,
ranged
either
matchup,
one,
or
in a
at least
fight,
into
and
a
they instantly
mage
die.
Matchup. You just want a little bit of extra resistances to keep yourself topped up in the lane.
We have seen Canyon struggle similarly in the last best of 5, or the last LCK best of 5 that they played in the early games, just not on the same page as the rest of his team. There is, of course, for Gen G, the promise of those
Ooh,
late
no
game
flash Ruler.
optimizations, as that is the flash force there. Ruler
That Bard ult was
caught up by
disgusting.
Hope.
Man, you can't miss that, Kyle. That's a
Fake not
free kill. He has no ult.
Kyle as he looks
No
at
flash,
Chovy.
sorry.
Chovy doesn't have flash, so it's always nice to just chuck it out. If you manage to land it on him, you have great follow-up with Tarzan there alongside
Don't forget,
Shanks.
Gen
One
G
who's
is
clearing out the wave.
20
But as
and
you say, I
0
think
in best of
the
series.
hope for Gen G right now is Keen in the side lane, has the Eclipse. He's really strong, about 400 gold lead for him. The question is, can they delay the game enough against
They haven't lost.
an Akali, a Varus, a Trundle, who can actually force some of these plays?
And as we know, AL is not going to give them the time, so I think it's going to have to come down to like a single Dragon Steel, right? That can often be the breaking point between being on maybe an item and a half or 2 items. As we do see Gen G seemingly aware of this, also looking to contest here on this next Dragon.
20 to 0 in series that I haven't watched, and I'm watching now. Okay.
They
So
should
it's your
have
fault,
first
basically.
rotation on it as it
It's literally just
spawns.
your fault.
There's no flash on Hope, so Canyon should have easier backline target access. We do see Shanks, I think, looking to get that base in, finish his first item, and make his way over as Chovy. Do they have the damage to take this down before the wall goes down?
I think the answer is most decidedly not. Unstoppable Onslaught coming out from
Okay,
Flanders. He looks
repositioning
for
not
the
bad for
backline.
Gen
The
G.
Drake the target firstly here for Gen G.
No Varus
Tarzan
ult.
stepping forward, knocked back, the smite comes
Tarzan
out. That is
insta-killed.
Canyon.
Nice
Ziggs
Vi
is
ult.
coming out
Oh,
as
the
well.
dive is
And
good
the
by
backline
Gen G,
from
but
X2
Vi's gonna die.
Shoulder.
Hope's dead, no
Canyon's gonna
flash. Shanks
pull
is gonna have the
Shanks
cook. He
on
missed the
back
Q.
line, looking for a little bit more. He's on Chovy. Can chase forward, dodges the seismic shot.
Chovy dead.
Takes the kill in the end. Shanks still
Oh my
going
god,
in,
Shanks is
dodges
kind of
the
smurfing that fight.
build-ups and the grand entrance as well. Keen trying to get in, but Shanks' fancy
That's a
feet
2 for 2?
are just sublime. Decimating smash will hit Ruler.
That's a
but
2
no
for
real
2,
follow-up.
really?
Shanks styling
I mean, you
on
can
them,
see
but
the
Gen G,
whole idea
objective
of
was
Gen
get
G's
the
comp.
dragon, and they were able to do so.
It has
Yeah, they
2
were very
sequences. The
successful
first
on
sequence
that,
is
as
any
you see
CC
Shanks coming in
from Rakan.
with
Talia
that
can follow
belt
and chunk
for
them.
just in time
And then
for
they
the
have
fight.
Vi and Bessa with a Ziggs ult.
But yeah, they're able to end up getting the kill immediately. Tarzan goes down, but then watch Shanks on this back line. He's already in such a good position, and he is going to become a huge problem in these team fights going forward. Dodges every ability. I'm so happy that Shanks is having kind of these moments on the international stage. As a longtime LPL enjoyer, I've really been waiting for him to have this time, right? As you see that damage coming out in that team fight did the most there, and it really gives this task of Gen G to be able to keep their carries safe.
It's remarkable that it was actually Ruler
You seem a little bit off today?
staying
Yeah, I
alive
only
for that
slept
fight.
like 5
Able
hours.
to do the most damage, also gone for an early Ludens, which always like to see. Is the
It's
type
so
of game
hot.
where I think Archangels, as we also see for Chovies, and that Seraph Shield is going to have a ton of value.
Hopefully tonight I sleep better.
As right now, that Dragon might end up being
I don't know,
big
yesterday was
for
so
Gen
crazy
G,
hype.
but it
After the
isn't gonna
T1
change the
CFO
fact that
series, I
right
couldn't
now
sleep
AL
for a
is
few
the
hours,
ones
and then I
running
slept
the
and it
map.
was like
We'll see if Gen G
12
wanna
o'clock.
fully commit to the contest, and as I say that, Keen is TPing.
Gen G looking for the battle.
Okay, everyone's
Again,
TPing
perfect
in.
execution available for Shanks. Public execution
Chovy
available for
lands a
Keen. He
combo on
jumps in.
Sion.
It's Kyle, the target.
Kyle's
There's
one
as well,
shot.
and Kyle is down. Duro will secure
Shanks
the kill. Meanwhile, on the back line, once again,
Vialed
Shanks,
it.
but they still have the
Bomba,
cease and desist. He
not
has to
dead.
flash away
They got
from
the Herald and
Member
out.
Bomb,
It's
and
worth
it
for AL if
dashes
they're out
away-
here.
Away as well with the perfect execution. The Rift Herald secured for AL. Weavers
Oh
will come
my
in from
god,
Chovy.
Chovy.
Shove does not connect.
Absolutely sends it.
Unstoppable Alonso won't be enough. Hope
No
has to
flash
flash away.
virus. Canyon flashes out. Oh my god, Keen is smurfing. Now Keen's dead. Shanks got him.
Hope goes down
Everyone's
as well.
smurfing, what the fuck?
In the end, AO do get the Rift Herald, but the fight is anything but clean.
Yeah, AL get the Herald, but Gen G win the fight, especially with, I love the follow-up Weaver's Wall on the back half of that from Chovy. And this is Gen G fighting their way back, as usual, as we've seen from them, able to set up this fight, and also
So they
able
send
to
an
kill
Ambessa
off
ult
Kyle
onto
really
Bard.
early on.
The big thing here is that they don't actually
And then
utilize
Rakan
the
follows
ultimate
dead.
from Canyon, right? So the moment that Shanks goes into the back
Vialed
line,
onto
even
Shanks.
though somehow he survives, he isn't
flash
able
shroud
to do the
R2's
damage
out.
that AL needs him to do, and then the utility from the Bard isn't there. Chovy, I thought that he went too deep. Clearly, trust the rest of the team to keep him alive, and then Keen going in, I think a little bit too
Keen
crazy.
just
Could've
sends it,
taken this,
respect.
instead going in on hope.
Yeah. I mean, I love seeing this from Gen G. I think it's fun. Do you not,
is
do you not think
committing.
it's fun?
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, but I also like winning, and I think that they did their job. It's fine, just back
God,
off.
stress levels are through the
Even had
roof for
gold in the
both
game.
teams, man.
AL had about a 2,000 gold lead earlier on, now down to only 200.
Gave the shutdown to Shanks. It's not good.
Yeah, but Keen in his matchup is still ahead.
Well, yeah, that is true, but I
So-
feel like the Shanks situation is still a big problem for Gen G. Even in the last game where he got targeted, he still made it out, got a bunch of cooldowns, lived, and got a shutdown.
He is 4-on-1.
Yes, Emily,
And he is
I
gonna
am
be a
aware.
problem. He is
So
gonna
maybe
be
you
a
want to
problem.
recant your earlier statement?
He is going to be a
G2's
problem.
not stressed anymore? No, I know,
So
I
fun to
know
see
that.
from both these teams. They're fighting neck and neck throughout this series. Last two games, a little bit more stompy than this one. I'm glad to see that around the 20-minute mark, we're pretty even between the two. Next Drake up in 40 seconds time as two items begin to be completed. Actually, it's only Keen who's managed to get that second item finished. The Black Cleaver
They
and
made
the
more
Eclipse
TikToks than they got
already
wins
in
at the
his
tournament.
inventories.
Okay.
Yeah, and I really like this line of vision that you see kind of established for AL, controlling this river ahead of this next Drake.
Ooh, and it's Chemtech. Haven't talked about the soul
Drake
yet, but
timer
obviously a lot of plans
is
available.
pretty
Also
good for Gen
for
G.
champions like
Ambessa has some
Ambessa.
great items.
I
She needs
think
to
in
move down.
particular, going to be salivating at the thought of that. But even a champion like the Scion, so much shielding that will come through. A lot of extra playmaking potential there, but it looks like with the position of Flandre, unless he wants to commit a TP, Gen G pretty ahead, and
Here
there
we
it
go.
is.
TP from Sion.
Why wouldn't he?
A bit of chunk damage is good. Bard ult onto Chovy, but he has flash. Herald spawned to escape. Flandre no TP. Bomba flashes. It's free Drake for Gen G.
Charging through mid though. Gen G are going to try and answer it.
I wish I hadn't finished my sentence. That TP wasn't great. The charge will come through, but it looks like Gen G is going
Should
to
be
have
free
play. I
Drake for
do
Gen
know
G.
that Flandre could still look to
Gen
ult
G's
back,
playing
but I think
way
AL
more
gonna
positioning,
decide the better
like
over to get
positioning
this
based
objective,
now.
or
They're not
it's
just
only a second
taking
Drake
blind
after all.
fights.
Yeah, they're going to
Hold their control, force them out. It's pretty good.
A little bit of a optimistic TP.
TP sucks.
Very
coming
kind.
in from Flandre. There, as we see AL now rotating towards this top side of the map, get a really nice amount of damage on this top side turret, actually able to take all of it. Yep.
That's gone.
Yeah, with the frozen domain as well, it's just so quick. Quickness coming out, though. Double TP immediately invested
Double
from Gen G.
TP from Gen G.
Looking to dance around this.
Holy
Keen
fuck.
Trying to fight it as well.
The boys arrive.
Keen continues to chase Chovy with the Weaver's Wall.
Oh, Chovy right into a Sion ult. Flashes out. Kenyon takes the...
The Mega Blast Cone. Bolt Breaker across would get him in range, but in
Whoa.
the end, anyone's legend.
The
able to
Avengers show up.
The Giga Cones get them out, and that's 2 actual TPs invested.
Needs to get back to bot side quick. Atakan's
looking
up.
for a knockout punch, trying to punish that top side push, but instead it might end up with
Nobody
AL
died.
getting tempo on
Nobody.
Atakan.
Yep, as we see, Shanks TPing down on that bot side of the map, and both Flandre and
Hawkeye and
Kyle
Black
are
Widow
headed that
showed up.
way
What do you
as
mean?
Well.
Hope's going to
Clearing
TP
out any vision.
into mid lane to try and get them that prio. Duro, no quickness for him, just dashes away with the grand entrance. Bit of vision around the wall here. We'll spot Kyle and Flandre as they try and make their way into the river.
Baus told me Hawkeye's goated and the strongest Avenger.
Here. Both of these comps are so front-loaded when it comes to the damage. Being able to stay alive, getting extra rotations of spells off is a big deal.
Keen can keep pushing if he wants, but he's not pushing.
I
He's
think
going for a
wants
red
to be
buff.
the one that starts
I think
it,
Keen
because
could have
on
just
one
taken a
hand,
top
an
tier one
Akali
here.
in the back line when you don't have resistances versus a Ziggs just pelting you from afar. I don't think either sounds very good.
Yeah, no, they're just going to kind of be scrapping over vision here. And again, scrapping over mid lane prio. As we see a lot kind of at
You're
this point in the
scrapping
game.
over positioning
Yeah.
and vision.
We're not even scrapping. We're just kind of going back and forth.
Well, I'd argue it's metaphorically scrapping, you know? They're just not actually doing any
Scrapping inside my head.
any fighting. Yes.
Half the battle is always mental.
It's true.
Thank you. Thank you, Medic.
With no
Even in a
TP.
game
glad to
like
be here
this.
with you guys. This is fun.
And I'm not going to lie, we have seen teams right after a stomp on either side, I think, for really, this goes for any region.
It
not be able
is
to bounce back.
Atakan
Both
time.
these teams, fortunately, in this game free.
It is
giving us what
Atakan
we
time.
wanted. It's an actual game.
Good old scrapping. Canyon Ball breaking forward. And we're getting control of this river right now. With no TP on Flandre right now, I think we're just going to see a slight delay before AL really are willing to take a fight. Keen has his, so would be able to answer if anyone's Legends decided to battle.
And look at some of the spikes that have come in. Bloodletter's Curse for Chovy, Horizon Focus for Ruler, and then on the flip side, Storm Surge for Shanks. That man is looking to one-tap people. Hope also going for the Edge of Night, so a little bit extra safety for him, even being Lethality Varus. This isn't the type of game where you ever get to walk up with as much backline dive as Gen G have.
Drake in 150.
To
Gen G's comp is just really spiking in
a lane with the Ziggs,
does
again,
Gen G's
turrets
comp
just go
scale
down
really
so
well?
quickly.
I don't know if it does.
But yeah,
I feel
right
like
now,
it's
I don't
really
think
strong
either
now.
Team wants to start Otacon without at least bot prio. If
I guess
not bot
Ziggs is
and mid
fucking
prio.
annoying when it scales, and so is Ambessa.
It's reducing your
So
resistance.
it's probably
right?
fine.
So unless Flandre is tanking
But I just think
it,
Vi Talia one-shot doesn't work
Duro?
against
I come from EU,
a
we're
late-game
very used to
Sion,
throwing up.
Akali with Zhonya's,
TP
Edge of
coming in
Night,
from Kyle.
Trundle.
Duro was,
It's kind of
fighting
hard
over
for them
the
to find a
Skullcraft, but in the
one-shot,
end,
but I
Tarzan
guess
is
the
one that
Ambessa
wins that
Ziggs might
scrap.
carry.
Obviously
I would
Otacon
love for
sealed
Gen G
spell,
to
but
force a bit though.
from Kyle. He's switched over to heal now as Shanks and Chovy continue just to trade down
Mods
towards
lock
the
in,
bottom
mods,
side. The
mods,
Otacon
mods,
is just
mods,
mad
mods,
at
mods,
Chovy
mods,
for
mods,
some
mods,
reason.
mods.
Otacon is not winning the battle. He's actually
He's
scrapping.
got Chovy. Poor guy, man. Keen's going to be able to take the top lane tower. As much as Flandre can defend, he can't stop the push coming out from Keen.
Makes sense. He sees Chovy taking all these minions. That's personal.
How dare you?
I know.
He says. Yeah.
It's rude. Otacon now
Those are his brethren.
seemingly calmed down.
I don't know if
just
they
a
actually
big
are.
minion.
I have
Just
no
a minion
idea.
on steroids.
It looks like.
Aren't they
do you
different
guys
factions? 'Cause one
remember
is
the
like a
giant wraith?
Yes.
Forever ago, we called it
ghost,
Papa Wraith.
Spooky ghost.
Yeah. Anyway.
I'm pretty sure Otacon is a soldier.
It is
that's
just
possessed
a
by a
bot
demon.
side
Pretty
control
sure that's
Drake
what
and
the lore
Atakan
is.
contest.
I do not know lore whatsoever.
Like Mordekaiser, something to do with that. There was a great comic about it in the client. I'm sure you can find somewhere on the internet. For now, though, let's focus on what's happening on the
Duro
Rift
ignites to
itself.
get his flash up.
You're scrapping over vision.
That is a mental damage ignite that comes through there from Duro. Just making sure that Tarzan knows whose jungle it is, but the ambush control is there for Tarzan. This could be a big fight if Gen.G is able to get a soul point, and Otacon is right there. And Gen.G need to retake control of River, because AL are set up nicely.
Keen has his teleport. He's going to
It's a
TP
late
down towards that
TP.
bot
It's
lane,
going to be
try
gone
push.
before he gets there for a fight.
Dragon already down at 5,000 HP. A flank
Or-
position as well for
What the
Ruler.
fuck is Ruler doing? What? What the fuck is Ruler doing?
Him, as Duro now with the quickness can only run and hide. Keen the next target. Duro comes back in and it's a double. But Shanks, anyone's legends collapse immediately.
Dragon into potentially Otacon. They should just rotate immediately over. What a play from Shanks, and also
I'm really
what a
confused.
setup from AL.
When
Again,
did Ruler
making
get
sure
there?
this Akali gets out of the early laning phase.
I thought they were all
is able
contesting
to
through bot.
immediately, in this particular fight, hop directly onto Ruler, and this was also the problem we had in game 1, right? When AL were able to jump and get that early pick, they then will just run
Oh, he was
through
going
you
for
in a team
mid-wave.
fight.
But in game 1, it felt a lot
Oh,
more
he needs his
excusable,
team
but
to
here,
escort
Ruler's
him.
pathing. You
That is the
know
worst
where they are.
pathing
You
I've
can
ever
see
seen in my
with the
life. But he
wall
also needs his
that you're
team to
not in a
escort him.
safe position. So
That
him
is
getting
criminal.
caught out here, I think, an unforced error in game 1. There was the caveat of there was so much dive, but here just gets taken down.
That is fucking
Gen.G
criminal.
then is the one getting engaged on. Neither of these comps deal very well with that. Nicely done by Kyle as well.
Shanks
to
just
force
owned him.
multiple flashes, and that is a big strike there for AL. Dragon and Otacon in one fell swoop.
AL were sitting at about 8 flower petals before that. Gen.G were at 21, and now that's even out between the two of them. So a lot of adaptive force acquired for AL alongside that experience, and we'll get more as they get kills throughout the rest of the game. It's still only a 1,000 gold lead, but Shanks the man of the moment here for anyone's legend.
I don't get why he picked Ziggs.
6-0-1.
I don't get a lot
on
of
this
things,
Akali
but
in a
that's
really
definitely
good
one of them, yeah.
position. We see Chovy kind of posturing here.
Look at Shanks'
for
gold lead on
vision. I was
Chovy.
wondering if he was
6-0
potentially gonna
Akali
go for a
against
play
Gen.G.
with Canyon there.
And all these fights really have just come down to who gets blown up first.
Yep.
It's been Kyle. Last fight it was Ruler. And all these fights I think are going to remain as one-sided as they are, particularly with the damage dealers being as fat. Shanks.
Shanks
Nice
could be in
and Keen,
trouble.
waiting for Shanks. Public execution doesn't connect.
NT.
Shanks dodges down and Keen predicts up.
NT. It's a
And this is going
50-50
to give
that.
AL kind of free reign to
If Ambessa connects,
potentially go behind
Rakan
this
ults,
Baron
Ease
pit, but
Ambessa,
just
knocks up, probably just
clear
dies
out
the Akali.
vision, set up some more vision on this
Big
top
damage on
side.
Sion.
Flandre
Flandre?
doesn't take damage.
Yeah, he's yet to actually take any damage.
Oh, he
Punches away from
flashed.
the Vault Breaker coming out from Canyon. Thought perhaps it would have been CC'd
And
for
this
long
is two
enough.
people showing on bot. I
Yeah.
wouldn't be surprised if AL want to at least threaten the Baron, maybe see if they can get a catch.
They're gonna
Tarzan
go for
starting it up.
TP coming
Chovy
out immediately
TPing
from
so
Chovy, but
early.
That isn't an unsealed spell.
They have Varus, Trundle, Akali, and he's
Because of that,
insta
AL
TPing.
very happy just to back off.
I
They
think
got
he
the
can
summon
chill a
out,
bit. They have
and,
no Baron
the
damage.
play on the bot side for Gen.G didn't materialize into anything.
Yeah, big win there. I'd argue trading a TP for a flash TP at this point in the game. I think a lot more, especially for Sion. I think Flandre will be fine without it.
I don't think TP is that big of a deal. Talia has a global and they have
In a
3
position
TPs
to be
anyway.
taken, which means that this
Not the end of the
unsteady
world.
stalemate will continue.
But I don't think he needs a TP
Just
there.
keep clearing out vision. Try to get mid lane prio.
And
Maybe
look for
get
someone to-
those mid tier ones down. It's you know, 28 minutes about.
Yeah, especially with a Ziggs in the game. The fact that we are currently looking at a single turret taken
Yeah.
for either side is not what I was expecting.
I think that does speak to how AL have had some really good vision coverage in this game, I think.
Yeah.
But then additionally, in a lot of these fights, there hasn't been a way for Gen.G to necessarily set the map like they want, right? And really rotate this Ziggs around to try to take down a lot of these turrets.
And because I think that the place you'd look at is mid lane.
Shut up,
with
Chad.
Shanks being melee, it's like, oh, we can move the Ziggs there relatively early. The tower should be quite low. But because Shanks has got into such a strong spot individually,
You don't want to be in a lane with
yeah, you
him.
don't want to lane against him. So he's just able to match up into Chovy in a side lane. Hope has good enough wave clear that Ruler can never get
Ruler.
close enough to the tower.
I mean,
to
Ruler
actually
has
do too
Void
much
Stick.
damage, but
He has
Ruler
3
is
items.
now at 3 items on this Ziggs. The Void
He
Staff, Horizon Focus,
is level
and that
16
Luden's
soon.
Companion complete.
Lack of Leandrin
just
does mean
needs
that getting
Seraphs.
through Tarzan and Flandre is still going to be quite hard for
I
him.
think. Maybe it
Instead,
doesn't,
with
but I
this
feel like
build,
Seraphs
you're
helps a
basically
lot
looking
against
to
this Akali.
one-tap one of Shanks, Hope, or Kyle. Right? This is just pure burst. And this is also, to be fair, the kind of game where might just be
Imagine League of Legends without summoner spells, bro. If League had no summoner spells,
not in the way that
jungle would be the most OP
fight.
role in the
Just,
game.
doing no damage and dying is obviously not ideal. Was Chovy actually, because of all the kills that Shanks has gotten, plus the
okay, so they're just holding and catching waves on side lanes. It's kind of like a 1-3-1 on steroids. Everyone's just pushing and catching, pushing and catching, pushing and catching. Until Dragon spawns, because no team has Baron damage. No one has an AD carry that does on-hit damage to a Baron. Or a Yone. The best damage dealer to Baron right now is probably Ambessa.
Both Baron, and then this
So everyone just has to fight Drake.
to
Whoever starts Baron's just going to take forever and die.
Again, posturing for trying to get some mid-prio up. Tarzan Pillar.
Trundle, yeah, but Trundle has to
We
tank it.
can't be able to dodge away because we're finding hits from
So he does
Kyle.
50% less
He's
damage.
Switched to exhaust, which is why we saw him ghosting in the lane. Flandre is trying to match Chovy down towards that bottom side. Shanks here with the rest of AL. No vision, really, at all for Gen G. They're trying to get it through the mid lane, put double
Taliot
control
is
wards
good here.
down. Chovy now stepping in as well. Seismic
Let's see
Shell
if
not
casts
connecting.
it.
Keen dashing forward onto
Nice damage on the Tarzan.
Flandre forced down towards the bottom side by Canyon.
Where's Bartled?
Tempered Fate only
Useless
hits
Bartled.
onto Duro. Canyon still chasing Flandre out, but he still doesn't take any
Looks like
damage.
a Gen G Dragon.
Good explosive minefield, though, from Ruler will keep
Ooh, nice redemption.
AL from really being able to enter the river again. Canyon down on the Drake, 4,000 on it. Tarzan turning onto Keen, but he has a GA.
Okay,
On
Sion
Onslaught
ulted
goes
through the
between
dragon.
upright. Seismic Shove is going to connect. Canyon dashing back in. Keen being kept up towards the top side, but AL
Flandre
are
dead, maybe?
scattered. Flandre down. Goes
Bartled
into the zombie
from
form.
Vi.
The quickness coming
Oh,
out
the
as
one
well.
shot with the Ziggs ult is crazy.
Forward, and Gen G have delayed for long enough.
Oh, the shove doesn't connect on Shanks. Hope
Unraveled
flashes.
will get the stun onto him, and Keen continues to chase. Shanks has to
That's
flash
Baron,
away,
that's Baron.
but AL have already lost 3.
That is Baron.
And the
Keen has
hero
GA.
there
He's
is
playing so
Keen,
good.
right?
Oh my god,
He's
Keen.
distracted. Oh.
No flash on Hope.
Keen goes in.
Keen is
Hope
frying.
goes down. Shanks the only one standing.
Keen
for
is
AL.
frying.
Just as I'm saying, the hero of that fight was Keen.
I feel like when I watch these fights, I see Flandre just die before AL can do anything. It feels impossible for Akali to just dive on the Ziggs or Talia. Vialt is being saved for one target to die. Talia E is annoying. Rakan is ready to peel. It's so fucking difficult for Shanks to dive.
Gen G because they can sustain a lot more, and with both that Talia as well as the Ziggs, as long as you hold off on actually pulling the trigger, as we're going to see soon in the replay, I'm sure, Gen G are happy to just sit there and poke away. And as you highlight, Keen,
Like they're
the
holding
thorn in
Vialt the whole
side
time. This Sion ult
of
didn't really make sense
AL.
to
They
me.
need to
But the
use
whole time here,
resources
they're just
on
going to
him.
hit
But I
Sion
want you
and
to
use
also look
nothing.
at the follow-up that comes through from Duro
Nothing. They're just
on
gonna hit
this
Sion.
Rakan, 'cause
And
he's
when
able
anyone
to
else goes
extend
in, they
this
will ult.
fight, not
Now,
giving another
boom.
counterplay
Kill this
over
guy.
us, follows up there, and then right here
And
turns it on
how
to
do you break
Tarzan as
that?
well. Just
Because
clips him
Sion's
with
just
the
gonna
charge,
die.
the knockup comes through, and without that front line, Gen G can just run amok in AL's backline.
We also see this explosive power coming out of Ruler's Ziggs as Flandre is in trouble again.
The Weaver's wall separating him from the rest of AL. Chovy will take the kill. The gold swing, 4,000 now in favor of Gen G, well, 3.5. And they've shown us that if they can have
You think
these
AL's got a
slightly more
5th game in
scattered
them?
fights
Or a
without
4th
Shanks
game to
on a
take them to
flank,
5?
it's really difficult for anyone's legend actually to get on that back line.
Without Shanks on the flank, with Keen threatening to be able to dive on key targets from AL, and then also with Ruler just be able to free fire these bombs as Ziggs through the back line. He does so much damage to both people and turrets, or to both champions and turrets, rather.
Oh yeah. And Chovy pushing mid, we saw there as well. Ruler just using his ultimate to gain to clear rather a wave in mid. That mid lane turret still standing. Satchel used. The Shanks.
I guess the Ziggs is
able to
broken.
get back to his turret or not.
Duro's going in with the quickness as well as they look for the chase.
Oh, they used a lot there. The combo is good. Is Akali dead? Yes, she is.
Just doesn't get an opportunity
Wow,
to
all of the. Oh my god, everyone just got one shot. What the fuck? Did you see that?
Answer them. Duro dashing forward, getting onto Hope, knocked back with the satchel.
Ruler! Oh, he's frontlining!
Flandre in the middle line. What can you do? In the face of so much hate, Gen G will lose one. They'll clean up the fight and they'll look towards the Nexus.
Wow, the Ziggs turned out to be the most broken thing in the game.
First international popping off on that Rakan, able to follow up on every engage.
Massive fights from Gen G.
With this Red Bull Baron
You watch
power play,
Akali
it's not
play the
even
game.
gonna
How does
time
she
out.
go
It
in?
looks like
How does the
no
Akali
one's
ever
alive
go
from
in?
AL.
I was really worried when
Gen G about to get
Ruler
to
picked
match
Ziggs and got
They
caught.
just rip control of the game away from anyone's legend.
How do you break
And
Gen
they
G?
are one game away from
How
their
do you break them?
21st series in a row.
This is exactly what makes Gen G
How
so
the fuck?
dangerous. This is why they are the favorites to win this tournament. You give them a small window, and they completely took over a game that was looking very back and forth for a really long time. I thought AL did a really good job of stopping, again, that initial Zig setup. But once Gen G were able
People
to
in chat
take
are saying,
control
"My
at that Drake
pick'ems."
fight, they immediately slammed the door on AL.
Despite Shanks' best
I think we
efforts,
might go to
it's an
5
amazing
games.
early skirmishes. AL, just like many
I have a
team in the
feeling
LCK,
this might
the
be a
moment
bit
that
of
Gen G
a-
truly get control of a game, it can be over so quickly. Now we do know
AL is
both
gonna
these
come
teams
back with a
again.
headshot.
The ability to bounce back is there, and come on.
I love this.
Not another
It's great.
3-1.
Yeah.
I want to get to 5.
3-2. Silver Scrapes, let's go.
I will say AL won the first game. So
No, that's outdated info.
yeah.
That's outdated info?
There was,
Yeah,
I forgot who
FlyQuest
it was.
also won the first game.
Yeah, but that's NA versus EU. We all knew FlyQuest was going to win that, right? Is that how it
Certainly.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bring that up.
That's okay. I've just been crying.
Someone says
under the desk
Chovey's having a
most of
bad
the day.
tournament
Yeah,
so
actually,
far.
I
What do you
think
mean
you've done a
bad?
really good job of not
Chovey's
making
been
it
Chovey's been
it's
great.
great, you know?
Appreciate it. I
Credit to
appreciate
you.
it. Thank you.
Chovey just looked like he was
Sad over
exhausted
the
on the first
analyst.
series.
Lord, take it away.
Yeah, I think
What
she's
was
also
that
sad. No, just the last series.
I feel like if
is all.
anyone on Gen G's been playing a bit less,
Oh my God,
how do I say it, a bit worse than what they played domestically, I would say it's Duro.
This question mark thing that you often see
But
in
Duro's
your
been
League of
shaking it
Legends
off
games
recently.
because What was that?
You can
This
say
solo
ruler, but chat,
fight,
this is...
I don't get it.
Remember how I said ruler always either randomly gets caught or dies 2v2? Do you see it now?
I feel like it's the...
See what I
It's
mean?
the only reason Gen G won that game. Before that, I felt like AL was gonna close it out. I'm losing my English here. What happened there?
She's gonna start speaking French here.
Oh my God.
What
This is Duro's first international, yeah,
well,
exactly.
Let's take a look at it then, because one of the things is that Gen G did
I think
very
Duro's
good
easing his
job
way into
at
this tournament pretty
dragon
nicely.
to kind of separate. So this is actually starting a little bit after, but Canyon here, he actually already, you can see on the minimap, he pushed...
Oh, I have food in the fridge. Should I heat it up?
Anyways, he had pushed Flandre all the way
Will
down
this go to
here on
5?
the
Should I
minimap
heat up the
out
food?
originally, and so then it was left with 4 members of AL up on the top side, and Flandre had to ult all the way through to try and rejoin the rest of the team, but Chovy and
I
Canyon
think it's
just
gonna go to
split,
5.
so they avoid that engage, and Keen just runs away.
What do you have in your fridge?
5,000 dashes in
I went
the
to
kit.
Tesco
So he's
and I
able to
bought
just dash away
food
safely
that you
on
put in the
opposite
microwave.
side. And so the kind of window there for AL just goes poof. I think it was a good job by Gen G, kind of separating them and then playing around it.
What?
It looks
What?
like a matador almost.
What?
You know, with the bull coming through and then just pulling up the cave.
I
and then
realized
they
that-
just pull the trap shut once
I
again.
realized that
Chovy
because these
on
games are going
back to
late,
Leah. Another
all of the
one with
delivery
seismic
places
shove, and they
close.
just pull them apart.
So I have
Which
to find
honestly,
something to
Lord,
eat. So I went to
was kinda with you
Tesco
'cause I was getting so hyped
and I
this game
bought the
with
things that
Shanks'
you heat
movement.
up
Shanks'
in the
movement
day.
in so many of the fights, you know, starting out really early on.
It
to
doesn't,
the
bro.
game
What does
was
money
so,
matter?
so
It's
clean,
fucking
but,
it's
Gen
fucking
G
food
as
and
a
it's
team
easy.
really,
Like what are you on about?
really good.
Because that's the fear.
What do
They
you do?
just had
Eat
a few fights where they had to deal with multiple
fucking.
flank
What are you on about?
problems. Like, there was a fight that
It's just
happened
fucking food. It's not
prior
that
to
deep.
this Where just Shanks eliminates, just like takes out Ziggs before he even gets into the fight, right? So they're like, we're not dealing with these flanks. We're just gonna nip it in the butt immediately. So the fact that
Okay, I'll go
Canyon
microwave
in
it.
that fight says,
I'll go
hey,
okay,
I see the
stop
sun.
asking. I'll go microwave it.
Get out of
Wait,
here.
let me show you what it is.
And pushing him out, it created confusion for sure for the side of AL's top side because they had to deal with Keen, and so they never really, they just weren't on the same page, and so it just made it so easy for that squad.
Chat, what do we think?
Yeah, I bet
What do we
Ruler
think?
heard about that one
Tesco
afterwards, where they're like,
chicken
"All right,
curry.
no more free pass
Ooh.
on through. We have to be very careful in our approach.
You guys were talking about Akari.
dinner,
I feel like
baby.
Shanks was the best dancer on the Rift by far, and I feel like he deserves extra credit because looking at the draft, you have Vi, you have Talia. I'm like, how is he gonna manage to find space in those fights? But he get the fancy feet going.
The movement from Shanks from very early on. Let's take a look at it. We're going to start a little bit deeper into the game. But yeah, he was just so clean with so much of it. And he was really the hope for AL, you know, really keeping it alive.
There's a lot of moments where he had to wait through the.
Bro,
Talia
I'm reading
to go
the
through,
ingredients for this
and then
thing,
he had to
okay?
wait for the Talia flick, just,
And
like
like some of the
being patient with it,
ingredients
like
make
this
sense.
example, just waiting before he
Cooked
can
chicken,
commit to the next
water,
member.
egg,
He is so
sesame
talented
oil,
on this pick.
ginger puree,
He is, well, before this
turmeric
game,
powder,
7 and
But
3 on the pick.
what the fuck is this? Do you see
He
it?
is just such a prolific assassin player, even when back when he was on Team WE.
Yeah, and here's another one where he got focused so heavily. You were mentioning these things he has to play around, Laura, but got focused with
Do you
the
see
vibe.
right above my
I'm
finger?
remembering, too,
It says
the
fucking
one-
alcohol.
This is the one where Ruler
Why
was
does it just
walking
say
through,
alcohol?
but
Who the
I'm
fuck put
I'm also
alcohol in it?
remembering one of the early
It just
fights
says
up
alcohol.
behind
What?
the grub pit, behind the Rift Herald
Why are they
pit,
putting...
and
What the fuck?
The fight is split through jungle and then up behind the pit, and he's able to juke the Rakan again, able to have 3 members in front of him, still working around so much. But yeah, it is not enough versus Gen G.
Absolutely not enough here, Gen G, on match points here against AL. And we were talking about Kin playing Mel's mom, really effective. We know that it's a nasty champion, but you have to be able to pilot that champion. Kin on carry, guys, can we talk about this?
We should. I thought the last 2 games with him on carries were very good. The Gwen game, very impactful as well. Got a really big early lead, big goal difference. He is deathless so far, and he's just looking so strong.
He's someone that will just fit the comp, and it's nice to see him on the other side where he has been, career-wise, a great carry top laner. And he's just been threatening flanks all the time. And I love it going into AL simply because AL as a team will, specifically Flandre, will sack waves. He is fine giving you larger experience and gold to try and be there for the fight. So he's recognizing that he's going straight for the carry picks, and I think that's a great call.
Looking ahead at Gen G, 20 wins in a row for this team. The last time they had a loss was on LCK Cup. They lost 2-3 against HLE. I feel like, I don't know who can take them down so far. I felt like we were going to have a closer series. We could still get silver scrapes here, but what do you need to stop Gen G right now with the form they have? I feel like they've showed us a lot of things in this series so far.
For me, I'm looking for AL to set a quick pace. I want them to draft, some really fast, strong lanes for themselves so they can actually set a quick pace in the game, take it to Gen G, and actually push the tempo. And
you earn millions and you're eating cat food from Tesco.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the times you would want to focus on the draft and say they can pick something different. I think just
I don't spend money. What are you going to do? Hire a fucking Michelin chef?
Generally don't have
Tesco food is not that bad, man.
You're getting an assassination on Ziggs. Like, I think they're generally really good at taking space and playing around Hope. And I want to be able to see them do that. So we didn't see it this game. It has to be the next.
And again, I feel like they had this game. I want to see them bring back the energy and the pace of games that they had during game 1. They're going to be playing on blue side here. Is there anything you want to add on the
What's
AL
the most
side
expensive thing I bought? What's the most expensive thing I bought?
Something that also
probably a house for my mum.
Great at playing sides and great at playing
and then
around
after
flanks.
that,
I want to see
probably my PC.
Shanks. He's having a great series again.
And then after that, probably Pokemon cards. No, actually, I didn't spend that much money on Pokemon cards. I would say the house for my mum, and then my PC, and then
bring back that fire that you guys had in game 1, and bring us to
actually League Awards.
League
Awards and Lost
so far, but it is
Ratones.
Gen G leading it. They're taking match point here.
And
Let's see if
my
they can
PC.
close out this series right after this.
Wait, hold up. The Minecraft's done. Hold up. There it is. There it is. Tesco meal deal. Oh my god. There it is. It smells kind of fucking shit. It does smell like cat food. It does smell like cat food. When do they make this food? Do they make it the same day they sell it? Surely they do, right? When does Tesco make their meals? What? Did they delete all the threads about it? I can't see anything about it. What the hell? So I'm just gonna die. Great, I'm eating food from 1983 or some shit. Mmm. 40-year-old chicken tastes great. Alright, AL, I know you're not done yet. I know you're not done yet, AL. Welcome to the main event.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around in the dark and light.
Decent assist. Duro's going in with the quickness as well as they look for the chase onto Shanks, who's popped the stopwatch. Knocked back with the seismic shove as well as Shanks just doesn't get an opportunity to move. Gen.G have woken up in this game.
How does it taste? It tastes kind of human, you know? It actually tastes kind of human. I'm not gonna lie. Like, this tastes like food you would order at 2 AM. So it's the same quality. Like, if I ordered from a place at 2 AM, this is exactly what it would taste like. So I'm not too upset.
We're back after Gen.G pulled a rabbit out of the hat, I'm gonna say, with the dragon fight into the fight in mid lane. For all intents and purposes, it was AL in the driver's seat for the majority of that game.
I didn't mean literally human.
But Gen.G showed us why they are the favorites for the tournament.
Yeah, unfortunately, Flandre's driving seat not
I'm
quite
super locked
the
in.
same way.
Bro,
That
this food
sign
is
did
like...
not have
I
the
feel like
impact I was
eating warm food makes me feel so much better.
I gotta do that to my boy.
I know, but...
No, I mean, I agree.
Lila.
Keen had way more impact, right?
And that for me has been the big thing, right? Obviously, I think Flandre on the side not having the impact, but Keen having the performance that he had, and so often this player on this team gets relegated because of however the draft shapes out for him to be on more supportive, right? Doesn't have to be a full-on tank, but not really the focal point of a composition. But now, 2 games in a row, he's just been the main win condition
what the fuck
for Gen.G. Complete menace here on the Rift.
Yeah, he's been a problem, let's just say, for AL, both in team fights and then also in the side lanes. I think for anyone's Legend, looking at their kind of early to mid game, the things I did
I roamed away from my AD carry to be here.
Shanks ahead early.
That's where my support is! Get back to lane!
Starting to take over team fights. He was definitely the shining, a lot of the shining moments that AL had were around Shanks and his ability to get onto Ruler when he mispositioned, right? Or be able to just threaten a lot of damage. But the other thing for me that I also liked is the way that they were able to keep vision up. They were able to kind of stop this early turret take, right? Like that, those mid lane turrets were hanging on very late.
I basically one-shot
and so they did have, I think, a fairly good game plan going in of how they wanted to deal with this Ziggs, like Vi, Talia, and Vesa composition. But as soon as they make a mistake, Gen.G punish and take over the game. So now we will see. Again, I do think AL are a team that are very well coached. I do still believe in their jungle support duo, despite the fact that I did pick Gen.G to win the series.
So,
and I do think they can bounce back.
So what you're saying is there'll be a game 5. That's
hope
what you're
so.
promising?
I hope so.
No. I want to promise, Emily.
I don't want to promise anything.
Can you promise it after the draft?
No.
Okay, well, we tried, chat. We tried, okay? Skarner banned away by anyone's Legend, Rise taken away by Gen.G. I will say, you talk about the Tarzan and Kael of it all. I don't think Kael has had the best series overall. I think he has struggled to really have the impact that you expect from him. Duro in the last game had an absolutely stellar performance overall, so we'll see if Kael can step up. Have to remember, it is his first international. He's a rookie at this level, and so there are going to be some nerves. There is going to be some tension.
has obviously played a high amount
Tell me
of
an
high
OP
stakes
champ
best
that's
of
open.
fives, and he started off well in that game as well. I think that's really the key thing for me. It's just about
Ari,
maintaining that level throughout the
think
entirety
Ari
of the series.
Shore.
And kind of on the opposite
think
side
Ari
was the
Yon
inverse for
Wukong.
Canyon. His early game was nothing to write home
Jace
about. But
Renekton ban.
mid-game kind of woke up, and
Is that
the
like,
Vi target
what?
selection was
Is
a large
Jace
part of
Renekton
why
ban?
AL wasn't able to find the teamfighters. The respect still going to be paid to Flandre here with that Yorick ban.
Yeah, you really don't want Shanks on this Ryze, and you really don't want Flandra on this Yorick, and you really don't want Tarzan and Wukong, honestly. Like, these are all really nice target bans towards things that AL are super comfortable
What the
on.
fuck is that?
On the other side, we see Anyone's Legend recognizing, again, that Skarner pick and the power that Canyon has had on that, and then the Renekton and Jace.
Galio
Keen,
first pick
as
for
we
Shanks.
see
I
the
mean, that
Galio
opens up
lock-in.
Neferi, it opens up
First
Lee
pick
Sin.
Galio, it wasn't on my
It
bingo
opens up all
card
these
for
crazy
today.
80
Rumble obviously
junglers.
already played in game 1 by Flandre himself, so it's not going to be that top
I think
lane counter that
Nico
we
is
often
pretty
see.
big right
Does
now, yeah,
really
sure,
facilitate
Nico.
dive compositions, but then I look at the rest of the
Nico's
picks
pretty
that have already
important
been
pick,
removed.
yep.
It's like, how much dive
Agreed.
is left for you? You've got Nocturne gone,
Chovy, no
Vi's
sleep,
gone,
please.
Kaiser's gone. Like, do you have enough tools to really get on the backline, or is it purely going to be a disengaged
1-2.
Galio? Gen G now looking towards the Caitlyn, 4-0 here at MSI.
With these 80 carries out,
Really,
normally you have to pick a
curveball
caster
here in
80
the
carry into
draft.
Caitlyn.
Kind of caught
The
off
only
guard.
one
The
left
Galio
really is
still a
Ashe,
flex
unless
pick,
you want to
so
do
can
Jinx.
go
These are kind of
into
it.
multiple
I think they will do
That
Cade
Caitlyn,
Karma.
though, not going to go anywhere
Because
else
that's
here
the
for
hardest
Rula.
winning
Maybe
bot lane
Gen
you
G
can
looking
play.
to very early set
If they
themselves
pick
up for
Caitlyn and then
a
pick jungle and then they
draft
take
where
like
they
Karma
actually have
Ashe,
prio
I
in
think
bot
there's
lane,
nothing
which
they
thus
can do.
far
Yeah, they have
haven't
to
really
take the
been able to
Karma.
get.
They're definitely going to have prio with
And then you have to match it with like a
But
Nico or
this
something.
Caitlyn
Oh
Karma
my
is
god.
super, super obnoxious to have to go up against. Has incredible
Yeah, MF
push. Is
is
a
open too,
really,
true.
really easy pushing lane to play
I don't know
around.
if-
And
I don't know if he's
in
gonna pick
these
MF.
Caitlyn
I don't
games
think
we
so.
have seen
MF
thus
Jinx
far,
Ashe,
it's
it's
been
3
super
caster ADs.
successful
Is there any other
when
caster
we've
ADs open?
had either these jungle invades or just when she's been
They're
able
too
to
loud? Are they
take
too
down
loud?
that turret super
Sorry.
quickly because of her pushing power.
Kalista, you can't play Kalista into Caitlyn
we
and
see
Karma.
the
Caitlyn
Nico
Karma is
being
the
looked
hardest
at
winning bot lane in the game.
for
It is the
Anyone's
hardest winning
Legend.
bot
What
lane
this
in the
also
game.
does is it puts AL
Right
in a
now,
position
in
where
this-
they
in this
basically have
draft.
to pick bot lane, because otherwise
Yep.
you are going
Nico.
to have very little choice into one
They'll
of the
play one
most
of these
impressive
three.
2v2
Probably not
bot
Jinx
lanes
now. MF
that
or
are
Ashe.
available. The fact that this Galio could still theoretically be flexed between
Can they
top
pick Jarvan?
and mid, I think gives them
Is
a
it
little
crazy
bit
to go
of
Jarvan
leeway,
here?
but into Cade Karma, normally this is a strong 2v2, but the range advantage, I think, is going to be a big deal.
Yeah, the range advantage is huge. We do have the
Yeah,
MF
Caitlyn
coming
Karma
in.
is gonna be
Obviously,
absolutely
Galio and Nico, Nico in particular, do
brutal
have
here.
a lot of good setup for the MF.
Keen Sante.
Cassante, the Keen Sante.
Oh boy.
We're gonna see it.
Wow,
would be shocked
Gen G
if
want
they
to end
don't.
this.
No reason not to. Man has been
Gen G want to end
absolute
this
demon
series.
on this for, I want to say, like a year and a half
Chovy
now.
is dropping into Galio.
That's how long he's kind of been a demon.
Yeah. Okay, but
Chovy's
it's
dropping
a lot
into
more
Galio.
impressive now, okay? Everyone used to be
What
able
does
to be
Chovy
good
have?
at Cassante.
But he was
Let's think.
also really good. He was
He was
extra good.
He was always
Victor, kinda.
also really good. You got me there.
So
Asol.
Keen is going to get the Cassante up towards the top side. I also like it because it deals with a 2v1 pressure quite well, whereas Galio
Yone is
can struggle a
okay,
little
but
bit
I
with
feel
that.
like
Obviously only has the winds
with
of
their
war to
draft,
farm
they should just play an
up
80
from
jungler.
range and a magic shield,
Or
which isn't
Sejuani.
too powerful
So I guess Yone
into
could
a
kind of fit.
Caitlyn, unsurprisingly. Gen G now looking towards the
Camille
next
ban
back.
is great.
Camille is the removal, so they're thinking maybe this Galio is going to go into that mid lane. Camille obviously gives you a lot more backline threat, which they already have from the Nico.
Could ban
and from
Camille
the
Aatrox. What else is good in Cassante? Aatrox.
Necessarily expect
Most
to
champs
see
are
that
out.
coming out of Flandra, but
Towards Flandra.
I mean, it is a good, it's a great combo, right? Like it's an absolutely stellar combo.
Gen G could pick
I
jungle
can
here.
Potentially see Flandra going
And they could
for
last
it.
pick
This-
Smolder into
this
Galio.
iteration of
mid.
Flandra, not
That
as
would be-
much as prior iterations of Flandra necessarily.
That would be
We
disgusting.
do see the Nidalee taken out, which has been, this has actually
Zed
been a lot
ban.
more of a Flandra pick, but it's going to be banned out on the blue side by AL.
Good
and then
ban
we
against
see
Tarzan.
the respect
So for
being
80
paid
junglers
to
now, you're looking at
Tarzan,
Jarvan,
Zed with the Zed
Lee Sin,
removed by Gen G.
Both junglers, I think, really getting the respect they deserve.
Kindred.
Canyon's definitely is... Well,
I don't like
here's a
Caedrel
World's
for
Kid
either.
on it for a reason. Has just remained in his wheelhouse for the longest amount of time. I'm wondering if we're going to see
Yeah,
the lead to
Viego.
come through here after the game. He had on it before. Also means
Lee
that,
Sin Ben.
Also means that Chovy,
Does Lee Sin
will
Ben
be
open up
not
Jarvan
really
on
hamstrung
4?
in what he picks here. If they want to go on
Is
our
Jarvan on 4
expectations, they're
OP?
gonna pick a jungle pick for Canyon here, and then save that counter pick for Chovy. as we get towards the end of this draft.
Definitely makes the most sense to give Chovy a little bit of extra time. Kha'Zix is the hover currently for Canyon.
I don't know about that one, Canyon.
They brought it out against Xin Xiao, I remember, as it last year. But instead, actually looks like they're saving jungle for last. Silas locked in for Gen G.
Silas, fair enough.
Great ultimates to steal away. Bullet time, Pop Blossom, even the hero's entrance, very powerful. Anyone's Legend now rotating through their mid lane picks and obviously have, well, either top or mid and jungle left to lock in.
Yeah, we'll see where those picks end up going.
Smolder.
So we're going to see the Smolder coming through.
Is that Smolder top?
Really interesting.
That's a poetic justice there from Shanks. Picking the
Because surely you play Galio mid into Silas.
Melee matchup in mid, something that Chovy
Is
also
that
relied
Smolder
upon
top?
last year at Worlds. Very memorable game. Was able to then build an absolute
I feel like
monstrous,
Canyon is going to
lead
cook
very
something
early on. We're gonna
crazy
see
here.
if Shanks is going to be able to replicate that with his performance thus far.
Oh my god, Jarvan,
think that,
Smolder,
the
MF
expectations are
Nico.
definitely high, and
That
stacking
invites
is always gonna be a big
assassins.
threat, as there is a Jarvan here for Tarzan.
You have 4 targets.
Gross.
Yeah.
Like, that is such good lockdown. AoE CC into
Talon.
AoE damage. Gen G now looking towards jungle. Duro hovering the Talon, which would be a little bit of a shocker, I'll be honest, but does farm really well, has
No,
good ganks as well.
surely
And
not.
when you have lanes that are going to push, like this Caitlyn and
theory is
Karma,
OP, yeah.
you can play around them.
Chat,
Naviri
everyone adds if
instead,
you're
a
not VOD,
different
tier 1
AE
Twitch, I'm done
jungle,
with sub,
only
don't
won
want to
one
back to the
game
game start because
so far out of 5 here at MSI.
Yeah, I mean, we're full like circle gaming kind of from AL, right?
Where's
like,
my water?
As soon as they're able to
10
get
seconds.
down AoE, this ends up being a disastrous comp, but it is, they're gonna swap this, right? No?
Yeah, we're waiting. The timer is running out. It makes sense into the Cassante. You shouldn't be threatened realistically, but looking at the players, I think not what we were expecting, right? Flandre on 80 top here.
I mean, how do we
Is
qualify
it Smolder top? Yeah, I told
not
you.
what we were expecting, right?
There's
Because
makes no sense to take Smolder away from Xante and Galio away from
Flandra's
Silas.
defense, right? He's
It
kind
makes
of
no
always
sense.
been this player who does.
And I think it
look
makes sense
for
that
these
AL does
really
this because Gen
interesting,
G
top
likes to
lane
just wait.
counter picks.
So now
Thus
they have a
far
champ that is
this
good at
season,
waiting.
He has been much more of a like, okay, we're gonna put you on the Scion, we're gonna put you on the Warwick. Non-subscribers, we'll see you in 30 seconds. You don't have to listen to my Flandra history lesson. But when he first
But that's why they should subscribe.
Subscribe to hear me rant about Snake Flandra again. But like, he was known for these being on the cutting edge of like picks or builds that people hadn't discovered yet, but also just bringing stuff into the top that people weren't necessarily familiar with. I actually credit him with the tanky.
All right,
chase
we're in
build
game
that
and
we
we're
saw
running bot lane.
earlier this year.
We are running bot
and
lane, I see it.
additionally, when he first came in, he was playing the Kassadin as well in the top
Chat,
lane, which
no,
I
I
remember
don't
from him when
vape,
he was
it's
on
just
Snake.
chat
And now
baiting.
I will shut up about Flandra.
No, I want to continue about Flandre. Do you like it now?
And I don't
right
recommend
here, right now,
vaping
in the
either, it's
series with the
disgusting.
performance we've seen thus far, because that's
Every time
why
I walk
I'd be
past someone
worried. I
vaping,
think
it
that
smells like fucking
on a Galio,
shit.
it's so much easier to have a baseline level of efficiency. And even though I can see how this matchup will work, you just get to stack for free. Cassante really shouldn't be able to touch you at all.
Some dude next to me
The
in an
execution
internet
mid to
cafe
late
like
game,
6 years ago was
definitely a lot
blowing
more
the biggest
finesse.
fucking smoke clouds I've ever seen in my life, and I was
You
right
need
next to
make sure
him.
your positioning is
He was
absolutely
literally
on
like
point. And
fucking
there's always the
smoked
risk of
on
getting
B
too
right next to me.
V1'd in a lane swap,
He
right?
just
If your
sat there
tempo was
fucking
off,
like he's a chimney
it's
going
hard
crazy.
for Flandre to survive to a Karma and a Caitlyn pushing
It was
into
so
him
hard
as we
to
get
focus. It
into
smelled like
game
I don't know.
4. Anyone's Legends will defend their own jungle. You saw early wards coming out from Gen G down towards that bottom side, just trying to gain control. And this ward will be cleared out as Chovy placed it right in front of Anyone's Legend.
I'll never forget that. He was
Canyon up
fucking
towards the top side.
pumping
He's going to pass
clouds.
down towards bot. He's now tied 8th for the most ever international wins at
Chovy missed the chain.
94. He's passed Peanut, and he is tied with Ming. Obviously, will overtake Ming if he wins this game, which is very impressive overall.
He's playing
from the
Grasp
Gen G
Silas. Ew.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm super curious to see this from Flandra. Like this is to me in terms of like play style and thought, vintage Flandra, right? And it might not work, but I'm excited and kind of happy to see it, you know? We'll see how well he does in this lane, but like the other thing I do want to point out, so people don't think I'm ragging on him, I think Flandra is actually so smart about the game, right? And so we'll see what he's able to do on the Smolder pick.
Emily, I don't think anyone doubt your love for Flandre
I don't
first
think
and
anyone
foremost.
does at this point either.
I
They
think you're
probably
good.
just want me to shut up about it.
I do want to... No. Not going to get away with that. I do want to highlight, I think it's testament to AL as a team, right? And Tabe as a
Chobi's
coach,
trading
that despite
crazy.
the series he's at thus far, he's still getting the counter pick. He's still getting the opportunity to showcase
Chobi, you
what
good?
he can do, as
You're
we
looking
see
kinda
here
dead.
in the tri-lane view. A lot of early trading.
Shanks is level 3 already. Canyon's coming across though after doing 3 camps. Shanks has the Justice Punch.
Ooh,
So he can escape
a bit hard to
Canyon's
fight
clutches
that.
if he wishes. We'll get the push in and then just get a cheater recall off as Chovy farms underneath his tower.
WCS
So early
and
push
Chovy.
from Hope and Kyle as well. They were
Force
able
CS
to
up.
land some damage on Ruler and Juro, which forced them back a little
Force
bit. You can
CS
see
up.
Juro and Kyle have both used their heals already down towards that bottom side. No unsealed spellbooks
I'm
in
surprised
the
bot
game.
lane is this even.
So we are just going to stick
What
with
happened in
our
bot?
normal summoner spells for this match.
Ruler
But we do have to keep track of who's who
minus
with this
one.
Nico.
Ruler is
That's
only
true.
up a couple CS.
That is true.
And Hope's already
But
gotten
yeah,
a base.
obviously with Hope having to back, Juro and Ruler taking full control over the push in this lane, this can be such an oppressive lane.
If you are ever confused, by the way, because the spectator client says AL Hope, the one that's a little shinier is the Nico. I know that's a
Oh
little
my
bit
God,
hard to see
shiny!
sometimes, but that's the easiest way to see it. You can see
I
the
love
bottom Hope
shinies.
there, just a little bit more
Okay.
glistening
Snazzy.
than the top Hope, yeah.
They do look distinctly different.
Yeah.
I will still
A
get
shiny
100%.
Nico.
I'm gonna
That's
mess it up
okay,
at
yeah.
least once
times.
in this game.
Huh?
As right now, early laning phase
God, this smolder top is
not
scaling.
looking too crazy anywhere. The
Absolutely
only
scaling.
setup of runes I do want to highlight is that Chovy has gone in a melee versus melee matchup for Grasp. We also have Keen going for Aftershock, which obviously in a matchup where you're just not going to be able to stack Grasp, not going to get a lot of value out of that. So instead,
will get
just
a
go
lot of
for the
stacks
rune
this
where the
Smolder
baseline
on
value,
top.
whenever you're Chenki, still going to be
I'm
very
waiting
high.
for Genji
And
to
Flandre
swap
has had
into
control
Smolder
over
top and
this
play the
lane.
game.
This is kind of the matchup, right? And one of the reasons why you would end up picking this
Shanks playing
Smolder
well.
into the Cassante.
Aha, here
so
it
thus far
comes.
having
What if we
Cryo
put our
in
bot lane into
that
Smolder
lane
top?
for
Now how
AL.
is he going to lane?
And just a lot of attention,
He's
honestly,
not.
being paid to the mid lane. I guess, as expected, both junglers kind of pathing through, checking in on their mids. But this Galio generally having push.
I want to highlight though, Keen I think is trading as much as he can. The lane swap has already been executed by Genji. So
Is he
he's
trying to
gonna be able
freeze
to
the
keep
wave
the
for
wave here.
Ruler?
I'm sure that his bot lane can catch it. They are losing a decent amount of minions towards the bot side of the lane here. So Keen is going to first have to base, then TP. So that is a full wave being gone. And it looks like L should also be able to respond. We'll see if Ruler can get the cancel.
I don't know why
onto
King
Flandre.
did
would
that.
be
He
huge,
lost
but
so much
doesn't look
waves
like
in
it's gonna be
bot.
the case.
That's a lot of minions lost down
And the
towards
swap's
that
not even
bottom
gonna
side
work.
for Keen and for Genji. A 10 CS lead for Flandre up towards that top side. Ruler slightly ahead as well. It's
Chat,
to be
reset,
expected. Caitlyn
reset,
Coleman
everyone
does just
reset, everyone
control the
PPX
lane
reset.
Really well. The extra range and the
Are we good?
potential from them means that it's going to be hard for Hope and Kyle to stay on an even keel in terms of CS numbers at least.
It's also Keen after 2
You're a
characters. Like,
fucking
okay,
breeder.
stay in the lane a little bit longer, drop that wave.
Okay,
Ruler
Kenyon's
needs
on
his lane
Drake. He
position
should get it.
in a spot that works, and it makes sense. You are playing with this comp for this Karma as well as this Caitlyn. Tarzan's on his way toward that lane as well.
We also do see that Canyon has first rotation and very early control of this Drake, so Genji will be picking that up very, very early on in this game. Start that Drake stacking super early, right off of that lane swap.
Tarzan's still here.
Snuck behind them. Duro and Ruler, though, should be able to
Oh,
walk away. Good
that
route
route
onto
was
Duro means that
clutch.
Tarzan can just
That
wait
was
out
such
the
a
flag
clutch
and drag
route by
combo.
Kale.
Duro the first to fall. Tarzan looks for a little bit more, but can't quite catch out Ruler.
Nice Tarzan's
I really
patience
think
pays
they
off
inted
in
their
that top
Genji
side.
bot lane. They had to play the weak
Trading,
side while
knowing
Nefiri was
who
clearing
was on
Drake
the
and
bot
camps.
side, Genji
Have to
taking
just not
down
walk up.
that first Drake again.
Was the wave
So,
frozen or
again,
what? Why are they
nice
walking
little
up?
cross-map play coming out of AL.
And there, Duro, good call not using the flash, was definitely dead, but it was the knowledge that
They knew Jarvan was
you
there.
know Tarzan's going to stick around. He's not doesn't have anything to do on the other end of the map. You just got the dragon, and we can see
This
lack of
Smolder
vision
is
as
getting
Tarzan
really
continues
like,
to move around. He was the one that picked
I don't
up
know,
that
he's
kill.
just fucking
I think that's the
chilling.
only-
And when
if it's
Smolder's
possible to
chilling,
use one of your
bad
bot laners,
news.
particularly in a 2v2 this tough, it would have been good.
He's no longer chilling. He
Flandre
lost
has
his
to
flash.
away from the Intofos.
Yep, and this is a little bit where it could start getting dangerous, right? With the with the Cassante, level 6 now.
It's Keen
the
Sante.
power that brings to his kit.
He absolutely carries on that champ.
You know, Flandra's going to have to watch himself a little bit more now.
I wonder if we'll see Tarzan going down towards that bottom side.
As we do.
Yeah, there he is. He was just finished his clear, has a red buff up in a couple of seconds time, so he's just going to clear out the ward in the Tribush. Grub's up in 30 seconds. Both the top laners, well, only one of the top laners actually with TP. It's Flandra, so if they do want to fight around it...
Does the loser of this play G2? No,
yeah,
brother,
G2
is already at the airport.
Right? Like they have good vision, even with this
the loser of this plays
from Gen G pushing in.
The winner
they were actually able to get
Koi
mid lane
and
prio off of this,
CFO.
and Galio is headed topside as well.
Yes, we do have Keen not having his teleport available. Flandre does have his Smolder this early on, especially with only Swifties. I think most of the value just in the ultimate, so would not seem super likely that he's going to make his way over unless Gen G really hard contest.
I wonder if Gen G feel a little bit pressed for time in this draft.
Because, as noted, Gen G did pick up a very early Drake, and even a single Grub, I think they'll be happy with him because of the topside prior that they got.
It's Rod of Ages, Grasp Sylas. Is he going to do damage this game?
6, so he has the Pop Blossom if he wants to go for the fight. Switches
oh,
Tarzan,
whoa.
There's a Hero's Entrance as well as they look for Ruler.
Oh, whoa. Oh, wait, Ruler got out.
Able to dodge away from it with a Hound's Pursuit, though. Ruler forced up
what? They got out there?
One Grub already secured for anyone's legend. They'll take the second, and they will take
I'm not gonna lie, looking at the way these fights go, I think Gen G's kind of cooked this game.
Exactly
Sylas has got no damage.
Chovy going in onto
like he's doing no damage.
Okay,
they get a kill. Big.
So
he's gonna have to do damage for a while. Cassante is just giving stacks over, and the Caitlyn Karma are not that far ahead.
Looks good. Yes. They are
it doesn't matter if he kills Nico. I'm still convinced.
Steal away one of the Grubs. They force summoners out of both Canyon as well as Ruler, and the initial play looks good, but Gen G find the punish on the exit.
And this is exactly what I like to see from these two teams,
Flandre.
right? Like going back and forth.
I need to see what happens there.
Goes in on to Ruler, he gets out. Thinks he gets out, but then Kyle is there, and then he has to flash out of the backside. And then as we see them cleaning up these 3 Grubs, Flandre might be in trouble.
Doesn't have flash, remember. Joe's going to look for the chains. TP coming in on called. The ace in the hole won't be enough to kill off the Smolder. So this TP is just going to be able to defend the push in from Gen G.
TP from Shanks means that Flandre stays safe, but they are keeping this
Flandre TP's top, and then he keeps milking, I guess.
To be another TP invested from Flandre towards the top side, which means that Gen G, when this next dragon spawns in about a minute,
has MF been farming this game? I guess she just hasn't.
Flandre not having a way to stop
she just
has
not been farming.
And if Gen G can, at what will be like 11 minutes, already get to a 2 Drake lead, AL might be forced in some fights that, particularly with a Smolder, you don't necessarily want to take.
Yeah, Gen G could have some really good setups with AL kind of waiting for that Smolder to fully stack, to fully come online. Taking that early Drake was actually crucial for them because it does force AL to note the timers. Like that was, I believe, the earliest Drake we've seen taken in this series.
For Tarzan.
So yeah, really, really nice.
I think Canyon should have his item in base after Krugs.
They can get vision down there and kind of force AL to either give it up, which starts their Drake stacking really, really early, or force AL to fight when they might not have proper itemization or Smolder stacks.
Yeah, something you can do when you have an AD carry that is in such a dominant position in the 2v2, right? Like Hope is at 82 CS to Ruler's 114. That is essentially 5 waves of minions that Ruler has been able to pick up in this early game that Hope hasn't had access to.
I mean, Chovy is missing everything, but he's also unkillable.
Towards the Collector, has the serrated Dirk and a pickaxe right now.
Good use of the phase rush there from Shanks, using the ability to dodge out of Chovy's counter trade. We have Chovy sitting on the components, but not yet. His Rod of Ages finished. Canyon, though, he is sitting on that Shojin.
What beats scaling?
Tarzan
Dragons.
is still decently ahead. They're both at 1 item spikes, both sitting on boots, and Neferi in these fights, if not dealt
Ruler
with,
is
can really
not
take
that strong right now, though.
With the reset.
And we see Chovy TPing down to this bot side. Keen's TP is up while Flandre's is down for this Drake fight. So Keen can join.
Poke.
While Flandre can't, and they're just taking so much damage.
The ace in the hole took about half of Kyle's HP as anyone's legend do try and wrest some control over this river.
Galio hovers
Smolder
for vision.
Down from top.
So Chovy's gonna fast push bot, I think. Chovy always loves to push one wave before an objective.
Now you see Gen G immediately peel off. They don't need to do anything because Keen is going to be pushing this wave in top. Chovy's just pushing the wave in bot. For Gen G, it's fine to slow play this.
And this is exactly what we were talking about. This
Ruler
is
needs
the
to
power
not get
that
caught.
getting that super early Drake gave them, and then potentially forcing AL to kind of choose whether they want to contest this at potentially a disadvantageous spot.
Look at that ward, the TP.
TP immediately. AL will back away. They know they can't do anything here.
AL can't fight this early. They
taunt,
need
so
stacks
go
on
on to
Smolder.
Chovy.
They don't really have frontline.
On Hope,
What, is Keen Sante just kills Hope? What? What? How did he get Hope?
Finds the all out that
How does he
wanted,
die on
and
mid-wave?
Hope
Yeah?
goes down.
And that's a
Leave
big
me.
mistake from Hope. I'd love to see, again, a little bit more of the setup on that. Just looked like he was caught out of position in the mid lane as they were backing off that Drake fight.
How did he get caught there?
Potentially could have been maybe getting control of the mid wave, right? And then also allowing Flandre to push on this top side kind of turns into Gen G being able to shove this wave in mid, getting the kill, getting the Drake, and being able to completely reset on the map.
And if you thought that that ultimate from Ruler did damage now, it's an Infernal Rift, so we are going to be looking towards an Infernal
It's just Gen
Soul.
G slowly
Now
winning
AL,
again. I think
when
the
it comes
first
to the
game they
goal,
really
still
woke up
barely
and realized
behind.
how
It's
to
more
win
so
games.
about the fight they might be forced into, because I think as strong as this composition is,
Just
looking
relax.
at what they have, right, there is so much AoE CC.
AL
but
hasn't
you
really
do
been able to
need
play their
be
psycho
able to
game.
actually get onto the objective.
This is
get
another
onto
game where
the
they would
river.
love to do it.
And Gen G,
Jarvan,
if they are the
Galio,
ones,
MF Nico,
and you
just
have to
go
walk through the
fight
choke point to get to
AoE,
them,
one-shot everyone.
It gets really hard. If Gen
And let
G
Smolder
ever
be the
has
late
to
game insurance.
try and get through choke, obviously they won't
Gen
be
G
able to
again
do so.
will just
It's
sit
also,
there.
who is tanky enough
And
on anyone's
wait
legend to survive through Ruler
for
or
Dragon.
a few times?
Yeah.
Like, you have a double haunting
And they will
guy Shanks.
dance.
Tarzan has Sundered Skyburst. Flandre is never going to be tanky on this Smolder.
And we've seen so many great Caitlyn performances. A lot of them have come off, again, these invades. We still remember on
Chovy damage is non-existent right now with these items.
That set up Elk on that
runes.
pick as well. However,
just doesn't
one thing
exist.
I also want to point out is
He's
the
getting a lot of
Smolder
grasp
stack
stacks, though.
timing now that we are
But I don't know
just
if-
past 14 minutes.
What do you
Flandre
build
is at
after this? You
125,
fucking build
like,
Cosmic Drive or what?
This is the exact average, 1454 for the 125. So he's slightly ahead in terms of split 2 and MSI
Oh yeah,
combined.
Riftmaker, of course.
And I do think that if Flandre reaches that point, target selection for Gen G is actually pretty
I guess
tough.
Chovy's slowly getting him
Because
down.
Unless they get a flank, they don't really have great engage. It's really more about the poke that they can set up, the area control.
Herald's up in 10.
And unless Keen somehow finds a way onto that Smolder,
Is it a Herald
outside the
fight
canyon
for Gen
jumping
G?
in or Chovy
I mean, Ruler's on
finding
one
some
item.
crazy chains, it should be relatively easy
Keen
for
is tanky.
AL to then sit back and just poke with that Smolder Q.
Helps with clearing out the wolves that Canyon will be summoning as well with the Super Scorcher Breath. They're still trying to stack
The
up. I think
Super
the
Scorcher
average
Breath.
225 is about 23 minutes,
Yep.
if I remember correctly.
22:59.
Yeah, the Aurora build is
So,
normal, chat. Don't
Flandre,
worry about it.
now that he's hit that
Very normal.
125 mark, is going to be able to farm up these waves a little bit quicker.
That's going to be right about if Gen G get the next Drake when we're at the soul fight. So that is going to be... might end up
Aurora
being
Galio, sorry,
what the
fuck
game
my
revolves
life.
around.
I
AL, though, setting up this
I
objective.
think it's because
Shanks is
Aurora
setting
always
up
builds
from
this as well.
mid.
Canyon trying to get in for the steal. There's the eye there for him as well. Could use that with the smite. Tarzan will secure
Ooh,
it.
lands on
Blossom
Ruler,
on the
but
backline. Ruler with a cleanse, but
the
he's
tip of the
caught
MF
by
ult
the
isn't
strangled
hitting.
thorns. The engage
Shanks
as well with a
flash.
flash taunt. Keen getting
has
chased
flash.
away by Flandre. But he will manage to survive. Rifthold picked
I
up
hate it
by
when
anyone's
players do this. I hate it. Chovy drops
TP,
bot
but they didn't
and
want to
runs
use it,
there
so instead
to mid,
AL get everything
so
they
he's
wanted as well
too
as the
late to join the
Suns
fight,
of the bot lane of Gen G.
but also isn't
Yeah,
pushing
the
bot.
Sums and Shanks
I hate it when
just
players do that.
just
Just fucking
barely
TP in and
missed
fight
in
or
catching
stay bot.
Ruler as well on the
Don't do
backside
both.
of that fight, but now they're just going to pop this Herald in the mid lane, get extra damage.
Because I think that
this
players
mid
run
turret,
halfway and they're like, oh,
take
it's kind
down
of
this
useless to
crab on
TP
the
now.
top side.
And with those Sums not being available, Duro in particular is so susceptible to Tarzan as Gen G's looking to fight.
Tarzan's being really greedy here. Chovy has stolen away the Cataclysm,
He didn't have
but
TP.
a good make it rain
If his
from
TP's
Hope
not
will
up, then
slow them down enough.
they either have
Tarzan
to
going
wait and he has
back
to
in
move,
towards Chovy.
or they just have to push
The
bot
flank
and
position
give.
as well from Shanks
Oh
is
my
not
god,
the best.
Keen,
He's
how did he have
knocked back
Q3?
and taken out. Gen G claimed the field of warfare. Cataclysm flashed away by Hope as well. As in
Big.
the end, AO just a little bit too greedy, staying around for
Yeah,
that
everyone's
skull
gonna press
grab.
B and
A little
send it
bit
to
too
Drake
greedy
now.
for the crab.
In the case that Chovy
ends
didn't
up
have
getting that
TP,
J4 ult
then he either has
off
to
of
fast push
Tarzan,
bot and
which is
stay
huge. Hope ends up
with
having
2
to
grub.
blow his
They don't have any
flash,
grubs actually, 0
which is
grubs.
going to be big for the
I
next
got
time
beat
they
by
have to
flowers.
fight.
Or he has to move and they have to
Again,
back
these
up a bit.
little incremental advantages that Gen G
And give
are
Herald play for the
getting
fight.
both on the map and in these fights are crucial.
Gotta say though, going to the next fight, AL will still be able to contest, and without
But at
the
least they managed to get
summoners
some
on
space.
both the bot laners for Gen G, the
Now
value
Chovy has
of that
TP, so now
cataclysm
Chovy can base some TP in if he
so
needs
much
to.
higher, right? There are, as
And
we've
Shanks
highlighted,
doesn't,
so
and
many
Shanks is
circles
going
for
top
AL
20
that you gotta
seconds before
deal
Drake.
with.
He has a
There
global,
is
but
both Kyle,
Gen G
Shanks,
can play a
as
little bit
well as
fast here.
Tarzan that are going to be looking to get access to that
All they have to do
backline,
is
and while
push
the
mid with
front end
Caitlyn
of
right
Gen G
now.
can easily deal with it. If Duro ever gets clipped by any of those, he just ends up going down, and you can see Gen G.
Uh-oh, double
They
Galio ult.
do have prio,
It's
as would be
Worlds all over
expected.
again.
They want to get this soul point right here,
Can
right now.
Tarzan steal it?
Chovy with the teleport in the top side, whereas Shanks does not have one. So Gen G will have a man advantage if this fight begins. The hero's entrance stolen away as well gives some more protection to
Base from
Ruler and
Chovy.
Juro if they're jumped on. Shapesplitter goes forward, spots it out. Looks like Chovy's actually going to be stopped by Shanks. Get it.
TP
He's
behind
TPing
from Chovy.
behind them right now.
But he has
Shanks on his
Galio
way
ult, so it doesn't
down,
really
has the hero's
matter.
entrance, the Dragon down to 5,000 HP.
Will be spotted.
TP coming across, as you say, Chovy spotted.
The smite.
Shanks looking for it. Tarzan goes in. There's a hero's
Double
entrance.
Galio ult.
There's a mob, and that's the one.
Crazy good engage from AL.
That anyone's
What is
legends
Gen G
were
doing?
looking for. Keen goes all out, dashes forward onto Hope, and
Keen
will
gets
get the kill.
one.
He'll fall forward.
Gets a
Good on
triple
Topuz
knock,
with a
quadra
three-man knock-up, but only Canyon and Chovy stay
How did
standing.
Ruler get engaged on?
Really, really nicely done from AL, and you see the power
Gen G,
of these ultimates.
I just
when
realized
they're
Gen G is
combined.
fighting the
They
Drake
see Chovy
with no
coming
flash on
in
Caitlyn
the flank,
Karma.
and that
No
is
flash.
the go button.
All right,
As
we're
soon as
sipping
Shanks
coffee.
is able
This
to
might go to
in,
5.
They end up cleaning up that Drake, and that's huge. They stop this early Drake stacking.
They have
from
no
Gen G.
flash on
It's
Caitlyn
also,
Karma,
as we kept saying, it's both
and they're
Ruler
fighting
and
this
Duro getting caught.
against
They
Nico
don't have a way
Jarvan,
out of
MF.
this. The CC
Was?
and damage train is beautiful, and despite Keen getting a kill on the back end here, it just doesn't matter.
I mean, it was
because
pretty
they're
easy engage
two
for the
damage there, or
Jarvan.
one of the damages, one of the characters that allows him to just sustain throughout the fight, absorb that damage, isn't there. That's a really big win. Allows you to maybe hit that possible smaller break point, and the gold lead now in favor of AL.
Yeah,
Your
and this
coffee's
is also
lukewarm
what
now,
we
it has
talked
ice
about with
cubes
this
in it,
AL
bruh.
composition and having these two massive damage dealers, right? And you not only have to worry about getting onto Hope, but you also have to worry about getting
Cassante.
onto Flandra, who was actually the person who ended up doing the
Bro, I
most
really
damage
wish
in
we could
that
hear the
team
crowd
fight for
louder.
anyone's
Apparently,
legend.
You can see what the Wombo combo
some
does
other
there. Like
Yeah,
223 damage combined from the
like
Caitlyn, who was
Tolkien apparently
1,000
has
gold
the
ahead,
crowd
and the
very
Karma
loud
as well.
because he has no
It's,
casters.
Exactly what anyone's legends want to do in these team fights. With Gen G now having their summoners on the way back up, it is going to be harder, obviously, for them to do it, but anyone's legends will just be happy that they've delayed the game a little bit, have stopped that soul stacking. Chovy getting chunked out by Shanks, who uses the phase rush to dodge his way away.
And that delay is huge because, again, it allows Flandra to creep ever closer to this 225 smolder stack point that we're all incredibly familiar with. And it just allows them to kind of reset and not give Gen G as much control over this map.
That said, I do think as we get to the really late stages of the game, everyone else on Gen G feels a lot better than their counterparts, and it will just revolve around Flandre, right? Because a Caitlyn on multiple items, a Sylas that has the incredible, both an incredible amount of EP as well as ability haste, and Neferi as well as Cassante in those fights, I think you're going to be feeling good about as possible picks.
Chovy goes in, they're going to go for the fight. The flash away
Chovy.
for the follow-up. The taunt comes out and Chovy is locked in.
Can they
the
get
pit.
Atakan? The answer, I think, is no. Galio is easily ready to TP in there.
Yeah, they can't, not with that pick onto Chovy in the side lane. And again, nicely done from AL, recognizing that Gen G want to start up that Anakan, want to leverage the pressure of Chovy in this side lane, immediately finding that pick onto him.
Canyon's going to jump the wall here. They're going to look for Flandre if they can find him. Canyon eviscerates
this
across.
doable?
Flandre is going to flash underneath the
Looks
tower.
like it. Does he have Mom?
Is still very healthy. Does have to burn
Get
that
his
flash
flash.
to get away.
But they also get Keen's flash. I think he was looking for more.
No
if
flash
you're able
smolder.
to get the ult off before the flash, you can still drag him back, kind of get the snapback there, but they're not able to find it. Flandre not having his flash available is nice, but still think AL are feeling great about the position that they're in as Gen G may be looking to again start up this Otacon, but with this many people in the area, don't think that it's going to be anything more than a feint.
Yep.
Does Genji have damage? Like,
for anyone's legend, the only thing you're
I don't think they have
early game is the fact
any
that
damage
Tarzan's
to
the one
work
that's
with.
got all the kills. 4-0-1 on this Jarvan. Does have a 1.5k gold lead, but obviously Jarvan,
Like,
as the game
I
goes
think
on,
they just get
falls off
clicked
a
on
little
and they
bit.
die.
Chovy caught out again as Flanders looking for the chase. He can just dash across the wall. There's the Cataclysm though.
Tarzan is
Tarzan. Hero's
smurfing.
entrance there for the
Great
follow-up,
timing.
and
Chovy
has no
caught
flash to
again.
escape.
Very rare from
Chovy
Chovy
falls
to
for
get
the second
caught
time
again
in
like
this
that.
game.
And Chovy has had a relatively muted series, but in this game, he's straight up just getting targeted down by his ex-teammate. Back-to-back plays now from Tarzan, picking off, and there is no cross-map available
Infinity
for Gen
Edge
G
on
the other
Ruler,
end.
sure, but I feel like he needs
Consolation prize,
LDR
They were actually able to take out that tier
and an
1
attack
in
speed item,
the
and
top
then he's
side,
strong.
right?
I don't know
So
if he's that strong right now.
That will be good for Genji. Again, if you get this Caitlyn up against a turret, she's just
I think he's just
going to
get full sent flashed on by
Ruler also
everyone.
now with the IE finished. Once that third item comes in, the Caedrel is only become a bigger problem. They have a good amount of damage here. It looks like AL, people are on the way, but I don't know if they're really in position right now. Not that much
Genji
damage
Atakan
just yet,
rush.
but with the TP from Chovy.
I swear, these
up
the
towards
Asian
this,
teams
but
are
I
so
really don't
good
think he's
at
going
just
to. He's running down towards
Atakan
bot
dead.
side. AL yet to contest it. It's down to
gone.
8,000. Yeah, I think it's just gone. Good call from Genji to sneak this one away. Pings come out from Tarzan as he spots that this is happening, but he can't get in range to get the smite off, and Genji pull off a heist.
Great recognition of the fact that AL are kind of resetting on this map.
They're
right?
trying to cross the
really,
Drake and
really
fight it
nicely
as well.
done from Genji. That is a big counter punch that, again, is now going to delay the game a little bit in their favor after
Ooh.
Chovy gets caught out.
225.
That's the stacks right there for
or
Flandre.
235 rather, but he
245
has
hit.
he has the proc.
AL must have thought that Genji were going to overload the bottom half of the map to fight for this dragon. Genji catching them off guard, but it's AL that has
So the
control of
Smolder has
river.
hit a
Look at
breaking
Flandre.
point.
His damage, I think, going to be pivotal in these fights.
Doesn't have flash though, nor does Keen, nor does Chovy. Everyone else on the map has that summoner available. Keen has snuck into this bush, but AL begin to wrest control back in their favors. Keen knocked into the wall, ace in the hole is going to hit onto
Keen?
Hope. The taunt going out onto
Does he
that
have the base
Cassante.
TP?
Canyon almost jumped on by Tarzan,
He
but good
does.
Abyss will get him away. Keen has TP, so he can
I
base
feel like
and
AL
get back
runs
into the
over
action.
Genji in fights right now.
As we see, clearing out vision.
They need.
there's a
Genji can win if they get the right angle.
aggressive.
And you
Pop Blossom onto
oh,
Ruler. Tarzan
right on top
there
of
for the
Ruler.
follow-up.
He lives though. He lives. That's the exact angle Genji needs now.
Keep Ruler alive. Keen goes in with the all-out.
Oh, the taunt from
Pulling
Shanks is
Tarzan
good.
back
Where's
into the
Canyon?
team. Canyon looking
Oh, he's looking for Flandre.
He'll go in with the house, but Super Keen's already dead.
No damage.
Durolo as well. The
Yeah,
Hero's
they're
entrance
completely
countered
owned in
by
fights. They
Shanks
don't have
as he
damage.
dashes forward. Chovy
Genji
down,
do
Ruler
not
and
have
Duro
damage.
Canyon, the only three left alive.
And Canyon was waiting, but to what end? AL, they weren't thinking about going back. Flandre not looking to retreat
Two dragons
to the safety
apiece,
of
so
the
they can
jungle.
still
Instead,
keep
they were just
scaling
playing
Genji if they
forward.
want. But scaling
And
into
even
what?
when
That's a
he
Smolder
did
top
end up
lane.
going on to Flandre, Shanks is there to help protect him, right? Which is absolutely massive from him as we see how this fight started with the TP coming in and Kyle with a pop blossom right onto Ruler.
It's crazy as Ruler doesn't have to flash here. He just ease out. I thought, okay, he has flash up, but
stay in the brush.
everyone on AL is so tanky.
He's not that tanky. So without any
Everyone
threat,
on AL
the
is a
rest of
tank.
AL just pushes onto the enemy back
Apart
line.
from the MF, I guess, yeah.
Means a lot to anyone's legend, obviously. It's not
AL
an
have big
elimination
patience in.
series, but taking out the LCK #1 seed would be huge for AL. But Genji, still only a couple of good team fights away from taking this series, getting back into control. What AL are doing really well is stopping Ruler from actually being able to have any impact in the fights. Like, even if he avoids the first engage, there's then Jarvan EQ again. There's Kyle going in with a Pop Blossom. There's a Cataclysm. There's Shanks. There's so many tools for anyone's legend, and there's not enough damage on the rest of Genji to really be a threat.
And by contrast, I think Shanks on this Galio has done a really good job of helping protect. Again, you saw it in that fight on the back half of it when they tried to get onto Flandre. And that's absolutely massive. Not only having two damage dealers that you really have to target, but also the power of Galio to protect him.
He's also gone for a very aggressive build, right? Like, it's not the Hollow Radiance that we so often see. It's Leandris, Riftmaker as well, so he is a actual threat to the backline. And
Okay.
Chovy just now hitting the 10 stacks. Riftmaker as well, but he's been unable to have an impact in this game on a pick that normally...
What ult does Chovy take? I guess he has to just take Nico ult and counter-engage. And then hope Ruler does everything. I mean, there's not that much armor on AL. But Ruler needs
great positioning in the fights as well.
a couple more items to be OP as fuck.
Should be able to get
Smolder.
away from this
Hola.
one. Goes all
Hola.
out onto
Me llamo
Shanks.
Smolder. Hola.
Look at the damage Keen takes.
Oh
Oh my god, slam dunk, there it is. Straight dive by AL. Wrap it up, take the Baron and clean it out, and let's go to 5.
Canyon trying to escape Chobi so late on the TP, but Canyon's already
Clean it
down,
up and let's go to 5.
There's a Baron available for AL.
This Smolder pick from Flandra is absolutely
It's been great.
showing up
It's been absolutely great, this Smolder pick.
I owe him an apology. I think you owe him an apology as well,
yeah, you're in the clear. It's all on me here, Emily, as AL looking to take Baron and bring us to the promised game number... Well, actually, he didn't promise, but game number 5!
The game number 5 I wanted,
I don't know,
but
grasp Rod of Ages Silas. It just does sound fucking useless.
I mean, these are two really good teams. It's been amazing to watch them trade blow for blow, especially in this game. Here, Keen tries to go all out. Shanks, again, this combination of Shanks and Flandra with the rest of AL coming up. Pop Blossom gets right onto Ruler, and once Ruler is out, it takes out
Tarzan is having such a good game. Big shout out to Tarzan. As much as you can see the flashy stuff from everyone else, Tarzan is playing very, very, very good. He's also got a super hard jungle matchup. Jarvan versus Neferi is not easy.
Something insane to happen for them to deny AL the game number 5, 2 Drakes. The third Drake certainly with the Rebel Burn probably still going on for 2 more minutes, going to AL. And that is 3 Infernal Drakes with the possibility of Assault, if the game even lasts that long, because these fights, very one-sided.
Over an 8,000 gold lead for anyone's Legend. Almost 300 stacks as well on the Smolder. Obviously 225 is the mark that we always talk about, but the damage increases the more stacks you get on that champion. Tarzan and Hope just stealing away as much of this jungle as possible.
It's over.
And Genji
It's a 9k gold lead.
Their jungle is not
after
their
this
own
bot tier
anymore.
2.
They do have
Mid tier 2
items
is
on
1
Chovy,
HP.
3 items on Ruler.
And they will take Drake
Canyon
for
is
soul points,
strong.
right? Triple
Black
Infernal
Cleaver,
Dragon.
Spear of Sojin is a lot,
Triple
but
Infernal
they are just
Dragon.
all so far in the hole when you look at their respective counterparts on AL.
He's strong, but this Neferi pick has not been able to have the impact that Genji would have wanted. By contrast, Tarzan has absolutely controlled the pace of this game, as we see the siege potential of this team coming out from
10k gold
both
lead,
Hope and
10.5k gold
Shanks
lead.
Cleaning up that tier
Holy
2
fuck, we're
in
actually
the
gonna get
mid.
silver scrapes.
And they're
Genji
just gonna
AL,
kinda
what a blessing.
Go back and forth between these lanes.
Anyone's Legends are just
I really
walking.
wonder what
They're
the
just
draft's gonna look
walking
like.
menacingly at
What
Gen
the
G,
fuck
and
does the
they're
draft
having
look
to
like?
retreat. Flandre looking for the inhibitor here down towards the bottom side. Will be able to secure it with the Baron buff up for another wave. AL could go for double inhibs.
The games are quite slow though, but I'm hoping the last game is just absolute mayhem.
And AL could even be looking if they get a pick or 2
AL
for the
found a
end
lot
there
of
with
good
the Baron
windows
buff.
this game.
Still on for a little bit longer. TP
I think
comes in. They
Yone
wanna
is
keep
really
this
broken
pressure
for the last
going.
game.
Using the shape splitter as well to eat those cupcake. The
Chovy
Yordle
goes in, but it's
Snapchat.
GG.
Chovy goes in. Pop Blossom is going to
They
land
don't
here.
have
As
any
Edge's there for the
damage.
follow-up, but the bullet
0
time.
damage.
Hope untouched.
They
just
made Hope
melts
use barrier,
through.
and he's still full health.
Genji, Ruler and Juro, the only 2 left alive here. AL, do they have the waves to push in?
I think they do. They're going to try. They have a grub.
Okay, 5 games. Genji gets blue side if they want it. I don't know how good blue side is in game 5 though.
Is too far away, so that tower actually gets a bit tankier. There's a wave coming in bot side, and it should be there in time. Still 30 seconds before any reinforcements arrive for Genji. Anyone's Legends strike back in game 4 and will take us
Big
to
hit,
Silver
very
Scrapes.
big hit.
The silver scrapes we all wanted.
Very, very
#1
big
seed
hit.
versus of LPL versus #1 seed from LCK. We got to see so much here.
All right,
Tarzan
what does the
controlling
draft
pace
look
of the
like for
game.
game
Shanks
5? What does
having
it look
a
like?
phenomenal Galio game. Flandra being vintage Flandra, pulling out this top lane counter pick.
And how much
Smolder
Lila can we get?
absolutely dazzling
Because
with
champs
it.
like Nidalee and Xayah are
I'll
very
wait to see what
dangerous
game
champs in
5
game
is gonna
5
bring.
for
I think
Genji.
this game also in draft bringing us a couple of curveballs.
Nidalee,
including
Xayah, Lee
what was
Sin,
gonna go where.
these are champions you do not want to give
Flandre
Genji
coming
in a
up
game
huge
5.
here in game number 4. And with Fearless especially, I can't wait to see what is going to be cooked in those drafts.
Timo into Vayne top. That's what I'm calling it.
Yeah.
Canyon was a little bit invisible this game, yeah.
Play it, but what a performance from AL to bounce back. You talked about it a lot, Emily. Neither of these teams are a team that's going to tilt. They're both very able to reset, get ready for the next series. And as we reset and get ready, we're going to hand it over to the analyst desk, where I'm sure Raz has something controversial to say.
Let it rip, Raz!
Come on! Man, I love Flandre. He's the best top laner in the tournament. No, that's the controversial point. That's just not it. I don't even believe it. But what's so fun about Flandre is that, like, when he started his career, it was off the back of, like, Fizz AP top lane, like AD LeBlanc.
Oh yeah,
top.
Flandre Sejuani top.
Thinking of something.
I would say
Crack-induced. Insane. Like, legitimately, he would try all these crazy things. And I feel like this year, he's bringing a little bit
my
of it
mouse
back.
doesn't work.
In placements, he was bringing back, like, the Vladimir counter picks. And then now we're starting to see, I mean, sure, Smolder AD top lane into Cassante has been picked before. But, like,
I think
that's
Yo
not what
Nidalee
you
can be
expected
broken.
from Flandre coming into this tournament.
Absolutely
Ari's
not,
pretty
but
broken.
That is going to bring us to
Lee
game 5,
Sin
which
pretty
is all
OP.
I wanted,
Yes.
honestly, with a series like this. And it all
Sejuani
started
can be good.
with Tarzan and how he set up the pace in the early game.
It certainly did, and these team fights, and
Is
and
Kalista
Tabe cooking
open?
with the tools that are available to him. I mean, to
All
create
right.
these big wombo combos. So we're gonna take a look at one of them. Let's see,
Oh, I
is this
think
the
Kalista
first
can
one
be
by
deadly.
Dragon where they all blew up, or the second? Let's play it.
There's been so many of them.
But I don't know what
they
AD
drafted
carries
so many of
supports
these
are in.
big AoEs. You mentioned, yes, the Smolder into the Cassante on top side, but look at how many forms of engage
Is
they
Lucian
had.
Nami in
Okay,
it?
this
Is right.
the second one. And Kael starts it out, Tarzan follows it up, and they have so many forms of engage. Now the Galio comes in to try and save, but Keen on the front line trying to gain that distance, and they just lock him up again.
This is like the LPL Classic, by the way, like the Jarvan Galio 2017.
The one thing I
Team
don't
WWE, that
want to
kind of
happen
thing, where it's like you are
is I
forced
don't
to
want
teamfight against
Gen
them,
G to
especially
go
if
into
you're
game
playing
5
Caitlyn Karma. It's
and
really
1-2
difficult to
Victor.
play against,
Like, I
so
just need
this
that
is something
not
they
to
came
happen.
in with. You're talking about Tabe
Please
cooking.
don't
Tabe's
happen.
cooking with something from the past, and also wanting to point out that, like, not only did Tarzan really have an impactful team fight, 100%
I really hope they don't do
like,
that.
He was really active at the beginning of the game. Ganked topside when they had swapped, like, made it so his bot lane was able to, like, push back against the
Nah,
Caitlyn
Nocturne's out,
Karma
Azir is out.
menace. There's so much this team is doing that pushes them now into game 5, where sure, like, a few people would have expected it, but they're looking strong, man.
I was a bit worried to see most of the kills on Tarzan, honestly, and not so much on the rest of the carries. But when you have a composition like this with so many big ults, so many things that can well combo together, I feel like whatever Gen G was
Flandre
trying
top
to
damage, baby.
throw at them wasn't
Top lane,
working. Look
top
at the
lane
damage
Smolder,
dealt.
W.
Like, Gen G's comp did nothing.
Yeah, Flandre is undefeated on the Smolder, his second game of it in his career, and picking it into the Keen Sante. Really nicely done here.
Yeah, and like, especially when you throw the gauntlet, B1 Galio, and you're like, okay, well, what are we gonna pick against it? Like, a lot of the, to be fair, a lot of the picks that you'd want to play into it, like Trundle and stuff, are already taken away within the series. So it makes it a little bit more safer. But some of the lane matchups, I was like, okay, well,
Sorry, it's Jason.
am not
It is right.
super confident in. But I thought it was gonna be going Galio top because he's played Galio top before. So that, I think that was kind of the switch up that I'm not sure if Gen G was aware of.
And that's what we wanted, honestly. Seeing AL going back to those heavy team fight comps that can create action right from the early game, because when you look at game 1 and game 4 here, it looks like Gen G cannot really find answers against compositions like this if they don't have the agency they want in the early game. Now, looking at game 5, Silver Scrapes, once again, I gotta say, every time I'm hosting, we have 5-game series. What are we looking at here on both sides? We predicted 3-2 Gen G.
Is Rise
Still
in?
confident in that
It is
prediction.
right.
I don't know. I'm wavering a little bit. I'm flip-flopping. I'm going to AL. I have to. I'm not for my
always do.
boy.
Oh my God.
For my boy, I have to flip-flop.
I'm sticking with mine.
You're sticking?
I'm sticking with Gen G. Bring us to that Silver Scrapes, though. Let's hear it.
Let's hear it. It is time for another Silver Scrapes here in Vancouver. Are you ready? We'll be back right after this.
Oof, there's so many OP champs actually. What the fuck? What the hey yeah. Wait, Corky's in as well, no? Corky's in, right? Oh my god. Gen G could go Corky Maokai flex.
Corki Maokai and Corki Flex. Alright, let's enjoy the music. Oh yeah, Renekton's a good champ. Bum bum. Bum bum bum. Bum bum bum. What teams am I supporting? I'm supporting Koi. And yeah, that's about it really. FlyQuest, I guess. I'm supporting FlyQuest. I mean, I am a bit biased to LCK teams, yeah? That's completely natural. I cover LCK more than any region in the world. That's the problem I have. LCK and LPL are at the same time. Don't watch LPL, I watch LCK. And then I have an opinion or whatever about an LPL team, and they're like, well, if you watched more LPL, you would think this. And it's like, okay, hold up, let me just split my eyeballs and brain to watch both of them at the same time. My bad, sorry. When they're both on at the same time.
Once again here between the two favorites of the tournament
Crazy.
so far. Anyone's Legend versus Gen G. We are ready.
It's insane to see that AL, a team that, you know, this organization that has kind of been struggling when they first came in, took in Rogue Warriors, all this stuff. Then they pick up a lot of these players. This year was Tarzan and Flandre. I already had, like, Tabe came in as well, and they've had such a meteoric rise to be in this moment in MSI.
And on the other side, you have Gen G, the most dominant team that we had in the LCK this year. They won MSI last year. They are coming for that title once again, and they want to prove it against AL today.
Yep, the reigning MSI champions select blue side for game number 5, and the LCK versus LPL all-time stats as well, pretty much in their favor. So very whole bunch of pressure riding on this game.
Yeah, 100%. Anytime they face off against each other, you know the people online from both like China and Korea will just be like talking about it. Like the rivalry goes deep, especially when you think about like Rift Rivals days. Like I remember like casting during those days, and it's always just like constantly a back and forth struggle. So I like how close it is. And AL is just that next team in the line of legacy for the LPL.
Absolutely, and when you think about it, AL is the team that challenged the most Gen G since Hanwha Life Esports in LCK
Vibes on
so
AL
far. So
look
do
good,
they
man.
have
They look good.
what it takes? Do they have what it takes to finally take them down and end this 20 series win streak for Gen G?
They might just. On red side, you have to have confidence in some of these counter picks and these creative things. Like maybe we pull out some stuff we haven't even seen all year long.
And this is just talking about the streak that Gen G is currently in. It is
what is
ridiculous.
Duro gonna
HLE
play?
was so close to being able to take it until Gen G had that reverse sweep. And
what engage
here we
supports are in?
Once again, another opponent. AL is ready to do it. And I want to talk about the player that was able to push them to that moment with that Smolder pick. Flandre. And like,
bro,
I guess talking about
is
his
Gen G gonna open on red or whatever, or blue, doesn't matter,
but before that, he
and
was
go
on Snake,
Corki,
and like that journey that he has
Maokai,
had as a player to be on stage
Blitzcrank
like this is beautiful. And when he joined this team on Snake, like he got them through the
that
LSPL,
is an LCK
all the way into
Gen
the
G
LPL.
classic.
He was the last remaining player there, and then at some point, you know, loyalties kind of shake. They move to LNG. He then ends up getting an opportunity with EDG, and he kind of changes. He shifts with the times from being a highly great mechanical top laner that was working well with SOFM to a sturdy top laner that could do his job on tank champions, and now he's in this moment.
And the world champion, of course, we remember, in Iceland with EDG, back here today at MSI for the very first time for this player. And guys, we've been talking about how much these top laners have been cooking on the top lane. We have Keen on one side, slamming the carry champions. And Flandre, I don't even know what to expect from this guy anymore. So what do we have here when we look at the champion pool for both these players?
Midley will be banned, 100%.
Of course, a lot of picks have been taken away from both of these players throughout this series. 100%. And on top of that, this is not even including the LPL placements that Vladimir would have been there. So these are the picks that are on the board that they have played this split and in this tournament. So, like, I already heard the casters talk about the Yorick pick, the Yorick. Oh, where did the Yorick go?
Foreshadowing.
That's one option.
Foreshadowing.
That's an important one, Raz. Be careful with that one.
What pick are you looking for?
Specialties. I mean, I mentioned the Sejuani top.
I mean, I think locked bans
is so flavorful, but
for
honestly,
AL, the locked bans are probably Nidalee.
Something that we haven't seen all year long.
I feel like they're gonna surprise
Wait, is
us
Annie
anyway.
in?
This
There was a
series has
mid
been
that keeps
amazing
getting
so far.
banned.
It's everything we wanted here in
Maybe
Vancouver.
Nidalee
Are
TF,
you ready? It is the game
Zaya,
between Gen G and Annie,
and they can
legend.
prio like
Casters
Rise,
taking away
contested
one
pick.
last time.
And for Gen G, I think the
Here
bans
we
are
go, Vancouver. We've had
Yorick.
silver scrapes. Now we get the action. Obviously, we have
TF's
to go
out.
through draft
So then
first,
Rise.
but eventually there'll be people on Summoner's Rift.
Yorick, fuck, what was it?
That's true.
I was writing down names
Right?
of
I'm
champs.
also just,
What was it?
glad that it's like me and Raz on this day, right? So we get to regale you with all of our Flandre stories.
True.
And also just watching
Yeah,
him show up
Chase
is
could be a
amazing,
ban,
right?
but Keen's a very good
Previously,
Chase.
on JDG, as they mentioned,
Keen
where
is
they
a
were
very
kind of
good
looking to
Chase.
train up
Renekton's
Sheer
important.
as his replacement, right? And then came to this Anyone's Legend squad and has been a really crucial part of how they play.
Yeah.
Also, again, credit to Tabe. Smaller counter pick we used to see last year as well, but it's particularly given how
Where's
the series has
Lol
played
quit?
out thus far. Right?
What?
Flandre just getting get by Keen a couple of games in a row. That Smolder he was able
Okay,
to
Yorick
work.
ban, Renekton
I
ban.
regret to inform
Oh
you
my
that
god.
we will not be seeing the Yorick in this.
Kalista
either.
ban,
That
that's
is
what I was
already
saying, Kalista
taken
ban.
off the table, as is the Kalista, and then on
So what's open then? The Zaya's open for Ruler.
I do like how much
The Rise is
it
open.
seems that Gen G did pay attention to some of these high prio picks for
The
Anyone's
Nidalee's
Legend,
open.
the Kalista also being something that they've been really
Leona is
successful
the only engaged support
Understands,
open.
Given Chovy's performance in the last game, makes sense.
Other
He
than
was
Elise,
invisible
maybe.
on the Silas, a pick that normally
Lucian
has
is
high
out.
impacts on. Nowhere to be found in that last one. Shanks with the AP
Victor,
build,
yeah.
really running
I
him
really don't
over.
want Chovy to play
And
Victor.
So as a result, AL just say ban
Yeah,
out
Lee
King,
Sin's in,
take
yeah,
away
you're
as
right.
many of the powerful picks that you can pick. Both Jace and the Renekton. There are counter
W
picks, but they
cosplays.
are known for being hard to actually shut down, and they can take over games if they get early leads.
We're really falling down towards
Ari's
the
in.
low A tier, B tier picks in every single
Okay,
role. with
Jinx ban.
6
Wow.
bans in this game so
Trying to
far,
snipe
but also
Ruler a little
the
bit.
8 bans per role from the previous games in this Fearless. So, first pick. What do Gen G want? They selected
Rise
Blue side,
first pick is
and
good.
Rise is still up.
Rise
Firstly,
bridges
a
both
denial
Lee Sin
from
and
Shanks,
Nidalee.
who is
Both are playable.
Absolutely superb on the pick, but also
So
something that
Maokai is
Chovy
not
will
going to
be very
happen for
happy to
Gen
have
G.
his hands on.
Sejuani is not going to happen for
It's
Gen
everything
G.
you kinda
So the
want for
Maokai
Chovy,
Corki
right?
Blitz
The
is not
ability to
happening.
join up in a team fight, the global for the overall team
AL take the
composition,
Corki.
and
So
something that
AL
we
need to
had
cook a
seen until
draft
this point
here
kind
that
of remain
revolves
on the
around the
ban list.
Corki flex
Also
and possibly an
uniquely, a
AP
flex pick we
jungler.
saw it on the Giant lane board that Kobe was holding up earlier.
It just depends where it's going to go, this Corki.
Throwing stuff at it.
You either pick Corki and an AP jungler here and you threaten the Corki flex with Tristana as well. Or you pick Corki and a tanked jungler, like Sejuani or Maokai here, and it's likely that the Corki goes mid.
Truly been off
Corki Skarner.
Before the days of Fearless, as we see this
Corki
Skarner and the Skarner coming in, not only a solid pick for Tarzan, but also a denial.
Could go Lee Sin into that, could go Nidalee into that. I think Canyon will pick his jungler, which will probably be, I hope, Lee Sin or Nidalee.
The world generally, but also playing around this Skarner pick and making sure you utilize it well. So often we see Impales going wide. Gen G just really good at setting up to make sure you get those multi-man Impales.
Wait, Wukong's in? What the fuck?
Sejuani is an
Sejuani?
Canyon. I wonder if we'll see
Sejuani Camille
as well. Obviously, Sejuani's passive so powerful.
That's
when
brutal.
You have a melee, and it is the Camille locked in for Keen.
That is brutal.
Throwing down the gauntlet with the blind pick Camille.
Oh, that's strong.
Coming out.
I feel like that's pretty strong from Gen G.
Already taken away, right?
They have to pick mid or top here, or AD.
End up in the lane matchup, but the Poppy
Okay, take Cassio into Ryze.
The classic Ryze counter pick hasn't worked out thus far, but with Shanks' performance on the day, I think
Zeriban.
the trust is earned.
Oi, Ruler is getting pushed here. What's open for AD? Aphelios?
That first pick. But as soon as they see AD carry and jungle,
Zaya,
like, okay, if we lock in top on this rotation, you can only answer either mid or top. AL have decided mid is the answer. Cassio
I think it's
really
Aphelios, Zaya, Sivir, Ashe.
It does allow Gen G to get rid of a couple of top laners here if they're worried about anything from AL.
We're also getting to the point in the game where there aren't a lot of engaged
Leona ban is solid.
supports left, so picking up
is there a combo that's
Sejuani
open?
is a big deal.
Yeah, as we see the Leona already being taken out by Gen
Aphelios
G,
Lulu, I guess.
Exactly your thought process, Chronicler. Well, we also see the Ruler Zeri being banned out once again by anyone's legend. And this Cassio pick is something that Shanks has had success on, that we have seen anyone's legend play around previously in the LPL. And the big thing to me that I want to know is, what does Flandra have
What does he want with Renata Ben?
Vayne top.
Well, he's gonna have counter pick support.
It would work, but it would be fun to watch.
I don't think it would work either, but what a way to go.
Renata banned out here by AL. The Kalista obviously banned away earlier by Gen G. They've removed Leona on this second rotation.
Kalista's out, chat. It's banned on 1, 2, 3.
Final ban could be something for the top lane. We talked about
ban
Elise.
I think that's
another
smart.
engaged support. Has a huge amount of damage alongside the Corki in that bot lane. Can make things difficult for Juro and Ruler.
Bot lane matchup going to come through here. There is the possibility for what I would love, which is a support counter pick here for Kyle. I think he can really shape
Shen
matchups.
top into Sejuani Camille is pretty good, isn't it?
The Shen
it also gives the Cassio more power on side lane.
Most likely would be going towards
and
the
it's
top
also
side of
a
the map.
flex
It could
too.
Theoretically still be a flex, and I like this. It still keeps
that's
a
a
little bit
pretty
of
good
uncertainty
pick, actually.
what AL are going to do with this pick.
Yeah, it could
That is a
go,
nice
I
pick.
do think that probably is going to go into
I think
the
Ruler
top
has
lane
Zaya
for
or Aphelios. That's the
Flandra,
only
and we
two
will
champs he
see
has
the
left.
response over here from Gen G
I don't
to
like
round out
Sivir
the
in this game at all into Cassio.
In terms of AD carries, are we down at the Aphelios levels? Is that what we're looking at? Jinx was already banned out. Zaya actually
Zaya's still
worked her way through and is still available. So gives you great safety, good self-peel.
AL need a champ on 5 to round this out.
Particularly when combined
Ooh,
with
Zaya Blitz.
Okay, Duro.
Is there a champ on 5 that wins the
You
game?
know what Gen G want to be doing here, finding those picks. They have so much CC to follow up.
What? You need a
backline
melee
strength if they
support
need to
into Blitz,
distract
but there
AL
is no
during
melee
those fights.
supports.
And as a Cassio, for example, if you do get hooked, that is just the end of it. You are
Gragas?
forced to be in range, right? As strong as she is,
I don't
you
like
can
it.
weave in and
Gragas
out,
support?
but you are not going to be able to escape. At least getting close.
Shen support still a possibility. The Gragas locked in.
Yeah, Gragas works.
So,
It looks like it is going to be Kael on the Shen.
Wait, are they going
in that
Greg as
supporting
top?
role, answering into the Blitzcrank Xayah that has come out
Was?
from Gen G.
Isn't it better to go Shen top here?
There's a bit of a counter into the Camille if she goes for
Chat,
the,
I'm gonna run ads. If you know about ads, T1 on Twitch, you know how to stop channel to want to back the games. I'll see
That's
you.
the big thing. There is so much safety to keep these big carries.
I'll see you in a second. If something I won't get ads for the rest of
You
MSI.
have to disengage from
Isn't
the
it
Gragas,
better to play
and
Greg as
one of the
support?
big things with Camille is that even a mobile AD carry you can lock down with a Gragas that's going to be way harder for Gen G.
Yeah, and it's really going to depend for me.
Is Gragas
what
top
these
good into Camille?
junglers do early, right? We've seen in a lot of these games, actually, it's kind of whoever is able to get out ahead. In particular, Tarzan absolutely dominated
I don't know
in
if that's
the
a good
previous
matchup.
game, and if he's able to have a similar impact on this anyone's legend team, they should be able to set up really well to protect their carries.
As for me, X Factor is Canyona's non-subscribers. We'll see you
Morgana?
in 30
No,
seconds.
Morgana is shit champ.
On one hand, but Duro is the other, right? This Blitzcrank, we know how this pick works. You either look like you are 1v9ing the game. We saw even last MSI Lahens basically farm his MVP just with that the Blitzcrank with the hooks. And we'll see if Duro can repeat that here a year later.
So far through this MSI, we have had, well, this is our 5th best of 5. The record ever is 6. Vancouver, everyone watching at home, let's make some noise for anyone's legend and Gen G as we jump into game 5 between two favorites for the tournament, the upper bracket. That winner's final is looming large.
Okay, let's
for
get it.
both of them.
Let's get it.
Duro on his Blitzcrank.
Show me some
13
cinema.
and 4 career all-time on this as AL look to make a little bit of an inroad in here.
Oh,
Flandre with the
Ruler's
flank.
up.
Ruler's
He's on
on
ward.
vision.
Oh my
Ruler's not there
god,
with
he's
him.
on a
Cousins
ward.
coming in from the
He's
side as
dead.
well. Will Ruler
They're ready for the body
sense this
slam.
at all?
Flandra's right there.
The crowd is kinda...
A moment of silence before it all erupts. Tarzan's going in. Ruler trying to escape. Flashes. The flash follow. The cleanse as well to get
He
away
was
from
very
the slow
ready
there
to react to that.
From Ruler, both summoners down for the Gen G bot laner.
And you get the sums. The timing is big as well, though. Ruler doesn't want, as he is flexing his own skin there on the base, but he doesn't want to have a health deficit, so he is just going straight back. And it both allows Flandre to just leisurely walk back to his lane, while also ensuring that
They have
there's
noise-canceling
early lane
headphones.
control
Looking
for
for
the bot lane.
Shanks. Looking to try and get his flash down already. Gets the
They have
hookshot,
noise-canceling
wall dive, and
headphones.
Shanks
They
is gonna
do
be
have
below half
noise-canceling
HP
headphones,
as
but
this laning phase starts.
some crowd
Flandre
noise just
trying to
goes
catch
through
out
it.
Keen as he walks across, but shouldn't be able to do too much here, especially with Canyon in
Canyon
the
could
area.
get
Canyon
level
can
2 here, and
smite.
they has to... Wait, he's dead, no?
Couple more auto attacks. Hookshot wall drive again. Flandre has no flash. Canyon gets the level 2, and now
Oh my god!
for the perma
No, he's
boss.
not.
There's the stun, no follow
His
up
E came up.
from Canyon, but Flandre will come into the lane at half HP.
Holy fuck.
Yeah, that's huge for Keen to be able to take control.
Yeah, so when the
over
sound
this
is really
lane.
loud, your
Meanwhile, in the
microphones
bot
pick it
lane,
up
if
so
I'm
you
not
hear it in your
mistaken,
headsets.
That also did give AL early brush control, taking it away from the Blitzcrank, which can change the dynamic of that 2v2 down there. They look like they are getting the better of the early
You hear like the
push.
vibrations as well.
And Keen
Yeah.
taking control in his own hands very early on here. Canyon not wanting to overchase there, not knowing where Tarzan is, and also if you do get delayed too much on your clear, obviously can come at a cost. A lot of sums being blown, a lot of health bars being trimmed down, but no one going down just yet in this game number 5.
No one going down, but already Flandre is in a massive deficit off of this, right? Like he is, Keen is already up over 200 gold. Flandre's only been able to get 3 CS now. He will be able to kind of collect this wave, it looks like, or what's left of it, and finally get out a little bit. But
Canyon's down a red buff here.
As Canyon's
Flashes
gonna have to
out.
flash over that wall. I was gonna say it does give Keen topside control.
Does he
with
have to
that
give
ward
his
onto the
camps?
Krugs.
But it's the bot side prio that is there for
Ooh.
AL, so even though Tarzan might take a while, eventually he'll be able to take down
Crazy
Canyon
that
as
Canyon's
Doro
on
and
Sejuani
Ruler.
duty in game
Doro
5.
That rocket grab isn't
Is
gonna
that a
send it
crime?
out. Sometimes the threat of it is enough. Even more deadly than actually using it. Flandre's still in a world of hurt here in top lane. Basically 2 waves down as Keen constantly trading with that grass.
Maybe a dive. I see the on the way ping there from Canyon. Not going to be level 4, and Flandre, I think, knows.
Yeah,
Should be
Flandre
going
needs
for
the
the
base
back
here.
end. Canyon not wanting to
He wants the
risk
XP
it. Frag
from
is
the minions.
notoriously hard to dive as well.
Tarzan, yeah,
Yeah,
is
it's
heading
popping.
up.
It looks like he's just going to go over to his Wolves. TP
Chovy's
comes out
holding
from Flandre.
Shanks on the
He
tower.
has finished his recall.
Shanks
He
is in
really
kind of a
wants this
dangerous
Raptor
spot,
respawn.
though.
Oh my
He's
god,
been
both these
pushed
junglers
in,
are so
which
good. Tarzan already reads that he's
further
going to lose his
given
Raptor respawn, so he's ready to
Gen G
E
a
through the wall, I
lot
think.
of bot-side
He actually lost
pressure.
his Wolves.
As Canyon
Two
might
little
be
ones.
chased off these.
To try and stop this.
Canyon has smite,
Yes,
so
smite.
unless they fully reset, which
It
they
is
are going to
crazy
do
how
before they
good
get into
these
the smite
junglers are.
range. Well played by Tarzan, skipping his blue and his Gromp actually.
Oh,
to come
and that
back up there to
sidestep
make
by
sure he
Ruler
was
was
in range.
nasty.
Duro looking here for Kael. We'll take him down to half HP. Even with that Spirit's Refuge, Kael still takes a world of hurt.
Big sidestep there by Ruler. He didn't have the cleanse, just now comes off cooldown. If he would have gotten taken, that could have been a really rough trade. Canyon, though, still looking for scraps.
He looks like he's potentially going to go to the Krugs. I was wondering if he was maybe going to go for a lane gank, but he would have been spotted
They
out.
want to crash that bot wave. They
Towards
should be
there
able to.
for Anyone's Legend on the bottom side. Tarzan now over onto his Grump. We'll have about a two camp lead. Room Prison onto Shanks. He'll chase onto Chovy, but the phase rush gets Chovy out of range.
So this
of
Cassio
any
matchup starts to swing
subsequent
with levels a
twin
little bit.
fangs.
Early game is Ryze
See
can win
Canyon
with good movement.
pretty substantially behind Keen, trying to hold on to this lead here. Camille, first few levels obviously very strong. And once this wave actually gets cleared by Keen, early wave clear when it comes to multiple waves. And once for Camille, obviously always very rough. Should be able to pick it up as Duro going to be trying to play with a fog as much as possible. They obviously know that he's in that brush, but going to be trying and play those mind games. If Hope ever gets grabbed, which with
Oh
the
my
W shouldn't
god,
happen,
man, this game is
could be a
tense.
window for Gen G.
And Flandre with kind of getting
Who's
back
favorite,
into this
man?
game, and Push is able
Oh.
to get that ward out. Canyon.
Shanks with the early flash, but Canyon's here for the chase. Chovy had the Room
First
Prison,
blood from Canyon
and
Chovy.
Down goes Shanks. Canyon.
Oh, Canyon was
secures
so
first
close to
blood.
taking a tower
So
shot there
close
to kill
to
him.
one more turret shot and a 1-for-1 trade.
Canyon
but
had no
Shanks
flash to get out.
uses his flash, still goes down and no TP.
And that's really, really rough, especially with the wave state being as it is, right? Chovy is going to be able to shove this in, back. Shanks does not have TP, as you
Keen is
mentioned.
very
He's
low
not going to be able to catch all of this.
mana. He needs
Really,
to
really
TP back
nicely
soon.
done from the mid-jungle
Canyon. Hey!
duo.
Yeah, and although Canyon has been set behind a little bit in terms of jungle camps, he's in the right position at the right time. Spell flux into the Room Prison. Really nothing Shanks can do at that point.
Good weaving by Canyon. Very good on the edge.
Disappointment there, obviously, for Anyone's Legends as they lose. The early game has very much gone in Gen G's favor. The sacrifices AL made with Flandre burning his flash early
TP
on.
mid from
haven't
Kyle
really
on Shen.
gained them anything. Ruler has
I
both
think
Summoners
Shanks
back
is
up right now,
extremely
so they
locked
haven't
in.
been able
Don't
to get
think
any
that
of
first
those
blood does
early
anything.
ganks,
It doesn't
early
do anything.
punishes on the Gen G
It
bot lane.
literally...
Yeah, I am
Giant's belt
looking
builds
to
out of a
see
ruby.
What they do now with
He
have
has
some
3
vision
rubies.
down.
He has 2 rubies at Giant's
I am
belt.
curious
That's
to
the gold
see
difference.
If anyone is going to end up looking
He was able to get an extra
take
belt in base, an extra
potentially a
fucking
first
ruby
Drake.
crystal. That's it. It's a ruby crystal
But
diff.
yeah,
That's
they
it.
weren't able to do a lot with
That one kill
bio.
gives you, like,
By
what, 180 health or
contrast,
whatever
I
the fuck
actually
it is?
thought that Keen was not able to do a ton with that top side prio either. Flandre is still down in CS, still down about 200 gold, but in a better spot than previously, and they weren't able to really hard punish it.
That's always going to be one of the big advantages of the Gragas, actually taking him down
Game
with
is
sustain.
completely even.
Especially with this rune setup. Is
But I
always
will
going to
say,
be
I think
very,
Keen got a
very
lot of
tough.
space in this top
As
matchup
Duro-
because of the level 1, and so did Chovy. They got
Shanks
so much
is
breathing room in these
great if he
matchups,
can
which I
hook
think
him. Kyle obviously basically
can go a
brings
lot
the taunt
more
to your AD
even.
carry, so he needs to be very deliberate with what he does with this Blitzcrank.
Canyon hits 6 off those Razor Beaks. Tarzan is already level 6, has that Impale. Actually, Canyon just short of
Yeah,
it now.
Keen
Gets it
got swapped
from
on.
the mid lane. Keen here matching up into Hope on the top side. Kyle's on his way across, but Keen obviously very safe still with the
Ruler
hookshot
just
wall dive.
abandoned bot and ran
So we
to
have a moment
grubs.
before the grubs
And
are
they'll take
begun.
2 of the
Just
grubs
wanna
and
remind
get
people,
Keen
like,
to
how
TP
important
down.
this series and this MSI is for the LPL. Like, BLG last year made 2 finals, weren't able to take the win in either
they're
of them. If
TPing him
AL
and
can
Gragas
take
to
down
fight this.
Gen
Aren't
G
they a bit
here, it
late?
would just be such a great sign for the region. As Gen G have taken 2 of the
Instantly
grubs.
onto
Keen goes in
Skarner.
onto Tarzan, lands the stun. Kyle trying to get in there as well.
Tarzan's gonna
Trying
die.
to
Oh, that
Tarzan
taunt flash was clean.
does good double impale.
Into the
Second
Shenald.
Light is gonna keep him alive, but now the
Smite
explosive
from...
blast coming out as well. As Gen G are looking for more. Hope down.
Wait,
Shanks
AL's
and
winning this
Flandre
fight or what?
Trying to retreat, but the Hexagol Ultimatum will lock them up.
No, they're not.
There's the Blade
Gen
Caller
G's
to
winning it.
follow up, and Shanks is
Oh,
dead.
Keen and Canyon did
Flandre
so
tries to
much
jump the
work
wall,
in this
and just as
fight.
I was saying,
happening. It would be so good.
I thought they would be losing because Tarzan and Kyle got out.
You curse them, Medic.
All you have to do this whole fight is just watch Camille Sejuani.
Really
Camille Sejuani put everything into trying killing the Skarner. But look, Skarner right now. Everything. Just hit. But Shen taunt flash Keen. And then he ults Tarzan. And then Kyle ults in. And then they both get out. I thought, oh my god, Camille Sejuani used so much time and they got nothing. But Ruler kills Hope. And then he gets a feather pull onto Shanks. And then Kenyon and Keen rejoin.
Right there showing why
Easy.
he has a world's champion skin throughout the entirety
I think Keen and Kenyon did so much work in this fight.
Unchecked, able to
Big
get
fight
the
from them.
recalls. That set up Gen G as Helper going crazy. This man is so expressive. That's the flip side.
Yeah.
Tabe can't despair.
I like how he didn't want to go crazy the first time we saw him. It just looked like relief was
He's
like
always holding back.
leaking out of him. But yeah, that is Gen G now off to a very handy 1.6k gold lead. And now that Camille that we were saying, oh, you know, Flandra,
I don't know.
he's kind of caught up.
I feel like if they stayed with Corki,
going to
Cassio,
be a menace in
and
these
all of
side
those spells
lanes.
were used to peel them, they could get a lot of work done.
Even
I
there,
still
though,
think the game's not over.
For AL, we saw what is close to an ideal fight because the amount of life that they were able to breathe into Tarzan, who looked like he was dead on arrival, right? There was the shield, there was the disengage
Like,
from
I really
Gragas.
truly believe the game's not
They
completely
still
lost
kept him
yet.
alive for a good amount of time.
Oh, that is massive. That is a fucking slam. That hurts a lot. I think they could have fought this with Corki. Oh my god, Keen is here as well. That is the game break right there. That's the game break. Two things went horribly wrong. One, Duro hook. Two, Keen is there. Why the fuck is Keen there?
His first international finds the hook, and the entirety of Gen G ready to fight AL. As Hope,
Oh, what a hook.
at the very beginning of the fight, just gets yoinked.
Oh, it was Chovy, sorry. Chovy had TP, Keen was spot.
See the suppress Cassio combo right here. It really doesn't matter with Keen coming in on the back line. This Camille is only getting stronger.
Hexagold Momentum coming out as well as Keen has already finished the Triforce. He will be knocked
Gragas
down by
knockback
the
is
explosive
further.
cast. That's the counter ability that we talked about with the Gragas, but Flandre is 500 gold behind. Ruler is 1.4k ahead. As we see Flandre obviously not able to join that last fight.
Yeah, I was circling the
Keen is such
itemization
a good player.
difference there because it is significant
He is such
as
a
we
good player,
see
it's crazy.
Ruler showing up on the Xayah. Again, a champion he's known for, very familiar with. As you pointed out, Chronicler has the skin. And
Who's your player of the
Gen G
series,
have
chat, for Gen G if they win
completely
this?
taken control of this early game.
Mine is it mine?
Very,
Keen?
very aggressive play
I think it
from
is
Gen
Keen,
G,
right?
right? Actually
Like-
doing this through fight, something we don't often see, as mentioned,
Crazy
how they
series
often
from
get the
Keen.
lead, just laning slowly into cross map, into, you look
It
at your
was
turrets,
Ambessa,
they're
right,
gone,
as
you're
well,
down
he was frying on.
3,000-4,000 gold just by minions,
And
but
the
AL,
Gwen he was
I think
frying
in this
on.
series also not letting them really play that
he was
style.
frying
In
on
this
everything.
game thus far, Gen G has been bringing the fight to them as Flandre almost has his TP available, but the Drake is already gone. It's just the first dragon, so I think AL now have to be very deliberate. They get one more fight. I think already you're obviously not going to be able to get Prio, you're not going to be able to just get contest, but you get one more fight.
Yeah, I
before
think
the game
Keen
is
this
fully out of
series
your
has
hands.
shown that he's the best top in the
And
world.
I'm also looking at Chovy, right? 0-4 on this Rise, already has Roa locked in. He's going to be already kind of a pain in the butt to kill
In my opinion, at
with
least.
what
I think he's shown it.
AL have right currently. So again, this Camille and Rise kind of being a bit ahead of schedule is a huge problem for AL.
Yes, he hasn't played against Dorat leveled up yet.
Ruler is also on that list, sure.
We will see it.
One problem at a time, Medic. Let's
I feel like
focus on
Doran's the
one
kind of guy
Look, the major issue for AL is it can't be one problem at a time.
that, like,
unless they
Keen
manage
is
to
like
find
training
fits
super
inside
hard
lanes.
in the gym every
Also,
day,
even if they
lifting.
do that,
Don't
Chovy
take this
has
too
the realm
seriously.
war.
It's
You
a, it's
have
like a
reactions
metaphor.
from Gen G
Keen
if
is
you're
like
looking
lifting weights all
for
day,
any
training,
of those
abs,
things.
abs, abs,
Smoke
gym,
now has
4
got his
times a day,
Triforce.
nutrition, nutrition,
Shanks
nutrition,
has his
nutrition. And he
Archangel
rocks up to the
stacking up
boxing
the
match ready for a
Seraphs.
fight.
Flandre has his
And,
Rod of Ages at
and
once.
Doran
So
just
they
kind of
have got
stumbles
those
in like
first
Captain
items.
Jack Sparrow, like
It's
falling
whether or not
over.
they want to fight
But
in
as
this
he
objective.
falls
They
over, he like
kind
dodges
of
the
need
punch
to
and then
for the
hits him,
neutrals,
you
'cause
know?
otherwise feats of
And then he dodges the
strength are
punch
gonna go over
twice
to
and then he
Gen
hits
G,
him,
but that
you know?
might not
And that's
be
kind of
the
how Doran
biggest
works.
loss, or at least not as big as a lost fight around one of those neutrals.
for me, the core issue
like the
for
Kung
AL
Fu
is
Panda
that
style, you know?
This
like,
isn't the type of game where you can
and he just
say
kind of
we can
tumbles
hang back
upwards,
and
and it
skill.
works,
You
and
just
it's
don't
just
have
like,
that
when is he
advantage.
going to
You
lose
don't
his
have that
balance, you know?
luxury because there are so many
All of a sudden he
champions on
loses his
Gen G
balance,
that
he
are
flashes over the
equally
walls
happy to do
Aatrox,
the
and he's
same
like,
thing,
what the
but
fuck
they're
are you doing? But then he gets his
accelerated.
balance back, you know?
Obviously, they're not going to be too
And I feel like
maybe
that's the best way to look
opportunity,
at Doran
as
and
you already
Keen.
highlighted, to
And
use
Keen's
that
like,
Shen
gym,
ultimate
gym,
to
gym, nutrition,
find the
nutrition,
pick
protein,
inside and get a
protein,
numbers
Doran's
advantage
just,
and then play from there.
you know.
But you can't just try
Is that
and play a
funny
normal
way to think about it?
5v5, particularly not with this Blitzcrank being on the prowl.
Kyle
has a flank that wants to rule it, the cleanse away immediately. Juro still looking for more.
Anyway,
here.
don't take it
The
too
TP
deep, I'm
comes
just
in,
saying, you know.
Kyle has to flash away. Glacial Prison doesn't connect. Counter TP. Tarzan
Wait.
only with the Impale on one, and now Keen is
Oh,
there.
too deep, too deep, too deep.
He's going to take him onto the tower. The Sad United
Thunderous.
enough to shield up Tarzan.
Oh my God.
But now the shutdown comes over to Hope as the chase continues.
The
Shanks
pullback.
joins the fight, and he's spitting out venom. He
Those are some big shutdowns. Oh, Shanks' flash was crazy. Holy fuck, Shanks.
Shanks has found poison, and Gen G will
Gen G
suffer.
too deep.
Tarzan chasing further forward.
Triple
double
kill
twin
for Shanks.
AL roar into life.
And that's a
They are
triple
so
for
back.
Cassio, and all of AL's problems seem to disappear.
They
Oh my
disappear
God, how
with
are they so
Cassio
back?
Poison. As we see, I actually thought this was going to be a really
What?
advantageous fight just because Kyle, even when he
Chovy's
does
here
get
first.
the taunt off, ends up having to
Hook
flash
misses,
out.
Cassio
but
ult misses.
The Sedge ult misses, Tarzan gets the suppress.
Keen
and then
ults
just
into tier
watch
2,
Shanks
and then he
as
gets Greg
goes
assaulted
through
back.
This fight coming in from the top side.
No one that can match him at that point. The health bars aren't there. Crucial misses for me
This
for
flash
Gen
from
G.
Shanks was
Doro
crazy
doesn't
good.
find the hook. Canyon's
Oh
goes
my God,
completely
Shanks.
wide, and Shanks, he is not about to go down without a fight in this game.
Uh-oh, Gen G.
Flashes the recall. So many shutdowns
Don't let the
going
game
over.
fall out of your control.
So that man right there is Tabe.
Oh man,
pops off.
Tabe, W Tabe. Big W Tabe.
Now the question is, for anyone's legend, can you keep that momentum going? Because Shanks is fed. He is now accelerated back in this game. The rest of the team, not
That
so
is a
much.
fucking
They
dent.
didn't get as much gold as Shanks did. They
Everyone
weren't
shut the
picking
fuck
up
up
those
and lock
kills,
in.
those bounties. For Gen G, they still have an incredibly strong AD carry, an incredibly strong top laner. Those matchups are still very much in the LCK's favor.
Yeah, and for me, for Gen G, it is, you know, get this Camille into the side lane, get this Ryze into the side lane, really push out those side lane waves, set the map in your favor in time for this next Drake spawn, which is going to be in just under a minute.
And as highlighted, the tools that you have to keep Shanks alive, barring a crazy hook from there, are actually
Keen is
amazing.
1k
right? You
up.
have the Flandre cast,
Ruler's in a
you have
great
the
spot.
Skarner Impale, and
But
in that fight, it was more so, I
the
think, Gen G
Cassio,
overextending, Shanks coming
that
in when
damn
all
Cassio.
the cooldowns were down, and he could just walk through with impunity, but between the Shen,
The double masked
especially currently
Archangels
sitting on
build.
Exhaust, almost has the heal available, Locket there as well. That's going to have to be the #1 issue to solve for Gen G. Now, as mentioned, I do think that they have more carries in a good position. For AL, if Shanks gets zoned, it is kind of nothing for the rest of them. No 2-item spike for Hope, whereas Ruler already has hit that. He needs a second item. I think that Starix is going to be something when the Camille gets way more backline access, can stay alive for a lot longer.
Chat, the volume is already
ACD
increased.
always
What are you
gonna
about?
be feeling great as Gen G looking to start up. This
Dragon
only
starts.
second Drake of the game, the Hextech Drake here.
We're kind of blessed in game 3 with how quickly they were being
Dragon
taken.
gone, but Herald mid.
Yeah, anyone's legend deciding not to fight it. They
Mid
have
tier
the
1
Rift
dead
Herald,
to
that's
the
gonna
Herald.
charge in. Feats will go over to
Ryze
Gen
ult to
G.
try and stop it.
Rift Herald will take the tower. Realm Warp in by Gen G, but couldn't get there quickly enough to defend. I think that will be all that happens in that sequence, as it's just a tower for a Dragon Chain exchange.
And yeah, with that topside fight that got Shanks ahead, AL do buy themselves some time. They don't have to contest
We don't
this
max
Drake.
volume
I
it
actually
yet.
do like them focusing on heralding mid instead, getting that mid tier 1 down to give them a little bit more map pressure, especially off
Still
of
no
being able
first
to
item
push
on
in
Blitzcrank.
this mid wave.
Basing
in
for it now.
particular, just because
Keen getting
as
shadowed.
previously stated, this Camille
Tarzan hovering.
and Ryze are such menaces
Uh-oh.
in the side lanes.
They have Shen ult, don't
Tarzan
forget.
Looking for Keen. He does have the
Sniffing.
flash as soon as he
Good
sees
cover.
Canyon. He's making a beeline out of it.
Don't
Doesn't
forget
want
about
any of
Shen
that
ult. What's
action.
happening top?
Meanwhile, on the
Chovy.
top side, Chovy
He got ulted in the tower.
tasked underneath the tower, but is able to walk his way out with the phase rush.
Chovy still 50 CS up.
Andre keeping Chovy honest. No flash available, so if Chovy would have gone, maybe knocked a little bit further, took a few shots, could have been an angle. As we have the Otacon coming up in about a minute, and the item breakpoints that have been hit. Currently still mostly the AD carries. Everyone else is approaching the second, but not quite there. And Hope also not sitting on his transformation yet.
Yep, as we see Gen.G pushing up in this top side. And again, I do think that Gen.G do have a few more
Chovy
tools,
is a level up on
especially
Shanks.
with the Camille
And he also has Rod of Ages.
to kind of get this map
Gen.G
pressure
also have
and
Drakes.
Cryo to be able to set
So
up
scaling-wise,
for this,
Gen.G's in a good spot. 2
Chovy
items
with
Zaya.
the support of
Rise is
Duro
scaling.
here, able to take down
Cassio
this
is a bit
tier
scary.
1. Really nice from Gen.G. They're going to be able to get vision on this top side prior to the Otacon spawn.
Mods any XGGs, Ben?
And Shanks is being dealt with by Keen right now. Has those upgraded Mercury treads, or the slightly improved ones at least. So he's not struggling too much in this matchup. Shanks obviously very happy to farm up as well. He's about 40 CS down from Chovy, which is what you often see when Chovy is on the map. But across the rest of the series, Shanks has actually done a really good job of keeping relatively even, or even ahead of the Gen.G mid laner.
Definitely,
I was gonna say, I did like how Gen.G targeted him early too, right? Like recognizing when they could go on him and really giving Chovy that push in the mid lane.
This might be the fight. Looking at the summoners available really across the board for everyone. Shanks on the side of AL, the main target for Gen.G, but the disengage that AL have is crazy. Gen.G though have the advantage of setting up shop first and might be looking to fish with the Blitzcrank hook.
So Keen also
pushing
in.
in.
The bot lane tier 1. Shanks had to back all
AL,
the way
what
off
she
there.
got
Does
from
have
me.
his flashback up. Also has finished the Bloodletter's curse.
AL, what
so
she got
he's sitting
from me.
at 2 items.
In the brush.
Chovy a minute away from getting his Rod of Ages fully stacked.
Chovy,
So,
don't face check that brush.
For Gen.G, being on the objective first, getting
AL's
vision
got a
control,
trap.
absolutely massive. The
They're
ability
waiting.
for Duro just to find hooks, to find picks. Sterak's now complete on Keen as he opens up through the mid lane. AL will step in.
Rudo pushed
try
out
and
top,
get a bit
he's
of vision
facing.
control themselves. But it's nothing too monumental for them. Just a couple of wards placed down. Gen.G still have good control over that area.
And now we've gotten to the point where I think Gen.G want to wait until
BF
Ruler has his
sword for
Infinity
Zaya.
Edge. Just went back, bought a BF sword. They don't need to pull the trigger on Otacon here. Again, I think strengthened by the knowledge that so many of their champions become bigger problems as the game goes on. Chovy also sitting on 9 stacks on that Rod of Ages.
So many of their champions become bigger problems as the game goes on, but then also, again, this Ryze can just sit up in this top lane. This Camille push down the tier 1 is now continuing to push out this wave on the bot side, and then will potentially back. But yeah, that's the danger of this Gen.G comp, right? It's just
Chovy caught,
their
maybe.
accelerated side lane pressure.
It's a good little vision pocket play there from anyone's legend. Trying to play
TP in from
around
Keen,
it.
hook hits Shen!
Onto Kyle, he's going to taunt his way away with the Glacier.
Sejuani ult hits Shen as well, but Shen lives. TP in from Flandre.
How
the fuck did Shen survive that?
Has to stand united as well.
How on earth
Drake up in 30 seconds
did Shen live?
Both top laners using their TPs there, so even trade. Kyle does have to use
that
two
is
of his,
crazy.
as now Gen.G can
Duro
turn it
sniffing.
into Pry on this dragon. They do have
Duro
the possibility
sniffing.
for
No
Soul Point
Sejuani
with
ult.
an Ocean
No Skarner
Soul.
ult.
So much
Atakan's
extra
up. They could rush
sustain in
Atakan.
the fights.
Just such a vision control game for Gen.G now as well. You can see no vision at all
Mid-wave
for
push.
anyone's legends down in this bot side river, which
Chovy
means as soon as
sniffing
Duro
as well.
steps into this bush,
Into
AL
the
have
Drake
to be
pit.
cautious. Only the tanks can frontline. Kyle
On
as
the
well
face
does
check.
have that flash back up. Is also taking
Taunt
smite
flash,
off the
not
unsealed
available
spellbook.
for Kyle.
Ruler's gonna
That
start
must
up
be
the
bugged.
dragon
He
into
flashed away.
9,000, 7,000,
He has
5,000
smite
with
though.
Wave Caller. AL needs to get in here.
flip
Sharp
it.
pitch. Explosive cast coming out.
Double
Kyle
smite.
stepping forward
Oh,
with the
Kenny
smite,
gets it.
But it's Kenny that secures
Keen's
it.
in there.
Kyle's gonna dash away.
Slowly.
Looking for that
Oh,
back
hook hits
line.
Skarner.
Lands
Shen
onto
ult.
Tarzan. There's the
Dead.
Permafrost follow-up, and Ruler's
Slowly,
takes the kill.
slowly. They could
Gen.G
Ryze ult
begins
send
to
it
turn
here,
and
but it's a
burn,
bit
they hit
dangerous into Cassio.
with
Oh
a
my god, their
rocket.
Ryze ult sending it
Shanks
here.
Hope step
And
forward
Kenyon's
onto
gonna
Keen.
die.
Canyon on the back line. Hope
Ooh,
turning
Scooby, I don't
around
feel
onto
so good.
Sejuani
Hook hits
onto
Shanks. Shanks
Shanks,
flashed
though,
away.
and
Keen
he's
ults in.
rooted
Down goes Shanks.
down the Hexagon
Chovy's
Raven
fighting
up
Hope.
to kill
Flandre's
him
trying to get
off.
something
Now
done.
caught out with the
Chovy's
Permafrost.
fighting Hope again still.
Kyle's gonna die to Keen, and Gen.G
GG.
have found the fight.
Gen.G
They
got it.
follow up
Gen.G
for a
got it.
clean ace.
The well-oiled
Gen.G,
machine.
a topside fight
The
in the jungle
well-oiled
now, but a
machine.
distant memory as another team fight is won.
Absolute
The dragon
fucking
goes their way.
animals.
And Otacon sure to
They're
follow.
so crazy.
And I love how they set that up. Again, pushing
They
out
have
that
such
bot
good
wave
patience. Keen. Hey!
to come into
Keen
them.
ease
And
over the wall and
this
then backs
hook
away.
coming out from
One hook.
Duro
Here, look,
onto
Keen.
Tarzan. again.
Back away. Wait.
Otherwise, that can
Next
be
hook
straight
play.
up a
Wait.
game-losing play, but without that ultimate available,
You can beat
Skarner
Gen G
has
once
no
or twice,
recourse,
but
and then a
beating Gen
multi-pronged
G 3
approach has
times,
another hook
that's
from
fucking
Duro.
hard.
Gets
That
Shanks
is so
into the back
fucking
line.
hard.
And crucially, it is onto
I don't know
Shanks,
if anyone
he
can
is
do it.
the one person in this fight that can really destroy what Gen G want to do.
Nice.
Thank you, Ruler. It was nice.
Yeah, it was nice. Thrice nice, you might say.
This is it, man. Ruler Zaya.
Usually it's only one.
This is his
so
best
that is
champ.
actually a big deal.
Doesn't matter if he
See
doesn't
how
have
Shanks
Rakan.
really struggled to have it impact
He has
in
Zaya.
the last fight, only at 1.5k, whereas Chovy sitting at almost 5,000 damage, and it's a 5,500
He
gold
is the
lead now
Rakan
for
to
Gen
Zaya.
G. Anyone's
He is him.
legends are looking for a play onto Keen.
Fast play.
Does have the
AL fast play. Oh, Keen wanted it.
He knew something was
Yes,
going on.
Sterex as well. He can play this.
Here, underneath the tower, Tarzan's going to tank it up. There's the miasma.
Yes, Sterex.
Into the petrified gaze, into the impale.
Keen.
Hexagon made him from Keen
Flashes.
into the flash.
Oh, he missed his E.
Oh, he missed the
Oh,
wall.
he missed his E.
Maybe would have escaped.
Oh, he missed his E.
But the hookshot
Oh,
wall dive
Keen.
just short.
Oh, Keen.
But then on the top side of this map, we see Chovy pushing in this wave. Gen
AL
G
do
are
not
going to get
give up. They do not
absolute
play not to
control
lose.
Over this top side.
They will fight
Push in onto tier
their
2,
way back.
clear out the jungle, and get complete vision to set up for this Baron. They might just start it.
Ooh, how much was used there? Let's take a look at the cooldowns.
Is it a one-shot this Baron?
That AL invested.
It
no
is a
Shanks
one-shot.
ult, no
That is a dead
Tarzan
Baron.
ult, no Kyle ult. As they start the object, it's gone.
It's gone.
Yeah.
It's gone.
They
Ruler
can't
is
get
so
it.
strong. 3 items already complete. Obviously, Chovy there as well. Rise at 2 items is just going to rip through.
Duro.
Slowed there by Tarzan, who's going to use the Ishtal's impact to get himself
Crazy.
to
Blitzcrank
safety.
presses one button and he slows himself.
Duro couldn't find a hook.
And a tiny objective bounty claimed from Flandre's Gragas, but it really
That is
doesn't
fair.
matter
That is
necessarily.
balanced.
I mean, Gen G had complete
2025,
control
press
over
W, slow yourself.
that top side after they were able to push
Meanwhile-
in, just burn down the Baron so quickly.
That
2025
topside
champs.
fight that brought AL back in the game wasn't fought over an objective. It was Gen G just looking for what they thought was a few quick kills. But now this Rebel Baron probably is going to perfectly line up with the possibility of an Ocean Soul. And
There's a
already
tier
I
2
think
looming
AL are
here.
lacking damage, and that's going to get only worse.
Yeah, they really are. Shanks is lacking levels as well. He's currently 3 levels down on Chovy, who has had so much free time in these side lanes. Shanks has always had to back away from Keen because the threat of a Hexagon made him into a Sejuani follow-up has always been there, whereas Chovy has just had free reign of the top lane the majority of this game. Level 16 already at 26 minutes.
And we
17,
see,
in fact.
Yeah, Keen pushing in this
Shen-ult
top
on Cassio
side.
maybe wins that.
Rise coming to join the rest of Gen G, pushing onto this tier 2. I mean, Gen G can pretty much set up the map however they want. They have such strong split pushers in this composition, and it just makes it so difficult for AL to go in.
There's also the Blitzcrank, right? At any point, if you engage, you need to be sure, because if you kind of go half in and back off, you might just get
Is there a
grabbed.
TP
I think
coming in
they've seen
behind
the
him?
pings go down. I'm pretty sure they know that Tarzan
Okay.
is in the area. 40 seconds here. Inhib is standing, but Gen G, they're going to fully deny any sort of vision, and Keen with the TP can just live in the top lane, probably farm up for that.
You know, I
GA
think this is a
before
really good series by AL.
Drake is started.
I think
and
if they
AL,
ever get a
I think the
rematch,
Hail
AL
Mary
will
is
have a
about
much better
to
shot.
Be attempted here as Kyle TP's in the mid lane.
Not much better shot, that's the wrong wording.
Forward,
That makes it
Kyle
sound like they'd
looking
win.
For it.
I
Ruler,
think
though,
both
so
teams have
safe so far
downloaded each
away.
other through the series,
So hard
is
to
a good
collapse
way of
on
saying
Keen,
it.
Continues to push through top, does have that teleport.
Gen G was not sure.
Andre looking for a
AL
no
showed
vision
their
here for
style.
Gen G. Now places
Gen G
a control ward in
adapted,
the
then AL
tri-bush.
adapted back.
Hope not
with
really
more
that
scaling.
strong, so his poke isn't really going to stick. TP
And now you can
comes
see
in from
AL's
Keen.
playing Cassio and
He looks for a
Smolder and
flank
shit.
zone, has
Oh,
the
big
GA, the
hook.
hook connects again.
Great hook.
And Chovy makes AL take
Oh
a
my
view.
god, Keen came in like a
Church is in
fucking
session here for
missile.
Gen G. Keen on the backline, Flandre dead. Keen, you can't even pop his GA. The
Did you
Angels
see how
on
it
the
came
side
into that
of Gen
fight?
G.
Absolute
They get
fucking
the triple,
missile.
They get the ace, and they're looking to make it 21 series in a row.
Beautifully done from Gen G. The picture
Yeah, Keen's my
perfect
MVP.
execution of
Keen
this
is my
composition.
MVP.
They are barreling down bot side for the end to move on at this MSI.
Nerves of steel for Gen G in the final game. As Keen, yet another insane performance in this
Yeah.
final one.
Crazy from Keen.
As Gen G take down AL.
What a performance from Gen G.
Oh man, AL had such a good shot. What a good shot.
I had a blast. This is, again, the top team from LCK, the top team from LPL. It was back and forth. I think we saw the strengths and weaknesses of both teams. Gen G coming out on top with a stellar Game 5 performance.
The resilience of both teams, the creativity in drafts.
Keen's so small in the middle. What the
Any
fuck?
other
Why you gotta
team
do
in
him
the
like that?
tournament watching
Hey,
these
hey,
two
hey.
fight it out.
Short King.
You're gonna have to be scary, and that man on your screen right there, Shanks, absolutely stellar performance here today.
All round, I think everyone had a good
their
game
moment.
and a couple of bad games.
All right, chat. I'll be back tomorrow. Tomorrow we got big series. We got T1 versus BLG, which is gonna fucking slam, and we also got Koi versus CFO elimination series. 2 big best of 5s tomorrow. I'll see you there. Okay. Shout out to all the lurkers, bidders, gifted, shadow subbers, donors, resubbers. Thank you guys for coming out. Sorry, I was a bit tired today. I didn't sleep much and I'm a bit sick. So hopefully the energy is not too low. But tomorrow the energy will be back and big pace. Also, I'll be in Canada for the back half of the games. Like this game, I'll be in Canada. This game, I'll be in Canada for a lot of these games. So I'll co-stream from the venue, which will be fun. There'll be a delay, but it'll have a massive background and audience, and hopefully we can get some good vibes going and shit like that. Maybe we can get some interviews with some of the LCK players, LPL players. Anyway, see you guys tomorrow. Take care, sleep well, enjoy the rest of the day, night, evening, morning, wherever in the world, and bye-bye. See you tomorrow. Thank you for hanging out.